later, we now see two debris balls. And I mentioned on chat, I was like, guys, do we have twins? And they said, we definitely have a TDS on both storms. So now we got a bigger issue. We now have two tornadoes that are heading almost in the same direction, at least parallel. And the message is already out. You have to take your tornado precautions. The craziest part about this is that, and I'm sure a lot of the meteorologists here will say, Rob alluded to it, this is something that does not happen in the Carolinas. We're well known for the Carolinas to have the type of tornadic event that's low Cape, high shear, versus when you go out into the central and southern plains is the exact opposite. And we've had our fair share of tornadoes that have been low Cape, high shear, but nothing to this magnitude. I'm really hoping that the viewers were prepared. Unfortunately, we had 2 deaths out of the EF3 tornado that went through Western Orangeburg County in the community of Livingston, and as well as 7 injuries. But this happened at least later in the morning. If this happened 2 or 3 hours earlier, the result could have been significantly different.
Efren, you were talking about the twins. There's some speculation on Twitter, and after looking at the radar scans, it could have kind of been like a Fujiwara effect, like they were kind of dancing around each other. Any comment on that?
That's a good possibility. Keep in mind that the only data that we can go off, since we can't really go off of any visual satellite, is off of the radar, but that is the possibility. However, both of the debris balls were running parallel to each other, probably about 7 to 8 kilometers apart, but they were going unidirectionally. Usually when you see a Fujiwara effect, you see the debris balls that are actually dancing around each other. They really weren't dancing around, they were running parallel. So at the very least, we know that this was 2 confirmed separate tornadoes. Was the debris ball, and eventually the second one, from the original tornado that came out of Aiken? Because the deadly tornado actually originated in northern Bamberg County, northern Barnwell County, and then eventually moved into southwest Orangeburg County. But just as the initial tornado dissipated, the other one continued going. So I don't believe, in my best experience, that was the Fujiwara effect. It could have been, but I didn't see enough motion between the 2 TDSs to facilitate that idea.
Yeah, definitely a busy morning for you guys. I want to bring in Kendra Kent. This is kind of where all as the storm system moved in, kind of hit her area first. Kendra, first of all, we hope we can see you or hear you.
Sorry, Scotty.
You're fine. We can hear you now. And I just want to ask you, I know you guys kind of started the live coverage first when these storms first moved in.
Mm-hmm.
Tell us a little bit about your morning and how things went there in the Greenville area.
Well, I feel like I learned a lot from this particular outbreak. And can everybody hear me okay?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay, good. Sorry you can't see me. I hooked up to a computer that doesn't have a camera, apparently. Anyway, no, we started the coverage a little after midnight. We had a rogue warning. It was essentially a shower that just started rotating. You could tell how much dynamically was going on in the atmosphere. I mean, it was just, things were beginning to blow up. So I think I knew from about 12:30 in the morning that we were going to have a very, very long night. We ended up with an EF3 tornado. And as we were talking about earlier, that's incredibly rare in South Carolina, especially in the upstate. I feel like we get wedged in so much with cool air. It's so rare we can have all of this come together to produce such an event. And this was the biggest in the upstate, the strongest since 1994. It hit Seneca. We were on air with the storm as it moved into Stevens County, Georgia. And I had a unique experience with it because my parents live in Seneca. And that was probably the first time I had to cover a storm while I was slightly emotionally distraught. And I had Isaac Williams, who's also on here. You just can't, he's also without a video, but he was pointing out the TDS. And as soon as I saw that, I got that panicked feeling. I started breathing a little heavy. I thought, oh my gosh, how am I going to get through this? But we did. And luckily my parents were fine. But I'm sure many of you have been through that because we've all, many of us have lived in these areas for a long time and you get personally impacted by these storms. But what I learned the most is not to underestimate the timing of something. I feel like I didn't write this event off, but I wasn't necessarily expecting anything like this given the time it was coming in. 3 to 6 a.m. I mean, who expects an EF3 tornado to rip through the heart of your area at 3:30 in the morning? And mostly we get these QLCS lines that produce these brief EF0, EF1 tornadoes. That's what we're used to. And seeing something like that and tracking something like that was a true first for me. And, it was just a million different emotions all at once. That's for sure.
Kendra, since you said Isaac's there, I'll pose this to both of you guys, both of y'all. You had this coming through the rogue cell, and then like the heart of this event was when people were actually asleep, 12, 1, 2 o'clock in the morning. Talk about how you guys were able to message before the event. And, with this being this late, talk about your schedule too, because I know I was watching the coverage in Chattanooga and hearing of the major damage that happened there. And I'm like, man, I've got to get a little bit of sleep before this comes into our area. So kind of talk about that, because I know a lot of us were watching beforehand to just see what was coming our way.
Let's see. Is Isaac's mic up?
I think it's muted, but we can. Okay, it's unmuted. It's unmuted. He's good now.
Okay.
You go ahead, Isaac.
Okay. Thanks for having me briefly. I'm one of the morning people, so I'm like almost up past my bedtime here. But so just to kind of with the messaging and any rest. Unfortunately for me, I have plenty of interest in Mississippi and Alabama. That's where I'm from, and for whatever reason, a lot of people still ask me, about the weather there, and they depend on me, and that's great. So I didn't actually sleep going into this event. So that's not uncommon for me because I am a severe weather nut. But that being the case, in terms of messaging, we started talking about it, I think, on Wednesday. Just kind of highlighting the threat for storms. That gave people about 5.5 days, and of course we started ramping up, the wording a little bit more once we got to, Friday and Saturday. And, Kendra always, mentioned, like when I first was hired here, we do get a lot of wedge events, and we started that day in the 50s. And I'm like, back in my head, I thought, what if the wedge holds and, we're going to be seen as like hype people, and that's not what we want, but we don't want severe weather either. I think our message was pretty stern by Sunday morning when we got up and saw they had pulled that enhanced risk over a little bit into the upstate, which I've been here 3 years, not nearly as long as Kendra, but I think that's only my personal third enhanced risk here. So I knew that I see parameters, and parameters mean nothing unless you have a storm in them, but I knew with those parameters that we had the potential to have something, fairly unusual happen, but I wouldn't have had I don't work weekends, so I don't even know if I would have said something about a strong tornado even the night before, just because it's just so rare to get them here.
Yeah, and I think just given how late it was at night, and we knew this was likely going to be taking at least some linear form. Yeah, I wasn't expecting that either, and it really it caught us off guard. But to see a TDS like that move through our area, and I know the rest of you all saw that too as South Carolina meteorologists. I mean, just something you don't see every day, and it kind of takes your breath away. They're used to that in Alabama and Mississippi. We just don't get that stuff here.
Yeah, and then right after that. Right after the Seneca one had briefly lifted right over Clemson, we had the EF2, what ended up being an EF2, another TDS outside of Slater, which that's, almost in the 3,000 feet elevation, in the extreme northern part of Greenville County. So that debunks the whole tornadoes can't happen in the mountains thing,
Definitely. So we were watching that, Evan and I, because Evan doesn't live too far from the line there. One last question, and we'll come back to you guys later on in the show. But at the time, we didn't know how long the tornadoes were on the ground. But I think one of the tornadoes there in the Greenville, Pickens County area was on the ground for around 8 miles. So this were not also big tornadoes, but they're also long track tornadoes, something that we're not too accustomed to as well.
Yeah, again, that was a huge shocker. But when you saw the signatures on radar, there was no doubt that that was going to be a large tornado. And they even put that in the wording of the warning, which I was very happy about. I feel like that really brought people's attention up. And the thing you mentioned earlier too, these were happening at 3:30 in the morning, probably the worst time a tornado could hit. I mean, when people are in their deepest sleep, and all you can do as a broadcaster is beg people to wake up their kids, get their dog, whatever they need to do, get to their lowest level. And so I feel like this was one of the scariest nights for our viewers, hands down, and no less scary for the rest of the state, of course, but at least it was more toward daybreak for some of you guys. But yeah, for us, it was just the dead of night, and we were just hoping that people were heeding the warnings.
Right.
And yeah, for sure. With that, with the Seneca one, we were in a situation where the TDS was so strong, so fast. Like I don't want to say it came out of nowhere, but like that TDS appeared and it was like violent looking, like on the first scan that I saw. And we were dealing with the situation, like once it went past Clemson, I think we had debris fallout on CC. So we weren't positive that it actually wasn't still down because it still looked like, something could be there. You thought it was like debris being fanned out or whatever, but you weren't sure, even though the circulation looked a little weaker. But I'm like, we're not going to take any chances with it. Obviously the tornado warning was still in effect. And, that was another little unique challenge, is that I've never actually dealt with debris fallout before, where we said, okay, well, this signature is debris, and yet something similar was happening down the line. And we're like, well, this may be actually debris that's still being lofted, but the tornado's not still down. So it was a very unique situation. Again, Kendra keeps bringing this up. It was in the middle of the night at 3:30 in the morning, but I feel like people were wide awake and they were watching and they were prepared, which is good. All through the days, we were like, Kendra made a graphic, I think on Thursday, that said, what do you need to do? It was just like a simple little headline graphic, but it was like so informative about charging your batteries, keeping your phone on not silent if you sleep with it on do not disturb. I remember saying Friday morning, what you can do, you can, sleep with it on loud for one night, because it can help save your life. So it was a insane, again, I worked in Mississippi. I've dealt with, plenty of tornadoes in my day, but yet this is still a first for me as well.
All right, and I'm going to go ahead and bring Ed Petrowski from WPDE in Myrtle Beach. And Ed, we saw what looked like the tail end of this Hampton County tornado pop out all the way over at Murrells Inlet. Brad Panovich was nice enough to share a link with us. I'm going to pull it up here and share my screen. Let's see if we can get it to work here. And the tornado that you're seeing here in Hampton County, there's some debate of whether or not it started over on the Georgia side of the Savannah River. But if we look at the start of the track and draw it all the way over to where it exited the South Carolina coast here, then we're looking at about 144 to 158 miles, somewhere in that vicinity. And so, we know this continued on, maybe up even into the Oak Island area of North Carolina, but it's just impressive to see the length and track of that storm. It did pop out in Myrtle Beach, where one of our weather sensors for weather flow got a reading of 114 miles an hour. We had a pressure drop of 7 millibars within a 1 minute time span. So that reading went up within 2 to 3 minutes, from 46 to 76 miles an hour to 114. And so talk about that area and how it affected your viewing portion of that area of Myrtle Beach.
But for us, considering what happened across the rest of South Carolina, we were relatively unscathed. We had no injuries and no deaths. There was never really any really tight circulation anywhere in our viewing area. We were, of course, watching the ones that were over Orangeburg County and also down near Hampton County in the morning while we were on the air with our regular morning show at 5 o'clock in the morning. And those were the two big storms, two supercells that we were watching very carefully, knowing that they were heading generally in our direction. The one in Orangeburg County faded away before it ever got to our viewing area. But the one in Hampton County that eventually went over Monk's Corner, eventually got into Georgetown County, and they warned for that one where there was EF1 damage done in Sandpit and Graves. And then you hit a really populated area on the south end of the Grand Strand where Litchfield Beach is located and Pawleys Island as well. And they both took a hit by an EF0, EF1 tornado. There was substantial damage done to trees and even some homes in Litchfield Beach and also in Willbrook. In fact, one of the things about a lot of people being home is a lot of people took videos. We were able to get pretty good video of at least damage and high wind knocking over trees, but not necessarily a tornado touching down. And then, of course, it went out over the ocean, became a water spout, and that's when it rolled over the Murrells Inlet jetties with the recording of 114 mile per hour winds. And, you know, I look back in that and I think, my goodness, if that was just a couple of miles west of there, we would have had substantial damage on the south end of the Grand Strand. And if it had paralleled the Grand Strand coast, it could have buzzsawed the entire Grand Strand, nearly 60 miles with extensive damage. So we were very fortunate that it actually went out over the ocean. And that was really the only set of tornadoes from that particular supercell that we had in our viewing area. Although I will say in Marlborough County, which is just to the east of Chesterfield County, in the northern part of the state, we had a massive microburst of 110 mile per hour winds that did substantial damage in Wallace. And of course, everybody, when they get that kind of wind, thinks it was a tornado. But in reality, it was a microburst. Although on radar, it did have some rotation. It wasn't very tight there either. But Steve Paff, who works with the National Weather Service in Wilmington, those guys do a phenomenal job. They went out and did the survey yesterday and were able to pinpoint where they had 80 to 110 mile per hour winds. And, you know, typically for us, in the summertime, we get those pulse thunderstorms where we'll get 60, 70, maybe 80 mile per hour winds with a collapsing thunderstorm. But in all the years I've been here, I can't recall one time where we've had a microburst that caused 110 mile per hour winds, but you hear it all the time. They're just as damaging sometimes as tornadoes.
Wow, that's pretty impressive. Yeah, just looking at that, the one at Litchfield, they classified as an EF2. Do you think the Waccamaw River Basin had something to do with reforming of that? Or do you think the mechanical features, right, when it came to land, maybe help with strengthening or re-intensifying that system?
Yeah, there's a lot of, I don't know if you want to call it debate, but there's a lot of speculation out there that there could have been some sort of a influence of the ocean, the wind coming in off the ocean at that time, perhaps creating some sort of a boundary to help intensify the storm itself. But yeah, it was an EF0 over Litchfield Beach, and then it blew up to an EF2 when it went over the Murrells Inlet jetty. So it got pretty strong fairly quickly. And again, we were lucky that that was over the ocean. Literally, the jetties are only a couple of 100 yards away from very populated areas of Garden City. And we had two different people that have homes there who have their home weather units, and they both registered 71 and 72 mile per hour winds respectively. So literally within a couple of 100 yards of where your unit is, we had those measurements. So you can see how tight the wind gradient was between Garden City and the actual jetties themselves.
Hey, Ed, there was something, you know, you always try to find something that will make you laugh in these sad times. And unfortunately, we had some sad times in the Carolinas, but there was a tweet going around of you doing your broadcast. I don't know. I've asked James about it, if we can play it. But,
Here it comes.
all right, I'm going to let it play, and then I want you to talk about it.
Okay.
The rain is located, and we'll zoom that out just a bit. And whoa. Oh. That was a close lightning strike. I don't know if you heard that at home, but I feel like I need to change a short.
All right, I'm pulling the audio back down, but Scotty and Ed, the viewers at home heard it, even though we didn't hear it in our headsets. Ed, what's going through your head there?
Well, you know, we were in a sense just about ready to wind down. We were getting through this thing for the most part relatively unscathed. Our last severe thunderstorm warning was still in effect, but the storm was moving out of Horry County. And then there must have been a lightning strike within a couple of 100 yards to the station, because it was this loud explosion that you knew what it was, but you're a human being. It freaked me out. And as you saw, I kind of ducked thinking something was going on, and then just used one of my classic lines, I need to change the shorts. Just one of those things. And that kind of went around the viewers. A lot of them had recorded it and were sending it to me, letting me know that they thought it was kind of funny. And it's something that, you know, that they needed after a morning like that, being so stressed, and of course being stressed with COVID-19. It was a little light moment toward the end of the severe weather when we knew we didn't have any injuries, which was a good thing. And of course, nobody was killed either.
Always good to have a funny moment there. So I want to bring it up to Shane. Shane lives just north of the Myrtle Beach, Wilmington area. Shane, you guys kind of got in on the tail end as well, as the sun was already up. Talk to us about the New Bern, Greenville, North Carolina area and what you guys experienced.
Yeah, we were kind of late to the party, I guess, compared to everyone else in regards to receiving the storms, but very much like Ed's situation, very thankful and blessed really to not have any injuries or fatalities with any of our systems. We did end up having 6 confirmed tornadoes. And thankfully for us, the strongest was the EF1 that we had in the Hawes Run area. I believe I've been taking notes here just to make sure it was anywhere from roughly 100 to 110 mile per hour sustained winds. So for us, it was basically like that waiting game where you see the line coming. I was actually filling in for our morning meteorologist. He had a vacation day, but he got reeled back in right towards the end of it. So I was basically tracking it all the way since it was in the mountains and just waiting, just holding our breath. Our morning broadcast finished up. We had declared it a severe weather alert day for our station. So we were cutting in. We would normally cut in every hour, but our morning meteorologist said, you know what, let's just go ahead and do every half hour. And it was actually very fortunate and wise that we did that, because during the half hour cut in at 9:30, with about maybe 1 minute left in my cut in, our weather radio starts going off in the weather center. And then I said, okay, well, we're starting now. And we were on for an hour and a half with all of the tornado warnings. There just came a point where when we were swapping off, he would just say, we have 4 tornado warnings. And I'd have to interrupt and say, I'm sorry, no, we're at 5 now. I was like, it just keeps on going back and forth. And it was just like a straight line. So when we're trying to describe it for our viewers, it was almost like a complicated mess. And honestly, that's what I started describing it whenever we would switch off and I would be on the screen. I would just say, I know it is very difficult to kind of pin everything out because every warning was overlapping. And I think with my experience with tornadoes, with coverage I've had, which naturally I've had many, especially with our hurricane coverage that we've seen over the years, I've never seen that many warnings stacked back to back to back in a straight line. It was fascinating, but also terrifying at the same time, because you feel like you need to give equal coverage to each warning in each area in your viewing area. Even though we knew the strongest one at the time was the one we were seeing to the south, simply because it had held for the longest amount of time. It seemed like it had the strongest signature. Looking back on social media after everything kind of died down a bit, I was able to see what other meteorologists from around the country had done and taken screenshots and seeing all the feedback and all the scans of it that we weren't even able to see at the time, because we were having to bounce in between 6 different tornado warnings all at the same time. But looking back on it, it was very clear seeing everyone's screen grabs of the tornado warning to the south, that was the strongest one. It had the strongest sustained winds. It had the longest track out of all the tornadoes that we were tracking that morning.
And Shane, one thing we were noticing, because we were watching that storm, is it was going through a fairly populated area, Jacksonville. That's probably one of the bigger cities out eastern North Carolina. So I'm sure that was kind of pressing to want to get that information out to one of the bigger population areas.
Absolutely. And what was really interesting, something I've never been able to do before while we are doing severe weather coverage, is to be able to pick up anything too crazy on our web cameras. And we did have a webcam situated in the Jacksonville area near the Freedom Fountains. And while we did not see the feature at all, you could see it looked like the flags about to be ripped off of the top of the flagpoles. I've never seen that before, and never been able to capture anything during the height of a storm or during a warning before until this particular system. So naturally, yes, we did have all that concern, because even for our specific station, Jacksonville is a very heavy populated area into which they tune into us. They know that
we'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 12 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina WeatherNet.
They rely on us heavily. But thankfully, I believe the heaviest damage that was sustained in that area was at a hog farm. So we might have a few pigs that won't be tuning into our broadcast next time. But like I said, just very thankful and blessed that we had 0 fatalities, 0 injuries throughout the entire morning.
Shane, I got a good chuckle out of that. Thank you. Tim, we still have 2 areas to cover, Charlotte and Greensboro. So Tim, I want to start off with you. I know you're just dying to talk. We've had you waiting for 40 some odd minutes now, but you guys did have 1 tornado in Alamance County. Can you kind of tell us a little bit about that and maybe some of the relief that you felt that there was only one and things weren't quite as bad as they could have been?
Yeah, sure. Thanks, guys. So, this kind of thing that we were tracking for days, all of us were tracking it for days. It was pretty much all anyone could talk about for the Easter weekend. So one of the things leading up to it, I kind of sensed I was kind of trying to read the room and on my Facebook page and just see where people's heads are at. It really seemed like people were dreading this and they were very freaked out and they really were spooked, just in the sense of maybe they were stressed out already. I am not a psychologist, but there was just a lot of stress building up. And I think whenever something is coming in the middle of the night, people are really worried, and justifiably so. So one of the things we decided to do is just let them know, we're going to be there the whole night, because even with, we had the warm front coming through in the afternoon. I'm always worried about those little warm fronts too. You can kind of get little spin ups. So I was there starting at 8, 9 o'clock, and I just stayed till the morning. We had the rest of the morning Mets come in as well to help out. And good thing that we did, because, one of the things, we just kind of walked people through the night. We would just do Facebook Lives and they would chime in and we would say, everything's still okay. You can go to bed, but make sure you have the phone. And you got to wake up if the warnings are issued. And people really did that, and I think it helped out. But you mentioned we had 1 confirmed tornado in our area. We had 9 tornado warnings, and I had no problem with any of the tornado warnings. And a lot of times I'm complaining in the back of my head about some of them, right? None of them were light tornado warnings at all. There was so much rotation in almost every storm that was pushing across our area. Everyone in this chat knows this. We have a radar issue here. The radar beam is so high. So of course, when we're showing these warnings, it's showing more mid-level rotation. It's not at the ground. So all we can do is say, hey, this storm is spinning like crazy. Our first tornado warning came in at 4:20 in the morning, and we had continuous tornado warnings until 7 in the morning. So we were on for a while with all of those different storms. And it turned out that the last one in Alamance was the one that, in fact, was confirmed. And we confirmed it on air, too. We were watching it, Taran Kirksey and myself, and there was a clear as day debris ball just a few scans after the first couplet showed up. So I believe they talked about this in South Carolina, too. Some of these, they formed, they came right down, and they did the damage right away. And it was very quick. And thank goodness, the Weather Service did a bang-up job. They had a warning on it right away, and we were just bouncing around. It was a very busy morning, but I think people were very appreciative that we were there the whole time with them, just kind of holding their hand. There's this storm, here's what you do. Grab the kids, grab the dog, put a helmet on, put shoes on, and get ready to go. And, we made through it. Thankfully, there weren't there were no injuries or fatalities in that one tornado. On the same token, in the squall line itself, we did have a tree, unfortunately, kill somebody in their home. And one of the things with this line that we also tried to do, you have to give the highlight coverage to the tornado warnings, but this whole squall line, we knew it was capable of putting down 80 plus mile per hour gusts, just with all the wind fields. So we did try and bounce around and say, hey, you're not in a tornado warning in Guilford here right now, but this line is nasty, so you should probably be in your safe spot too. So it was a very busy morning, but we anticipated it. Everybody in the weather enterprise talked about it for days. People knew about it. And I actually think it's a big success story that in the middle of the night, people were still well prepared and took good action. And the fatalities really, I think, were minimized, at least in the Carolinas, as far as I could tell.
Tim, you're already kind of making my transition easy, because the second question I wanted to ask was about, there was some information going around on Facebook before the storm that was a little bit unsettling for a lot of viewers, and it was definitely not accurate information. But I know that you were definitely a part of reassuring people, reassuring your audience that the storm, while yes, it was definitely going to be dangerous, this was not something that they couldn't handle. Talk about the importance of the trust that your viewers have in you, and how you're the source where they get all of their information from. I
mean, social media is a blessing and it's a curse, right? Like it gives good information and it gives bad. There was some post floating around out there that was advertising potential for EF5 tornadoes in North Carolina, even though we've not had one before on record. But people were freaked out initially. We of course saw the damage in Mississippi and Alabama. That can freak people out here when they know it's coming our way. So, one of the things I tried to do in the days up leading to the event is, everyone's freaked out right now just in life. I don't get freaked out by weather. I'd get freaked out a little bit about this pandemic, if I'm being honest. So one of the things I told them was just saying, hey, we're living in crazy times. We don't know exactly what's going to happen with daily life with this virus and stuff, but we know how to handle severe weather. We have the technology. We do this every year. We got this. It could be bad, but we know what to do. And if it is bad, we're going to let you know about it. We're not going to go crazy. We're just going to let you know where the storm is, where it's going, what you should do, and what to do next time, because there's always a next time with weather. This is not abnormal, really. We had a lot of tornadoes, but 1 year ago, basically in April, North Carolina had 12 tornadoes also. So this is not really that different. We do know what to do. And I think that was reassuring to folks, just to let them know, hey, okay, well, they're used to this. They're going to keep us covered. And that's really the whole reason why we're here. We're not here for the sunny days like today. I could not show up and it would be fine. But Monday, we're pretty important to keep folks calm and hopefully encourage them to make the right choices. And I think a lot of people did.
Absolutely. Yeah, Scotty.
And so, Tim, talking about radar coverage, that brings me to Mr. Brad Panovich. And Brad, unfortunately, we had a tornado kind of go under the radar, like that little pun there, in the Charlotte area. So we had one in Anson County, but you've been on the show several times talking about our radar gaps, and this one kind of bit us in the behind because we didn't catch this one.
Yeah, and I'll give a little bit of a pass to the Weather Service on this one, because I think Tim brought up a good point. Something we were doing on the air Monday morning was we were telling everybody to treat the severe thunderstorm warnings like tornado warnings on Monday morning, because every severe thunderstorm warning had a tornado tag in it, and we knew the environment that these storms had. I didn't want people near a window or near the outside walls with straight line winds on Monday morning. So we actually, for the first time in a long time, I basically treated every severe thunderstorm warning like a tornado warning. But you're right, there was no warning with the 2 tornadoes we had touched down in Anson County, even though in hindsight, looking back even at the Raleigh radar, there were signs of rotation. But I mean, we were all looking at radar Monday. I could have issued 100 different tornado warnings on some of these. It was just, you knew there was probably a tornado in there. There were several times I saw little couplets trying to spin up where you saw that inflow notch starting to increase, and you're waiting for the outflow to kind of kick in, and it never did. So, there probably was numerous small spin ups in there that we never recognized, but it does highlight the same issue, right? We've had this huge radar hole over the Charlotte metro area that goes up into the Greensboro metro and really out towards the Fayetteville area. It's kind of that triangle of just horrible radar coverage. So the Raleigh office, they're trying to issue a warning in Anson County, which is basically closer to Charlotte than it is Raleigh. And the 2 radars they're looking at is Raleigh, Greer, and a terminal Doppler at Charlotte Douglas, which doesn't actually have the range to make it into Anson County. So it's a tough situation in a morning like that. Unfortunately, that tornado did damage about 10 homes. It was an EF2, and we had several farms damaged. So it did quite a bit of damage, actually picked up a couple mobile homes, but it does highlight the issue. I just hope that at some point, I think this COVID-19 thing has kind of set back our North Carolina radar project to do some private public partnerships, but this problem's not going to go away. And hopefully in the very near future, we'll have, the goal is to have 3 C-band 1,000,000-watt dual pole radars spaced out over that radar gap. to enhance radar coverage going forward. But man, that was, every time this happens, I'm like, I wish I had a better look. I wish I had it, especially that time of the morning when no one's spotting these things. You need that radar coverage. And it really makes it difficult. And I'll just say one of the things about the coverage that morning, everybody knew this was coming. The only messaging issue that I had with this whole event was because of the timing being between day 1 and day 2 outlooks from SPC, there was a lot of disconnect about this thing like skipping over us. And the one thing I tried to do Sunday night and Monday morning was like, hey, you got to understand the day 1 outlook goes from 8 a.m. Sunday to 8 a.m. Monday. And then the new one comes out for Tuesday. It's 8 a.m. Tuesday to 8. And so it looked like it was going to jump over the Piedmont, but it really was just an artifact of it being right at that time of day between the 2 outlooks. So that was the only issue I had communicating. A lot of people thought this was going to happen on Sunday, and it really was a Monday morning event. So from that standpoint, I'm glad a lot of people paid attention, but the timing was a real problem because of the way the outlooks are issued from SPC.
Ideally, we'd like to have had it from midnight to midnight. I think that would have had a much better perspective of what's going on. For the viewers, a few asking about radar. For those who may not be familiar with radar, tell us why the Charlotte area, the Greensboro area, Fayetteville area is kind of in that hole. Why does the radar miss those areas?
Oh man, it's a lot of politics. I'm not going to lie to you. When the Weather Service was reorganized, for whatever reason, Charlotte, which is, I'm biased, I live here, but it is the biggest city between Atlanta and Washington, D.C., all right? It does not have a radar within 50 miles of the biggest population center in this part of the country. And that doesn't just affect us. It affects Tim up in Greensboro and Winston-Salem. It affects Hickory, Boone. It affects a large area. And so there's some little stopgaps. And I hear this all the time from people, well, you got a terminal Doppler radar. I'm like, all right, terminal Doppler is a Band-Aid. It's like a little tiny Band-Aid that helps fix a little bit of the issue. But, if I had to tell another meteorologist, hey, I'll take your 88D out and put a C-band, non-dual pole radar there to take you out, they would never want that, right? They would want an 88D dual band radar. And so it's just a Band-Aid approach. And we just have a huge issue with it. And it's unique to Charlotte. We are the biggest city in the country that does not have a radar within 50 miles of the city. So luckily, local governments are recognizing this problem. We've brought it to their attention. I think everyone brings up their phone app and goes, oh, we've got radar coverage. A lot of people don't understand that radar are like cell phone towers. The farther away you are from the dish, the worse your reception is. And so in Charlotte, we got this big population center, and our closest radar or cell phone tower is in Greer, South Carolina. So it makes it incredibly difficult. It's not that we don't have any coverage. I don't want to make it feel like, we're in this giant hole. We just have degraded coverage. We have really poor coverage. We have 1 bar on our cell phone. We want 5 bars. So what we're trying to do is get that radar closer because the radar beam, as you see in the picture right there, thanks, James, the radar beam goes in a straight line, but the earth curves. So by the time the radar beam gets to Charlotte, depending on which part of Charlotte you're in, it's at 8,000 to as much as 10,000 feet above our heads. Tornadoes happen down in the lowest 1,000 or lower. So missing a lot of these tornadoes is a problem with the radar gap. And so I hope going forward that this problem will get solved. For years, we tried doing this back 10 years ago, and we went through federal issues, and it's just dealing with the government sometimes incredibly difficult to get things. But now that we have this private-public partnership, it's the closest we've been to solving this problem because we've got local, state, and even private entities involved, and the data is going to be public and free for everybody.
Speaking of partnerships, I wanted to ask Brad and Shane and Tim. Unfortunately, a lot of our other guests had to jump off because they have a 10 p.m. newscast. But in this era of COVID-19, you guys aren't in the weather center with your fellow meteorologists. You're doing a lot of work from home. How was the communication preparing for this event? Was it any different? I mean, I know you wasn't personally beside the meteor, but was the communication still there? Was there anything that you think maybe it could have went better or not as good? I mean, any comments on that?
We over communicated, and the only reason that I really over communicated was watching Ryan Vaughn in Jonesboro a couple weeks ago work from home and cover a tornado there, and I thought. It gave me a little sigh of relief saying it could be done, but they still had somebody in studio. So we talked a lot over the weekend. We had probably 2 or 3 Zoom calls over the weekend talking about coverage. And I said, if this was not COVID-19, I would be in the studio right now. And luckily my general manager and news director said, you know what, we want you in the studio too. So for the first time in a month, I was actually in the studio instead of home. And I worked in the morning show. Normally I'm an evening shift person, but I came in and tag team with Larry. We did do social distancing. We never crossed paths. We stayed away. I stayed in one location, which unfortunately meant I didn't get to go to the key wall, but I could be in the weather center with a standing shot and do it. So I think, and to answer your question, Scotty, we actually over communicated, probably more so than we ever had, because we knew the logistics of this was going to be really problematic.
Yeah, just to echo that, we did the similar thing. We had the fun part about planning is you get to be on Zoom calls with your boss like every other day, right? So we had a lot of Zoom calls just like this, and it made planning a little bit more tricky because we really had to advocate for the necessity of being in the studio. And it's not just a presentation thing, like that's somewhat cosmetic, but I don't have a generator at my house. None of the folks on our weather team do. So that was really the thing. What if, and we have 3 folks working, but it could sure happen that all of us lose power. So we really needed to be there. But when we were, I was at we have a separate room key wall. I was there. I didn't talk to anybody.
You can see Ruben is
and
zooming.
then in the studio, Taran Kirksey was there in front of a monitor wall with a computer with our graphics. And we had another meteorologist at home just doing like this and Facebook and stuff. So it really worked out well, but it was more planning and, just jumping through all the hoops that we all have to do just to go to the grocery store or something like that now. Strange.
Yeah, I think kind of just like adding on top of that, this situation has brought anything, it's teaching everyone, in a communication field, how to communicate even more, or the importance of communicating more. In our case, we are still fully broadcasting from our station. We don't work from home. I typically will do noon shows twice a week, and then I do double shifts on the weekend, all of our morning and all of our evening shows. So I'm usually the only one in the station for the meteorologist on Saturdays and Sundays anyway. So I was closely monitoring it. And whenever I saw it on one of my weekday shifts, I think I had sent an email out and said, I think we should go ahead and just start having a plan in place. This is our first time trying it with social distancing. So I think it's even more important that we start planning further in advance. And I just think these are times like this where you do learn how crucial communication is between a team. And I think it really applies for all fields, not just our specific industry. We started it with an email chain. We did not do Zoom conference calls because I don't like my employer to know how many times I'm wearing pajamas when I'm on the call. So it is all on the phone only. But at the end of the day, you're keeping in touch with them. You are making sure that there's consistent points that are going to every single one at every level so that everyone is on the same page.
Yeah, I was going to say real quick, Tim, we had that same issue. That was our biggest concern, was the generator issue.
Yeah.
I have a great setup here. I'm great, but man, if I lose power, out of luck. I have backup for my router, but I don't have backup power to my computer or backup power to any of the lights. So that was a big concern. And I thought for sure with just the wind field that we were going to have trees and power lines down all over the place, so we would lose power. So yeah, that was an easy call for us. And honestly, it was kind of nice to be in the station. Not that I wanted to be covering severe weather at 2:00 in the morning, but man, it wasn't nice. That's the first time I saw my morning meteorologist in a month. So yeah. it was really cool to be in there.
One weather thing, actually, the surprising part, we talk about how many tornadoes there were. We kind of expected a lot of tornadoes. The fact that the wind field didn't materialize as much in regular severe thunderstorms, I thought was surprising. There wasn't a lot of widespread damage in the squall line. There was a lot, but not as much as I thought there maybe could have been.
Yeah, I agree. Only thing I'll say is that, and I'll give a shout out to Shay and Weatherflow, because I have 2 Weatherflow stations on my roof. I had 30 minutes of continuous gust over 50, which was the highest sustained gust above 50 since probably Hurricane Michael came through here. I've had those things for 2 hurricanes passing overhead, or at least the remnants, and that was by far the highest So yeah, it was really impressive. And what happened in our viewing area was we had a lot of wake up calls. People just heard that roaring sound of the wind and the rain hitting their windows, and people were freaking out. They woke up, and so it was easy for me to get people to act because it was so loud. It woke people up from a sound sleep. That sound, and we had a lot of people sheltered in their bathroom for these straight line winds. But yeah, I'm surprised we didn't have more damage, Tim. But I was really impressed with the data from my roof. I looked at it and I'm like, I actually had a camera up there that swung around and broke off, and I had to fix it again, because my house got hit by a tornado back in February. So and I had a 71 mile-an-hour wind gust with that storm. So it's been crazy having all these events at my house and having this data now collecting from my house. My wife's texting me. She's like, the kids are freaking out. Should we go downstairs? I'm like, yes, go downstairs.
Well, Brad, what a way to QC those stations with a camera breaking, right? And then the stations are still standing. But I mean, that's pretty impressive if you think about the mechanical features over land. How trees and other homes block wind, and you're still getting gusts like that. You could almost assume that just above homes, right at the treetop level, probably several notch stronger just because of those mechanical features. But yeah, even here along the coast, just like Tim said, I was surprised we didn't see a lot of those, those gust fronts or those really strong convergences right ahead of the storms. It never really materialized here. I mean, we got 30 to 40 knots. And then maybe one little spike upwards, but we didn't see any of these big blasts of wind like we normally do here at the coastline, where the energies just drop out of the storm, and then we get a long line of really strong wind. So, and that was a good thing, because it was less damage over the entire area, even though we did have one tornado along the coastline, immediate coastline, and even one just inland. But a lot of folks just saw a lot of heavy rain, lightning, and just some gusty wind at times. It wasn't terrible. So, I mean, there's a little bit of reprieve from that storm, at least here along the immediate South Carolina coast, except for Murrells Inlet area and Litchfield.
Yeah, so today's date, I think, is kind of significant too. The initial thing we were going to air today was going to be about the 2011 tornado outbreak that everybody really thinks about when they think about the strongest storm system maybe they've lived through or seen. We chose to do this instead because this was such a significant severe weather outbreak. Going kind of back to you, Brad, and anyone else who wants to talk about it, is there any sort of feedback that you're receiving from the public that this is going to be kind of the new thing in their heads as the biggest severe weather threat that they've seen? Or how do you think this compares as far as response to what we kind of saw on April 16th, 2011?
I remember that April well, because that is the highlight of that month. But there were 4 separate significant severe weather events back in April. We had a derecho, we had baseball-sized hail, and we had the tail end of the Tuscaloosa tornado outbreak actually affect the Carolinas. And then April 16th, which I remember that night because I stayed up all night long and watched that line of supercells pass over Charlotte, not touch down, and then immediately as the sun came up, start spinning. But I think what helped us out on Monday, 2 things. One, COVID-19, everybody's home. They're sheltering in place already. But 2 was our tornado outbreak back in early February. That was still fresh in a lot of people's minds. We had significant tornadoes that morning, and that wasn't too long ago. And that was in Charlotte. That was, we had EF1 damage across a big chunk of South Charlotte, including my backyard. So I think that in the back of people's minds helped. And anybody who's worked in emergency management or done this, the level of preparedness is only as good as your memory of the last disaster. And in this case, having that last disaster kept people prepared. And so they were kind of ready for this.
Yeah, for here, this one is not going to be remembered for years for most of the Piedmont area, and at least near the Triad, I wouldn't say, except for the folks who actually were in the tornado path in Alamance County. Just to add to this time of year, it's always very busy. 2 years ago today is the anniversary of the Greensboro tornado, which is still so fresh. We had a reporter do a story today. How is East Greensboro doing? The answer is, still not great. Unfortunately, it was a really rough urban tornado, a strong EF2 that came right through the city, stayed on the ground for 30 miles, all the way up basically toward the Virginia border. And that was just 2 years ago. So for a lot of folks, that's still what they remember, or maybe it's always very personal. So if you're in High Point, you remember the High Point tornado in 2010, right? It just depends on who you are and where you've lived. For me, that April 16th event is...
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
This is way down. I was working in Wilmington, but that thing was another level, and that year was just another level of severe weather.
And I'll just add my own commentary to that. It was a year ago that we had a tornado outbreak here in the Carolinas. I don't even remember the number, but a year later, our thought is already bouncing back to 2011 and not a year ago.
Yeah, that was 12, and it was Good Friday. I remember that very clearly. You're right.
Scotty, I think that was the first time you sought shelter in your...
I remember doing that, but I couldn't remember what date it was. Like, I forgot 2 years ago. I knew the Greensboro tornado, but I didn't know it was today's date. That's
Monday the 13th is my son's birthday. And I remember on his first birthday, we were doing severe weather coverage, and on his second birthday, we were doing severe weather coverage.
Yeah, I was in the basement live on this show when that happened. So yeah, crazy times. But anyways, guys, thank you so much for coming on. As Tim was talking about, I'll go ahead and kind of let the secret out of the bag. We pre-recorded the April 16, 2011 look back. So next week we're going to be airing that. So you'll see Tim back next week on our show. He'll be with us with a lot of other great meteorologists who kind of look back over that event. So we just hope all those, especially who are affected by this tornado outbreak, our thoughts and prayers are with you guys, and hopefully you'll recover quickly. And like Tim and Brad has said, this is the peak season for severe weather in the Carolinas. So we'll continue to monitor the weather for the rest of the month and even into May as is really kind of a high peak for severe weather. So we appreciate you joining us tonight. Big thank you to all of our guests tonight. This was a last minute show, and we got coverage from every market except the Raleigh market, but I don't really think there was much going on in severe weather-wise with tornadoes in that market. So we appreciate everyone coming on tonight, and we will see you back here next Wednesday night for another edition of the Carolina Weather Group, and we hope you have a safe and happy weekend. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. This is the April 1st, 2020 edition of the Carolina Weather Group. We hope that you're doing well on this Wednesday evening, hoping that you and your family are safe and sound during these crazy times that we're experiencing. And that's kind of the topic of tonight. We're going to be talking about coronavirus, COVID-19, and weather. We still have weather going on during this crazy time that we're experiencing throughout the country. And in fact, tonight, we're going to be talking to Ryan Vaughn, who was covering a EF3 tornado that struck in Jonesboro, Arkansas this past weekend. So we're looking forward to that. We are streaming live right now on our many streaming platforms. So if you'd like to interact with us tonight during the conversation, just drop a comment in the Facebook Live or the Twitch or Periscope link, and we will monitor those throughout the show. And James, I'm going to toss it off to you because you have been working from home for the past couple of weeks, and we're starting to see more and more people work from home. And so I know it's been a crazy time for you and everyone involved in TV media.
It's been a very interesting time indeed, Scotty, because everyone has kind of moved very quickly, whether they liked it or not, real fast into the cutting edge technology of 2020. Everyone suddenly knows what Zoom conference is. It wasn't but 3 weeks ago when we would be booking guests for the show saying, hey, we're going to send you a link to a Zoom conference, and then had to proceed to explain what Zoom conference is. We do not have to do that anymore. With so many folks using Zoom conference or similar products. So we're going to be talking to Ryan here in just a moment about his experience this weekend with him and his team covering a very severe and significant incident in Jonesboro, Arkansas. We also have Brad Panovich on with us tonight from WCNC Charlotte, who is very comfortable in his home studio. You've seen his weather video blogs many a times, and now that is his TV space as well, too. And we're also going to be talking with somebody here in Mecklenburg County who does some paramedic work about what this means, the coronavirus means for their line of work too, because as Scotty mentioned, the weather is still continuing to happen. We had a line of storms roll through South Carolina yesterday, prompted numerous severe thunderstorm warnings down in the Charleston area. Luckily, we didn't have any tornado warnings to account of, despite having a tornado watch, but it was a much different story this past weekend in Arkansas. Let's bring in Ryan. You were actually working from home, and you had your other meteorologist back in the station. Just bring everybody up to speed if they're not familiar with what took place this past weekend.
Okay, so typically in a severe weather situation, we would all be in the studio. We were going into this, we were low end severe weather threat. We knew tornadoes weren't out of the realm of possibility, but we were kind of thinking gusty winds, and I think everybody, even the Storm Prediction Center, kind of had northern Illinois pegged for the hot spot. Well, tornado warning comes out for one of our southern counties, and we had already kind of discussed that, okay, in the interest of social distancing, and we were already kind of playing that that role already, was already kind of unfolding. I said, well, we've got a solid system here. How about I go here and you guys stay back there, and we wouldn't be there. And hopefully we wouldn't go into long form programming. And so the tornado warning came out for Woodruff County a little bit after 4 o'clock. And at that point, you could draw a line and see that there was a chance that this was going to come into Jonesboro.
We have some video from your coverage. We're going to pop up here in a double box.
Oh, man.
Walk us through. This must be the moment that tornadic cell started producing in Jonesboro, if I'm correct.
Hold on one second. I just now lost. There we go. I'm back, I think. Yeah, that's this is where it was producing here. So what was going on? Zach Holder is in front of the chroma key wall, and we had already at this point had a pretty large tornado out of Jackson County. So we were watching this one pretty close, and the meso was going right over town, and we really just started getting some indication that it was cycling. And sure enough, we were concerned that it was going to, if it cycled through and it produced a tornado, it would be right in the middle of Jonesboro. And you see what unfolds here. Now, for Zach, he's in his 20s. He hasn't covered a ton of, tornadic storms, especially like that in front of a weather camera. He did a spectacular Aaron Castleberry. If I'm not mistaken, I think that was his first severe weather event ever covering broadcast wise. So it was hard to not get emotional. I've lived here almost 20 years, and outside of a couple of years, I lived in Alabama, and to watch that go through the town that you've forecast for and covered for so many years, it was tough to kind of hold the emotions back on that one.
I want to ask go ahead, Ricky.
I was going to say, talk about having to work with the delay and the live view delay or the TVU delay, and being able to hear Zach and the folks in the studio at the same time.
Yeah, that was tough. I learned some lessons. We had the delay, and stepping on each other and things like that was a little bit of an issue. Because when you're in severe weather coverage, you speak in half sentences. You can be sitting there talking about, okay, guys, this tornado is coming for, and you'll stop, and you're thinking they're done, and you step in. And so there was a little bit of an issue there in the middle of that also. So while we're all going through that, Southwest Power Authority feeds Jonesboro and Paragould. So even though I was 19 miles to the north, when they started taking power hits, I started taking power hits. So I lost programming. I lost what they were seeing. And then also was losing access to Max. So I had Max 1 up in here. They were using Max 2. Then they lost Max 2. So they needed access to Max 1. So after I lost programming, after I lost ability to have Max, and they needed it anyways, that is when I grabbed my phone, grabbed my laptop, and that's when I went out chasing, if you saw the coverage afterwards.
Ryan, previous to this weekend, had you ever done live TV from home?
Live television, yet from home. Yes, that past Thursday we had done all shows we were kind of dabbling. We're going, okay, do we want to do this completely from home? Do we not? And so Thursday was a beautiful day. Zach was back at the studio, and so we did that. I went live from my backyard, and it went great. Everything went great. And so that's kind of where we were going into this, going, okay, this could work. I will say there was another time about 2 years ago, we had a just random tornado warning. No watch. I'm not even sure if we were in an outlook. Random tornado warning. Didn't produce a tornado, but it was about 2:00 in the morning, and master control calls. And of course, my weather radio and everything's going off. And I told them, I said, I don't have time to make it to the station. So I pulled Max up in my office, and I said, pot up the phone. I'm controlling Max. I'll talk over it. And we did it then. So, I had done that one other time, and no one really even knew then that I was at home. We just talked over it, went through about 30 minutes of a tornado warning, and that was done.
Hey, Ryan, looking at the weather outlook from last week, it looked like the severe weather was going to be maybe in Illinois area. How did you and your team go about preparing for this with, trying to keep as minimum people in the studio? What was the preparation like for the days leading up to the tornado on Saturday?
Well, we were going into anytime we have that we think there will be watches, warnings, or advisories, we mark that on the 7-day forecast as red. And we do certain things like put social media graphics out there specifically for social media. So we were ramping it up. We knew the possibility was there. Of course, you look at it. If that had been over an open field, yeah, it would be a big deal, but not this big of a deal. We knew the possibility was there for tornadoes. But not enough to risk everybody being in the same studio together, if that makes any sense. That morning, I can remember Zach, we kind of have like a little group chat going on with text messages. And I can remember that morning, Zach goes, I'm getting a little concerned about the tornado threat on this also. So, we knew it didn't sneak up on us, but it was still kind of a low end deal. We put a medium risk out a little bit farther down to the south into southeast Missouri. But it still didn't play out exactly like I think anybody thought.
I think one of the remarkable things about this was being able to show the images live. Talk about your camera network and how valuable being able to see that. Because I was watching it on radar in real time. I'll tell you what, if I didn't have that camera at the same time, I would have thought for sure it was producing it on the ground, but it wasn't yet.
No, it wasn't. I kind of thought that also when we have 8 cameras. I think 9 cameras across our viewing area. And that goes back to, that's a James Spann thing. I worked for 2 years down in Montgomery, Alabama. And of course got to know all the stations down in that area. And, James was really big on cameras back then. And it did just make sense. It's like, man, if you can get eyeballs in every single county, especially when you live in as flat of an area as we are in, it's going to be really hard for a tornado to sneak by us. So we have several cameras in Jonesboro. We have some to the west down in Batesville. We've got some up here in Paragould. I say some, one in Paragould, one up in Pocahontas, one in Walnut Ridge. We've got almost every county around us covered. Now after this, I want 2 or 3 more. But I've always been a big fan of cameras. This is actually our second tornado in about a year that we've caught on camera. So, and the other one was heading right from my house also. So,
Ryan, you talked a moment ago about the emotional impact of being able to see this tornado. Is that one of the roles that the Skycam network plays as opposed to just colorful imagery on radar?
Well, I had so many people. One thing that I always do is I go out to the damage path as soon as possible afterwards. And that night and that next day, over and over again, people said, man, we watched it and we knew it was serious. You can say all day long until you're blue in the face, hey, this tornado's on the ground, this tornado's on the, you can tell them, and they're still going to run out there and look at it. But showing it like that, everybody was taking cover. You're not going to be out looking about for it.
You also, as you just mentioned, went down to look at that tornado path after the storm. And you mentioned on James Spann's Weather Brains earlier in the week that that's one of the things you do. You are actually a community responder. Talk to me a little bit about the importance of having that dual role that you play as both a broadcast meteorologist and a community responder.
Yeah, I'm part of the rescue squad here in the county that I'm in. So if you listen to the coverage, at one point I turn on the radio and I'm trying to communicate to our guys and emergency management and dispatch in this area. And then I was thinking, as we were driving down there, my son was going with me, and he said, "Are you going to put your turnouts on when you get down there?" And turnouts, if you're not familiar with that, that's all of your gear that you put on when you start to get in the rescue and extrication for vehicles or rescue of tornadoes. And I really, for the first time, was thinking, I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. Am I getting down here and I'm helping with rescue? Am I getting down here and telling the story of the tornado aftermath? Am I doing a little bit of both? So I was confused. It was one of those first times where I was thinking to myself, what are we going to be doing when we get down here? And of course, our news folks were already on the scene. Zach and Castleberry were continuing the coverage from a weather side of point of view. And I really did. I mean, you look at that, I thought we were going to be pulling dead bodies out all night. And we weren't. So
we had Damon Lane from KOCO in Oklahoma City on our show 2 years ago, and he talked to us about what it was like one day to be on television at the studio tracking a storm as he knew it was coming into his neighborhood. What was it like to be home with your family and having a tornado in your community while also trying to be a broadcaster?
Well, a lot of people have laughed about hearing the snapping. I was going, and what I was doing, I was trying not to go, "Hey, Jennifer," yell into the other room, or, "Hey, George and Avery and Kate, get downstairs." I was trying not to do the yelling at your family, "Get the dog out of here, get the dog downstairs," that thing. So I was kind of meaning, get in here so I can, lip sync to your, and so Jennifer comes in here and I said, "Get downstairs, get downstairs, get downstairs." And I point over at the television, and I wasn't sure if they were watching it in there. And judging by my wife's eyes, I don't think they were. And she looks over at the television, and by that point, it was tearing stuff up, and they moved real fast and went down there. But our wives do this, without us here all the time. In severe weather, they get tornado warnings here, and her job is already to get all the kids and pets and go downstairs. So I don't really know what I was doing, saying, "Hey, like I'm gonna step in and be the leader of this," because they're already, they've done this in the past. And so I realized that after the fact. I'm like, you don't need me to tell you to go downstairs. You probably already knew. But it was wild. And then when I was leaving here, we were having flash flooding in our neighborhood. And it was kind of wild, but I knew that they had everything under control here. And fortunately, I've got a 17-year-old that can handle things here. So I felt comfortable leaving in the midst of that also, once I knew it was going east of us.
Ryan, the tornado EF3, 140 miles per hour winds. I think this happened right around the 5 o'clock time frame. On a normal Saturday night, people would be out at restaurants, shopping. But with the coronavirus going on, thankfully, unfortunately, we had 22 injuries, but I feel like this could have been a whole lot worse if we wasn't going through COVID-19.
Oh, we would have been pulling bodies out. Of those 22 injuries, only 2 of those were hospitalized. So you got to think of a large part of those were probably just scratched up arms and things like that. But I just think I had just left the mall about 2 hours earlier. We went and picked up a cake right beside the mall, right where it hit. And I can remember going by Best Buy. My wife and I were even talking about it. We were like, "Wow, look at that. They've got a tent out front." And what they were doing is, she goes, "Yeah, I bet they're, you pull up and you say what you need and they run in and get it and check you out." And I was like, "Oh yeah, that's kind of cool that they're still open." We even commented and talked about it before we were heading home. And so you had, just a handful of workers in the mall. The rest of the mall was closed. So if you look at the aerials, I mean, it just tore up the mall. J.C. Penney, the roof completely ripped off, and you really can't tell until you look at the aerials how messed up J.C. Penney was. Dillard's ripped out. A Saturday at 5 o'clock, all those places would have been busy. You think of Cheddar's. I think that's a national chain that you guys may know about, but Cheddar's is a restaurant that would have been completely packed with probably about an hour wait with people sitting all around it on a normal Saturday at 5 o'clock. Instead, they had a couple of workers that were cooking to-go orders. You had Academy Sports. You had several restaurants through there. And it also went through, and I'm going to check the numbers on this, but I'd venture to say the busiest intersection in Jonesboro, Arkansas, if not the top three. I mean, definitely. So you just had an extremely populated area that if this had hit on a normal Saturday night where people aren't staying inside, it would have been very bad.
You know, Ryan, you've had a crack at this before with back in the day when you had that other situation where you were home and you had to broadcast real quick. And you've prepared some, and everyone's prepared, but last weekend was something no one has ever experienced before, and certainly to a greater degree than the last tornado that you covered from home. What did you all learn from that?
Well, I learned, the power hits, for one thing. I learned that we need an UPS system even here at the house if we're going to do that. I learned also that I want an over-the-air antenna, which I've already gotten now. But more than likely, even doing all of that, there's going to come a time where we just all need to be in. I know we're trying to take the steps to be socially distant and things like that, but I think if we have another severe weather event like this, we probably just all need to be in studio.
Ryan, talking about the coronavirus stuff for a second, what challenges did that present after the tornado with rescue crews, with the recovery aspect and things like that?
The scary part of it is, and it's really part of the reason why I decided that I need to start broadcasting from home, is that everybody forgot about it. So Saturday night, we're sitting there handing off microphones to each other. We're 6 inches away from the mayor talking to him and the police chief, and we're just helping people. It was like there was no virus. Late that night, we start thinking about it a little bit, and start thinking of, okay, we need to stay a little farther apart. We need, things like that. And then the next day, you get out and you get into the damage. You start helping people and you start talking to people, and everybody's just hugging each other and just happy that everybody's alive. And, I had one lady come up and just give me a hug. And it was like, well, I'm not going to sit there and say, no, coronavirus. You're not going to say, well, I'm not going to go in this person's home and help them clean up because of the coronavirus. But later in the day, everybody just kind of starts thinking, well, this could be really bad. We've got people coming in from out of state. We've got people that are older. We've got, just everything started coming around to where you slowly started seeing people taking more precautions. You slowly started, people were elbow bumping instead of hugging and crying and things. I did notice, in fact, Tim Marshall, I met up with him at the tire store, and that's the first time that I saw they were separating out the cleanup and rescue into groups of 10. And they were telling all of them to stay 6 feet apart. So it took a while. But for a period, everyone forgot it. As I said, I'm on the rescue squad, and we 3 weeks back were handed masks, and we were supposed to be wearing masks and responding. Well, I wasn't rescuing people at that point, so I was just like, oh, I'm not doing that. So I don't have to follow any rules because I'm not doing that side of it, and I'm back on the media side of it. But I look back and I'm like, man, I hope 10 or 14 days from now, we're not looking at this going, we all got a little too close. So.
And that's it'll be very interesting to see how that goes. And you're right. It is weird. I mean, even me personally forecasting on a day-to-day basis, I've kind of had to tell myself, hey, this is still important, but it feels less important on a day-to-day basis with everything going on. So I want to bring in Corbin here real quick to kind of talk about maybe something that you guys experienced too, Ryan, and it was trying to shelter people during severe weather and with the whole coronavirus situation going around. And Corbin, you kind of work in the emergency management field a little bit. Talk about what scenarios would play out and what problems play out with sheltering people during severe weather events while this virus is going around.
So obviously that's one of the things that we really want to look into. Is sheltering in general is never a good situation per se, especially in severe weather events. And we're all very...
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. and get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
Goes on, even though the coronavirus is our main focus right now. So one of the main things, obviously, is social distancing. There are some guidelines out from FEMA as well as DHS or DHHS that say, basically each person needs anywhere from about 50 to 80 square feet. So that's going to limit how many people we can put in a building and create shelter for. And especially if we're looking, 6 feet apart, so we don't, sneeze and cough on each other to limit the coronavirus spread at this point. So that's some of the things we're thinking about and we're actively working through in the Emergency Operations Center. I think in North Carolina, currently at the last count, there are 46 emergency operations centers active. So it's definitely something that's on the forefront of our mind.
What about masks and stuff like that? Has that been given any thought? I know CDC's been reconsidering some of their thoughts, and Los Angeles tonight recommended their citizens wear masks when going out and about. Is there any benefit to that? Is there any downside to that?
So that's obviously another one of the hot topics from the CDC. It's one of those things that's changing every 12 hours. For emergency responders, the protocols in North Carolina just changed to where we were only wearing masks on suspected COVID-19 patients. Now we're wearing masks on every patient encounter. And now, you're starting to see some direction from the CDC and from Pence's, from Vice President Pence's coronavirus task force that may say different. So there's conflicting stuff out there right now, but just for the everyday person, wearing a mask all day long doesn't seem to have an effect yet. But we'll see what the data shows as the days come.
Corbin, we learned today that a paramedic with medic tested positive for coronavirus. You mentioned a minute ago that more people might be wearing masks as they go out and tend to emergency responses. Did that decision to have everyone wearing masks as they're responding to calls come as a result of that positive coronavirus case, or more in line with the CDC updated guidelines?
So just to clarify one thing, I'm a paramedic relief supervisor in Cabarrus County, but I did see the news about medic's case in Mecklenburg County as well. And that was actually put out yesterday by the North Carolina Office of OEMS prior to, I'm assuming, that case testing positive. But you got to remember, so an N95 is to protect the provider. A surgical mask also protects the provider, but it's better to kind of put on the patient because it's going to prevent them from spreading their germs, just like a surgeon in surgery.
Patty, I think you had something.
Yeah, I was wanting to ask Corbin. I'll ask you and Ryan both. Ryan, you live in Tornado Alley per se, the Arkansas area, kind of prone to tornadoes, especially this time of the year. As the CDC and as we hear about the doctors, they're talking about we're going to continue to kind of see that spike happen over the next 2, 3, 4 weeks. Do you think this will become more of a concern, Ryan, when you're talking to your folks? I know I'm not sure about your particular area, but I know places like Kansas and Oklahoma, they have these public storm shelters. How do you think I don't want to say you guys have fear of tornadoes because you're more used to them than we are here in the Carolinas, but how do you think preparing for severe weather days as well as dealing with the coronavirus, how do you think the psyche is going to play on people out in your area, Ryan?
That's a great question because we have had some of the public shelters closed, and because a lot of them are, some of them are in basements of hospitals and stuff. And you say we're used to them. Saturday night has scared a lot of people, and the storm anxiety is going to be really, really high. And I don't really know how that's going to go. As far as public shelters, even some that are open, it'll be interesting to see. Or even, there's a lot of places where Like our house, we have a basement here. Not everyone around us has basements. So we've always just, hey, come on over, take shelter. Will we all continue to do that? I think in a tornadic situation, I think you throw it out. I know that may not be the right answer, and I'm sure my doctor friends may say, oh, I don't know, but I don't know.
Corbin, to you, you guys are dealing with the COVID-19. We're getting into the Carolina severe weather season where maybe not as many tornadoes, but we still have this threat of severe storms. And you're trying to message the threat of severe weather, but also trying to communicate about the COVID-19. So how are you guys in the emergency management spectrum are dealing with the preparation of severe weather and dealing with the ongoing virus?
So one of the things we have set up in Mecklenburg County, the Emergency Operations Center there, is we have a decision support services line set up with the National Weather Service, which we set up in all of our special events and things like that. We do have the ability to have the National Weather Service in the EOC with us, just a phone call away, a request away. But it's something that our Joint Information Center that deals with all the public information is looking at as well as we progress into our summer season, our storm season per se. We're going to start messaging, obviously, coronavirus, COVID-19, but also our severe weather messages as well. Before the coronavirus hit, we did participate in the nationwide tornado drill day at fire headquarters and everything like that. So we're still trying to do our normal stuff as well as focus on COVID.
Let's bring in Brad Panovich, who is a broadcast man at WCNC in Charlotte. Brad, if you were to go to air tomorrow for a tornadic situation, do you have something in mind that you would tell people in the event they either needed to leave a manufactured home to go to a sturdy shelter, or even afterwards if their homes were damaged?
I found it was interesting. I read the press release that I think the governor of Kansas sent out. I think it was yesterday or today, basically saying, you got to prioritize the threat. So if a tornado is coming, that's your most immediate threat. So you need to seek shelter. But if you are going to seek shelter in a community setting, try to do the social distancing the best you can. But it's one of those things. If there's a train coming at you, you get out of the way of the train first, okay? And then you worry about all these other things secondary. So I think that what I would tell people is, do the best you can, but please avoid the tornado because that's the most immediate threat and most likely going to cause you your life. But I was glad to see Ryan's work, which was spectacular because it kind of gave me a little relief that, hey, we could do this remotely from a broadcast standpoint as well. But just like Ryan, I think if we knew a couple of days ahead of time that we might have a moderate threat day, that we probably are going to send one of us into the studio, likely me, and we'll keep everybody else out of there. But the fact that we can do this remotely with somebody in studio is great. The whole reason I had this monitor behind me was I was thinking ahead, like if I have to track storms at home, I wanted some kind of graphic behind me where I could be in front of it. So I think that potential is there as well. But it's the first time in a long time, as a meteorologist, I'm like, I hope we have a super quiet spring. I'm just like, I do not want to have the added worries of severe weather. And I've already been thinking about hurricane season as well. I don't want to have to deal with any hurricanes. I just want it to be quiet because I think it's the last thing people need to worry about right now. But we know, it's April. For us, April's the peak of severe weather season. Hurricane season's around the corner. So at some point in the next couple months, we're going to be dealing with severe weather and coronavirus at the same time. And hopefully we'll be a little more prepared by then.
Something else to think about, guys, through all this is I wonder what the viewership numbers are, and I wonder what the connected people numbers are. Are people using Netflix more? Are people watching these streaming services more? And maybe not watching actual television. My cable box will override with the EAS if something happens, but Netflix and things like that won't. So it'll be interesting to see if more people pay attention, less people pay attention. You're not at work, so maybe you're more connected.
Well, it's a good point, Ricky. But I think one of the things, what happened in Jonesboro is a good example. I think the fact that everybody's in a home already is a good start. At least they're there. One of the things that I love what Ryan did during this event was, tell people to call people. I mean, the thing is, as a broadcast meteorologist, you can never assume everyone's watching you. They're not. So, but you can connect other people to the people that are watching you by telling them to call people, DM them, text them, do whatever, amplify your message. And that will wake people up and get them, away from Netflix and maybe flip on the broadcast network. But this is where digital and social media is really important to us as broadcast mets. It's a way for us to reach people when they're not watching us. And so hopefully they'll flip us around. The thing I worry about, Ricky, honestly, is that, and we've already seen this, our internet and digital systems overwhelmed with so many people at home. Are the WIAs going to be bogged down? Are the cell networks going to be clogged up? Are we going to be able to push out this information because there's so many people using all this bandwidth right now?
Yep, good point. James, I think you had something to say.
Yeah, I had a question for Ryan. And, it's so often in interviews, we end the interview by saying, what else did you want to share? What did we not ask you? And while that's exactly what I want to post to you now, because we are trying to think of everything, but inevitably we're not. And unfortunately, you had a situation where you've now experienced one of these scenarios that we're still fearing. So let me ask you, what did you learn that we're not even thinking of?
Well, two things. This wasn't my first time to have a tornado in front of us on live television, but it was the most populated. And you just have to remind yourself to keep your emotions in check. It's tough, and you can say it a million times. Oh, I would, but you really have to keep, stay calm, because it's going to continue moving forward. And so that's one thing that, for every broadcaster, as Brad said, telling people to call people. And that was huge. There was a lot of people that I didn't run into anyone that said they didn't know it was coming. It was either I was watching you guys, your app went off, or my mother or sister or whoever called me and said it was coming. So nobody knew it wasn't coming, but you got to spread out the tentacles and get everybody working for you, more or less. But from the side of this whole new thing with social distancing and everything, is in the cleanup process. Even though we're all wanting to hug each other for all being alive and making it through it, we just got to be smart through this whole thing.
Corbin, what about you guys from an emergency response paramedic scenario in your experience? Do you think if we got into a weather situation, the response might look slightly different, or the advice coming out from officials to the public might look slightly different?
It may look slightly different, but obviously we're going to prioritize life and safety first before everything. So everything we do is to save life. And if that means, that we have to put people at risk of getting COVID-19, then it's probably something we're going to do in that situation. Whereas if it's a sheltering situation, it's a little different. We can, open more shelters per se for less people. Instead of a shelter we put 300 people in, we may just put 100 people in and then open 2 additional shelters, something to that effect. So it's something that, it's taken into consideration, but ultimately that life safety is the priority of every first response agency out there.
Yeah, it's certainly a lot to weigh. Brad mentioned a minute ago in an analogy with a train, and Ryan, you mentioned it as well too, in that, in some sort of silver lining, not having people out at the restaurants and the malls and the supermarkets may have done you guys some good.
That is a huge lifesaver. Not having the people on the road. We still had people on the roads, but not having large numbers of people out there was saved lives.
What other agencies? We're talking a lot about weather and medical and first response, but the hospital systems as well too, I think, could be a concern. Brad, what's on your mind, I guess, when you think of this strain on the entire system?
Well, when you have so many people in the healthcare, emergency management, everybody working on this COVID-19 pandemic, if we have a mass casualty event or some kind of huge, you worry about how the resources are stretched so thin already. And I even think about it from a health standpoint. It's like, this is not the time to have a broken arm or leg. because you are not a priority at the hospital when you go in there. And in fact, going to the hospital puts you at more risk than, treating yourself maybe outside of the hospital. So that's what I worry about. If we have a big event in a populated area, and I'm sure that's what Ryan was worried about on Saturday, is like, this thing's plowing through his main metro. It's like, man, how are we going to handle this with all this other stuff going on? So I think that's a big concern. And that's why I think just people in general have to be very cautious over the next couple of months. We don't need to have unneeded visits to the ER for things that, we could prevent. Like, I've even talked to my kids like, hey, let's not jump out of the tree, okay, for the next month or so. Let's not try to jump the bike over the rock, because we're probably not going to be able to get into the ER. So from a weather safety standpoint, don't take that added risk. If there's lightning outside, let's just go inside. We don't need someone to get hit. If there's severe weather, let's be overly precautious and safe in this situation, because we don't want to have to go to the hospital or ER in this situation when they have a whole mess of another concern to worry about right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the trick there is going to be getting people to maintain that attitude for a prolonged period of time. Scotty read an interesting article today, and I'm going to go to him in a second to summarize talking about weather data and observation. And I feel like now is a good time to bring it in, because we're talking about the strain on the response system, but also the strain on that data system. Going back to what Brad was talking about could the systems be overwhelmed, the emergency alert systems, or even the data observations? Scotty, that was something that you were reading about today, right?
Yeah, so the World Meteorological Organization, the WMO, came out with an article today talking about COVID-19 and how it could affect some of our weather modeling, weather forecasting. I can maybe toss this to Brad here in a little bit, and Ryan, maybe they can tell you a little bit more than I can. But basically, there's all kinds of observations. We run satellite radars. If you're familiar with the Carolinas, it seems like one of our radars is always down. And so it takes people to go out and fix those. And with the strain and the social distancing, the folks may not be there to get that. There's also another concern with the airplanes that are taking off, just everyday flights. A lot of these airplane companies have weather observations on them. They send temperature, humidity levels, wind speed, wind direction, and all that's kind of fed into our systems and kind of help us with our weather modeling and our weather forecasting. So with the less flights that are going out right now, with people not traveling from COVID-19, and just the strain on the staff to get out and fix these instruments that we use every day in the weather community, we could start to see some concerns with that as we get longer and longer into this COVID-19. Brad, I know you love to talk about weather models and how we get all that data in. I know you've actually done some weather school talks about that, which we'll talk about in just a little bit. But can you kind of tell the public a little bit about how we could start to see more inaccurate weather data as we get through this process?
Yeah, so I actually posted some graphs the other day. This is called what we refer to as AMDARB data. It's basically aircraft data. And I'm going to try to share my screen here. I don't know if this is going to work, but we'll try to do this. You guys can see my screen. Oh, maybe it's not going to share. I'm going to share it here, hopefully.
Not yet. Otherwise, is it something you tweeted? I can double box?
No, it's let me see if I can bring it up. It won't let me share it. But what it was is a chart basically showing the lack of upper air obs from aircraft. People don't realize that every commercial aircraft that takes off and lands collects, data for us. And so what has happened is that we have actually, let me see if I can share it. There we go. You guys see it?
Yeah, we got it.
So what you're looking at here is, I made it a little bigger. This is the GFS model. And that red line is the drop in observations from aircraft going into the GFS model. You can see pre-COVID, which is earlier in the month, we were getting about 15 to 18,000 observations into the 12Z GFS. As of this morning's GFS, that is down to like 2,000. I mean, that is just a tremendous drop. And the best way I can explain this to people that have seen hurricane coverage, you may have seen me talk about how we often like to get the plane out in the system so that we can get better data for the models. Well, this is what these planes are doing. When we have that lack of upper air data, some of the accuracy and the guidance can drop by 20% or so. And it's just not the US, that's just US data. That doesn't include European data, Asian data. I mean, and that article you're referring to, Scotty, all those aircraft. I was amazed how much some of the European airlines added to this. It was crazy, the drop in upper air observation. So this is going to be a real task that we're going to have to watch and see how much this impacts severe weather. Day-to-day weather, it might not have an immediate impact on us, but I think for high impact events like severe weather outbreaks, tornadoes, flooding, this might have a pretty significant impact, because the difference between something being 20% more intense or less intense is pretty significant in the weather world.
Brad, do you think it would impact high-res models more, or models like the global forecast system?
It seems like it'd be more the global forecast, because the upper air data is really key for, big, long wave troughs and ridges. You're looking at long wave pattern. I think the CAMS models are going to do fine. Thank goodness we have the GOES 16 and 17 sounder data, and now we have the polar orbiting data. The only problem is you need clear skies for good sounding data from the polar orbiters. But that sounding data, back after 9/11, we saw a similar drop in this aircraft data, but we didn't have the satellite data that we have now. So I think the satellite data is actually offsetting some of the issues, but this is going to be a much longer period of time that we'll start missing this data. It's only been, about 2 weeks now. I think we start getting 3-4 weeks, and now the long wave pattern across the whole globe will be totally impacted by this lack of upper air data.
Well, you've been teaching us some stuff now, and I think, James, part 3 of our episode tonight was about teaching folks about weather. Do we want to transition over to that?
Sure thing. Real fast, let me ask Ryan one last question, and then we'll certainly go to that, and I appreciate the transition. Did you guys, Ryan, have any issue with observations during or in the aftermath of your storms with everything going on coronavirus related?
You talking about from weather observations? Yeah, Jonesboro Airport took a direct hit. And there's going to be some interesting things come out of that, because KJBR did take a direct hit. You can go back and look at the data and see the winds backing as it was coming in. And the interesting thing is, it looks like power was knocked out. And it looks like the altimeter was knocked out, but was in kind of a separate area from the actual ASOS. So we probably, like you said, with the weather service being stretched thin and social distancing and stuff, we probably won't have observations from Jonesboro for quite a while.
That's interesting, and I think that's going to play into this bigger picture as we're just trying to use whatever we've got available, and everyone's trying to do their best and safely to restore all of this. As Ricky mentioned, I know Brad Panovich here at WCNC has started to do some at-home weather classes. Brad, how did this come about? Why is it an important thing with so many kids at home that you guys saw a void to fill?
Well, yeah, Ryan could speak to this as well. We do a ton of school talks throughout the year. I think last year I added up, and I thought I did a lot last year. I did 76 last year. I know some folks, like our good friend Ed Piotrowski down in Myrtle Beach, I think he does like 200 a year. I mean, it's a crazy amount. And so initially when this happened and all the kids were stuck at home, I thought, man, I had to cancel a bunch of my school talks. I do a 1-hour presentation where I go out, and I had a ton scheduled in the spring for 2nd and 5th graders here in North Carolina, which is weather is part of the curriculum in those courses. And so what I did the first couple days we were out, I decided, you know what, I'm just going to do my 1-hour presentation at home, and I'm going to stream it. And I did it with my kids, and it did pretty well. And then my general manager in the station said, hey, let's do this every day at 1 o'clock. I'm like, every day? I was like, an hour? They're like, no, we're going to do small, one topic at a time. Let's break that hour thing down to one topic, and we'll do it every single day. And so I got the rest of my weather team involved. And it's put another thing on my plate, but I enjoy it. I mean, I produce the thing from home completely. I do it all out of this computer right now that's in front of me. And we send it out every day at 1, and on YouTube, Twitch, Periscope, Facebook, our app, and our website. And the cool thing is our YouTube page, we have a playlist built that James put together that archives all these. So if kids miss them or teachers miss them, they can go back and watch them again. And it's been a lot of fun. I think we created a monster, though. I have a bad feeling when sales starts asking questions about it, I'm like, uh-oh, what did we do here? So we've already had that inquiry.
I know nothing about this.
Yeah, so you're like, oh, what did we do? Now it's going to have a sponsor, and we're going to have to do this every day for the rest of our lives. But I think it's really important because The cool thing about weather, I think, I mean, I'm a weather geek. We're all weather geeks, right? We love it. But to me, it's one of the few sciences for a kid. It's just not something in a textbook. You can teach it to them and they can immediately go outside and apply the principles of atmospheric science to what they actually see every day. So for a lot of kids, this is their first real science that they see, because a lot of times, physics and chemistry just looks like something in a book, but atmospheric science is actually something they can see, touch, and feel. So I think it has a real big impact on them. And in these tough times, it's actually been kind of a nice thing to be able to do and have the kids like tweet pictures at me of them in front of their TV, watching it on YouTube or watching it. The funny thing I'll say, the Twitch stuff has been great. I've had so many kids on Twitch reach out to me who...
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina WeatherNet.
This is pretty cool. What games do you play? So it's like, everyone wants to wants me to game with them online, and maybe me and my son will team up and we'll get in there and get a server going, and we'll start playing some games with some people online. But it's been fun.
Last week we played one of the virtual storm chasing games
Oh,
on our Twitch.
Exactly.
Yeah, I'm really. I think that'd be fun. I would like to play like NBA 2K with like some other anchors at the other stations. I think that'd be cool to have a little like tournament in the market.
Broadcast Met iRacing.
What's that?
Broadcast Met iRacing.
Yeah, or something. I think that would be cool. I think viewers would eat that up. We could stream it online. It would be great.
You're giving those sales folks some more ideas.
We'll get our sports guys to do commentary. It would be awesome.
Corbett, I have one question for you before we kind of wrap up. As Brad was talking about, he does a lot of hands-on things with students. You guys in emergency management, you guys do the same thing. So has this kind of affected you all with your outreach to the public?
Yes, it's affected our outreach substantially. We're not really doing much face-to-face right now. You'll notice if you go to like the Charmec EM Instagram, Facebook, Twitter account, you start seeing some videos pop up from the Emergency Operations Center in areas like that, where we're trying to do some education, but just obviously not face-to-face like we normally do. I think last year we did anywhere between 30 and 50 face-to-face talks with everywhere from school-age kids to older adults to talk about emergency preparedness. So it's definitely affected that, and we're seeing that effect, I think, just across about every industry at this point.
That's interesting. I hadn't thought about that in terms of fire prevention and first aid trainings, and that would be school-age kids. But you guys also, would you normally be doing office visits? Is that something that is done too for like professionals in office parks?
So we have a public information officer, and she goes out and does a lot of talks. One of the most recent age groups has been like older folks in not retirement communities, but maybe apartment complexes over the age of 50 to talk about emergency preparedness and what they can do just in a general emergency, a weather event, having 72 hours worth of supplies on hand, just general things like that.
Let's not even talk about supplies because we know those are scarce right now. But James, one thing I want to do before we close out, I do want to bring on Dan Whitaker. You guys may have seen him pop up from time to time on our show tonight. Dan is our newest panelist here for the Carolina Weather Group. So Dan, for those who are watching tonight, why don't you introduce yourself to everyone?
Hey, thanks, Scotty. Yeah, so I have been involved with weather as a kind of weather geek and weather follower since 2008, and have really I'm strong on the storm observation, visual storm aspects, storm spotting, storm chasing. I'm kind of in the field, in the storm type of guy. So nice to be able to kind of join everybody and represent that angle when I can. And it's definitely great listening to all the different kind of pieces to the conversation tonight. Honestly, I have kind of one thought, kind of reaches out to a lot of the different things that were being talked about from tonight, which is, as a person who enjoys the spectacle of nature and following everything from nice day cumulus clouds to supercells in the Midwest. For those who want to experience more outdoor weather during this time when we want to travel less and we want to do more staying at home, short of tuning into Brad Panovich's weather lessons to get some real world observation. Is there a way that anyone wants to kind of speak to that would be a good way for people to do that right now?
Definitely so, Dan. And we are happy to have you on the team and can't wait. Well, maybe we can't wait till hurricane season, but we can't wait to see your footage out there. Evan, I wanted to bring you. I know you had something you want to mention, but you also did a little chasing of yourself today, but not storm chasing.
Yeah, I do my little cheesy snow chasing. It's really not nearly as complex as the stuff that Dan does. But as long as you drive high enough up on a mountain, you'll eventually run into snow. So I went up to Craggy Gardens today. Parkway was closed at about 4,900 feet, but I ended up running the rest of the way up to Craggy Pinnacle at 5,900. And it was beautiful, about 3 inches of snow up there, real windy. I'll share a picture since I can see James yearning and trying to share a webcam.
I was trying.
Yeah, so then that's what it looked like up on Craggy, right near the Craggy Pinnacle Tunnel. It was real pretty. But you're right, Scotty. The one other thing I wanted to mention tonight before we close is that we've talked about a lot of the challenges that have been presented to us over the last couple of weeks as we suddenly get thrown into this new coronavirus situation. But there are some opportunities and some good things. If Melissa Griffin were here from the South Carolina Climate Office, she would be talking about Coco Ross. I know we just finished up March Madness, but this is an excellent opportunity for people to be joining Coco Ross and submitting precipitation reports every day because everyone's got to stay at home, right? So why not get up at 8 a.m. for work or school and check their rain gauge? So she would want us to mention that. And just because it's not March doesn't mean we can't do it. But go join Coco Ross. We'll tweet out a link later tonight.
That sounds good. That's a great point, Evan. We definitely, I think I read a tweet, North Carolina second in Coco Ross reporters. So that's pretty cool. And I know South Carolina is up there as well. So the Carolinas representing really well. So anybody have anything else before we kind of close up shop tonight? All right. So I appreciate you guys watching tonight. We hope that you stay safe out there. Continue to practice those best practices of social distancing and kind of just staying inside. Eventually, hopefully sooner rather than later, we'll get back to normalcy and be able to enjoy what we've not been able to enjoy for the last 3 weeks. So we're thinking about everyone. We hope that you stay safe out there. We appreciate you watching the Carolina Weather Group tonight. Be sure to follow Ryan and his folks if you're ever out in the Arkansas area. Ryan, once again, great coverage this weekend for you and your team out there. Spectacular. And we hope that everyone in your community will get back to normalcy with the cleanup from the tornado. And we extend our thoughts and prayers to your folks out there as well. So we hope you all have a great week, and we'll see you back here next week for another episode of the Carolina Weather Group.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
Good evening and welcome to an all-new Carolina Weather Group for this Wednesday, July 28th, 2021. I'm James Brierton here in Charlotte. We have a great show for you this week. It's a brand new episode featuring North Carolina State climatologist Dr. Kathy Dello. And you're going to hear it coming up in just a moment. I want to let you know ahead of time that there is a bonus part to tonight's episode. If you want to hear even more of the conversation, it is available for free, and you can find our whole chat with her on the audio podcast feed of the Carolina Weather Group. That's on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever it is you get podcasts. That's where part 2 of tonight's episode will be. But first, let's get on to part 1. Here's Evan Fisher.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Carolina Weather Group. We are here tonight with Dr. Kathy Dello of the North Carolina State Climate Office. We're super thankful that she's given us some time tonight, and we're excited to chat with her. It's been a long time coming. She is the North Carolina State climatologist, which is a bit of a lengthy title, right? Some people are, what is a climatologist? That's a question we're going to cover tonight. We're really excited for this, and we're going to chat more about North Carolina climate and everything that the North Carolina State Climate Office does. Kathy, one thing that we love to do with our first-time guests is ask them about their weather journey. How did you get into all of this?
Yeah, so I'm from upstate New York, Western New York, as I'm supposed to say as a New Yorker, and lake effect snow just really blew me away, that you could get feet of snow in the course of a day. And I decided that, this was something that I needed to study, but also as a precocious preschooler, I went outside during recess and saw that the clouds were moving. And we had learned that day that we're on a planet that rotates, but you can't feel it. So I thought I had discovered something super big and went up to my teacher and was like, you said we can't feel it or see it, but I see it. And she's like, those are the clouds. So it just built up this huge curiosity about kind of what was going on around me and what was going on with the weather. And I was dead set on being a meteorologist.
So Kathy, I have to ask you, we have a few of our folks who grew up in your area up there. What was the biggest lake effect snow event that you remember?
So I remember so I'm going to age myself here, the storms in the early 90s. One was an ice storm in 1991 and then the 93 snowstorm. And we were out of school for about a week, which is unheard of kind of in Western New York. You get to school when it's snowing, but we were sledding and building igloos. It was fantastic.
So it's the one time that New Yorkers can't doubt us Southerners about closing everything during snow.
Nope.
Except I'm guessing y'all had about 3 feet of snow, while it only takes about 3/4 of an inch down here.
Yeah. When we were building igloos, it was basically just tunneling through like what the plow had built up.
Maybe one day we'll get to experience that. Maybe just in the mountains. We won't wish that on the Piedmont. That might be too much.
No.
So tell us what a state climatologist does. What do you do over there at the NCSCO?
Yeah, so we are the state's climate and weather kind of knowledge repository. We keep the climate data for the state, and I like to tell people the state climate offices have evolved over time. They started in the 70s, and it was truly a man in a filing cabinet who would kind of write down records and file them away. Clearly, we've evolved beyond that. I'm not putting anything in a filing cabinet these days, but what we do is we're the nerve center, the knowledge center for anybody who wants to understand North Carolina's climate and weather. So people come to us for research. People come to us for outreach and extension. We work with K-12 students. We work with North Carolina Cooperative Extension, and they're all in all 100 counties. And then we do monitoring. We run the North Carolina EcoNet, which sends 1.5 million observations a day back to Raleigh. Wow. So we are monitoring North Carolina's environment every day.
Wow, that is a lot of data. Anyone who knows the podcast knows that I'm a huge fan of the EcoNet. Kathy and the crew does a great job at the State Climate Office. They've got stations everywhere from, the furthest west one, Frying Pan, perhaps?
I think so.
Okay, Frying Pan is the furthest west. Now that I've gotten myself into geography, I might as well go ahead and pitch the question. There's a new furthest east station coming. Can you chat about that?
Yeah, so we are putting up a station in Nags Head this summer. It's been a hole in our network. If you look at a map, we don't have any stations on the Outer Banks. We have one on Bald Head Island, and we get a lot of really fantastic, interesting info from there. So it only made sense for us to expand into this place that is so interesting climatologically and weather-wise. So we'll be at Chalky's Ridge State Park. And And that gives us an opportunity both on the education side, because we have people that will be visiting the park and learning a little bit more about North Carolina's weather and climate through the EcoNet. And then from a monitoring standpoint, we have stakeholders who have requested a site, especially ahead of hurricane season, to understand a little bit more about their local weather.
Kathy, we call this like a Mesonet program, and several states have those. But tell us what goes into put one of those weather stations there. I mean, what are all instruments? What all are you observing, taking in data? What does that look like?
Yeah, so it is a 10-meter tower. So they're not small. So when we were thinking about the Outer Banks, it had to be in a place where it wasn't going to be next to a $1 million beach house, obviously. And we're putting all sorts of sensors on these towers. We measure soil moisture, we measure temperature at different levels, we measure wind at different levels, which is good for understanding inversions and fire weather, which they are interested in Nag's Head as well. We're measuring solar radiation, precipitation through an impact sensor and a rain gauge. Really, we have all the bells and whistles except for cameras, which our colleagues in New York State have.
Yeah, those stations are amazing. The amount of data, 1.5 million. Holy cow, I can't imagine what you guys must have to go through to sort that, QC it every day. That is a lot of algorithms, I'm sure.
Yeah, and it does get QC'd every day, and it catches most of the big errors. Sometimes things slip through, and Evan, you've caught some stuff before, and folks email us, and we love that because it's always great to have another set of eyes checking your work. But it's a ton of data, and it gets ingested into the State Climate Office every 5 minutes, except for Mount Mitchell, which comes in every 15 minutes.
Oh, interesting. I did not know that. That's good.
Yeah, we don't have cell service up at Mount Mitchell, so we have to use an old modem.
Interesting. Huh. I realize that. Well, with the online products that you'll have, I know there's a big overhaul earlier this year to introduce a bunch of new web products, one of which is Cardinal. Can you chat a little bit about some of the stuff that you released earlier in the year?
Yeah, so going back to how the state climate offices have evolved, it's no longer Kathy sitting with her filing cabinet of observations. We have all these data coming in from our network, from NOAA, from USGS, and we want to think of a way to serve it up to North Carolinians in a way that's accessible for them to access and use and kind of repurpose for their needs. So we had a system called Kronos. It was developed in 2003. So Kronos was old enough to vote by 2021. And no online system needs to be around for 18 years. And if you looked into Kronos, the code started to get a little bit wacky. So we decided to start from scratch. And we went to North Carolina Cooperative Extension and said, what do you need from us? What would make your job easier when you can't always, call up the folks at the State Climate Office and get the data that you need? So they talked about some online tools that would be really helpful, a kind of three-pronged approach for getting the data. We have Station Scout, which is a way to just kind of quickly look at the data and plot some graphs. Cardinal, which is a way to get a lot of data, and then an API, which Evan, I know you've used, which is for more of our more advanced users.
Yeah, I do like to pull more data than I probably should, and it's nice to be able to now. I really appreciate all the new products. It's super, super interesting. And one note for our podcast listeners, I don't know if anyone out there actually cares about grandfather mountain winds as much as I do, but I did just notice last night that a platform has been re-uploaded for the Grandfather Mountain weather station, which it's not technically part of the EcoNet, but it was part of Kronos, I guess, probably the way to say it. And it's fabulous. I'll tweet out a link on the Carolina Weather Group page, and you can find it on June 16th of 2021. Scotty, I guess I'll pass to you. I've been talking a lot.
Yeah, well, Kathy, one thing that's new this year, 2021, is the new climate norms. And we get those, I think it's every 30 years. And so we've kind of closed out that cycle. And can you tell us a little bit about why we take like 30-year snippets, and then what has changed from the last cycle to this current cycle?
Yeah, so we look at 30-year snippets of climate because we know that day-to-day weather is variable and day-to-day climate is variable. And these were developed even before, the climate really started warming. So they were used for kind of growing purposes and energy purposes. It was a good baseline for everybody to operate from. And they're updated every 10 years, and they're obviously still updated every 10 years. So we got the 91 to 2020 normals a couple months ago. And what they're showing, unsurprisingly, is warmer temperatures. So when you shift that baseline and you have those decades where it has been warmer, it shows up in the averages. But then we're seeing some parts of the country get wetter, including coastal North Carolina, but some parts of the country get drier. We're seeing a massive drought out in the western US where I used to live, but also western North Carolina shows up as dry in the new normals. So we're seeing some in-state variability as well.
I see Scotty already scrambling at the keys, going pull numbers. Yeah, so one thing that we're working on at the State Climate Office, which I think is super cool with this conversation, Kathy, is a new climate trends analysis tool. And I've been poking around at it the past few days, and it is really interesting to see how parts of the Carolinas, despite how incredibly wet it has felt, there are parts of the Carolinas that have actually gotten drier, and a significant trend towards dryness over the last 30 to 50 years, I should say.
Yeah, I mean, one of the fun things and tough things about working in North Carolina is that our terrain is so variable. So even without a changing climate, the fun fact that Lake Toxaway is the wettest spot in the state and Asheville's the driest spot, and they're so close to each other. We have all this internal variability going on within the state. And then obviously we've got our tropical systems. We get the direct hits on the coast in the east, but then we get these remnants that creep up from the Gulf hits in western North Carolina. And we saw it last year kind of come at us from both ways.
Yeah, I think many parts of West North Carolina are still recovering in a way from 2018. And that was an incredibly wet year. And it did set the stage for a series of wet months going through the rest of 2018, 2019, 2020. It just felt like it wouldn't let up there for a while. And now we find ourselves in a bit of a drier pattern. I think Mount Mitchell is actually having its driest year to date on record, which is pretty unusual considering they had 50 inches by this time in 2018.
Yeah, it's amazing. We came off North Carolina's second wettest year on record in 2020. We had this really wet winter in Raleigh-Durham. It was the second wettest on record. Then we went to the driest spring at Raleigh-Durham Airport. And then the first 10 days of June have been extremely wet. So these swings between very wet and very dry. And farmers are telling us it's too wet to plant. And then when I can get in and plant, the soils are too dry and my crops are being compromised. So it's a big conundrum.
Well, while we're on that topic, we, as of this taping in mid-June, you were talking about how dry it's been, especially in eastern North Carolina. As a climatologist, I guess drought is one of your biggest things you have to monitor for the state, and probably one of the most dangerous things, not only because of, we could lose water resources, but also a lot of agriculture in the state of North Carolina. So if you don't mind, could you tell us a little bit about drought and why it's important that we don't get in that condition as we have here currently? And I guess 2016 was the last drought that we saw here in the Carolinas. So drought's not a good thing. I know people complain about it raining all the time, but we actually do need some rain from week to week.
Yeah, and it's interesting. So really, a lot of my background is in drought. I was in Oregon for 10 years, and I was our drought person in Oregon, and we had our drought of record in 2015. Since then, there's now been 2 more droughts of record, but almost no snowpack throughout the winter, and that's how the West gets its water supply. So I learned a whole lot about why drought matters to people, who needs the water, when people need water at different times, how different groups compete for water. It's incredibly fraught, and water is something that we all need to live. We can't just get by without it. So when I got here, I started poking around on what are the droughts of record that I need to know. What's the 2015 drought in North Carolina? And it's obviously 2007. And, it's scary when you learn that towns were close to running out of water. So Durham had less than 100 days of water supply. The city of Atlanta, this was a big southeast drought, had water restrictions in place. Falls Lake in Raleigh, it did not look like a lake at that point. So we have droughts in the Southeast US, obviously, even if it's kind of not like the arid West. And, here, we see more of these flash drought situations, which is what I would define what happened from winter to spring to kind of what's happening now in the summer. Really, really wet to really dry, flipping back and forth between these extremes. Whereas in the West, we've seen on the drought monitor that drought evolve over the past few months. And here, I mean, we grow a lot of crops in North Carolina. I just looked this up today. I don't remember why, but North Carolina is number 9 for crop growing expenditures in the country. So we still grow a lot of the country's food. We need water, obviously, to live. And some of the towns in North Carolina in the past few weeks issued some voluntary restrictions. So they weren't required, but maybe people should start to think about saving some water.
And that also kind of leads into a tool that I use a lot from your website, and that's the fire danger, which I really enjoy that product and so glad that it's available. But those drought conditions also can lead to wildfires. And thankfully, during this drought spell, I don't recall of any major events happening. So correct me if I'm wrong with that, but I think we relatively got lucky during this dry span that we've not seen big fire events.
Yeah, and people ask me what are the climate and weather events that keep me up at night. 2016 fire, like what happened in Gatlinburg, keeps me up at night. I mean, people dying in a fire that kind of just exploded in a very dry year. We didn't have any fires that I know of in the past few weeks, but certainly the fire danger increases in these hot, dry periods.
Yeah, it absolutely does. 2016 was a harrowing experience for those of us who live in the western part of the state, and as well as everyone who's involved in emergency management, the climatology office. It was not a good year. It was not a good fall. How about that?
All right, well, that does it for part 1 of our conversation with Dr. Kathy Dello, the state climatologist from the state of North Carolina. To hear part 2, it's available for free. Find the Carolina Weather Group wherever you get audio podcasts, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever that might be. We're going to talk more about wildfires. We're also going to talk about a study they're doing to understand the urban heat island effect that so many of our metropolitan areas see. That's available right now. Carolina Weather Group audio podcast, wherever you get your audio podcast. We'll see you over on those platforms. But for now, from Charlotte, I'm James Brierton. See you again in just a few moments.
Welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. We're happy to have you this evening. Tonight, we are joined by the WLTX weather team out of Columbia, South Carolina. That is the CBS affiliate there. So if you watch Channel 19 at Columbia, you probably see some familiar faces. And if you don't, hopefully after tonight, you'll get to learn about these meteorologists and tune over and check out the weathercast. So Efren, Daniel, Alex, and Danielle, thank you for joining us, and happy to have you all, and thank you for a little bit of your time. So we're going to start off this question, probably one you've been asked several times, but we're going to ask it again. How did you know you wanted to be a meteorologist? What persuaded you to do that? And Efren, I'll start with you, and I'll just let the team continue after that.
Actually, the interesting thing is that when I went to school, I actually wanted to be an aeronautical engineer. Then I had an interest in weather, but I never had an interest in meteorology as far as a study. And I took one class, and it was an orientation to professional meteorology. There was one credit class, and I got hooked. It came down to really the same thing. I'm always talking to kids, high schoolers, college students, and come down to the one word I always say when I talk to people about meteorology. It's why. Why is it sunny? Why is it hot? Why does that cloud look like it's cut in half from the bottom? Why is it raining at my house, but my neighbors who are just a quarter mile down the road, they're not getting a lick of rain? Why? And that's where my interest really came in. Why is the weather the way it is? And every time I asked a question, and still today, it's that passion of wanting to know why it is. And even finding out why it is, I just still wanted to know more. It's like those little kids who, when I was 8 years old and sitting on the lawn and looking straight up and going, that cloud looks like a dog, and that cloud looks like a tree. Those are the things that, really got my interest peaked when I was a kid. But it wasn't as an adult that I realized that there's a very big interest and I just want to know more.
So I always knew I loved the weather. For me, it was, flying to Florida for the summer and seeing all those big puffy clouds and just wondering, how do clouds that produce so much rain, stay afloat, as a kid. I was just so amazed by the idea that it was just totally sunny along the approach when you're flying into, let's say, like Orlando, for example. And then by the time you're at the airport and you're getting the taxi, it's pouring, So just the power of the weather in the Southeast was actually what started it. But I'm from New York originally, so it wasn't the snowstorms and things like that that initially did it for me. So that was kind of a surprising thing. Because a lot of my, fellow colleagues and friends that I went to school with, it was snow for them because I went to school at Rutgers in New Jersey. So, yeah, I originally wanted to be kind of more of the operational forecasting side of things. But then I realized when I was in school after Hurricane Sandy that I wanted to do more television and communication because a lot of people were impacted by storm surge because they had no idea what it was. It wasn't well communicated, as far as the city evacuating people from for Sandy. Hurricane Sandy wasn't a hurricane when it made landfall. So there were just so many communication things. I mean, we see it now with the derecho in the Midwest. People don't know what a derecho is. And so there's all of these different things that kind of go into the communication aspect that I was like, that is absolutely where I feel comfort. I need to, kind of explain what's happening because I love learning about the weather and why it's happening. So that was sort of what did it for me.
I'm kind of like Alex. I grew up outside of Philly, but it wasn't snowstorms that did it for me. I have a lot of good memories of snowstorms, but kind of like the two big things I remember growing up was sitting on the back porch, dangerously close, just listening to thunderstorms and this is the coolest thing ever. And then just kind of growing up, the news was always on in my house. And for my 15th birthday, I think my mom took me to the Today Show so I could meet Al Roker and do that whole experience. So I knew I kind of wanted to do news, but I hated writing. And I naively thought weather's cool. I love science. I'm never going to have to write as a meteorologist. Wrong. But I kind of just combined a lot of different interests and it really worked out and it's been great. And it's fun, like Alex said, communicating while also being a scientist and kind of digging deep with the math and science was always kind of what I leaned towards growing up.
Well, I'll go ahead and tell you back in 1984, a tornado destroyed the school I was in. And so that kind of sparked a little bit of interest for me. And then Hugo back in 1989, that was a big deal as well in South Carolina. And all y'all know it as well. That's still the litmus test for hurricanes is Hurricane Hugo. But I think those are the two things that kind of sparked my interest. I do apologize. I'm sitting in the car. They don't like for us to stay in the station. So I'm sitting in the car kind of holding the phone.
You look good, Daniel, and you sound good. Appreciate that. Hugo, definitely one of those benchmark storms for the Carolinas. Speaking of that, Daniel, I heard you mention Al Roker. So our next question, was there a meteorologist that you looked up to growing up or maybe even in college with internships, someone that you looked up to as you went through your career?
I can start. So yeah, Al Roker, when I was growing up for sure. And then, so I got to go to school at UNC Charlotte. And so being in Charlotte, Panovich is who you kind of watch and who you're kind of following along. So on the more local scale, Panovich was definitely a really good mentor and then ended up being a teacher at school. So he was one of the people that definitely helped solidify that for me.
Daniel?
When I was a kid, I watched a lot of Weather Channel. Anytime I was sick at home, I was so excited that I could just watch that all day long and, just hear the forecast around the country. So honestly, growing up seeing a lot of those meteorologists, I just, all of them, I was just totally attached to and interested in because I felt that they were very knowledgeable and that they dug in deep to the weather. So
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
I have to say, probably in high school, Stephanie Abrams her career was really starting to rev up. And I probably looked up to her the most because she was just so, her personality was just what it was. She wasn't really afraid to hide it on air. And I was always, in high school, the kind of person who just said whatever came to mind. So I felt like I could kind of relate to her. And she also, was big on the science and on the math. She was from Florida. I loved Florida weather, so there was like that connection I always felt with her whenever I would watch her on TV, because she was really into the science, but she also had like this personality where she was like unapologetically herself, And so I think Stephanie Abrams was definitely a person during my formidable years that I looked up to.
Well, I'll jump in. Crazy enough, since I live where I work where I grew up watching Jim Gandy. So that was kind of a guy that I always enjoyed watching. And crazy enough, he came to my school when I was in 3rd grade. That was like seeing a rock star. And then luckily I was able to work with him for, almost 14 years. So that was kind of cool. Kind of dating myself because the Weather Channel was not necessarily huge when I was coming along. So I do remember watching Cantore, and I met him a few years ago, and he seemed to be a pretty nice guy as well.
Something that you guys have dealt with already this year, severe weather in the Columbia area. So our question is, which one do you find more challenging forecasting, severe weather or winter weather, which we get a little bit of in the Carolinas? Alex, I'll let you start.
That is a great question. So for me, obviously the tornado outbreak the day after Easter was something that I hadn't anticipated, prior to seeing that synoptic setup could even happen in South Carolina, just because it's so rare to have tornado outbreaks like that. A lot of times, our tornado outbreaks come from our tropical weather, where we're on the dirty side of the storm. And so those are a little bit easier to sort of convey, whereas, a morning tornado outbreak where we had, I believe, like 3 or 4 EF3, big tornadoes in the Midlands, in the 5, 6 o'clock hour of the morning, that was definitely, I think, a big challenge. But winter weather here, we're going on now, our 7th year without any significant snow. So I think as the years go on, there's a whole generation of people that aren't used to snow, either because they didn't live here at the time or because they weren't grown up yet at the time. So I really think now, and as the years continue to go on, that we go without snow, I really feel that winter weather is perhaps one of the trickiest, because severe weather, a lot of times it's isolated, the impacts, but if it snows, everybody's feeling that.
I'll jump in. Winter weather. I've been around I've been doing weather in Columbia since 2007 at this point. And winter weather is always the big thing. And I remember in 2013, we forecasted 1 to 3 inches of snow in Columbia, and we missed by 50 miles. The city was shut down, and it was blue skies outside. And even now, it's become even a bigger deal because of social media and all the bad information out there. So in my opinion, for a snow or ice event in South Carolina, that's the bigger challenge. Maybe not from a forecasting standpoint, but from the standpoint of social media and people getting the wrong information out there and calling us names because we're not buying into the hype sometimes.
Good point. Danielle, I want to bring you in. You graduated from UNC Charlotte. You didn't prepare for doing weather from home, I'm assuming, and class there. So what are your thoughts?
No, I barely made it 9 months into my career per se that I had to transfer to my 500 square foot apartment. So I definitely was not equipped like other meteorologists have their green screens, blah, blah, blah. I didn't even have this map here. The station was like, we're going to throw something on your wall for you. So I was not prepared whatsoever, but I think I really do like what it has offered. Now that we're going back to the station, it's showed like how much flexibility we could potentially have in our job. Like we can work and build our graphics and do everything at home on a quiet weather day. And I live across the street from the station. I can pop over, do my show, and come on back. So that's kind of been nice. And with like Alex's setup, it has been so cool to see him like, just like, that'll be great if he could stay home on a nice weather day and say, check out my plants, check out the beautiful sunshine. It's fantastic. So I didn't really prepare. Thankfully, it had been kind of smooth. There hasn't been a ton of hiccups with it. My dog has only barked on air once. So like that has all been positives. But I don't think we're going to stay like this. But I think it does show that we could have more flexibility in our jobs that we didn't really think we had beforehand when it comes from like working from home.
Yeah, you know, just beyond this window is my porch, and I have hundreds of plants out there. So it's been really fun to show off, you know, the different plants and how they're growing. Like my banana tree is growing a new leaf every single week because of how hot and humid it's been. And so there is this opportunity to tell the forecast in a different way. Sometimes during the morning show, the wind will actually shift from behind me, which is my south, to in front of me, which is my north. So I can talk about the reason why there is maybe some fog because, you know, the temperature has now reached the dew point because of this northerly breeze that's coming in. It really has been a good opportunity. And a lot of people have come up to me and said that they really like that I'm out on my porch because I'm wearing a jacket when it's cold out, and, you know, I'm wearing my windbreaker when it's misting. Luckily, I have a roof over my porch, so I don't have to worry. And since it's the morning show, I don't have to worry about storms very frequently getting in the way either, because if there was lightning, then I would not be outside. And that's only happened once during the morning show. So yeah, it's been a good opportunity to sort of change things up a bit. I still have my forecast graphics. I'm still doing, you know, still showing the same things, but now I get to like bring the weather outside where it's happening. And I feel that it's kind of made me a little bit more intuitive, like to see the sunrise earlier in the morning. It's I see hummingbirds flying at 7 a.m. It's just made me so much more in tune with nature, which is really needed when you're not around people. You need something to hold on to.
Let's switch it up a little bit. Let's get some fun questions here. These are just some questions to get to know you guys a little bit better. So beach or mountains? Which one do you guys prefer, beach or mountains?
Beach.
Beach, all right.
Easy.
I'm beach. I'm with Danielle.
That's good. We're all beach. I love the beach too. Favorite food?
Anything pasta for me with cheese. That's my anything Italian food is great.
Pizza and everything pizza.
I really like just a good like baguette and some nice cheeses, a little charcuterie spread. That's what I'm gonna say.
Everyone's talking about pizza, so we had a few questions about pizza here. A, does pineapple deserve to be on pizza? And B, if you only had one topping besides cheese, what would it be on pizza?
Pineapple does not belong on pizza.
I actually, surprisingly, do like pineapple on pizza. I didn't first have it until after I left New York because that's just not something you tend to see up there. But I love the sweet, salty. So, I'm like not afraid of, you know, some odd and unusual kind of toppings. So on the topic of toppings, I think the one that I would really like to keep is basil. I know it's simple, but I just love that little herby kind of feel that it gives.
I think pineapple can stay on pizza. I'm okay with that. We can leave it there. My topping would be black olives. Like growing up, my sisters and I would have like extra double black olive pizzas, and that was it. So I'll keep the black olives with the pineapple.
Favorite type of music? What do you listen to while you're preparing your forecast, or just kind of out every day? What's your favorite type of music?
Oh, I go for all the decades personally. And I do listen to music in the morning. A lot of times I'll listen to our other sister stations to see what they were talking about because we have sister stations across the country. But when I'm not doing that, I'll listen. I think this morning I was listening to Fleetwood Mac. I was listening to the Supremes last week. It's just like all over the place. I love it. But generally my favorite music is kind of like that alternative rock kind of thing. Like I still listen to like the Foo Fighters and the Killers, like all those bands that were popular in the 90s and 2000s. They're still releasing pretty good music, so I like them.
I'm country all the way. And then whatever Spotify will like say is popular, I'll like shuffle because I don't think I'm a good playlist maker. But if I have to pick, it's going to be country.
Favorite disaster or weather themed movie?
I agree with Twister. We actually did a senior project about all of the things that were wrong with Twister. That was our final assignment in mesoscale meteorology, and that was a lot of fun because, I mean, you got to watch Twister and, you know, kind of pick it apart with the things you learned. It was really fun.
I'm gonna go Twister too, just because I know I've seen it. I don't like disaster movies; they stress me out.
I feel like I heard a couple of weeks ago there may be a Twister 2 coming out soon, so we may all have to get together and kind of do what you did, Alex, and kind of point out the inaccuracies of the movie.
I'm down. That sounds so fun.
All right, we have one more controversial fun question, and then we'll kind of start to wrap up. This is one that we've done with all of our specials here, and it goes back to food. Is a hot dog a sandwich or not?
Oh.
A hot dog, is it a sandwich or is it just a hot dog? Some people say it's a sandwich, some people no.
What's the definition of a sandwich?
Well, they say it's 2 pieces of bread and a meat, but a lot of people say that doesn't qualify. A hot dog doesn't qualify.
Bread. It's one bread. That's
one bread.
True. That's a good point. I'm with Efren. That is a really good argument.
Final question. This is one to promote your city, Columbia, or your forecast area there in the Midlands. Tell us why we should visit your area. Give us maybe your favorite spot to hang out at, something that anybody should go out and see if they're in the Columbia area.
We have so many river walks. Those are like my favorite places to like take my dog and exercise or like go tubing down the river, and you're still like right next to downtown. So I feel like there's a really good mix of like, you can do your downtown thing, but you could also like kind of get out in nature. I really like that aspect of the city.
I was going to say the same thing, the rivers. And we have some great parks too. And so you have like awesome geography. Like I'm up towards the Sandhills, which is totally different than Riverwalk. And they're all like a 15-20 minute drive. And sometimes I'll go to both of them in the same day. And in one of them, you know, my feet are all sandy. And then in the other, you're, you know, at the bottom. So it's a great place to sort of learn the fall line because we're right on it, and sort of what the difference is. Plus it's, you know, literally the dead center of South Carolina. So you want to go to mountains or to the beach, you're kind of like in a good territory to go to either.
Truly say this to a lot of people. I live in North Carolina, but South Carolina is like a second home. It's a beautiful state, and it's definitely a place that you need to check out. So y'all, we appreciate your time today. I'll let you be able to promote your social media, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, if you guys want to do that. So if our followers aren't already following you, they can there on social media. Alex, I'll let you go first.
Sure. It's Alex Calamia WX. That's my Twitter, and my Facebook is Alex Calamia as well. My Instagram is very plant focused. We have Gandy's Garden here at WLTX, which is all about climate and the garden, and it's applicable to everyone in the Southeast. So Instagram is a big place for you to see all my plants. So that's Alex Tropical Pics. But you'll also see it on my Twitter and Facebook. We're always talking weather and plants. It's fun.
I am at WX_Danielle on Twitter and Instagram. Lots of forecasting on there. And then on Facebook, I am meteorologist Danielle Miller. So come on over.
Nice and simple for both my Twitter and my Facebook. It's Efren WLTX. EFREN WLTX. You can find it on both of them. It's easy. As long as you spell my first name correctly, you'll be able to find me.
Daniel just emailed me, said his phone was overheating, so he wasn't able to stick around. But if you want to follow Daniel, it's Daniel_Bonds on Twitter. And then on Facebook, I think it's the same thing. You can follow his weather page, Daniel Bonds. Just search it up, WLTX. So we want to appreciate you guys watching us here at the Carolina Weather Group. Guys, thank you for spending some time with us. And we will see you all next time here on the Carolina Weather Group.
Good evening from Charlotte, North Carolina. I'm James Brierton, and this is an all-new episode of the Carolina Weather Group. It's Wednesday, October the 14th, 2020. Here's what's coming up tonight on the Carolina Weather Group. Our guest is Dr. Josh Warman. He invented the Dow, the Doppler on wheels, and he appeared alongside his famed vehicle on numerous TV shows, including Storm Chasers. He's an atmospheric scientist and the president of the Center for Severe Weather Research, that is, and we'll be talking to him coming up in just a moment. We also have on deck for you a check of your forecast with meteorologist Frank Strait. Before we get started tonight, a reminder that the Carolina Weather Group has a new Insiders Club. You can join us on Patreon, patreon.com/Carolina Weather Group, and unlock exclusive extras, including for just $1 a month, video extras and behind the scenes. There are 4 moments from tonight's interview that we weren't able to get into the final edit of the episode you're about to see. So if you want to check those out for just $1, you'll unlock those on Patreon. For $3.99 a month, you'll be getting early access to select videos, including this episode was available early on Patreon, and future select episodes will be made available onto Patreon supporters who pledge us at our full tier of $3.99 a month. If you're already a Patreon supporter, thank you so much for joining us at patreon.com/Carolina Weather Group. If this is the first time you've heard this pitch, rest assured the Carolina Weather Group, our weekly flagship show, is still always going to be free, just like you're about to see a full 30-minute interview as you would on any other week, and our severe weather coverage, as you saw this past weekend, always remains free. We thank those of you who are supporting us on Patreon so that the Carolina Weather Group can continue to grow and bring you the show that you know and love.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. We're happy to have you this evening. Tonight's guest is Joshua Werman. He works at the Center for Severe Weather Research, and you may have seen Josh on a few storm chasing shows on TV. We're going to talk a little bit about that as well tonight with all the research he's been doing lately with the active tropical season and just kind of generally talking about his career. So we're happy to have Josh with us tonight. Towards the end of the show, we'll let Josh give out some information, social media websites. That way you can follow more of his content. So be sure to stick around towards the end of the show for that. So Josh, welcome to the show. We're happy to have you. We'll kind of give you our first question that we ask all of our first-time guests is, how did you get hooked into this crazy weather world that we all like to follow?
Well, it's been decades for me. You can see all the gray hair here. As a kid, I loved physics and math and things like that. And weather was just always a passion for me. I had a little weather station in my backyard and one of those little Taylor instruments, max-min thermometers, and a weather station. I was old school before the internet. So I always liked weather. It was changing all the time. And it was just a great way to apply my nerdy passions of physics and math to something that was really interesting. A lot of interesting challenges and problems still to be solved. So one way or another, I've been into weather for 50 years.
So Josh, before you got started with the Dow projects and everything that you've been working on recently, you actually used to work with the Air Force on nuclear winter simulations, I guess you could say. Could you tell us a little bit about that? That's something I knew nothing about before doing a quick Google search yesterday.
Wow, I was going to say, somebody had some old resume out there. I went to school. I went to MIT, was kind of nerdy. I dropped out for 3 years. So, do what I say, not what I do. But I dropped out of school for 3 years and went to work as a consultant for the Air Force Geophysics Laboratories. And there was a group there that was working on modeling of a nuclear winter. There was a pretty hot topic back in the 80s. And the premise basically was that if a lot of nuclear bombs were dropped, this was a different world back then. We were really thinking about the Soviet Union and the fact that some giant nuclear war would happen with thousands of nuclear bombs dropped. And the concern was that these nuclear weapons would loft a lot of dust and smoke up into the stratosphere where it would last a long time. And so what we were doing in that group was taking normal thunderstorm cloud models, similar, though more primitive because it was 30 years ago, but similar to models that are run now on clouds. And we would, instead of initiating a cloud with a 2 or 3 degree warm bubble from turbulence, we would initialize the model with a 500 degree nuclear explosion and boom, you get a big cloud. And we would look at how high the dust from the ground and how high the smoke and other things would be lofted into the stratosphere. You could see what the effects would be on blocking off the sun, what was the issue. And so the concern then was that a nuclear war might lead to what was called then, probably still is, a nuclear winter.
Josh, it seems like you've done a lot of work with radars. What kind of interest when you were trying to figure out what you liked and didn't like in the weather community, what kind of drew you to radars and radar coverage and information?
I got into radar as a graduate student, and the group I was working in was working a lot with radar. I was working with radar data. My PhD work was on microbursts, looking at radar data. And I just started asking some technical questions. Most radars work by sending microwaves out. You send a pulse of microwaves out, and then what comes back to you is what you measure. That's how almost all radars are working. But I just asked myself one day, I think literally this was in the shower kind of mental conversation, what happens to all the other stuff? You know, some of the radiation hits the raindrops and comes back, but a lot of it goes other directions. What happens to all that? And so it turns out really interesting things happen to that, and you can measure that. So I basically came up with this concept of what's called bistatic multiple Doppler systems. That's a lot of syllables. But it was just a different way of doing radar, and I kind of got into doing some radar technology. And in the process of getting more, that kind of led to another question once I was doing that kind of technology. By the way, those in the field think that was my most clever idea, not the Dows. I was just reading papers about people who were doing tornado chasing. This was in early 90s. So there certainly were scientists who were doing tornado chasing. There were scientists who were taking out what I'll call some pretty primitive radar type devices to look at those tornadoes. And I thought, well, what if you actually put a good radar near a tornado? What would you see? So it was just asking that kind of simple question. And how could you do that? So I had what, in retrospect, wasn't a great idea of putting a radar in a van, just a regular old passenger van with an antenna in the back, and you would open the back doors and expose the antenna. And literally we would just do donuts in a parking lot to scan. It wouldn't scan. We would just do donuts facing the tornado. That was my original idea. And we would just do donuts and see if we could take some slices through a tornado. That quickly morphed into, some engineers telling me, you can actually make that antenna move. And here's how to do it, into coming up with the first Doppler on wheels. And I usually describe it as an idea behind its time, but it's not rocket science. The first Doppler on wheels was just a weather radar. We did a few slightly clever technological things to make it fit on a truck and make it not break when you drive it over railroad tracks. But basically, it was a radar on a small box van. And the main thing is we just got closer. So we just drove it up to tornado. So we had a pretty good radar, not as good as an 88D, but a pretty good radar. And by getting it 50 times closer, we had a 50 times smaller beam that way. We had a 50 times smaller beam that way. So it's already 2,500 times better. We were a little bit clever and sampled in the third direction better. But I could get 10,000 pieces of data where an 88D would typically get one. And if you have a microscope or telescope or something, it's getting 10,000 times better data. It's easy to get new science out of that. And that's what we did. The whole thing was just getting closer, getting finer scale data, looking with a better microscope, with a better telescope at tornadoes and anything else. I know you mentioned tropical stuff, and we just came back from Sally and Laura. Well, we got in the eyes of those storms, in the eye walls of those storms, and with a better microscope, we got up close. And so we're seeing lots of things you just can't see from farther away with our technology.
I guess for the viewers and the listeners who aren't as familiar with what the Doppler on wheels looks like and kind of what is the epitome of that now? I guess some basic descriptions of what it's like having a Doppler on wheels, what's the size of it, and kind of what's the situations that you would prefer to drive it into? Are there other things besides scanning tornadoes and hurricanes that you find it useful for?
Sure. So let me start out. I'll back up one step and start just in case there's some people who don't even really have a great feel of what radars do. I mean, radars basically send out a narrow beam. It's kind of like a flashlight beam, as narrow as you can get it. And they're scanning through storms of whatever type and trying to get the smallest details that you can by scanning that flashlight beam back and forth. The Doppler on wheels is basically putting all that radar stuff and that flashlight.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now, here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
Thanks. I was just explaining how if you get 50 times closer, you're getting maybe 10,000 times better data. So anything we drive it closer to, we're seeing better data. I use an analogy sometimes of whoever it was who invented the first microscope. So he pointed at his finger, he can see details of a fingerprint. He can point it at pond water and sees parameciums. You can, almost anything you point it at, you're going to see much finer scale detail. So that's what we do with these Doppler wheels on trucks. So the fundamental concept is just a pretty good radar. Actually, lately we've made very good radars on trucks. So the first ones were just pretty good radars on trucks. What we've done is we've made our trucks better, but we've also made the radars a lot better. So now we have dual polarization radar, so we can see the difference between hail and rain. If they're making, rain has kind of hamburger-shaped raindrops, whereas hail is these big ugly things that are tumbling. We can tell the difference with dual polarization. We have 2 different frequencies, so we can look at what happens at 2 different frequencies. We also have pretty good if you're driving over railroad tracks, like I was talking about. If one frequency goes down, we still have the other one, so it's just more reliable. So we've done a lot to make the radars better. Getting closer is great for tornadoes. We can make maps of tornadoes and multiple vortices and what's happening near the ground, all kinds of stuff you just couldn't see before, just like looking at a paramecium in a pond. But that's true of all kinds of different phenomena. We've had these radars up on mountain peaks in Idaho and Wyoming for winter storm projects, where we're looking at what happens with snow bands and what happens with snow bands when you see them in really remote areas. Well, for a radar that's 100 miles away in Boise, you can't see what's happening in that remote area, Idaho. But we put the radar right on the mountains where we're doing the seeding, and we can see what's happening close up. We just took the radars, just a year and a half ago. We took them down to South America to look at storms down there. And by getting up close and targeting those storms, we can see the small scale details of what's happening. They weren't making tornadoes pretty much. They were just making big hail, actually huge hail, and torrential rains, just horrible flooding. Some of the biggest, strongest storms are happening down in Argentina, northern Argentina. We've taken the trucks up to New England to look at coastal storms there and watching all the small scale details and banding and other phenomenon that we don't even understand what they are. We're still trying to get funding to go study what those things. We've seen some things we don't understand. And so what our normal course of action is, we see something we don't understand, then we go and ask the government, can we have some money so we can go do this better and understand it? So we're still in that middle phase right now where we're trying to get the money to go do the project better to understand it. We just went to Hurricanes Laura and Hurricane Sally. And we're trying to get in the eyes of those hurricanes to see the small scale details. So I invented the first Dow back in late 94 and 95, got some hurricane data in 95. In 96, I just thought, hey, I wonder what you'd see if you went inside a hurricane. Nobody had ever, I know now hurricane chasing with chasers, recreational chasers is reasonably popular, and there's several scientific teams that do that. Back then, 1996, no one did that. The idea was basically a hurricane was a zone of death. You just don't go in. But we thought, well, it's not so much worse than an RFD or something. Maybe we can do it, right? So we went in really kind of scared. We're pretty anxious, and we went to Hurricane Fran back in 1996. We deployed, I think, 5 miles from the coast, really far from the coast, something I just wouldn't do by choice anymore, and deployed on a runway at Wilmington Airport really scared. We had all these emergency ideas of running into the shelter at the airport if anything bad happened, if we flipped over or went airborne. We just didn't know what would happen. But we got amazing data. We discovered a whole new phenomenon. It turns out the wind in hurricanes doesn't just blow straight. It's actually blowing like a corkscrew. There's these boundary layer rolls. And those rolls are mixing strong winds down to the ground where you get these streaks of stronger winds. But over the ocean in particular, it's mixing the warm, soupy air up from the ocean surface and feeding the storm and measuring that flux of not only momentum downwards, but warmth energy upwards is really important, critical for these hurricane intensification models. If you've noticed from actually Sally and from Laura, the track forecasts are pretty good. Even 2 or 3 days ahead of time, you pretty much know where that storm's going to go, but you don't know what the intensity is going to be that well. And rapid intensifications happen both in Laura and in Sally right before landfall that weren't really that well forecast. So understanding that corkscrewing is really important. So just by going in, we discovered a whole new phenomena, which was quite exciting for us going into a hurricane.
How do you deal with the potential for, radiation issues coming off of the radar? Because obviously you don't want to be in the dome of an 88D while it's running. I'm pretty sure similar situations with the Dow, you don't want to be right in front of it, obviously. How do is there anything special you have to do to mitigate that? So in very loose terms, radiation comes in two types. One is ionizing radiation, the other is non-ionizing radiation. Ionizing radiation is basically ultraviolet and shorter wavelengths, so ultraviolet X-rays, gamma rays, things of that sort. And those hurt you because the individual photons hit your DNA, ionize it, change the molecular structure, and then you get mutations and cancers. But that only ultraviolet and stronger or shorter wavelengths, higher energy photons can do that. Non-ionizing radiation, which is visible, infrared, microwaves, radio waves, those can also cause harm. What those do is they interact, they don't actually hit the electrons and knock them off the DNA molecule. What a microwave or a radio wave or an infrared coming off your fireplace does is it shakes your molecules, mostly your water molecules, and it makes your water molecules shake and bend and do things like that. And then those water molecules, the bending and stuff and shaking is not so bad, but what happens is then they, as they lose that energy, they heat things up. That energy basically degrades into heat. So the way a microwave oven hurts you would be if you got heated up. If it heated your tissue. And in theory, a radar or a microwave or something like that could heat your tissue and hurt you if it raised your body temperature. So if it heated up your eyeballs or your brain or your liver or something up to some dangerous temperature, that would be bad for you. But it takes a lot of energy to do that. Now, and a lot of energy focused in a small area to do that. So your microwave basically makes about 1 kilowatt of energy, but it's focused on a small area like that to heat up your muffin, right? Or whatever you're trying to heat up. A radar, so let's say the Dows, they might put out on the average 1 kilowatt or 2 kilowatts of energy, but it's spread over this huge dish. So in fact, an 88D, I would stand in front of the dish of an 88D. It would not heat me up that bad because sure, it's putting out an average of 1 kilowatt. It puts out 1 megawatt for a microsecond, but on the average, it does that 1,000 times a second. On the average, it's putting out about 1 kilowatt. Now that kilowatt compressed in this much space, if you put your hand on the waveguide of the 88D or a Dow, it would be like holding a light bulb. It would hurt you because of that heat. Actually old style light bulbs. See, now I'm going to date myself. Not these LEDs you kids use, the old incandescent light bulbs like we used to use. But an old incandescent light bulb, if you held it, it would hurt you, right? But if you stood 2 meters away, it would not hurt you. The brightest light bulb 2 meters away is not going to hurt you. Pretty much these radars, when you're a couple meters away, like an 88D or a Dow, are not going to hurt you by heating you up enough. Now,
there can be exceptions. There are some military radars which have more power if you got super close to them. I think cell phone towers, microwave links, there's some things where you can get an energy density that's pretty high. And if it's an energy density that's enough to heat up your eyeballs or interior, several degrees, like a fever, then that would cause harm. But in general, we don't believe. The best medical knowledge that we have is that this low degree of heating from 88Ds, from dowels, from things like that, from light bulbs, from standing out in the sun, you get heating from standing out in the sun, probably doesn't hurt you. Now, that said, as with anything, if you Google on the internet, and there's 6 billion people out there, you'll find some people who have some alternate theories about anything, right? Google Flat Earth Society if you want to, prove that theory. And so there are people who believe that these pulses and things like that can cause harm in some other ways. I don't think they're right. There really isn't medical evidence that they're right, but there are some concerns over that.
I had a question. I wanted to kind of switch gears a little bit away from hurricanes and tornadoes and maybe talk a little bit about your work with lake effect snow. I was curious just, how is the DOWs used to look at lake effect snowstorms, and what are some of your favorite places to set up along the Great Lakes?
So we did 2 lake effect snowstorm studies in the last several years. The most recent was called OWL, which I forget what it stands for, Ontario something, lake effect snow. And they were fascinating to me. I was really interested. I'd grown up in the East Coast, and so, been up there a little bit and seen some lake effect snow, but not really experienced it in that way. We based in Oswego, New York. And the idea was to look at Lake Ontario lake effect. Lake effect snow happens, I'll say very, very loosely, cold air comes over warm lake. You get moisture and heat coming up from the lake, and you get convection. Lake Ontario is deeper. Lake Ontario, Lake Erie get a lot of lake effect, but Lake Erie freezes over in the winter. And basically that warmth and moisture coming up stops. So the lake shuts off. Lake Ontario is deeper. Has more mixing, so it stays, open for business. They say for most of the winter, usually the whole winter. So we based in Oswego, which was on the southeast side of the lake, and with the dowels, we could operate different places along the lake. So we went as far west as Buffalo, as far east as the Canadian border, up on the northeastern side of Lake Ontario. And what we did the fall before the project is we scouted out lots of potential sites where we could park our radars. We had 3 radars up there, and we were trying to operate them in triplets to triangulate on the different parts of the storm. And depending on the forecasts, we would drive to site 1, 2, and 3, or site 15, 16, 17, wherever it was along the lake, and then scan there for the duration of the storms. Sometimes it was a bust and the bands didn't happen where we thought they would. Sometimes it was pretty amazing. These bands would happen right there. And very impressive snow. You get these, it was kind of windy. We were always right along the lake, so it was particularly windy, 30, 40 knot winds sometimes. And so we'd have these ground blizzard conditions, very low visibility. Not a lot of moisture, huge snow ratios, 20-to-1 kind of thing. But it would just be blowing like crazy. So you couldn't see anything. And the snow rates, I remember one day, we're getting 6 inches an hour. I mean, it's just, you can't believe that. I couldn't. It's just amazing amounts of snow coming down. Again, over the course of the winter, it wasn't like there was 8 feet of snow on the ground. It would kind of compress between storms because it was such fluffy stuff. But these bands were quite impressive. Some of the bands had little cells in them, which almost look like miniature supercells. We get these little mesovortices, or what we call the misovortices, MISO, because they were pretty small, a kilometer or so in scale. Weaker than tornadoes, but these pretty pronounced spin-ups. So we were mapping those out. It seemed like those were associated with some enhancements in the snow and changes in the type of snow crystals. So those were pretty interesting.
So Josh, as we wrap this up tonight, let's just talk briefly about some of your TV appearances. People may remember you from the Discovery Channel show Storm Chasers and other shows that you're on. So let's talk about some of those experiences and any memorable moments from those shows.
Yeah, so tornado work, that gets, off and on, kind of ebbs and flows, gets a lot of media attention at times. It's pretty interesting. It's dynamic. It's people out there next to danger. I was going on at great length again about, potential risks and dangers in El Reno. Discovery Channel was a very different character of show because instead of just doing a documentary type of thing like we've done with History Channels and Nat Geos and Novas, they wanted to film something which was kind of documentary-like, but then evolved into being more reality show-like, and multiple seasons of reality show. And so that was an interesting kind of thing to do. I think both cultures struggled with that. I think we managed to do some things which were worthwhile. Discovery Channel funded and supported a lot of our science, and they stuck with us during uncertain seasons where we weren't getting a lot of data, but other seasons where we got good things. I think we were probably very difficult. Reality shows thrive on people who want to be on TV and who want to act up. And it's known that the more crazy you are and the more outrageous and the more you scream or have fights or do whatever, the more you're going to be on TV and the more it's going to be interesting. That is the opposite of what boring scientists like me want to do. I mean, we are just not into that. And so getting enough interesting TV out of people like me, I think is a real challenge. Dealing with people who are trying to make a drama show and not do serious business like I want to do is a challenge for us. But that match was made, and it worked pretty well. Now, eventually, I think they got tired of us. We were in there a lot in seasons 1 and 2, and then in season 3, they were trying to bring in more interesting people. And in season 4, I don't know if I'm catching these seasons right, but we basically were out of it. Maybe we made some cameo appearances, but they just wanted more exciting chaser type activity, and the science aspect wasn't as important to them. I wish they kept doing science more, but that's not what they're trying to sell pickup trucks and pills or whoever advertises on Discovery Channel. It's a business. So I'm sure they were making commercially sensible choices for what's good there. As we were making choices for what was good for our science. I mean, we didn't care about pickup trucks. What we cared about was getting good data. So it was interesting working with that.
For those who are listening or watching the podcast or the live stream, if folks want to learn more about what you guys are doing with the Dow project and all the other things you're doing, how can they do that? Do you have social media, website our folks can follow? So first, because I'm old, but second, actually, because of Discovery Channel, I basically don't do social media. So first of all, my phone number here at home is not under my name. I don't have a Facebook page. The problem was I think they had 3 million people watching that show. Let's say 1 out of 1,000 of them are crazy, right? Mm. I don't want emails or Facebook or stalking or, phone calls from that 1 in 1,000 who are crazy. So I basically never got involved with any of that sort of thing. That's so old, it probably wouldn't matter anymore. But so how can they do it? I mean, we're just not good at publicizing our stuff. We have a bad web page that's mostly out of date. Every so often we update it with something. I think we put some Hurricane Laura stuff on it. Like I said, I don't do Facebook. Maybe some of my team members do. We're I don't know, boomers. We don't do that kind of thing much. I will say this. I'll give you a plug for your website. It's cswr.org. And I do see the article there about the Dows being deployed during Hurricane Laura. So if you want to check out the website, in fact, that's how I got in touch with you, Josh. So
okay.
So check that out. So, but we appreciate Go ahead.
Sure. I said that's the best formal thing is that website, and I don't even do it. I mean, actually, back in the day, I used to actually type HTTP, which also was probably a boomer thing. But I have somebody on my team, and I say, hey, put some link to our Washington Post article on there if you can. So sometimes we get some things like that. Maybe there's something about our fire, but so we went to this Cameron fire and got data, and I don't know if that's on our webpage. I don't know how you find out about it. I mean, we're just not good at publicizing ourselves.
No,
we need some influencers on our team. I think.
Well, hey, I know a group right here that would love to help you out. But in all seriousness, so Josh, we appreciate the work that you and your team do and the valuable research that you provide to all of us here in the weather community. We appreciate you joining us tonight, and we hope you stay safe out there the next time you venture out into hurricanes or tropical storms or tornadoes or this upcoming winter storms. We wish you the best out there, and we'll stay in touch.
Okay, thanks. It was great talking to you. Terrific questions, all of you. It was fun to answer those, and I'm happy to answer others or do something like this again whenever you guys are interested.
Thank you guys for watching the Carolina Weather Group. We hope you have a great evening, and we'll see you next week.
And good evening from Charlotte. We are live with you on this Wednesday night. What a very busy day in the science and weather community here on May the 27th, 2020. We have a great show for you. It wasn't exactly the celebration that we were hoping for, as you probably know by now. SpaceX Demo 2's launch from the Kennedy Space Center in Florida scrubbed today due to weather, so we were going to talk a lot about the weather. We also had a surprise appearance by a tropical storm named Bertha, who suddenly came together off the coast of South Carolina, came ashore, and then brought flooding rains here to Charlotte. So we'll have Chief Meteorologist from WCNC, Brad Panovich, on to talk about that, and also geek out with us about space. And we're also joined by Tony Rice, our go-to friend of the show and space expert, and we're so happy that you all are here. Let's get right on into it. If you're joining us live tonight on Facebook, on Twitch, on YouTube, or Periscope, you can comment along with our show. If you're listening to the audio podcast or you're happy to catch this replay on the new Looping Carolina WeatherNet, hello to you as well, too. Tony, let's just start with the elephant in the room. Not the day we were necessarily hoping for.
But not the day that came unexpectedly either. If you ever had the opportunity to go down and see a launch, if you haven't, do. Once all this current situation is over with and we're back to whatever normal looks like, you get the opportunity to go down to Florida and see a launch, do it. It's just an incredible situation. We were talking about that a little bit before we started here, and it doesn't capture what it's like if you're watching it on TV or on YouTube or whatever, what the experience is like down there. So that out of the way. If you have ever been down there, you know that Florida weather is Florida weather, and we kind of expect these things to happen. I think there's one or two other places on the planet where there is more lightning activity. So we scrubbed today because of weather, but we scrubbed today mostly because of the potential of lightning. And that's something that we learned back during Apollo 12, even when the Saturn V was hit by lightning on ascend and basically rebooted the rocket several hundred feet above the pad. We learned more about that through subsequent launches. So there's some very specific weather launch criteria. We can get into that. But basically what happened today is we violated one, maybe more, and definitely know of one of those launch weather criteria that has to be met before we're going to go fly.
I just pulled a Scotty and forgot to unmute myself. We're certainly going to get into some of that weather criteria, and we're going to break it all down because we got some really interesting information. I don't want to get too far into the program for anyone who doesn't know. Tony, let me have you explain it. What is the significance of this mission?
So this is the first time in basically 9 years that we attempted to launch astronauts from U.S. soil. So at the end of basically construction of the International Space Station, we retired the space shuttle. Space shuttle, the best way to compare it, and the reason that we didn't continue flying the space shuttle to take astronauts back and forth, astronauts stay about 6 months on board station before they come on back home. So we're continually rotating people through there. The best way to compare it is you wouldn't take a tractor trailer to go get groceries. And that's about the volume of space that was in the back of the shuttle's payload bay. If you're just taking supplies, well, we can send an uncrewed mission up there. SpaceX has been doing that for a while. We've got some other ways of getting cargo up there. But to take people back and forth, we've been buying seats on the Soyuz, launching them from Baikonur Cosmodrome out in Russia.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, Wait 6 feet apart. Wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina WeatherNet.
But we really wanted to get that capability back onto U.S. soil. So several years ago, NASA, as a part of the commercial program that includes cargo as well, we want to hand over basically low Earth orbit to commercial agencies. SpaceX is one of them. Boeing's also working on getting some capability there. So it was really important to get this capability back on U.S. soil. And Administrator Bredenstein talked about it today. One of the main reasons we want to do that is we have one American up there right now. We want to have more. The more Americans we have up there, the more they can focus on specifically U.S. science. So the Dragon capsule that we attempted to launch today, we're going to give it another shot on Saturday, weather willing. Has the capability of taking 4 up at once. That's even a better option than using the Soyuz, because the Soyuz can only take up 3, and those are at most going to be 2 Americans, and it's generally only 1.
The Soyuz as well, and I don't know if others feel this way, but when I watch it, I feel like it's something straight out of a James Bond Soviet Union era technology, and that is like the complete opposite of what SpaceX has developed here, because they not only did hopefully a very efficient rocket based on what we've seen with the uncrewed missions, but also, and Brad, you were touching on this before the show, there's a little bit of style that they incorporated into not only the spacecraft but also the suits we're seeing here.
Yeah, they're very interesting. I love the helmets. The rest of it, I don't know. It almost looks like some kind of weird like leisure suit, and then they've got like shrimping boots on or something.
Those were actually designed by a Hollywood costume designer. Elon Musk went out and specifically got one of the costume designers that was working on Marvel films and said, you go sketch us up something. You tell us what these are supposed to look like. Then they handed it over to the geeks who actually made it work and made it functional so it can protect the astronauts when it needs to protect them. But yeah,
the helmets are cool. Those cool helmets, I love.
They do look pretty cool, don't they? I will say one thing about the Soyuz, though. If you've ever seen pictures of the outside of the space station, you can pick those Russian elements out really, really easy. They're bulbous. And the reason they're bulbous is because a sphere is a very strong thing and can hold pressure really well. But the thing about Soyuz and the thing about those older rockets and those older capsules is the thing that you really want to have underneath of you and around you when you're in space is something that is well tested. And those rockets have been around a long, long time and are very well worn and have had the bugs worked out of them. We had an incident a couple of years ago where one of the solid rocket motors that come off during ascent bumped into the capsule, and they ended up having to going into an abort mode that they hadn't done in I don't know for how long. But previous to that, we really hadn't had any incidents with the Soyuz. The Soyuz is old-fashioned, and it doesn't look that great. It certainly isn't as sexy as what SpaceX is doing out there with their nice, clean cockpit and reverse lighting, much like you have over your shoulder there, Brad. You've got some style there as well. But it's very functional and it's very reliable.
Can you talk to us? We know you've been following this SpaceX progress probably a lot closer than most. Can you talk to us about what SpaceX has had to overcome to get to be the first commercial operator to take astronauts back, and what are some of the challenges that they may still face as somebody who's not as well seasoned.
Yeah, well, they're still going to have to face some challenges there, simply because you got to have the first flight sometime. And it's kind of a first flight and it kind of isn't. It's on a well-proven rocket. The Falcon 9 has a pretty good safety record. We've only lost a couple of them. But what they really have going for them is iterations. They've flown these things over and over and over. So they had an opportunity to perfect it. Does that mean that it's perfect? Certainly not. But it is sufficient to the point where not only SpaceX is comfortable with it, but if you listen to the NASA administrator and the folks that are involved in these kind of decisions, particularly during flight readiness reviews that have been going on for the last couple of weeks, they're confident. They have enough confidence to put those two astronauts on top of them. So what they have ahead of them is they'll learn something on this flight. Hopefully it'll go off without a hitch on Saturday. Hopefully the weather will cooperate. But they're going to learn some things. There's going to be something that didn't go quite right. There'll be something that can be improved upon. When you listen to the call during the launch, one of the last people you hear from is a flight test director. And that may seem a little odd that, we got two people on top of this rocket and we're about to send it off into orbit and we're still testing. But this is absolutely a test. The name of this mission is Demo 2. It's a follow-on Demo 1. Demo 1 was pretty much what you're going to see on Saturday, but without the astronauts. Every one of these things is a test, and it's a way to gather more data and to improve on things. The setback that SpaceX had, I don't even remember how long ago, it was sometime last year or maybe even the year before that, where they lost one of the Crew Dragon capsules on the pad because of some of the hypergolic fuels that are used on orbit. They're fuels that basically, if you put part A and part B together, you create an explosion. You point that explosion in the right direction, you got thrust. There was, I believe it was a leak that they basically lost that capsule. That capsule was all but pulverized. So that was a bit of a setback to them because they didn't get as much data as they would have hoped from something like that. You learn more from your failures than you do from your successes. So this is some of the most instrumented spacecraft ever. They're gathering tons and tons of data from it. So once we do get this launch off, they're going to be gathering lots of information and improving things.
So Tony, what's the relationship between NASA and SpaceX? Who's kind of responsible for what?
NASA is the customer. They put out the requirements, and SpaceX is the contractor fulfilling those requirements. It's kind of a similar relationship as the DoD would have with any of their contractors, if you're familiar with that world at all. That being said, though, there's a fair amount of oversight that NASA still has in this, particularly because of the human spaceflight aspect here. There are people on board this thing. There are former astronauts that are involved in all of those reviews. And somebody asked during one of the press conferences this week, who in NASA, if anybody, can raise their hand and say, no, something's not right, something's not safe. And the answer that was given by the administrator was anybody involved in the review panels. And SpaceX reiterated that they have a culture that they're trying to promote there, where anybody that's involved in building something can and should raise concerns as well. How much that actually happens, that remains to be seen. I don't know of any specific reports of it, but that's at least the story that they're telling.
Tony, in a moment, we're going to listen to some of that audio communication today as they came to the realization that the weather was going to be a no-go. Set this up for us. Who's doing the talking here? Is it NASA or is it SpaceX?
If it's the clip I think you're talking about, you're actually hearing an Air Force officer. So there is a wing of a part of the 45th Space Wing down at the Cape Canaveral Air Force Station that is responsible for forecasting weather all along the Cape Canaveral Air Force Station, where there's additional launch pads. SpaceX is using one of the launch pads there in addition to the one that was in use today, the historic 39A launch pad. That's actually on the Kennedy Space Center side of things. They're responsible for forecasting weather involved in launches. They also provide weather forecast for the station itself whenever they're moving around equipment and want to know about things like winds and rain and that sort of thing. The person you were hearing there was called the launch weather officer, and they are on equal footing with anybody else that is giving the go, no go call during that final pull before they decide to actually light it or scrub and wait until the next opportunity. But they are someone who is speaking for a larger team of experts. And many of those experts are very focused on looking at things like lightning. And that's kind of how things shook out today. There was a lightning concern that we can get into.
Yeah, let's listen to the audio here, and then we'll talk about that exact lightning concern.
Unless you can give us another 10 minutes, I don't think we're going to get there with any of the rules today.
I'm going to give you 10 minutes.
I mean, another 10 minutes past T0.
Oh,
16:45 local. I think we'll probably be clear on all the rules, but not quite going to make it for this.
Okay. We're going to check back in with you in about 2 minutes, and then I'll call it up at about T-minus 17 minutes.
Okay. Yeah, there's some of them are starting to count down, but we still have one above 2,000. So if that gets below...
So Tony was talking there a little bit as we came back about some of the liquid oxygen. You can explain that to us as well too. But Tony, what we were hearing there was about 20 minutes left in countdown, and they were so close, we think, to getting the weather rules all in agreement, and it just didn't come together.
Yeah, it just didn't line up quite right. They were keeping an eye on some cells out towards Orlando, and very excitedly noticing that the cells were starting to break up. I was watching them, live there as well. There's a rule that says several of the rules mention 10 nautical miles, which if you've ever been down in that area, runs out not quite to Titusville and I-95. So you watch any of that weather between the Space Coast and Orlando to see if those cells are going to continue moving forward, going to continue building intensity, or are going to break up. And the positives were that it looked like they were breaking up, and they certainly were. But that's not the only consideration that they're making there. What they were mentioning was field mill generators, and they dot all around not just Air Force property and NASA property. As you're driving out along the beeline heading back towards Orlando, you might notice some very tall towers out in what look like swamps or farmers field or something like that. These are more weather towers that exist further out towards Orlando, because as you can see, all the weather moves from the west to the east. So they're monitoring that as that goes along. These field mills, they're about the size of a large coffee can, and they have a spinning disc inside of them. And what they're doing is measuring the electric potential of the atmosphere, and they're measured in volts per meter. So there's everything has some level, some acceptable level, and it's about 1,000 to 1,500 volts per meter. And there's that, and you can see all those circles with the plus sign through them. Those are all field mills. I don't know which ones particularly were violating, but there was enough of them violating where they were running up over 2,000 volts per meter. I heard on the weather loop that wasn't sufficient to clear in time. They did see that voltage potential going down, and they did say about, like they said, about 10 minutes after launch, conditions were right where they could have launched. So it's worth pointing out here too that this was an instantaneous launch. If that was a shuttle sitting on the pad and it had sufficient fuel, we might have been able to launch today, because the shuttle had a wide enough window. It carried extra fuel. It had some additional steering capability that was not designed into the Falcon 9. The Falcon 9 was designed more for efficiency. We know that we can come back the next day and try to launch again. But the shuttle was designed in such a way that we could launch as far as up to 10 minutes after the planned launch time and still steer back into that plane. But the Falcon 9, you launch the second that you planned on launching, or you don't launch. It's not a matter of throttling up and catching back up to where you planned on being. Once you're in the wrong orbital plane, you'll never catch up with station. So that's why it was set up that way.
So we've read through your tweet from earlier today, and it was kind of interesting seeing the different types of criteria needed to launch or to stop a launch.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to kind of speak to more of some of these different conditions that can get in the way of a launch occurring, or what it takes to actually do it?
If you don't mind, bring that graphic up, and you guys are the weather weenies here, so feel free to jump in on anything you see here that catches your eye. There's basically we'll call it three things that they're looking at. Precipitation is one of them. We don't want to launch through precipitation. That's just a no-go. The other thing is clouds, and the clouds kind of go two ways. There's a thick cloud rule that's in place. We have launched other missions through clouds, uncrewed missions, and you see a really brightening of the cloud as the plume goes through it. But for a crewed mission where we want to keep eyes on the vehicle, particularly during a test like this, where the high definition video, they're basically shooting through telescopes that are on these. They look like old World War II guns that can elevate and follow the track of the vehicle as it goes up. We want to keep eyes on that. So that thick cloud rule is another one. But the rest of the cloud rules, when you really look at them in depth, they are all about lightning. Anvil clouds. Once a cumulus cloud has matured and a storm has matured to the point where you start seeing those overshooting tops as it's touching the bottom of the stratosphere, that's the kind of thing that really worries a launch weather officer because it's got the potential to generate a lot of lightning. Lightning's very bad for rockets. I mentioned that earlier, how Apollo 12 was struck by lightning. Smoke in the area can trigger lightning. The rockets themselves can trigger lightning. That plume that is coming off the rocket can act as a bit of a grounding rod, and the lightning is drawn to the vehicle itself because it's trying to find that path to the ground, and the plume itself can create a path to the ground. So any potential for lightning in the area we want to avoid. A good percentage of those launch weather criteria that you see there is about avoiding lightning.
Yeah, Tony, I was going to say the lightning's concerned, but I can see two or three other ones, especially the convective debris one and the within 10 nautical miles of an anvil. Those were all met as well. So it wasn't, and I think it wasn't just one storm. They had storms exiting and also storms coming in. They were kind of surrounded. It was just a bad situation. As soon as I was looking at the radar and saw the lightning, I was like, this did not look good.
Yeah, the times when I'm down there, I definitely have radar on my phone out watching it, and you can watch the storms boil up. Little tiny cells boil up halfway between Orlando and the Space Coast. And it's that convective action as the sea breezes come on that really can create some of that. Didn't see a whole ton of that this afternoon. Really did this morning. Saw those boil up, move across, dissipate. We're mostly seeing more organized storms move across, or cells, I should say, move across Central Florida.
Hey, Tony, I have a question. What was the precise flight path? Was it to the northeast, southeast? What direction was it going to go?
All these flights are going to go to the northeast, and they're following the same inclination that the International Space Station has. So when you're looking at an orbit, everything's relative to the equator, and you measure that angle between the equator and wherever your flight path is, and it's I have the exact number. It's 50 some degrees. So it kind of runs up the East Coast, almost parallel to it. So anybody out in Eastern North Carolina, the next time we have a good launch, especially one at night, it's easier to see these at night because you got that plume to look for. But we should be able to see them definitely out from the easternmost part of North Carolina. But I think you've actually seen them a time or two in Charlotte.
Yeah, we got lucky with that sunrise launch because the sun was coming up and it illuminated the plume on the horizon, and it was spectacular. It freaked people out, but as soon as I saw it, I knew right away. I'm like, oh, this is awesome. It was just the perfect setup of lighting and angle and everything.
Brad, Venus freaks people out, so.
Well, Tony, I have a question. We're talking about the weather, and it kind of scrubbed this launch. So what happens now? I mean, what do you think the mindset of these astronauts are? I mean, now you get pumped up for this, and now it's kind of wait a few more days.
I think this is a bit of muscle memory for them. It is not built up in their mind, maybe to the point where we think it might be, because they've done this so many times. There's a comment made on the broadcast today. Well, we got another good dry run. And in their minds, that's probably what this was, a more organized dry run with more cameras and more attention. They saw this as a positive thing. This was another chance to check out the suits. This was another chance to check out, make sure those Teslas would make it to the launch pad without any problems there. I didn't see any superchargers on the launch pad, so I guess those things were fully charged before they popped the astronauts in there. It was another chance to see their families. You know, they've been in quarantine for a good amount of time. That's normal. We always quarantine our astronauts before they go, something we learned back in the Apollo days. So they've done this so many times in simulations and in dry runs and things like that, that this is kind of business as usual. This is their office. I'm sure they wanted to fly today, and they would have rather gone today than have to wait a couple more days. But it's another chance to do a little more study. It's another chance to work through some of these things in their heads. So in the end, it's a positive thing.
Tony, actually playing on the screen right now is some emotional video of them saying goodbye to their family, and it's most notable in these coronavirus times that they are 6 feet apart and social distancing. But I think you just hit upon it too, in that space is a very sterile environment, and there typically are some separation and some quarantine. Can you talk at all about, did coronavirus amplify that?
Not really. The main thing that the main impact that it had on this launch was in the support personnel. The folks that are working directly with the astronauts, this is the operations checkout building. It's existed since I believe the Gemini days, or definitely during the Apollo days. This is where there's some small apartments the astronauts stay in. There's some dining facilities. There's, of course, a kitchen there. And there's folks that support that. So there's fewer people involved with that. And the people involved with that were in their own quarantine as well. But this, that distancing you saw there, there used to be when the astronauts would arrive from Houston into the Kennedy Space Center, near that landing strip where their aircraft would come in, there was this drainage ditch, that the families would be on one side and the astronauts would be on the other. And that was where they said their goodbyes. So it's very common for the families to be separated from the astronauts just for their safety. One thing that's worth noting in that great video where you saw the two boys, the similarities with these two astronauts are kind of fun. They both have two boys about the same age. Both the astronauts are about the same age. They joined NASA. They were accepted into the astronaut class of 2000. So there's a similarity there. They're both test pilots. One was in the Air Force, one was in the Marine Corps. They both married astronauts as well. And both of their wives have PhDs. One's an oceanographer and the other is a mechanical engineer. But they're kind of similar in that regard. So it's really cool that they got to see their families here. And the one thing I really like about the Tesla is once those doors are shut and those guys are sealed in, the boys got to go up and wave goodbye to their fathers a little bit closer. You didn't get that in the Astra van. They just hopped on board and headed out there.
Kind of brings us right back around to that whole stylistic difference we're seeing now with SpaceX in 2020.
Did we think Elon Musk was going to put them on a motorhome and send them out there? No, he's going to send them out there like this. I did like the addition of the worm logo too, the old worm logo type.
I was going to ask you that. That was going to be my end question. But is that your preference over what I learned today is otherwise called the meatball?
The meatball, NASA has 3 logos. The meatball is what you see on the door there, and each one of those little items on there, the red swoosh represents aeronautics. You see some stars back there. Obviously, that's representing the space aspect of NASA. NASA's covering both aeronautics and space exploration. But the NASA logo, the stylized logo type, the worm logo we call it, I remember that from when I was growing up. So it's kind of nice to see it back. I don't have a preference personally. I think it's great to see them both.
Tony, is there anything maybe we didn't ask you about that was on your mind today that you think would be important to include in tonight's conversation?
Something to look for in the future. Well, obviously, we will keep an eye on the weather on Saturday and Sunday. The next launch opportunities, Saturday at 3:22 p.m. NASA's TV is going to start about 12:15 with coverage. So there'll be plenty of things to see there. There's a backup opportunity on Sunday at 3 o'clock. So hopefully we'll be able to get this thing off this weekend. But once that's finished, the next set of astronauts that go up on this Crew Dragon, I believe they're going to use all 4 seats. So we'll see this really starting to meet the demands that it was set out there for. And keep in mind that this isn't the only commercial human spaceflight effort that is out there, that NASA is partnering with a commercial entity. Next, we're going to see Boeing. And we don't have dates on when that's going to be, but Boeing has a Starliner, is what they call their capsule. And it's going to be on top of an Atlas rocket, which is put out by United Launch Alliance. SpaceX builds both their capsule and their vehicle, and the launch vehicle, the Falcon 9. But there's an additional partnership with United Launch Alliance.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at COVID-19 www.ncdhhs.gov.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
On history with just about every uncrewed mission, all the robotic missions through the Jet Propulsion Laboratory that are out there studying the sun, studying Mars. We're going to have a launch of the Curiosity rover's twin, Perseverance, here in July. That's going to be on a United Launch Alliance rocket as well. That's a very well-proven rocket, too. It's actually the rocket I've seen launch the most. The times I've gone down there mostly to see uncrewed launches. So keep an eye out for that as well.
Is the plan here to get some commercialized versions of the International Space Station up there orbiting?
That's one of the things that's being discussed, and it's certainly not going to be the last station up there. It is the most expensive, most complicated things humans have ever built. So I don't think SpaceX is going to be putting up their own version of this anytime soon. Are there commercial benefits to having an ability to do science and do manufacturing in low Earth orbit and taking advantage of the microgravity? Absolutely. We're doing things like we're even 3D printing human organs on station, something that you just can't do in the normal gravitational environment of Earth. You have to be up there in microgravity to do it. So there's applications. That's something that's going to happen. Is it going to happen in short order? Probably not. But there's definitely applications in space, and that's the direction things are going.
Tony, we appreciate your time. Our fingers are crossed that we can get this off the ground this weekend and return United States astronauts to the space station from U.S. soil. Hopefully the weather cooperates. And I think you've got some TV obligations coming up there in the Raleigh area. And so we'll let folks in that area know they can catch you here in a little bit on TV. And we appreciate you squeezing us into your very busy day.
Does anybody want to go on record and make weather predictions for Saturday? Or are we gonna launch on Saturday?
It's Florida, like you said, Tony. Someone asked me, what's it look like? Hey, if you, especially that time of day, like mid-afternoon in Florida, basically at the end of May, early June, it's a 30-40% chance you can pretty much, write it down. I think it'll be a lot like today. I think, they just got to get lucky that they'll be in between storms right at that time.
And the weather's very different in Florida than it is here in the Carolinas, in that stuff will spin up and it'll move through. Florida's not a very wide state, so it can move through in just 2 hours time from coast to coast, and it'll be a bright sunny day.
It's the same reason I always cringe when people have trips to Florida and they look at their app and go, oh, looks like it's gonna rain every day, and I'm that's every single day during the summer. And like you said, Tony, it'll pop up. Yeah, it'll pop up and be gone. You just got a 30-minute shower.
Our challenge again with these instantaneous launches is the weather's got to be right at that time. So what I tell folks, there's going to be another launch weather forecast that comes out here. The 45th Weather Squadron will put another one out probably on Friday. We'll definitely see one on Saturday. And when you see that go, no go percentage, follow me at RTP Hokie on Twitter. I always tweet these things out because they're a great source of information about what to look for. Don't get too wound up if the no-go percentage, is too high. I've seen things be canceled for weather, again, because of what you described with Florida weather, in the high 90s for go. And I've seen things be canceled for exactly have the ability to launch with absolutely horrid looking conditions a day before or even the morning before. There is truly a 50-50 chance that we will launch on any given day, and it's either we go or we don't, and it's based on what the conditions are right then and there.
Tony mentioned during our broadcast tonight the Air Force 45th Weather Squadron, who was watching the weather very carefully down there and providing not only real-time conditions but forecasts for this and many other launches. We had the opportunity to have them on this show in January of 2018. There's a whole episode where we talked to them about all sorts of things, but we pulled the soundbite about lightning, and Tony showed it earlier, all those different lightning detectors. Let's just roll a little bit of that clip so we can hear straight from some members of the 45th, at least at the time here when this was recorded, about how they go about tracking some of those weather conditions.
And with the lightning, tell us about the threats that lightning would pose to a vehicle being struck on the pad. And then this may be something more for the active duty members, but tell us about the new lightning defense systems that are on the pads now.
So one of the major threats, again, for the range is lightning. And the reason why this is a threat is it poses a risk to the electrical system of the rocket. And it can actually cause a threat to the steering system. And so we want to make sure, and every time there's a lightning strike close to a pad where there's a rocket exposed, they have to kind of take it back into the hangar and run several tests to make sure that none of the circuits of the rocket got closed circuit or there was any damage to the steering system. Because again, and we have a sensor of 10 or a network of 10 sensors, very, very strategically positioned, and they are using the radio frequencies to be able to localize the different lining step leaders. And so each step leader is sending out a signal, and via triangulation, we are locating that step leader. So with those sensors, we can start pinpointing cloud to cloud or cloud to ground lightning strikes. Right now, the resolution that we have is 50 meters. So we can localize, or we can pinpoint a lightning strike within 50 meters of the actual location where it struck.
Some very interesting stuff. You can find that show in the Carolina Weather Group archive. We also have it looping this week if you're checking out our new nonstop Carolina Weather Net channel on YouTube and on Twitch. We want to switch gears now and talk a little bit about the surprise that was Tropical Storm Bertha today. We'll bring in Brad in a minute to talk about some of the lingering flooding concerns. It looks like we still have one of the two flash flood warnings right now at this 9 o'clock hour here in Charlotte, but I know Jared Smith in Charleston is on a tight time crunch as well too. And Jared, you guys woke up in the bullseye of this thing this morning.
Yeah, it started as we knew that something was going to happen. So I think that's the most important thing to note, is that the surprise was the naming. It wasn't necessarily the fact that we were going to have heavy rain, that we were going to have gusty winds, that we were going to have a marginal tornado threat. All of those things, we went into this knowing that was a possibility. And we went into this knowing that there was a 20 to 30% chance that this thing could turn tropical. The Gulf Stream, much like you two, moves in mysterious ways. And so it was again this time. It just absolutely took off like a rocket. It started as a very strong velocity cup with the Weather Service in Charleston. It actually put out a special marine warning that ended up acting like a cone of uncertainty, because during the time of that special marine warning, the National Hurricane Center bumped the probability up to 70%, and then by 8:30 they had classified it as Tropical Storm Bertha, just 30 miles offshore. And so we're like, oh, okay. So this is happening, and yeah, it came ashore. It was had some pretty good wind gusts. The buoy at the Edisto buoy went to 59 miles an hour, which was pretty good. 30, 40 mile an hour wind gusts. Some scattered power outages, especially as you got into Myrtle Beach. Wasn't that bad. We've had way worse. We had tornadoes last week, right? And we had even heavier rain. Of course, we had flooding downtown, as we often do, but we had that even worse last week. So, again, we kind of knew that there was going to be something here. The fact that it got named when it did, was kind of like, okay. But you could see it. I mean, you could see it coming together on the radar, and that guy, it started developing a little eyes. Like, wait a second. You start to see that it's expanding out from being this water spout producing supercell to something a little bit more, a little bit broader. So, it was caught us by surprise a little bit as far as that development. But again, we knew that this was going to kind of be how it went. There was nothing really surprising about that part. No major problems here in Charleston aside from the flooding that we're used to. But now it's just going to go up the gut and send a bunch of rain up there. We did set a rainfall record at the airport today, 2.08 inches, new record. Breaks a record set in 1977 of 2 inches straight on the dot. So we got another pretty good deluge of rain after the bone dry start to May. So yeah, it was an interesting day. I'm still getting comments tonight on Twitter and Facebook saying, "Is like, oh wait, there was a tropical storm? What?" It's like I was too busy. My favorite one right here is I was too busy disinfecting everything to know that there was a tropical storm. So. Give you a general idea of what kind of event Bertha was here. Really wasn't that big, but
did you say that we're up the gut? Because that's what I took away from what you just said.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's running. You do a little football analogy here. We're just going right up. It's doing the old Hugo. God, the track parallels to Hugo were kind of fascinating, actually, and yeah. Fortunately, there were no parallels as far as intensity, so that was good. So that got some locals, buzzing a little bit as far as like, ooh, that looks familiar. We've seen that before. But yeah, at landfall, the Hurricane Center said it had 50-mile-an-hour winds. Now, Shay Gibson, our panelist, he helps maintain a pretty dense mesonet of weather stations here, and really along the southeast and. With weather flow, and they didn't see anything like that. So it'll be interesting to see kind of what the postmortem looks like on this. I'm going to be very interested to see how this goes. I know that, and I'll tell you what, it's like the local weather service had everything, nailed down and ready to go. And so to switch to tropical mode just on the fly like that, usually they have some time to prepare for that. Today, they had to just flip-flop into tropical operations, and kudos to the Weather Service in Charleston for making that just so seamless. They did such a wonderful job keeping everything flowing, keeping everybody informed. So not an easy day for anybody in weather, to put it mildly.
Well, Brad, your colleague to the south, Chief Meteorologist Efron Alfante at WLTX, had a graphic. I was just looking to see if he tweeted it. I saw it on the air earlier that kind of just did a timeline, and I'm going to paraphrase because I don't have it in front of me, but it was essentially 5:30 advisory, 20% chance, 7:30 advisory, 70% chance, and then somewhere at like 9:30 it was like landfall. Jared mentioned the tornadoes.
I think when that 70% came out, it was probably already a tropical system.
Probably. They needed to get a little bit closer for all those sensors, I guess.
Yeah. It brings up a good point. I think Jared was exactly spot on. It's funny how this just getting a name makes a big deal of it, but literally the forecast and impact, nothing changed. It's like I joked all day. It's like, hey, our rain now has a name. It's like pretty much... we were forecasting the flood threat. The timing was exact. I was calling it a tropical low for the last 3 days. I really wasn't referring to it as a tropical wave because it looked like it was going to have some spin to it. All the short range guidance had some rotation. But it is interesting that it gets a name, and it's, the B storm. It's weird. It's the third time in the last 10 years we've had the B storm before June 1st. So that is rare, but it's happened a lot more frequently in the last 10 years. And I looked it up today, and I'm pretty sure, I think it tied for the third or fourth earliest B storm on record, at least formation-wise. But it's probably going to set a record for the shortest duration tropical system because I think it was last year we had the A storm. Was it Andrea? Only like 3/4 of a day did it maintain tropical characteristics. So this will be interesting to see what kind of longevity stats it's going to come up with. But the thing to remember about these is, I think as a communicator with the public, is the name really isn't important. It's the impacts. And I think if people focus on the impacts more, the name is not that big of a deal. For instance, everybody was freaking out about this today, but it honestly did less damage and issues to us than a cutoff no name low last week, which plagued us with flooding for 4 days, tornadoes, straight line winds. So it's a really good wake up call about how we communicate weather impacts. I know for insurance purposes, especially on the coast, that the naming is a big deal for deductibles and stuff. But in the grand scheme of things, the overall impacts did not change at all just because we gave it a name today.
Can you talk about how last week's weather, and I don't mean to make any assumptions in the question, set us up for the flooding risk today, how it all kind of came together?
Oh, I've been fascinated by watching the flooding. We had a lot of flooding in Charlotte, a lot of creeks, and I saw a couple creeks come up with only 1.25 inches of rain. That's almost, I never seen that happen. The problem was everything's saturated. That 1.25 inches of rain went right into the creek. Nothing soaked in. So we had several creeks flood almost instantaneously because of the 4 to 6 inches of rain we had last week. There's just, it's like a wet sponge, trying to clean up a wet table with a wet sponge. You just spreading the water around. You're not really soaking anything up. And so today we actually set a rainfall record as well. I'm glad Jared brought that up because I had to check. In Charlotte, we did set a rainfall record for today as well. 1.55 broke, or 1.64 broke the old record of 1.55 in 1981. So I think that's the 9th or 10th 1 inch or more rainfall in a day this year. I think that's a record for this early in the year as well. So yeah, last week's rain really set the table for the flooding issues today. And we're going to see a lot of the creeks and streams continue to rise in the next 24 hours because this is all running off back into the Catawba, the Rocky River. It's flowing into the PD. I bet you're going to see some pretty substantial and surprising crest on some of these rivers because people don't expect the little bit of rain we got today to cause a quick jump in water levels. And just watch any of the storms that pop up the next 2 days. They'll be more scattered, but any one of those is probably going to produce flash flooding pretty quickly.
I've been doing a lot of talking in this episode. I want to just pause for a moment and see if anyone else wants to hop in so I don't steal all the questions.
I'll just say, normally with these tropical systems, the foothills really, we really wring out the moisture, but it's not been too bad up this way. It's more like Brad said, along the 77 corridor onto the east where most of the flooding has been. Last week, it was a lot of rain as well, but we didn't see as much flooding because of the breaks and things that happened. We didn't see a lot of flash flooding. So we've got lucky, but like Brad said, I think it's time to dry out for a few days. It's been awful saturated.
The good news too is this thing was moving. If it was 6 miles per hour slower, I think we would have major issues in the Charlotte area because we started seeing the water come up real quickly right at the tail end of that last rain band. If it stuck over us a little bit longer, I think we would have a lot of water rescues and a lot of issues in Charlotte. So I think we got pretty lucky with that forward speed, almost moving 25, 30 miles an hour by the time it got up our way. I think what's interesting is one of the comments I've been getting a lot today, and I think this is always one that's kind of the public sees these early storms and they go, uh-oh, looks like a bad season. And honestly, it doesn't really mean a whole lot for the season. I mean, we might go 2 months now without seeing another tropical system, though. I don't know. Next week in the Gulf looks kind of interesting. But I think it's one of those things, these homegrown systems early in the season, stalled fronts, MCVs that are over water. This is kind of par for the course. This isn't really all that crazy. The only thing that would have me concerned, and Jared brought this up, is how warm the water is in the Gulf Stream and in the Gulf of Mexico. I think the sea surface temperatures are something I'll be watching a lot this hurricane season. But if we have a busy season and they're all fish storms, nobody's going to say anything about these later on in the season.
And we'll remind folks that last week the Hurricane Center came out with their outlook for the season, and it was kind of at or above normal range.
Yeah, it looked a lot like last season. Honestly, when you look at the numbers, it's almost like a regurgitation of last season's exact numbers we got. So, those above the seasonal forecasts get a lot of publicity. And there is some skill in them. Some of the forecasters do an amazing job. But the thing I always caution the public is the number of storms does not mean anything to you. One storm hitting you is a bad season. So I always bring up 1992, Hurricane Andrew. first storm of the season, one of the worst storms in U.S. history, the A storm. I think we ended up with 7 total named storms the entire season. But everyone will remember that season for Andrew. They won't. No one's going to go, 1992 was a great hurricane season. We only had 7 storms, So the number isn't always important. It's the 2 or 3 that end up affecting you that really defines the season, in my opinion.
Brad, let me ask you a non-hurricane question, a lifestyle question for Charlotte and I think beyond. It's been raining so much lately, I haven't been able to get out and cut my lawn, tend to the garden.
Oh.
When am I going to be able to do that?
I think this weekend, this cold front, I think this, if we didn't have all this rain and all this other stuff going on, we'd be talking a lot about this cold front in early June. I mean, it's going to, Monday and Tuesday, we're going to be in the low to mid 70s in Charlotte with morning lows in the 50s. That's the first 2 days of June. And dew points in the 40s, that's like heaven. So it is interesting to see that after this rainy pattern, we're going to get this great treat of weather to kick off the meteorological summer. So people will get the chance to mow their lawn and let their yard dry out. I've been pretty happy because my lawn looks amazing this year.
If you do say so yourself.
Yeah, we got so warm so early. I was able to get the fescue like in shape, and then getting rain. I haven't turned my irrigation on once. It's been amazing. The problem is just getting out in the yard to work on it. It's just been so wet. And if you're trying to do a garden, it's been tough. Your plants are getting drowned out. So this weekend things dry out, and next week looks a lot better, and we get back to typical summer weather. It looks like by the end of next week. I think pools will start opening, and now that we're getting to phase 2 of the reopening as well, I think people kind of wanted to warm up and dry out so they can enjoy some of those summer activities.
Scotty, we had a big NASCAR race kick off this past weekend in Charlotte. They got in the Coca-Cola 600. It went to overtime after a long weather delay, but there's still some more races they're trying to get in, right? Can you give us a weather sports update?
Can you see the bags under my eyes? I mean, it's been a long couple of days. We had rain for the Coca-Cola 600, made it the longest race, 607 miles. I think it was almost a 6-hour race with that hour and about 15-minute rain delay. Tuesday and Wednesday, we got off without a hitch. Tonight, tonight we had rain ending around the 8 o'clock start time, but the problem was it's going to take about 2.5, 3 hours to dry the track with all the humidity around. So that would be a start time of about 11:30, and that's just not the best for folks who are wanting to watch on TV. So we're going to try again tomorrow evening at 7 p.m. out at Charlotte Motor Speedway. Weather looks good unless we get one of those pop-up thunderstorms around the area. So I'll be watching for some storms in the vicinity. Hopefully they all stay away from the track and we can get this race in, because they turn around in their shops on Friday and they head to Bristol, Tennessee on Sunday and Monday for this very condensed every other day, it seems like, racing right now for NASCAR to get called back up from all the missed races.
It's like the baseball schedule, but for NASCAR.
It is. I mean, and I was on a chat with the team out at Charlotte Motor Speedway, and they were all just dragging because it's long days. Teams come in early in the morning. They have to go through all the COVID screenings, and just makes for a very long day out the track. And then you have to deal with the rain. So I know they are ready for it to clear out and get the racing back underway. So yeah, we'll try again tomorrow night.
Scotty, I think I was cracking up. We do a lot with NASCAR, and it's just so funny. We're going to cram all these races in the Carolinas in a 2-week period, and the 2 weeks we have it's like the wettest 2 weeks of the entire spring.
It's funny. One of the folks we work with at the track, Brad, they said, maybe this is God telling us we shouldn't have started this early.
I mean, it all made sense to have all these races regionally, but it's like, what a horrible time. It's like we've been just getting soaked and washed out. I did want to tell you one thing about Bertha, guys. I was just looking something up real quickly because I was thinking about it. The accumulated cyclone energy for Bertha. Look at this chart. The name storm day for Bertha was only half a day. I believe that is going to be a record for the shortest duration name, and 0.4 accumulated cyclone energy. So if you look at the chart here, it shows observed versus climatology. Even though we've had 2 early season storms, it's barely above climatology. So I always like looking at this metric, because if you're not familiar with this metric, it basically shows intensity of storm and duration of storm. It comes up with a calculation called accumulated cyclone, or ACE. And I think it's a really good metric for trying to see how active a hurricane season is. So even though we've had 2 storms, you can see it's kind of accumulated cyclone energy of almost nothing.
I was just looking because I had lost track of it, and I was like, is it still a depression? It is still a depression right now, because I was like, I wonder how long it's going to actually hold on to this Bertha name, but I guess
yeah,
for a while longer.
One of the naming regimes for the Hurricane Center, once a storm is downgraded to a depression, it keeps the name even as a depression until it becomes a remnant low. So it will be Tropical Depression Bertha, and probably till at 2 a.m. I bet the 2 a.m. advisory tonight it'll get dumped, if not earlier, maybe 11.
It's still in there. Let's see. Yeah, 2 a.m. Thursday, it's still a tropical cyclone as a depression, and then 2 p.m. Thursday, if we're just looking at the cone mile markers, it's post-tropical depression Bertha somewhere over Pennsylvania, just to keep us on our toes. So we'll see. Brad, thank you for your time. I know your day's been very busy. Your week's been very busy. One last plug for Weather School. You got a couple more days of that left, right?
Yeah, 2 more days of Weather School. We will have, I believe if my numbers are correct, without our glitches, I think exactly 60 episodes of Weather School
DVD
since
box
the
set
beginning
out.
of March. That's pretty impressive that we've been able to do that every single day at 1 o'clock. We've done a weather segment online live and on YouTube. So 2 more days of the school year. I will be happy.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
Made some for some long days, especially when you have to get up and start at 11 o'clock producing this thing and get your day rolling, and then try to teach 2 kids in your house their homeschooling as well. So it's been an interesting. I love it, but I love the fact that it's all online, James. That's the great thing about it, is that archive is there now, and people can go back and use these. They're evergreen. They're going to be able to go back, and that playlist is on the WCNC's YouTube channel, and you can go watch them and use them for lessons in the fall, next spring, whenever. They're always going to be there. So that's the cool thing about it.
Absolutely do want to acknowledge you guys have been working real hard on those. You've been doing some long days because you've still got television due until 11:35 at night. But yeah, WCNC.com/weather school will take you over to that playlist, and they'll live there forever. And so a lot of hard work, and now you've got this great archive that folks can utilize at any point. We'll let folks know that, as always, you can check out the Carolina Weather Group podcast, the audio version of the podcast, on Spotify or on Apple Podcasts. If you're on Apple Podcasts, we'd love for you to leave us a rating and a review. It certainly does help. You can always watch the show live when we do these roundtable discussions by joining into the conversation on YouTube, Facebook, Periscope, Twitch, and as I mentioned earlier, we're experimenting with a new nonstop channel called the Carolina Weather Net on YouTube, so you may see episodes just like this one repeating at a future time in a wheel. We will be back on all of our streaming platforms this weekend for the launch of SpaceX Demo 2, and we leave you tonight with some sound from astronaut Christina Cook. She spent almost a year aboard that International Space Station starting in 2019, and she is a graduate of NC State, and she had this to say about the mission, and she spoke earlier today with NASA TV.
Thank you, Marina. I now have the distinct pleasure of being joined by one of NASA's record-setting astronauts and a recent resident aboard the International Space Station, Christina Cook. Christina, thanks for joining us.
Great to be with you, Dan.
Christina, we're coming up on 20 years of continuous human presence on the space station, and you were one of those humans. What's it like to see a new milestone like this launch unfold after so much history already?
So much history indeed. It is really just such a testament to NASA. Not only are we pushing the boundaries of knowledge and discovery and exploration, but we're pushing the boundaries on how we accomplish that mission. We're bringing in commercial partners. We're fostering a space economy. So we're making sure that we're always pushing forward, always taking that next step. I think it's such a privilege to be part of an organization that recognizes if we're not actually making steps and innovating every single time we do this, then we're not truly answering humanity's call to explore and to push those boundaries.
Christina, I know Bob and Doug are veterans themselves, but what advice do you have for Bob and Doug, given your experience as a long-duration station crew member?
Well, being able to live on board the International Space Station and work there is just such a privilege. You know, you're a steward of this amazing laboratory that's bringing so many benefits down to Earth and also learning how we can push farther into the universe. So it is quite an honor, and I think that's the main thing about how it feels to be up there for a long duration. You know, in terms of advice, Bob and Doug have been great mentors for me. They've given me advice for so many years. It's strange to be the one who could be in a position to offer them anything. But I would say that as, you know, shuttle flyers, they used to participate in missions that were really, really intense, go, go, go all the time. Long duration space flight is more of a marathon than a sprint. So I would tell them to take that moment, enjoy it, and, really welcome the opportunity to have part of your mission be taking it all in and sharing that with the people that got you there.
Thanks again, Christina. Always a pleasure to hear from you, and fantastic words. Thank you for sharing.
Thank you. My pleasure.
Welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. This is show number 305, and we're very happy to have Mr. Tom Nizzle on with us. You've probably seen Tom on the Weather Channel. He's a winter weather expert, has since retired, but finds himself close to the Carolinas, and we are happy to have Tom here. As we're in the heart of winter weather season, we thought, well, it's appropriate to have Tom on. So, Tom, welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. We're happy to have you on with us this evening.
It's great to be with y'all. And, I'm originally from up north in Buffalo, New York, but now I'm right next door to you, just across the border in a place called Roan Mountain, Tennessee.
Yes, Roan Mountain, Tennessee. You've probably heard about that on the show here. Ricky Matthews, meteorologist up in the Bristol, Tennessee area, talks about Roan Mountain, as does Evan Fisher, who goes up several times throughout the winter season to do some snow chases. So you've heard about Roan Mountain, so now you can kind of put a face with the place tonight. So Tom, you have been dubbed the winter weather expert at the Weather Channel. You worked for the National Weather Service. You've been able to develop some weather programs, some tools. Kind of talk to us about your weather journey. How did you catch the weather bug? Kind of go through with us on your journey and how you got to each stop along that journey.
Yeah, well, thank you. And again, thanks for having me on. This is an honor. Like so many of you that are in tune to this podcast, you're weather geeks, right? You're weather weenies, and something turned you on at some point in your life. For me, coming from Buffalo, New York, of course, they say up there's two seasons, July 4th and winter. And we, of course, really got to enjoy winter as kids. I also lived very close to the Buffalo airport. And when I was a little one, there were 10 boys in my neighborhood. My dad used to load all the kids into the car and go over to the airport to watch airplanes. And we'd park next to this crazy looking building. It had a little dome on top of it. Well, while the rest of my friends were watching the airplanes, that building was the upper air site for the Buffalo Weather Office. And that's where they sent up the weather balloons. And I got interested in weather just by watching the technicians taking readings and sending up balloons. And my love of winter weather, of course, was in my DNA, because when you live in Buffalo, you learn to enjoy the snow and get out and play in it. So that was kind of my beginnings.
And Tom, talking about winter weather, before we kind of transition into more conversationally, winter weather is different. You said you grew up in Buffalo, you're kind of used to it. Now you live here in the South in Tennessee, where the mountains of Tennessee obviously sees more snow than when, let's say, you lived in Atlanta, Georgia. So can you talk a little bit about the differences of how people perceive snow maybe in Buffalo compared to here in the Southeast?
Well, yeah, it is fascinating. And, when I lived up north, we used to, and I mean this in sort of a respectful way, but we would laugh at the people down south having all kinds of problems with a few inches of snow. Well, then I moved down to Atlanta, and we got a couple of interesting events with only a couple of inches of snow, but temperatures below 32 degrees that turned that snow immediately into ice. Atlanta's a pretty hilly area. I came from flatlands up in Buffalo, and I very quickly found out that when there's no salt to salt the roads and treat the roads, and you're in hilly conditions, I don't care how good a driver you are, you're going to be stranded. You can't get around in that kind of weather. And so it's not as much that people are wimpy in the South and can't handle the snow. You're just not set up for it. So it was a really interesting education to me. But it was also fascinating when I first got to the Weather Channel that when we would talk about snow in the South, I would kind of just push it off like, yeah, there's going to be a little bit down here. And everybody would say, no. That's the point. All you have to say is the word snow, and it puts everyone into a panic.
Ain't that the truth? The time, that we're talking about this, we just recently had a snow scare here in Charleston. Somebody, a snowflake showed up on the app and everybody freaked out. So it's, I get it. I lived down here a long time, and it just freaks everybody out. So let's talk a little bit about you started, you really got your big time in weather before you came to the Weather Channel. You were at the National Weather Service up in Buffalo. You were up there, did a lot of really, a lot of really cool things that we're going to talk about here later in the show, such as Buff Kit, and but also naming winter storms was something that came out of the Buffalo office, as I recall. I want to talk a little bit about that and just how that, and just your time up there and how the winter storm names came to be.
Well, let's start with career real quickly here. It's great to be in the right place at the right time. When I graduated from college with a bachelor's degree out of State University of New York in Oswego, one of the lake effect snow capitals of the world, I worked research for about 3 years in the Buffalo area in atmospheric science, and then transferred over to, at that time, the Weather Bureau, now the National Weather Service office in Buffalo. And immediately began this interest in lake effect snow, this crazy type of snowstorm where it can be snowing in one part of your town with 2 feet of snow, and 10 miles away you could have green grass. I was born and raised with that, but I didn't understand it that well. So getting into the Weather Service office in Buffalo really sprang my career into learning more about lake effect snow. And as I went through that career there, a 32-year career, I went from a forecaster to a science officer and eventually the meteorologist in charge there in Buffalo. Great time, just a wonderful time to work in an office where so many people had an interest in winter weather. And, we developed a lot of tools to help predict winter weather.
So tell me a little bit about, you worked on some really innovative things, including Buff Kit. And Buff Kit is, we love it here for fog prediction, smoke dispersal, things like that. Talk a little bit about, what that was like, seeing that get off the ground and how that has been applied across the weather enterprise.
Yeah, Buff Kit. It's a fascinating story about a tool that was developed by forecasters for forecasters in the operational environment. Way back when I started in the Weather Service, there were only very basic computer models with very basic information. But in getting to network with people from Washington, D.C., we were able to pull much more data out of the computers at Washington and be able to develop programs that would display that information and that data, forecast information on an hourly basis from computer models that up to the point in my career, you only got information and weather forecast at 12-hour intervals at just the mandatory levels in the atmosphere. So we had this plethora of tremendous amounts of data that were coming into our offices, but no way to really display them. And we developed this tool called Buff Kit. I was in on the ground floor with the development of that. But the guy who was really responsible was a guy by the name of Ed Mahoney that still is in the National Weather Service at the Warning Decision Training Branch out in Norman, Oklahoma. Ed was an amazing programmer. Came in as our science officer to Buffalo. And over the course of about a year and a half, it turned into this magical laboratory right within the forecast office. We would say to Ed, we want a tool that's going to help us predict fog, or maybe predict strong winds with momentum transfer down through the atmosphere. Ed would look at the data, go into his office, sit down at the computer like Scotty at the computer in the enterprise, right? And just type away. And about 3 hours later, come out with another tool that we added to this toolkit designed in Buffalo, and hence the name Buff Kit.
I wanted to get back into one of the topics that we brought up a little while ago, which was lake effect snow. So Buffalo being on the eastern side of Lake Erie, we all have heard stories about just some of the amazing amounts of snow that fall from lake effect snow in the Buffalo area. Specifically, a couple of years back, there's about 5 feet of snow that fell during one event. that it was forecast. It was a huge event. But talk to some of our viewers about what is lake effect snow and how you understood it in your office. How did you forecast for that?
Lake effect snow, of course, when we talk about lake effect, it's mainly in reference to the Great Lakes, though it can occur in bodies of water all around the world. Essentially, they're a snowstorm on about the scale of a summertime thunderstorm. So they can only sometimes be just a few miles wide across the length of a band of snow that comes off the lake itself. The snow develops as cold air comes across that relatively warm water of the Great Lakes. So you may be moving air at maybe 10 degrees Fahrenheit across a lake that's 40 degrees. You get a tremendous amount of latent heat release and heat and moisture that actually rise off the lake into that air. And as it continues to rising, cools, condenses into snow. And then the wind direction is what determines where that snow falls. So as the winds change direction, the snow band will move downwind of that. And that's what the big challenge is to predict lake effect snow. You got to think about the fact that you're predicting for one side of a city, maybe 2 feet of snow, whereas your friends that live on the other side of the city may see no snow at all. So it was a tremendous forecast challenge. And early on in my career, it was long before you guys were, some of you may be on the face of the earth, computer models were at a much lower resolution because you didn't have the computer power to work with these models. And some of these early models did not even see the Great Lakes. That is, the Great Lakes weren't even an input into the model. So they wouldn't even recognize the ability to predict or simulate a lake effect snowstorm. So early on, we actually had forecast methods that we used to predict these snows. And again, you see the Great Lakes there. These are huge bodies of water. I mean, they compose 20% of the fresh water in the world. I think about that. And I read a statistic on that. If you take all the water in the Great Lakes and you spread it across the entire United States, it would be 9 feet deep. So put that in your head and think about it. These are huge volumes of water, and they actually control the weather, and not only on a local scale, but on a regional scale across the eastern United States. And yes, and we may touch on this a little later, if you get the right wind direction off the Great Lakes, you can actually see lake effect snow down along the Appalachians.
Very, very interesting. So a little bit, I just want to dive a little bit more into this, right? Because we touched on what the lake effect snow is. Wind direction for Lake Erie. If you look at the length and the width of the lake, not so much the depth or the longitude, but the latitude, you think west-southwest winds, not so much the depth. And then how do you forecast the latitude? You think west-southwest not so much occur. Say, like you said, 10 degree Fahrenheit air moving over 40 degree waters. At what point does that stop? We're looking at what kind of difference in for maximum occurrence to happen, and then for how long is this going to occur? How do you know when the valve shuts off?
Yeah, it's a very interesting and important question there. I like the question. The question is, how long is it going to last? What's the intensity going to be, in addition to where it's going to occur? What's important is you need cold air moving across the Great Lakes, but that cold air has to be deep enough to allow the clouds to grow to that cold air has to be deep to produce snowfall. To allow the if the cold air is really, really shallow, like that cold air that dams here on the east side of the Appalachians and is really shallow, you're not going to develop the clouds to produce lake effect snow. So that's a very important parameter. As far as how long is it going to last, once again, once that layer of cold air becomes shallow enough that it gets squeezed out by high pressure that moves across the area and begins to produce subsidence, that will cut off the lake effect snow. But in any particular locale, any location, it's the wind direction that determines where the snow band is going to be. So that snow band may be going like crazy over your little suburb, your area, and as little as a 10-degree shift in wind, just like that, will kick the snow band 10 or 15 miles north of you or south of you, and you'll go into clear skies at times. So it's a very, very intricate set of parameters that produce lake effect snow. Again, temperature difference to get that heat and moisture off the lake, the depth of the cold air to allow clouds to grow, and then the wind direction, which determines where that will all occur. And if you put all those parameters together and keep the winds in one direction for a long period of time, then you get pasted with snow. If you're under that snow band, think about the fact that it can produce 4 to 6 inches of snow an hour. Put that snow band over you for about an 8-hour period, and you're looking at anywhere from 32 to 36 inches of snow.
Very insightful. Thank you for those answers. I got one more topic to ask you about, and then I'm going to hand this off to Scotty. Tell us about some of your most memorable winter events.
Being from up north, probably can give you one a year from up there. But, and again, many of you too young to remember this, but one of the coldest winters on record in the eastern United States was back in the winter of 1976. On record in the eastern United States, in January of 1976. On record, everything came together in the right or wrong place, depending on how you would define it, at the right place at the right time into upstate New York, western New York off of Lake Erie, and produced a 5-day blizzard known as the Blizzard of 77 in Buffalo, New York. Unfortunately, 29 people died during the blizzard. Many of them were found frozen in their cars that had gotten covered over by snowfall from 5 days. And think about this, 5 days of blizzard conditions. Blizzard conditions that stranded people on roadways. Back then, you didn't have cell phones. You couldn't get on that phone and just call someone to help you. The conditions occurred with temperatures down near the freezing or the zero mark and wind chills down to 20 to 30 below zero. Anyone caught outside in that storm was in peril. And again, unfortunately, there were many, many people that died from that. That was probably the benchmark storm for me because the intensity and the duration of that event. But we've had other really interesting lake effect snow events that have occurred. Back in Christmas week of 2001, I was working at the office in Buffalo, and during that week, we picked up 82 inches of snow. And this wasn't in mountainous areas or areas that were not populated. It was right across the city of Buffalo, and that really put the city at a standstill for several days.
Tom, when you had a chance to go to the Weather Channel, your area of responsibility grew from upstate New York to the entire country. What was that learning curve like?
Oh man, what an education to go from forecasting for, several counties in a portion of the state, and then all of a sudden ending up being responsible for forecasts across the entire nation. At any one point in time, and I've had this happen more than once in my career there, I'd be covering a storm coming into the West Coast, pasting the Sierra with heavy snow, a second weather system that was developing a lee cyclogenesis coming off of the Rockies, and maybe a third weather system that was working up the East Coast to produce a Northeast snowstorm. As I got into that, I began to understand the United States as a whole and what an amazing natural laboratory it is for studying the weather. Check the map out here. This is what I use when I train the forecasters and meteorologists that are at the Weather Channel. There's several features in the United States that make this a great natural laboratory. We start with the mountains, the western and the eastern mountains. They not only, their elevations, trap a tremendous amount of cold air and wring moisture out, but they actually are responsible for developing their own storms. Lee cyclogenesis, low pressure systems that would develop either in Colorado area or across the Carolinas here and just off the coast to produce massive winter storms. All right, so you've got the mountains. The mountains kind of ring in the United States on either side. All right, so you've got the mountains. What they do is they kind of and they channel all of this cold air. That's the second ingredient you need for snow, right? Cold air and moisture. That cold air comes down unimpeded from Canada in across the United States and can get as far south as the coastal areas of the Gulf Coast. And that is just amazing. So here you have this continent. You've got the mountains to start. You've got the cold air that comes down from Canada. And now you've got 3 significant moisture sources to produce that snowfall. The Pacific Ocean, it hammers the Sierra in through the Cascades with the most snow that we see in the United States. Paradise Ranger Station up Mount Rainier in the Cascades gets over 1,000 inches of snow in some seasons. Think about that fact. Now, that's your first source of moisture coming off the Pacific. Your second source is the Gulf of Mexico. what an amazing source of moisture that comes northward into that cold air and is responsible for the tremendous snowstorms we see from Colorado working its way right up into the Great Lakes region. And down in the southern United States, that cold air can be shallow enough that the Gulf air rides over it, can produce some major ice storms. And then we've got our next feature, and that is the Atlantic Ocean. We're all familiar with that because that's what's going to fuel a lot of the snow that occurs here along the east coast of the United States. And by the way, what I call the turbocharger is the Gulf Stream. That'll take that storm that's really firing up off the Carolinas and infuse it with so much more energy that it really cranks as it develops into a nor'easter going up into New England. So all in all, that education in the 7 years at the Weather Channel taught me just how amazing the United States is and the North American continent for producing winter weather.
Tom, let's take a little bit of that and translate it into the Southeast here in the Carolinas. Let's take a little bit of that, Virginia, Georgia, and translate it into the Southeast. For us to get winter weather here, you kind of talked a little bit about the CAD situation. What are our typical setups? We hear Miller A, Miller B systems. Talk to us about what we need to see here in the Southeast to get a winter storm.
Well, again, I always talk about two ingredients, right? You need cold air and you need moisture. And it doesn't have to be exceptionally cold air.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Best of the Carolina Weather Group. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the Southeast.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, Will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
My gosh, that temperature profile in the atmosphere, where the air is cold and where the air is warm, means everything as to the type of precipitation you get. Now, you get across the Carolinas in the southeast, you're east of the Appalachian Range. Across the Carolinas very in the southeast, you will end up the Appalachian seeing range. Events that center very often really cold air from New England down along the east side of the Appalachians. And many of us are familiar with the term cold air damming or the wedge. That cold air that slides down, it's very shallow. It's kind of like molasses. It moves its way down along the east side of the Appalachians and it sits in there. All right, there's ingredient number one. We've got the cold air. If the cold air is really, really shallow, then that can be a real serious issue for the Carolinas. Because ingredient number two is typically going to be a system that is coming somewhere out of the Gulf of Mexico. When we talk about the Miller Type A, Miller Type B, somewhere out of the Gulf of Mexico. Let's keep it even more. When we talk about the Miller Type A, Miller Type B, low pressure system coming out of the Gulf of Mexico is bringing all of this moisture northward along the east coast of the U.S. And it's not exceptionally cold. There's a lot of moisture there, but it's relatively warm. Oftentimes, we see in the Carolinas that this moist air will move northeastward along the coast. And what I've got next to me is one of the most interesting storms I had looked at in the years that I had worked with snowstorms and ice storms along the southeastern part of the United States. And this storm is back from December 2nd through 4th. And I think this was back in, trying to look at the exact date on there. I can't see it on there. I think it was 2002.
That's right.
This is one of the worst ice storms that occurred in the southeastern United States in many, many decades. In fact, in the Raleigh area, I think you had over an inch of ice that occurred from this storm. There were hundreds of thousands of people without power. I believe there were 24 deaths attributed to this storm. But it's a classic setup from a meteorological standpoint here. You've got very cold air to the north of that storm that comes down along the east side of the Appalachians. It's very shallow. You bring more moist air above that. What will happen is snow starts high up in the atmosphere. It melts as it comes down into that warmer air. And then when it hits that cold air right near the surface, it ends up hitting anything that's below the freezing mark and instantly freezing. And because there was so much moisture with this storm, it moved relatively slowly. So there was a long duration. That combination of cold air at the surface and warmer air aloft produced what again was an epic ice storm there.
As of here in January, mid to late January, much of the East Coast, Southeast, I would even say the Tennessee Valley, has not really seen a lot of winter weather. We've had really warm conditions. As we go back, I know we have a lot of locations in western central North Carolina. As we go back, I know over 400 days. We have to go back to December 2018 since we've seen measurable snowfall outside of the mountains. Obviously, the mountains have seen some snowfall. What has contributed to that? Why do you think over the last couple of years, it seems like the snow chances are decreasing in much of the Southeast?
Well, obviously there can be a number of parameters that contribute to that. You can certainly have weather patterns that operate on many different scales, from more of a local or regional scale to a hemispheric scale, that certainly modulate the winter weather across different parts of the globe and across our latitudes. You know, we've had up to this point, two relatively mild, and I might say very mild winters across the southeastern U.S. We've had a jet stream that has been defined by oftentimes a trough in the western U.S. and a ridge over the eastern U.S., which is not allowing much in the way of cold air to get down into this part of the world. But you can't neglect the fact that all this is occurring on a background of a warming globe. And that climatic change, that warmth, is going to produce certain results. We don't know exactly what that is contributing to in the way of modulating our seasonal weather patterns here, but it certainly has to be doing something. We'll often look at other factors on a large scale that help to modulate seasonal weather across parts of this continent. And so is one example, okay? And we're always quoting El Nino or La Nina, whatever phase of ENSO that we might be in, and looking at that as a possible modulator for seasonal forecasts across the United States. But there are so many other factors that come into play from mid to high latitudes. And when you talk about the eastern United States, you talk about other factors that can influence that pattern in the season. It can be anything from ice cover in the Arctic to snow cover in Siberia, to other factors that influence the mid and high latitude flow across North America. Features that are indexed or measured by across North America. Things such as features that are North Atlantic Oscillation, the Arctic Oscillation. Those types of factors in there also play a role in the seasonal weather. But there's no doubt that the past two winters here, I mean, for someone like me who's a snow lover, it's been few and far between.
Even extrapolating that over the last decade or so, we kind of transitioned to northwest flow snow and how that pertains to the Carolinas. There's been a serious decrease in bigger northwest flow snow events over the western North Carolina, eastern Tennessee area. That affects you because you've just recently moved to Roan Mountain, a place of legend. That affects you because you've just recently moved to Roan Mountain. Can you tell us a little bit about what it's like to live there, and also how northwest flow snow is similar to lake effect snow?
Yeah, well, again, I'll go back to the fact that you need two ingredients, right? For snowfall, you need cold air and you need moisture. And there's a couple of ways that you can get cold air. You can move to the far northern parts of the country to get in where it's colder, right? Going up toward Minnesota or Maine in those areas. But you can also get to colder air by elevation. All you have to do is go up in the atmosphere. And so that's why these mountainous areas are so great for skiing, right? Because the temperature drops about 3 degrees per 1,000 feet on average. And so as you get up in elevation here, there's a much better chance for the precipitation of fall as snow. You talk about northwest flow events. These are winds, northwest winds that will come down across the Appalachian Range and produce snowfall. The Appalachians run from the southwest to the northeast. So if you have a northwest wind, it's hitting that mountain range just about perfectly perpendicular, isn't it? And that's the best chance to get lift in the atmosphere, to get what we refer to as orographic lift. And that lift can help squeeze out any moisture in the form of precipitation across the windward side of the mountains, where that wind is coming from. But what's interesting is northwest flow also emanates from an area called the Great Lakes. And so oftentimes, if the flow is very well aligned, it comes off the Great Lakes, you can actually get channels of moisture that will propagate hundreds of miles downstream. When that little area of moist air is moving along and it gets that little kick going over the mountains, that's when the snow can get kicked out. And so oftentimes we get some pretty significant snow events in what otherwise would not be a snowy setup across this part of the world. would not be a snowy
Tom, we've certainly appreciated your
setup
time tonight.
across
If
the
our
sport.
followers want to
Otherwise-
follow you on social media, I know you like to tweet and you tweet out articles. How can they do that?
Well, I'm at, it'll be at Tom Nizzle, and you'll be able to get to me there on Twitter. And I have my Facebook page as well. And if you're interested in snowflakes, I have a Facebook page called Mother Nature Snowflakes. So you can hit me at all those spots. And yeah, I'll friend you for sure.
Awesome. Well, go follow Tom on social media. Great follow. Check out his snow photography. Hopefully we can get you a few more snow events up there in the East Tennessee Mountains before winter ends. And we've appreciated you being with us tonight. As always, we thank you for watching the Carolina Weather Group. Remember to like and subscribe our podcast. Send us any requests. If you have any guests or topics you'd like for us to talk about, send them our way. Until next time, have a great one.
It is September 15th, 2021. I'm James Brierton, live in Charlotte, North Carolina. We have our Carolina Weather Group panel with us tonight, and we are talking about the SpaceX launch just within the hour. You may have seen SpaceX launching from Kennedy Space Center, their first, anyone's first, all-civilian launch to space in the Inspiration 4 mission. We're going to show it to you in just a moment, that SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket and the Dragon spacecraft launching from the historic Launch Complex 39A there in Kennedy Space Center. But the thing I'm really super excited about, and I know these guys are too, is we have photos and videos from you across the Carolinas showing us what it looked like here at home in the eastern sky for many of you, especially along the coast, but not for all of you, because as we take a live look at radar, you can see we've got scattered rain, some heavy, a little thunderstorm activity as well out there, in addition to some clouds, and that ruined the show for many of us here in Charlotte, in Morganton, North Carolina, where Scotty Powell is. But Jared's going to show us some of that video that some of you did manage to take in just a moment. So if you would like to share with us, you can tweet to us right now. A moment. At Carolina. So if you would like to share with us, you can tweet to us right now. WX Group on Twitter. You can find us on Facebook as well too. And we'll take a look at some of those coming up, and we'll hear from these guys in just a moment. But let's get right to it, guys. Let's roll that tape and look here, the final moments of countdown from Kennedy Space Center in Florida just an hour ago.
1 Alpha. Vehicle switching downrange. Stage 1 propulsion is nominal.
T plus 30 seconds. Callouts indicate nominal. Historic mission flying the Inspiration 4 crew. Onboard Dragon and Falcon 9. Great view of the crew in the capsule. We're into the throttle down, into the throttle bucket.
Stage 1 throttle down.
Throttling down in preparation for the period of maximum dynamic pressure. Minute into flight.
9 is supersonic. Stage 1 throttle up.
We're through the period of maximum dynamic pressure.
Copy,
We're throttled back up, and 1 Bravo, the call out from space. That's one of the abort sequences. That is a nominal call. Everything continues to be good. Looks like a smooth ride for the crew.
And you can see them giving the thumbs up there. That is for quote-unquote regular people. They are certainly well-trained, knowledgeable, and experts, but they are not military. They are not NASA.
and they're not really, really rich guys who own their own space company. So what is exciting about this is that it is the first step towards one day launching us regular people into space. Although, I don't know, guys, I don't see in my lifetime me being able to get to space affordably, but it is really cool. I don't see in my lifetime me being able to get to space affordably, as I understand, close to no buttons. And there's just all in this thing from California. But here in the Carolinas, folks like you at home were able to see this. Let's bring in Jared Smith. He is the keeper of the photos and videos tonight. So keep them coming. We'll look for your live comments in chat. But Jared, what are people showing us?
Yeah, we got lucky here in Charleston. Really along the entire South Carolina coast, we actually had, it was kind of funny. James and I, we were talking on the phone earlier. I was like, man, I don't feel good about this because we had some showers coming in not too long ago, and I was like, man, I don't know if we're going to get a good look at this. But as it turned out, we got lucky in the Charleston area, and we'll take my screen share here. And this one comes to us from Emily Koppel. Her father, Michael Koppel, took these photos on Kiawah Island. Is like, is this a SpaceX launch? Yep, absolutely. And some really cool shots. You can see, you can just see that trail there. And the SpaceX rockets just put on such a great show. And I got to tell you, looking inside that SpaceX rocket, it's got to be really good that they're not flying on everything that's something that's built by the lowest bidder. I'm sure that it just looks really, really nice in there. And that is the way that I would want to go to space. It looks like they had a really smooth ride, as James said, and I'm really excited about that. So yeah, so this is what it looked like from the ground. This is from Emily. Thank you, Emily. At Total Return on Twitter got a really cool video here. Thought it was a UFO. Nope, it's an IFO. It's an identified flying object. We know exactly what this is, and get this going. Allegedly, we were going to try and get this going. Okay.
It would be scary if you didn't know what it was or what was happening.
Well, I mean, there are some people who didn't know what was happening. All right, so we're going to fake this. We're going to, for some reason, it's not playing. So I'm just going to drag my my scroll wheel here. But you can kind of. You get the gist. This thing was hauling butt. Spacecraft are, they've got to move very quickly to achieve that escape velocity and get out of our way. And then Christian Morgan, Scotty, he's vacationing in Myrtle Beach. Is that correct?
Yeah, he's in North Myrtle Beach this week. So
yep,
gotta get you.
Christian Morgan from WFMY. Yeah, he got a really cool shot here. And then the other
Christian
cool thing
Morgan
is that we had an ISS pass about 3 minutes
after
that. The International Space Station came by about 3 minutes afterward. So Skywatchers got one, lucky, and two, a heck of a show tonight, courtesy of the United States Space Program, cooperation with our international partners, and Elon Musk. So this is just a few of them. If you go off on Twitter, the videos are everywhere right now. Yeah, it was really cool. It was really neat. Just before we went on, Dave Williams at Channel 4 here, WCIV, he was able to catch not only the WCIV, but also the return. The Dragon. And we haven't cleared it, so I'm not running it. Literally just before we got on here, but the Dragon rocket, as we all know, it comes back to Earth. It's complete. It's a totally reusable system, and so we apparently were able to see the landing too. So that is pretty cool.
That is pretty.
We haven't mentioned yet one of the folks going into space. Christopher Simbrowski is actually a North Carolina native. Grew up in Kannapolis, North Carolina. So
really,
so he was one of the 4 members on the crew tonight. Went to school in Kannapolis, grew up throughout his high school years, and then moved off. But a North Carolina native on the spaceship tonight.
And they are no stranger to things going fast. In Kannapolis, so that is
that's right.
Probably the fastest a Kannapolis native has ever traveled. So
he's got Dale Earnhardt beat by a couple of miles an hour.
Yeah, it certainly does. And Scotty just passed this one along to me. This is so cool. This is a 30-second exposure.
Look at that! Look at that trail! Look at that tail there!
Yeah, so cool.
And I feel Steve is a reporter at WBTV, and he's from my hometown, so we talk a lot. And he's been down there all week, and he's like, I've just been wanting to get one great sunset photo why I'm at the beach this week, and he hasn't been able to get it, but I think this makes up for that. So
I'm so glad you brought sunset up, because as I understand it, it's actually the setting sun that makes this possible because it's backlighting it. I'm going to go to Dan in a moment for a little bit more science behind how that light works, but they actually had an angle of this from space. Take a look at what the sunset looks like from space shortly after takeoff.
There on your screen, you can see a sunrise horizon there with planet Earth just behind the glowing MVAC engine.
Okay, I stand corrected. That was the sunrise as they made it around the globe, but still really, really cool. And Dan, you weren't able to capture this rocket launch, but you're no stranger to capturing rocket launches. As we know, you caught one for us here on the Carolina Weather Group from the Outer Banks when this rocket took off from Wallops Flight Facility in Virginia. So you're no stranger to this beautiful photography. What is it like, Dan, to see something like this and be able to capture it with your camera?
Right. Yeah, it must be pretty exciting having, for those who had a good view of it tonight. When you see this going through the sky, it seems surreal. You're watching something that is kind of going against the direction of anything that you would normally see in the night sky, and it's moving upwards, and it definitely doesn't look like anything else you've ever seen. So kind of a real interesting experience that connects us to these kind of greater human aspirations and things that we've been able to do that are bigger than just being on the surface of planet Earth. So you kind of feel all that in that moment, and it definitely sinks in.
I was trying to explain that to my 3-year-old. The concept of leaving Earth. If you're watching at home right now on our live broadcast here on Facebook, YouTube with Carolina WeatherNet, use that live chat box. We want to hear what your thoughts are on a launch like this, or if you could ever afford a ride to space, would you go? Very, very cool, exciting stuff out there. There's also, of course, they bring an object with them, a zero-G indicator. We've seen some of these in the past. I think it was a dinosaur previously. Well, tonight, their special zero-G indicator has a special meaning. Take a listen.
We can see the zero-G indicator floating around.
And it looks like it is a little golden retriever.
Oh, like the golden retriever assistance dogs at St. Jude Children's Hospital. That is apropos.
And they are doing a fundraiser tonight for St. Jude's on their YouTube page that SpaceX was launching tonight's stream on. So that was some synergy that they brought together. More of these very exciting space photos to get to, including some fresh video from our pal Brad Panovich, who is in Florida in Disney, vacationing in Orlando. And we're going to run this. It's classic Disney, guys. Besides it being a little windy, you can hear like the theme park music playing in the background. Nice. But you can also hear Brad's raw excitement, him, his kids, his family. Take a listen.
Yep, there it is. There it is.
There's the sun.
Look. That is the Falcon 9. Oh, I can't wait to see it. That's awesome. There it goes. Go to space.
Bye.
It's so cool.
And Jared, you were talking about, the separation and the returning of the booster. Brad's got a view of that too. Take a look. It's really cool.
Oh, it just separated. There, now see that vapor trail? Now you'll see the booster rocket come back down. Watch. Look at that. That shock wave is the separation. There's the booster. It's coming back. Now watch, the booster will actually come back and land.
I'm sorry. I just love the music.
Yeah, no, it was a pretty good bop.
Yeah. You know what that reminds me of? It reminds me, Jared, of your panelist playlist that we did this summer on our Spotify feed.
It does have a little bit of a local on the 8s flavor to it. Currently, the temperature is. Yeah, exactly. I mean,
reminds me of your TikToks.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Yeah. For those of you who are watching and who are not aware, I have found the retro weather channel niche on TikTok.
Yes.
And it's, quite frankly, it is the energy I feel like that we all need in the year of our Lord 2021. with all these things going on in the world. Sometimes you just need an old school orange local forecast. So, but yeah, that was. It's just so cool to see normals. I think that's the thing. These are not like. These are not like your typical, the right stuff kind of things. These are people just having fun, and the technology has evolved so much where it's not such a manual process, as you mentioned. They didn't really have a lot to do. And the user interfaces on the SpaceX, on the SpaceX rockets are, just that alone looks really cool. So, probably very user friendly and easy to use. You basically you would hope, right?
Tech support.
Well, you do. It's called Houston, right? Or
California.
Yeah. I guess it wouldn't be Houston in this case. Somebody yelling for Houston is like, no, we're not here. But no, it was really cool to see. This is going to be a memorable 3 days.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Carolina Weather Group, here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina WeatherNet.
For this crew, and I hope they enjoy. I hope they're soaking in every minute of it.
They get 15 laps around the Earth for the next 3 days. I think if I got that right.
Mm-hmm.
So while you're stuck at work tomorrow, just think about them.
Mm-hmm. And they are orbiting. And the other thing too is that they are orbiting higher than the International Space Station.
That's wow.
So they are
actual space, not what.
Oh yeah, kind of. Yeah. They have been added to the astronaut registry. The crew, these 4 have been added as people who are legitimately flown into space. So, right. Something tells me right now Jeff Bezos is on the ground in his cowboy boots, saying, "I wish that was me."
Speaking of that, Jared, I've been quiet because I seen something on Twitter this week, and I was trying to scroll to it, and I finally found it. Talking about all this, NASA has selected Falcon Heavy to launch GOES-U in 2024. So talking about space, here's our next GOES satellite that's going to be released, or I guess flown up into space in 2024. So just to kind of chime in, this is the weather effect of it, as well as we're going to get more GOES satellite data, and we all like that. So.
Oh yeah, GOES-T is the last one that's going to launch on an Atlas rocket, and GOES-T launches in January 2022. That is going to replace GOES-S, aka GOES-17, in the GOES-West position. So they don't have to deal with that loop heat pipe anomaly anymore, where they're losing water vapor data. So one more ride for GOES on the Atlas, and then, as Scotty mentioned here, we're going to go SpaceX for that.
And of course, it's worth mentioning that SpaceX right now is the only way that American astronauts can launch to the International Space Station from American soil. So I know there are a couple different companies out there who are all competing in this new version of the space race, but boy, SpaceX is really good at grabbing those headlines, guys.
Well, when you're first to market, I mean, if there's one thing about SpaceX is the legacy of who runs SpaceX. I mean, Elon Musk, he came into this mainly because of PayPal. So he knows what it takes to build a product that ships. Sometimes.
And for anyone who claims they don't use PayPal, but you use Venmo, you're using
PayPal. Yeah.
Just like Instagram is Facebook.
Yeah. But so, yeah, I mean, so you have this really cool ingenuity. And I know that the people there have put in just intense, long hours to get to this point. And I'm sure that they absolutely love, I would hope anyway, that they absolutely love seeing the fruits of their labor go up and come down and land like a James Bond movie, like every time. It just, I can't get over it.
So normal. The fact that when we first went to space, everyone stopped, everyone watched it. Even shuttle launches used to be carried on the networks, and it was a thing to view. And now I'm putting it on my phone while giving the kid a bath or doing something else. It's really cool and impressive, but it's almost normal now. I don't know if that's good or bad.
In a way, this is what they were aiming for with the shuttle program, if you think about it. Because the shuttle program, the intent behind the shuttle program was to launch that thing like 12 times a year, something like that. Just have constant space exploration. Obviously, it didn't work out that way. It ended up being far too expensive, and in a couple cases, far too dangerous. But the that was the idea behind the shuttle program. But now, as it turns out, the shuttle program maybe was just a little ahead of its time. Turns out that the standard rocket model actually can be very reusable, even more reusable than the space shuttle, because the space shuttle would jettison the fuel tank, and that would burn up, and then you would have the boosters would come back, but that fuel tank, that huge orange fuel tank, that would burn up. So that was a lot of there's still plenty of waste with that. So I mean, it's really cool. I'm glad that we're getting to see this.
Anybody want to take a gander without opening the link of how much it's going to cost to ship Gozu into space? How much do you think it costs?
I'm deciding if it's millions or billions.
I was a little taken back. It wasn't as much as I thought it would be. $152.5 million, which I would thought would be more than that. I would thought at least $500,000 or something, but not that 152 million is chump change or anything, but I thought it might be a little bit more than that. So
yeah. Well, to Jared's point,
reusability, economies of scale.
That's how you win contracts too.
That's right.
Well, very cool stuff. Dan, we hope the next time the clouds don't ruin our fun, so we can get you back out there.
That's right. Yeah, and if you're someone at home and you want to kind of capture this thing the next time we have a good launch, just a couple things to keep an eye on are the visible satellite. If you have the ability to either look at your local forecast or just look at a visible satellite map, you can see which clouds are coming in, and then of course try and film with a steady hand. If you can get your hands on a camera that has a telephoto lens, that's helpful as well. And but otherwise, hopefully we'll get another shot at seeing one of these soon.
Tips from the expert. I love it. We'll keep an eye on what they've got coming out of Florida, but of course, we've really fallen in love this year with wallops in Virginia as well too, especially if you're in like eastern North Carolina. It's right there for you. Well, that does it for this exciting live edition of the Carolina Weather Group. Thanks for joining us. We will have updates on the tropics on Facebook, on YouTube, so be sure to like, subscribe, hit the bell, sign up, I don't know, whatever you got to do, sign a blood oath, so you get all the updates from us here at the Carolina Weather Group. And if you do find us on Spotify, then you can check out our panelist playlist. We're, of course, happy to have you listen to our audio podcast wherever you listen to audio podcasts, but Spotify had this cool feature where we could play songs and music, and so we did a special series this summer called Panelist Playlist, and if you want to take a listen to it, head on over to the Carolina Weather Group on Spotify. Look for the episodes that have the little music notes at the end of them, and you can be listening to some smooth Weather Channel local on the 8's jazz with your host, Jared Smith and Tim Pounds. So be sure to check that out. I'm James Brierton. On behalf of Scotty, Jared, and Dan, thanks for joining us, and here again, the Rocket Launch.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. Perfect units. Go Dragon. Go Falcon. Godspeed Inspiration 4.
Copy, 1 Alpha.
Vehicles pitching downrange.
Good evening from Charlotte. It is June the 17th, 2020. I'm James Brierton. Did you get a chance to see the sun today at all? Maybe kind of, sort of. We have been cut off from the rest of the world. No, I'm not talking coronavirus. I'm talking about this low pressure that has just parked over the Carolinas today. It's very pretty on this satellite image that our friend Brad Penovich captured. You can see it there just spinning out over like Fayetteville, Fort Bragg, between Charlotte and Raleigh, just spinning and spinning and spinning, but that just socked us in with clouds. I did see just a little bit of sun today here in Charlotte before the sun went down, and that was a nice change of pace after a couple days of cloudy and cold weather. All right, this week we are talking the PGA Tour, which has resumed and is in Hilton Head, South Carolina for the RBC Heritage. It kicks off tomorrow after a couple of practice rounds. I'm holding here the weather forecast from their on-site meteorologist, Stuart Williams. This is what we call a tease. I'll have this for you coming up. What we're going to get to first is a piece of tape that has been very patiently waiting in the wings. So Stuart sat down with the Carolina Weather Group in February to record an interview that at the time we thought was going to air alongside the Wells Fargo Championship here in Charlotte. Well, as you now know, that never happened, and other PGA Tour events were canceled. They are now resuming operations without fans and will be playing in Hilton Head, South Carolina. So we are very excited to be able to bring this piece of tape to you. This is a premiere of a new episode. You've never seen this interview before, despite the fact that it was recorded in February, but I felt that I needed to explain to you that it was recorded in a time where I could still get a haircut, and where the picture of snow over Scotty Powell's shoulder made sense, and all the references to fans attending the event also made sense back just a few months ago. So without further ado, we'll get on over to this, and then coming up later on in the program, about 30 minutes from now, we'll get a check of your weather headlines this week, including that PGA Tour forecast, an update on Sharpie Gate, and we'll take a look at the tropics as well too. But without further ado, here is our interview with Stuart Williams, the on-site meteorologist for the PGA Tour, and he'll tell us a little bit about the company he works for as well.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. We're happy to have you this evening, and we present Mr. Stuart Williams, meteorologist for the PGA Tour, which is a really cool job that I would love to have. As a big golf fan, I think it's a really unique job that Stuart has, and he's going to talk to us a little bit about that tonight and let us know what all his duties are as he travels across the PGA Tour. And we'd love for you to interact with us tonight. So if you have any questions or comments, feel free to drop them on the social media platforms, and we'll address those. And we'll let Stuart give out some of his social media information towards the end of the interview tonight. That way, if you want to follow him on Twitter, you can do that, or just get more information. So we appreciate having Stuart with us tonight. Stuart, welcome back to the show. I know we had you on a couple of years ago, fellow North Carolinian, and it's great to have you with us tonight. Glad to see that you're actually home and not out on the road right now. So for those who may be introduced to you for the first time, tell us a little bit about you. I know you live here in North Carolina. You went to school here in North Carolina, so kind of give us a brief background about who you are.
Yeah, I grew up in Winston-Salem. I currently live in High Point, North Carolina. And I got my meteorology degree from UNC Asheville. So I was actually there from 1988 to 92. So that kind of dates myself there. So 50 years old now, so I'm getting older. But after that, I started working for a company called Mobile Weather. And we started doing golf tournaments, weather for golf tournaments. So it started like with the Crosby Celebrity Tournament there in Winston, and the Vantage Championship, which was a Champions Tour event in Winston. And after that I was interning then at that time when we started those, probably about 91 or so. And then as I graduated, we kind of formed a company called Mobile Weather, and we started doing more and more golf tournaments. So individual tournaments would hire us. And then from there in 1995, we signed a full-time contract with the PGA Tour doing all their events. So, and it just kept snowballing from there. And then, so I was working with a company then called Mobile Weather. And so we were doing golf tournaments. I was traveling all over the country. And then in 2005, I started working for DTN. And ever since then, I've been with DTN. And we just keep growing and doing more and more events. So, we have all the PGA Tour, Champions Tour, Korn Ferry Tour. We do the LPGA. We do the PGA of America, which includes the PGA Championship, Ryder Cup, Senior PGA, and some of their smaller events. And we do quite a few international events for IMG. We do a lot of Asian tournaments in China and Taiwan and that kind of thing. So, we do over 150 events a year now. So it's quite busy.
Well, sort of. I know you're not the only one. I mean, that's a lot of traveling. So,
yeah.
Tell us a little bit about your team. How many meteorologists do you guys have? Is it just you that goes out to a tournament, or is there kind of a team aspect for you guys?
Yeah.
How's that going?
Yeah, we've got we've got 7 or 8 guys that travel all the time, and we usually just send one person to each tournament or event that we cover. Because we also do outdoor concerts, and we do some other events like that we have a meteorologist go to and that help out. But there's one guy per tournament, and so basically on the PGA Tour or any golf tournament or any outdoor event that we do, lightning is the number one concern. So that's why a meteorologist is on site. We set up an electric field mill. We have 2 laptop computers that have obviously the Doppler radar, lightning detection. We have a mix of VISLA's National Lightning Detection Network, and and so all that data that we get in-house, we have all the computer models that we look at, the NAM, the Euro, the GFS, all those. So everything's in-house, and we sector where we're going to go, and we can make custom products for ourselves and that kind of thing. So we make our own forecast on site. So using all that technology, as an official comes in wondering what the weather is, if we do see a threat, we see a storm developing, the officials can come in, we can show them exactly on the screen what is happening, and based on what we're showing them and what our opinions are, what's going to happen, then the officials can make very good decisions of, okay, when do we need to stop? And then once we do that, especially on the PGA Tour, they have LED boards across the golf course. They'll put weather warning signs up. The officials will blow horns to the players, signaling that it's a dangerous situation. So then the players will get moved off to evacuation vans and cars and that kind of thing, and they're brought to the clubhouse. And so hopefully, if we do our job correctly, then we've given enough time to where people can get back to the buses and hopefully back to their cars, because not everybody has a clubhouse pass. So they can't all get indoors to safety. So we got to get a lot of them back to their cars. So it's a big machine. It's a big operation, but it's most tournaments, I'd say every tournament has an evacuation plan, emergency plan. So it works pretty well. And then the big question is, once we have stopped play, when do we go back and start playing? When is it safe to go back out? So that's when we help big time, as far as, okay, we think this storm is going to be out of here at such and such time. And then they can open up the practice facilities again, let the players warm back up, and then we'll get them back out to the golf course and start playing again.
Stuart, that kind of rings a bell here in Charleston at Bulls Bay, the tournament last year. LPGA, lightning hit a tree. Someone went under the tree, and it's a serious situation with these thunderstorms and in these golf tournaments. How much collaboration do you guys have with the local National Weather Service, especially in big events like this?
In the last few years, there's been a little bit more collaboration because, with Homeland Security and a lot of these big, government agencies and everything, a lot of these agencies are using golf tournaments as their training grounds for big events and things like that. So I know down at the RBC Heritage down in Hilton Head, the FBI shows up and all the government agencies, the Weather Service. And so they do a lot of practice at that event, since it's such a large event. And so I do coordinate with the Weather Service there. We'll talk what we're thinking, and kind of bounce off ideas off each other. But for the most part, I'll maybe read a forecast discussion or something like that from the Weather Service. But like I said, having everything in-house, all of our own computer models and that kind of thing, we basically do our own thing, to be honest with you, make our own forecast. Because I think in a lot of ways, sometimes we do a better job because we know what golf wants and we know what golf needs. So we know what they're looking for as far as a forecast goes. Whereas the Weather Service, they may be a little more general because they have a bigger area to cover. So for example, for us, wind forecasts are very big at the golf tournaments because that plays a huge role on how the golf course is going to be set up each day. So we concentrate a lot on wind, and so we try to be very accurate in that department, where you may see a weather forecast from the Weather Service that says winds are 5 to 10. Well, okay, that's kind of general. We try to be more exact than that, where our forecast will say maybe we have a westerly wind, like on the coast there. Maybe you have a drainage wind in the morning off the land, and then we'll get the sea breeze at 1 o'clock, and it's going to shift out of the south or southeast or whatever, and it's going to be 10 to 15 at that point. A lot of times the Weather Service really doesn't break it down like that. So, we try to be more specific of what's going to happen at the golf course so they can plan how they're going to set the golf course up. So that's some of the things that I think we do a better job at than TV or Weather Service being more general.
Stuart, let's play. Let's hope we're not forecasting too far in the future. We have a Wells Fargo Championship coming up in Charlotte, the Wyndham Championship in Greensboro. Let's say that you're there forecasting and you see it could be a potential stormy day. That there's going to be thunderstorms moving into the air. What is it? Kind of give us what you do the morning of. Kind of give us a play-by-play of what that setup looks like. If you see, it's going to be a stormy afternoon or something in these tournaments.
Well, let's say the first tee time is 7 a.m. Okay, that's usually when most tournaments start, 7 in the morning, and I'm usually there probably about 5:30 in the morning because I'm looking at weather data, looking at the latest stuff, making my forecasts and getting that out and distributed, uploaded to the player page, that kind of thing, and so. We also have radios that we communicate to the officials with. So every morning I'll go into the rules office and tell the guys as they head out to set the golf course up what I think the winds are going to be that day, and then what time I think the best chances of us getting a thunderstorm. And so if you take a North Carolina tournament, typically what happens is, as you'll know, Scotty, and they'll start in the mountains. They'll bubble up in the mountains about midday, early afternoon, and then as they get going, they'll roll off into the Piedmont, and then they'll usually make it to Greensboro or Charlotte by 3, 4, 5 in the afternoon, depending on how fast they move and what the scenario is. So, so I'll tell the officials that morning, hey, I think we're going to see storms probably anywhere from that 3 to 7 range. And then that'll give them an idea when they need to start paying attention, so to speak. So, as we go through the morning there, I'll keep looking at the new data, see if there's anything we need to update. And then obviously I keep watching the screens. I'll have the radars going and that kind of thing. And then as soon as I see something that has a potential of getting to us, that's when I'll get on the radio and tell the officials, hey, I'm seeing some thunderstorms over, let's say, Yadkinville, and they're going to be moving across Winston and the Greensboro here in the next hour and a half. So that'll give them the heads up that, hey, I'm starting to see some stuff that could impact us here in the next hour or two. And so that's when we'll start putting on the LED boards. There's a weather policy that runs and things that say, hey, inclement weather is possible, please pay attention, that kind of thing. And then as the storm keeps moving closer, then I keep updating the officials. And then when I think is within, less than an hour, usually the head rules official, which would be Mark Russell or Slugger Wyatt, who are in charge of the competition, basically, they'll come into my office. I show them exactly what's happening. And then we try to give at least 30 minutes notice before the storm's going to hit the golf course so that we can blow the horns and give enough time for people to start trickling out and get the players in. And then obviously, as the storm gets closer, hopefully we've gotten everybody off the golf course, and then the storm will hit And then, like I said, then we have the conversations. When you think it's going to be out of here? When is it safe to resume? And so they'll already start making the plans on when that gets out of there, when we're going to let them to go back out and warm up on the range and then get them back out on the golf course. So, it's kind of a lengthy process, but as with weather, you guys, we have thunderstorms that can pop up right on top of you. So that's why we also have an electric field mill that we set up on site that measures the electrical charge. And so if we're seeing something develop real close to us, hasn't produced lightning yet, and we're wondering, is it going to, that electric field mill gives us the heads up that, hey, charges are building. And also looking on the radar, you look at the cloud tops, you kind of know what those cloud tops keep growing, and you know what the freezing level is. And when it gets a certain height above that freezing level, that's when you start seeing the lightning. So
we'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. To Best of the Carolina Weather Group, here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Everyone, I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina WeatherNet.
That using all those things together, we can get a good idea that, hey, this cell will probably going to produce lightning. So that electric field mill is crucial in that aspect. So it may give us 10 or 15 minutes that we wouldn't have had if you waited for the first lightning bolt to come out. So, we may only have 10 or 15 minutes to get them off, but that's still better than having no warning and all of a sudden there's a lightning bolt. So, yeah, technology plays a huge role in what we do.
That's pretty fascinating. I didn't realize that much went into it. That's pretty sophisticated and really good coverage on your part.
Stuart, once y'all blow the horn, this is kind of going back a few minutes, but once y'all blow the horn to warn there's a tornado or tornado warning storm or even a severe thunderstorm on its way, the players, they're coming off the course. But for bystanders that are sitting alongside the course or even in the stands, is there a safe place for them to go?
Unless you have a clubhouse pass, and generally no. So, if you're having a severe weather event, obviously you don't want to keep them in the tents and the skyboxes because those are temporary structures and big lightning rods as well, just, with the poles and everything. So, we try to get people to go back to their cars, go back to the buses, get back to their cars. But, it doesn't always happen that way. There's always stragglers. There's people that try to hide and wait it out. And because, as soon as we start back play, then they can run out and get a good spot on 18 or whatever. And they're in a good spot to get a good position to watch golf again. But, it happens. We put weather warning signs up. We do the best we can. The PGA Tour and all these events try to do the best they can to get people to leave. But, there's always a few stragglers that always try to stand under a tree. And, it's not recommended, but it definitely, it happens.
No, I was just going to say that I'm sure that's a problem at a lot of these outdoor sporting events, whether it be air shows, I would imagine, have a big problem with that, or even like you mentioned earlier, concerts. I think it was just last year we saw some video went viral of a concert tent just taking off and downdraft, outflow wind of a tornado, thunderstorm. There's my brain. So yeah, that seems like a real problem.
Yeah, it is, and there's a lot of outdoor festivals and concerts and stuff that don't have a meteorologist, and the people in charge really don't know weather. So I think that's when you have more of the mistakes made or decision making, not poor decision making, when those things happen. So, fortunately for us and my company I work for, DTN, we do a lot of consultation. We have a lot of customers that call in and get opinion from a meteorologist. So I think it's getting better and better as far as people hiring meteorologists or at least weather companies to help them out and make good decisions. And like for me, on the on-site business, actually have a meteorologist at your site it's expensive. You got to pay for hotel rooms and airline tickets and ship equipment and plus have the meteorologist there. So that's kind of a hard thing for some organizations to pay that kind of money to have somebody there. But once you have that meteorologist there that's on site, they see how it works and how it takes the pressure off them making these decisions. And it actually pays for itself, to be honest with you, to make good decisions. But, like I said, if you don't have the money, a lot of these organizations just don't have the budget for it. Hey, at least they can still hire a company like mine and have a consultation where they can call in, so it definitely makes a difference.
Definitely so. Able to do that for Speedway Motorsports Incorporated. It definitely, I tell them, I'll worry about the weather. You guys worry about running the event. And it's just, I think it's a peace of mind for those folks.
Well, I mean, I say it all the time myself is I'll tell you when you need to worry.
Yeah, I'll do the worrying for you.
Exactly. I'll tell you when you need to worry. So
yeah.
I want to get back to what you mentioned about winds, right? So we talk about wind science, right? And we get into the nitty gritty of it, right? So you're talking about sea breezes, you're talking about things at the coastline, even inland, where you can have wind shifting or building, stronger pressure gradient, higher winds from certain directions. Do you get into the science of saying, you look at the course, you look at the direction of wind, the dominant direction of wind for the day, and the speeds? Do you talk about which links are going to be more difficult than others? When you look at long range trajectory shots or higher iron shots, do you speak about look for a lean to the left or hooking or anything like that when you get into the wind forecast?
Yeah, the rules officials, the guys that are setting up the golf course, they're the ones that's more concerned with which holes are going to play. Let's just say we have on hole number 1, we have a strong south wind and it's blowing, 15 to 20 miles per hour. Well, if it's blowing from behind them, then a lot of times what they'll do is they'll move the tee blocks back so that hole plays longer. And then on the next hole, maybe it's going the opposite direction. Now it's in the player's face when they tee off. So they may move those tee blocks up so it plays shorter. That way they're trying to keep everything moving, but they're also trying to make it not hard, but they're trying to make it fair too, not necessarily hard, but fair, and keep things moving. So, crosswinds play a big role, especially near the greens, where if there's a lake or a big sand trap or something that's on the right side and it's blowing from left to right, well, they may put that hole location more towards the left side of the green, so guys aren't dumping in the lake the whole time trying to get it to the hole. That's so all those strategies play a role in how the golf course is set up. So definitely wind direction definitely is important, how strong the wind is.
So they're actually changing distances and layout.
Absolutely. So we have 18 holes, and all through that golf course, it's going to be in their face or behind them, left to right, right to left. So all those things play a role in how the golf course is set up. So definitely wind definitely is a major impact on golf tournaments. So.
Very interesting. Very neat. Scotty, go ahead.
Yeah, Stuart, in some circumstances, I know we saw the Masters had some severe weather roll through back in 2019. When we see these big severe weather events, you guys, I'm sure, coordinate with the course, with the tour, with the TV networks, and kind of make the best plans. Is that right?
Yeah, we try to do what's right. You don't want to get anybody hurt. And if there's a high risk for severe weather, i.e. tornadoes or even, just strong straight line wind and storms, we may go early, 2 tees early on the weekend or a day on the weekend to avoid some of that severe weather that we think is going to happen in the afternoon. So, the tour is aware of that, and they'll try to make accommodations to maybe avoid some of that to keep people safe and get the round in. Because the tour has a policy that we'll play on Monday to complete 72 holes. 72 holes is a must. They want to get every round in. So so we will do that on Sundays a lot of time to try to get everything completed and so we don't have to go into Monday. But for the most part, if it's a 30-40% chance of a thunderstorm day, then they're not likely going to change anything. It's just we're going to play golf and hopefully, that scattered thunderstorm will stay away from us. But if we do get hit and we don't finish, well, we'll be back Monday morning. So that's how it works.
I know another element that is tricky for you guys, especially on the West Coast swing early in the season, is fog. Seeing lots of fog delays and even some cancellations of round because of visibility. Talk to us a little bit about forecasting fog.
Yeah, it's tough, man. That marine layer out there in and what most people don't realize in California, the Pacific Ocean out there gets the Aleutian current, which is very cold. It's cold water, and so fog forms on it quite a bit. So when we get out there, a lot of the things that we look for is the offshore flow, and we love it when there's offshore flow because it pushes that marine layer out way out in the ocean, and skies stay clear at the golf course. Well, the thing that I've learned forecasting the weather out there, as soon as that pressure gradient starts going neutral, that's usually when the marine layer fog will move in. And so I've seen it. We had it this year at Torrey Pines at the Farmers Insurance Open. One day the fog rolled in early in the morning, and it stuck around till about 9:30 in the morning. So we had to delay for a couple hours, and then the sun finally ate through it and broke it apart, and it pushed offshore. So, it's a tough thing because with fog, you just don't know how long it's going to stick around. How thick it's going to be. We get the marine layer out there too. Sometimes it lifts and it's just a cloud deck, and you're fine. It's just a cloudy day. But at Torrey Pines, we do have some elevation. I think we're up at 400 or 500 feet there. And so if it lifts up to 500 feet, we're in the cloud and we get socked in. And then obviously you go other places along the coast there that's not elevated, and it's fine. So it's definitely tough, but it's something we deal with, and we just try to help the best we can with that. So
I know we're getting late on the interview. A fun question here: any favorite PGA Tour stops, and any of the PGA Tour players really weather savvy that we might not know about?
Well, I mean, favorite weather stops. I mean, as far as any tournaments go, Hilton Head's a big favorite of mine. Any Hawaii tournament's great. Pebble Beach is awesome if the weather's good. Same thing with Torrey Pines in California. So yeah, we go to some great places. I mean, this past year I went to Japan and South Korea. I went to Shanghai, China. And this year, later in the year, I'm going to Australia. So yeah, I mean, we go to some great places, and it's a lot of fun. So yeah, it's good.
I was going to say, you have to go to these areas and actually learn the weather in these areas. You probably would have to understand it before you even go.
Yeah, believe it or not, I mean, everywhere I go, I start paying attention to where I'm going a month or two ahead of time. So I know when I get there what's been happening. So you kind of got a feel for what's been going on. So, I've already been keeping tabs for the next couple of weeks when I go to Tucson and California again. And, and then obviously long term, you kind of looking, I've got Florida lurking in March. I'm going down to Florida. So you definitely keep up with what's going on and what's been happening. So, kind of what to expect going into it. So it's definitely harder in Japan and Korea and some of these places where, maybe the radar data is not as timely, or you don't have all the good data you have here in the U.S. You still have some data, but maybe not quite as good as some of the things you're used to using. So, and, forecasting wind and things like that gets a little more difficult, some of these spots. So, but still, us being there is still better than, for the tour and some of these tournaments, having us there is still better than not having us there, where they would just be guessing. So, we do the best we can, and they know it's not the U.S. and it's not quite as good, but it's still, we still send our electric field mill over there, and, we still have that and the detection network and that kind of thing. So.
Oh, wow. I bet that's interesting, transporting that equipment across seas to a foreign country.
Yeah, the tour sends a lot of containers and things. So, it goes on with a lot of the scoreboards and that kind of stuff. So it helps.
One more question from me is as far as golf and the weather. Talk about course saturation. We're talking about frost in the morning, dew on the grass, dew points, humidity, right? How does it factor in to your forecast for when the starting time is? Does that sometimes get pumped up because of the ground's just wet and needs time to dry out, or?
Well, obviously if it's totally saturated, there's the rules of golf dictate what we can do as far as playing golf on a saturated golf course. So if there's still some standing water or some real wet areas, the tour a lot of time will institute a policy of lift, clean, in place, where they can get relief maybe from some of those spots to a drier area that's not any closer to the hole, but they get some relief, and then they can pick up mud on their ball, so they can pick the ball up and wipe the mud off and place it back down and then hit it. So that helps us out quite a bit. But if we still have water running down the fairways, or there's puddles on the greens, and you can't put the ball through a puddle, so then obviously we can't play in those conditions. But golf courses are made to drain, so typically once the standing water is gone, then they institute that policy of maybe lift, clean, in place. That way we can still play and not be stopped under the rules of golf. So as far as frost goes, we do try to do frost forecasts. It does come into play a lot of times when we're in the desert of Arizona in February and March, because it can get really cold there in the mornings and then warm up pretty quickly for the mid to late mornings. So we try to help them out with frost forecasts. Obviously, you got to just wait for it to melt before you can get on there, because you don't want to kill the grass stepping on it. So usually frost delays are not that long. They're usually 30 minutes to an hour, and then we can get out there and play. As far as late in the year, a lot of places where we go is Florida and the Southeast and that kind of thing. So typically we don't deal with frost too much in the fall, but definitely early in the year.
Well, Stuart, thank you so much for joining us. We certainly appreciate it, and glad that we could catch you while you're here at home. And we wish you the best of luck as you travel out to all these cool destinations, and hopefully you'll have some good weather. If folks want to follow along, do you have a social media account or something you'd like to promote?
Yeah, you can follow me on Twitter. It's at PGAWXMAN and the number 1. So it's PGAWXMan1 on Twitter. And I'm on Facebook, just Stuart Williams. You'll just have to find me on that. But that's the only 2 social medias that I'm on. Yeah, Twitter, definitely follow me, and you can see what the forecasts are, what's going on at these tournaments that we're doing and these other events. So,
and the weather's bad and you're at that tournament, just go find Stuart. You can blame him for it.
Yeah, that's right.
Stuart, thank you so much for joining us tonight. As always, we appreciate your time, and glad to catch up with you, and I hope to talk to you soon.
Absolutely. Scotty, thank you guys for having me on. I appreciate it. It's been a lot of fun, and hopefully we can do it more often.
Yes, sir. All right, guys. Thanks for watching the Carolina Weather Group. We'll see you back for another episode next week.
All right, and that is our interview with Stuart Williams, DTN meteorologist, who goes to all the PGA Tour events and provides them on-location weather support. That interview, again, was recorded in February for what we thought was going to coincide with a premiere for the Wells Fargo Championship in Charlotte. This week, the PGA Tour is back in action. They are at the RBC Heritage event in Hilton Head, South Carolina. And from Charlotte, I am James Brierton. We will see you back here next week. We will leave you, I'm trying to pull up a camera in Hilton Head, South Carolina to take a look at conditions there right now. It's not coming up. Go figure. But you'll have to trust us that Stuart's forecast says it won't be all too shabby. And here it is, a look from the Salty Dog there in Hilton Head, South Carolina. Again, I'm James Brierton, Charlotte. Thanks for joining us. Have a good night.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. We're happy to have you this evening, and we want to welcome our guest, Mr. Stephen Baxter. He works for NOAA headquarters. He is the Winter Weather Services Program Lead, and we're getting into that season where we're transitioning more into fall and winter. And with that comes the threat of winter weather. And that's what we're going to be talking about tonight. It's going to be kind of twofold. NOAA just recently released the winter outlook for the 2020-2021 winter season. So we're going to go over that briefly, and then we're also going to talk about a new product that NOAA is releasing. And this is kind of similar to what we see in the summertime with storms, the threat of storms. So it's going to be a new outlook that we're going to talk about and really dig into, because this is a new product and one I think everybody will find useful. So we'd love for you to join in on the conversation as you're watching tonight. Feel free to drop any comments if you want to. Stephen, welcome to the show, and thank you for joining us tonight. I know kind of a busy season with you getting ready and ramping up for the winter weather season. One thing we always like to ask our first-time guests, and we talked a little bit about this off air, but we'll go through the short, brief version. Tell us about your weather journey. How did you kind of get hooked into the weather field, and how did you get to where you're at right now with NOAA?
Yeah. So my interest in weather started at a young age. A lot of us have some formative moment where we decided that we wanted to be meteorologists. Mine was the blizzard of '96, early January of '96. I was in second grade, and I still remember it quite vividly, actually, watching the Weather Channel and watching the local on the 8s every 10 minutes. And I think my parents thought there was something legitimately wrong with me as I was just watching this constantly. I loved it. I was hooked. And so I love winter weather. That's always been my favorite type of weather. And so I went to Millersville University in Pennsylvania, where I got my bachelor's degree in meteorology. And when I was there, I was lucky enough to do an internship at the time. Was called the Student Career Experience Program. Now it's called the Pathways Program. It's actually a broader, it's not just the Weather Service, but it's a broader federal initiative. But I did for the Climate Prediction Center, and I worked there, including that time, for 10 years, about 10 and a half years before I went to headquarters. And so I worked in a couple different positions in the Climate Prediction Center, but I did a lot of research to operations of applied research in climate variability, subseasonal, seasonal climate variability. And as part of a rotational assignment last winter, I worked over in headquarters in the winter program. And then I took that position permanently during this summer. And so that's what brings me here tonight. So I'm pretty new in that position. So I'm still doing a lot of spinning up, there's a lot to learn. There's a lot of awesome stuff and great people throughout the agency, and going from climate to weather, which is kind of funny to say in the Weather Service, but to do that and to do that with winter weather, which is our newest service program, is a lot of fun. But there's a lot to learn, and there's a lot of work that we have to do. But we're really happy with where things have gone recently, and I'm happy to be here tonight to talk about some of that progress.
Well, speaking of the National Weather Service and NOAA, they have just released their 2020-2021. It's kind of a mouthful. Winter weather outlook, and La Nina has been a word that's been talked about a lot, and some of our viewers may not fully understand what a La Nina is. So what is the winter outlook, and how does La Nina play into that?
Great question. So we start with La Nina. So La Nina is called the cold phase of what we call the El Nino Southern Oscillation. So the reason this is important is because the tropical Pacific is an important heat source in generating convection in big swaths of thunderstorms across the equator, especially in the central western Pacific. And that plays a really critical role in the formation and maintenance of the climate as we observe it even in the mid-latitudes, namely through the formation of the jet stream. And what happens during La Nina and El Nino is the sea surface temperatures in the Pacific are either warmer in the case of El Nino or colder in the case of La Nina. And what that does is it alters relative to normal those patterns of tropical convection. And that in turn affects the jet stream across the North Pacific especially. And that has, through what we call teleconnections. So I think a lot of weather folks or people who love weather are familiar with teleconnections like the North Atlantic Oscillation, for instance, or the Pacific North America pattern is another prominent teleconnection. And so itself imparts an extratropical teleconnection, and so is the El Nino Southern Oscillation. And so that kind of classic La Nina teleconnection, if you will, is what drives in large part the outlook for the upcoming winter. And so if you look at the forecasts that were published by the Climate Prediction Center. So I used to do these outlooks until about 3 or 4 months ago. You'll see that there's kind of a very typical La Nina type pattern that you might be familiar with, which shows, generally speaking, milder than normal conditions across the southern tier of the United States are favored. And then across the northern tier of the US, especially across the north central, northwestern parts of the US, colder than normal temperatures are favored. And then actually El Nino actually has a slightly stronger precipitation footprint than temperature, in fact. And across the southern tier of the US, drier than normal conditions are favored in La Nina. And across the northern tier, generally speaking, it's wetter, but there's kind of two centers of action you'll see. So one is in the Ohio Valley, which tends to favor wetter than normal conditions to the Ohio Valley and the Great Lakes. And then again, across parts of the northern Rockies and the interior Northwest. So it's a pretty classic look that you see in La Nina winters. And it's fairly close to the exact opposite of what you see in El Nino. Not exactly. There's some interesting reasons for that. But generally speaking, with a moderate-ish, maybe strong La Nina this winter, certainly a robust La Nina event, that's going to have an important impact. And so that's...
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
For that winter outlook.
So in regards to the La Nina oscillation, what about the NAO, the North Atlantic oscillation? Are there any trends regarding what the outlook might be for this season?
Another great question. So this is actually something I worked on quite a bit while I was at CPC for the last few years. So the short answer is not really-ish. So the NAO is a very important pattern of climate variability across timescales. So we know it's important for short-term climate variability for the next week or two. We know it varies on longer timescales, potentially up to decadal timescales. The problem is the ability to predict it on seasonal timescales, especially once you remove a little bit of a La Nina influence. So the way the NAO is calculated, right? So you think one way you can think about the NAO, or one way it's calculated, is by looking at the relative sea level pressure anomalies in the North Atlantic between, say, near Iceland and the Azores to the south. Well, if you just take El Nino or La Nina and you look at this wave pattern that comes out of the tropics, and you look at the teleconnection that's imparted from El Nino and La Nina, it will have a non-zero effect in the North Atlantic. It's small, but non-zero in a way that can appear to affect the NAO. And so there's some literature that in our academic literature that looks at the relationship between El Nino and NAO. And such as it is, you might favor a positive NAO during La Nina winters, but that's not, as a causal mechanism, is a little flimsy. The example I just gave, quite famously, the 95-96 winter was such a winter where you had a La Nina, but you also actually had a predominance of the negative phase in NAO, and hence one of the snowier winters on record across much of the eastern US, including my part of the mid-Atlantic. But there are some interesting areas of research related to identifying sources of prediction skill for the NAO. And so it's something that we don't have right now, but I'm hopeful that in coming years, we'll be able to talk more explicitly about the seasonal tendencies of the NAO, or sometimes it's couched in its kind of its sister oscillation called the Arctic oscillation, the AO, which is kind of more of a hemispheric look. They're just kind of derived slightly differently, but capture the same, in essence, the same phenomenon. So I'm hopeful that in future years we'll be able to say something more specific about these patterns of mid-latitude variability. Unfortunately, in this winter outlook, and what we're comfortable imparting in the current outlooks from the state of the science, wouldn't really support that right quite yet. But it's a good question. It's something that we think a lot about.
If I was approaching from the general public and I wanted to take a look at the 4 different colors that were available that represented the outlook, can you tell me a little bit about what those colors mean and how were they decided?
In the case of the winter storm outlook, there's a few different, we added an 80% this year. So there's a less than 10% chance, which won't show up as any color. There's 10 to 30, 30 to 50, and 50 to 80, and then there's in excess of 80%. And so that's the probability of exceeding that local watch warning criteria. Now, how do we come up with this? And so in that sense, those are meant to just kind of fairly easily communicate what the relevant risks are. We can think of 50% as kind of being, roughly speaking, the criteria for a watch. So if it's more likely than not, that would favor a watch. Now, also, it's important to mention that this doesn't take the place of or totally inform watches, because as we're moving towards consistent forecasts across the agency, the other aspect that we're working with is to also improve the impacts-based nature of watches and warnings. So while the probability of exceeding a certain snowfall threshold might say only be 30 or 40%, the local office could still issue a winter storm watch because they're expecting the impacts from that storm to be such that it warrants a watch or a warning. So cases where this gets a little slippery are where you have mixed precipitation, where you have sub-warning criteria in both snow and ice, situations where shoulder seasons, and we saw some examples of this earlier this year, especially in the Central Rockies, where snowfall events that are early in the season with foliage still in the trees, and so snow load and power outages are more of a concern. You might issue watches and warnings for lower snow accumulation criteria because of the increased impacts. And then a classic example here in the East is timing is very important. So heavy snow during rush hour, for instance, is more impactful than heavy snow during the middle of the night on a weekend or something like that. So those are local impacts that local offices can take into account. So it's not a one-to-one correspondence yet, but that's kind of loosely speaking. 50% is where, all things being equal, you would start to think about you would issue the watch, because that's where we're saying it's based on the reliable probabilistic guidance. It's more likely than not, so it's worth issuing the watch. But that can be modified by the local office's take on the expected impacts of the storm.
I know impacts is a big deal, and I know each forecast office has different criterias. First thing that pops into my mind would be the Atlanta snow jam in 2014, where, we had maybe an inch of snow, but the temperatures were so cold. So it seems like this product that you guys are releasing is really more based on impacts and how it impacts the general public, emergency management, and things like that, than it is maybe about this set range of you're going to get this much snowfall.
That's right. So there's another product that is a very nice complement to this that's been operationally implemented this year, which is the Winter Storm Severity Index. And so what that does is it has criteria, but it's a much more complex and dynamic criteria to better account for some of these impacts. And so in that framework, where you have, and so what it's doing is it's screening the official forecasts from the National Digital Forecast Database. So the local offices are submitting their official forecasts. It's using those forecasts, applying climatology, applying different algorithms to assess different impacts, including snow amount, snow load, ice accumulation, ice impacts, among other things. And it's doing that to get an idea for those impacts, including things like flash freeze, blowing snow. And so using those two together, and as in fact, the vision of the program is kind of an eventual merger of those two products along the lines of what you were saying. So right now, the Winter Storm Outlook is grounded in the very objective kind of criteria-driven realm. The Winter Storm Severity Index is still deterministic, so we're not using probability information yet. It's just using the deterministic forecast from the local offices, but it's applying it in an impacts-based context. So our long-term goal is to get to a place where we have a probabilistic Winter Storm Severity Index that will in turn inform the Winter Storm Outlook, so that the Winter Storm Outlook today, being just the probability of exceeding a fixed snow or ice accumulation threshold, will eventually be the probability of exceeding moderate or severe impacts. Impacts being defined, being kind of regionally varying and defined in a much more nuanced fashion. And so it's those two products right now that you can that are a nice complement that we eventually want to see kind of come together and form the basis of these kind of consistent, collaborated, and probabilistic products across the agency.
I think a lot of people hear outlooks and they are thinking of the Storm Prediction Center outlooks for severe weather that they might be familiar with. How might these new experimental outlooks compare to those?
So they might be they are potentially similar in that they're probabilistic. They're giving a probability of a certain event occurring in a daily cadence. So we have day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4, and then the maximum probability across days 1 to 4. That will be different. The Storm Prediction Center doesn't have that component. So they're very similar in that they're trying to give advanced lead time and a heads up, right, in terms of hazardous weather. So the Storm Prediction Center, as you might know, issues severe thunderstorm watches and tornado watches for the CONUS. And as you might imagine, their objective probabilistic outlooks, convective outlooks, play an important role in that, and starting that process through which they work with the local offices to issue those watches. And so that's actually one of the we're leaning in on that paradigm a bit in the winter program. Not to say that WPC is going to take over watches entirely, a la kind of the SPC model, but to say that we're moving in a direction where those watches are going to be more closely collaborated in an explicit and defined fashion and process between the local offices and WPC. And so, yeah, I think there is a lot of, you can draw a pretty close parallel between those two. And in a lot of ways, the winter program is trying to lean in on the probabilistic element. I think it's recognized how important that is in severe weather because it's, we kind of, I think it's intuitive, right? That the odds of a tornado, for instance, at an exact grid point at any time is very, very small. And so specifically, right, in SPC space, the outlooks are the probability of the event occurring within 25 miles of the point, right? And so it's this kind of stenciling out of the grid. And in winter, that's not so much our problem, but we do have the problem of conveying the uncertainty in the forecast. So when you're issuing a forecast for winter weather, we need to know how much liquid equivalent precipitation is falling and its phase, and if it's snow, right, the snow liquid ratio, which can vary as well. And so there's a lot of degrees of freedom there. And so it's important that we flesh out all those possibilities. That's why the probabilistic forecasts are so important. And then once we have that suite of probabilistic forecasts, we can kind of take a slice through them and look for these cutoff points where the probability of exceeding a hazardous criteria is enough to warrant kind of these public messages, like a winter storm watch, for instance.
As far as who this product's actually meant to kind of serve the best, on your product description document, it talks about emergency services, different kind of broadcast elements, and it also mentions the general public as well. Can you kind of elaborate a little more on that?
So the product actually has its background in a watch collaborator tool that was an internal tool to help forecasters collaborate between the national centers and the local offices. And basically the idea was to broaden it up and give some of our stakeholders, including the general public, access to this kind of national picture image that gives you the probability of hazardous winter weather at extended lead time, right? So day 1, 2, 3, 4, and in a way that, again, just kind of improves the situational awareness for stakeholders in the general public, as well as the ones you mentioned, like emergency managers and kind of those other stakeholders that work closely with the local offices, and to give them, I know, Scotty, you had mentioned, talking with the meteorologist at GSP, kind of another tool in the toolbox, right? And so that's the idea here, is that we're giving the general public, as well as more sophisticated, maybe decision makers, not to say that the general public's not sophisticated, but the general public, as well as more acute decision makers, another tool in the toolbox to improve situational awareness, to understand the threat of hazardous winter weather, but also to highlight areas where maybe the threat of winter weather is lower than would qualify for a watch, but where certain very sensitive industries might still want to be aware of that. And so it's also an opportunity to better inform the public and those stakeholders about the utility of probabilistic forecasts and how we use them.
So how can the public give feedback on this?
So it is important when we have experimental products. So the process that we go through in the Weather Service is when we have an experimental product like this, it goes out for what we call an experimental comment and review period. So it's reviewed not just by internal meteorologists, but it's also being reviewed by the general public. And so if you go to the Winter Storm Outlook website, which is hosted by the Weather Prediction Center, there's a link there at the top where you can provide feedback in a survey to give feedback on anything from there's a set list of questions, but it will include things like the scientific integrity, the accuracy of the product, as well as the aesthetics of the product. Does the display make sense? Does the web page make sense? Is the data easy to access? I do think the Weather Prediction Center has done a really awesome job with that website. It's dynamic. It's in GIS format. You can download the shape files, KMLs. You can pull static images if you want. So there's a lot of great ability to get hands-on with the data there. It has custom level zooms to each of the county warning areas. So for each office, you can kind of get a zoom in to whatever office, whatever area of the country you're in. So it's really a very accessible website, but it can certainly be improved, I'm sure, based on the feedback that we get from the public. And in fact, that's actually important. I'm glad you asked that question because last year, like I said, this is the second year that this has been experimental. In the first year, last year, we didn't get a whole lot of public comment on it. And I think it might have just been an awareness thing. A lot of people weren't as aware that this existed, that this product was out there, and that we were looking for comment on it. And so hopefully one of our goals this year is to hopefully get more public feedback. And that's not only important to help us improve the product, that is important, but also helps us make the case to organizational leadership that this is a product that we want to support operationally. It's not a foregone conclusion that this will be around forever, right? If the feedback's not positive or not sufficient or it can't be resourced, we might have to discontinue the product, right? So experimental products aren't guaranteed to continue forever. And so it helps us build that case to transition it to operations or to make improvements and then transition to operations in a way that keeps our program and our programmatic goals moving forward.
Well, speaking as a daily GIS user, that new user-friendly interface sounds awesome, and I'm really glad that opportunity is going to be there. Lastly, are there any other winter weather products that y'all are working on besides this winter weather outlook?
So that's a great question. So the winter storm outlook, that's experimental right now. I did mention the winter storm severity index that's operational. Okay, so that went through this experimental process and has been implemented operationally this year. So a few key initiatives that we're working on that I'll just run over real quick, and they're kind of an experimental space or in development space, just things to look for. But these are just kind of general things that we're interested in from a programmatic perspective. I mentioned moving these products through the medium range, and so extending the winter storm severity index and the winter storm outlook through day 7 is an important priority. I touched on briefly the development of a probabilistic impacts-based component. So a winter storm severity index that's in probability form. That's something that we're working toward. We're working with kind of the research arm of the Weather Service to help kind of move that along and get that into the operational pipeline eventually. And then lastly, one of the things that you might also be familiar with is there's the local probabilistic snow experiment. So at the local level, if you go to your weather.gov/3 digits like GSP, although I'm not certain that GSP is participating in the experiment, but supposing it is, if you do /winter, right, you get the main winter page, and one of them is the probabilistic snow forecast. So it shows the expected value and then the high end and low end amounts. And so those are the 10th and 90th percentiles respectively. And what we're working on there is that's been experimental for some time, and we're trying to get that on a path to operations and including probabilistic ice forecasts with that. That might be especially relevant in your part of the country where one of the parts of the country where you get a lot of interesting icing events. And so that's a complicated issue organizationally that we're working through. And, it's something that we're trying to make some progress on, but we're looking forward to there being some experimental changes and then getting that on a path to operations. And so as we kind of tying the kind of what I kind of say like the synoptic scale evolution of the winter program is looking at a future in a few years where you have a probabilistic impacts-based guidance informing the winter storm outlook that's supporting consistent and collaborated winter storm watches around the country. And all of that is being undergirded by a consistent national to local suite of probabilistic snow and ice forecasts, and potentially extended all the way through day 7 across the board. And with that kind of, and that's kind of that, like I said, synoptic scale. And then longer term, one of the things that we know is important is being able to improve the storm scale side of winter weather forecasting. Heavy snow bands, snowfall rates, hourly snowfall rates, for instance. Those are things that are really important for impacts. We talk about impacts. Looking at a 6-hour accumulation, 6 hour, 3 inches of snow in 6 hours. That's nice. If that 3 inches occurs in 1 hour, that's very impactful. If it's a half inch an hour for 6 hours, that's less impactful in an acute sense, right? So those kinds of storm scale, micro-mesos type scale storm impacts is something that we're also working on as well. And so that's a little farther out in our planning process, but something that we're really aware of as being an important issue that we need to tackle to keep making progress on all the kind of important aspects of winter weather.
And for our Carolina viewers, I was just checking as Stephen explained that, and there, NWS GSP, along with potentially other offices across the Carolinas, do offer that winter weather experimental product to see the 10% and 90th percentiles. That's weather.gov /GSP /winter.
Winter. It is there. Yeah. And you'll see it. It'll the probabilistic snow. Yeah. Yeah. There's 70, I believe it's 76 offices around the country offer it. So it's not in every office. It's not even in every office that theoretically can have winter weather. As you might imagine, offices in parts of the deep south or southwest and the west coast aren't participating in the experiment. But I'm glad to hear that those parts of the Carolinas are. So that's something to definitely check out your local office as you go through this winter season. And another opportunity to provide feedback as well. As we're going through this season, because that's an experimental product, if you go to that website that Evan just mentioned, you can also click, there's a feedback link there that'll take you to another one of those surveys to provide that feedback to us.
Well, Stephen, we appreciate your time tonight. Since you're the program lead, this is your time to let everyone know again how they can find out about all this information. I know you guys are hoping for a lot of feedback. So where should our folks go to find the outlooks and the severity index? And again, remind us how we can provide that feedback for you all.
The easiest place to go to get started on this is to go to the Weather Prediction Center's website. That's wpc.nsep.noaa.gov. There might be some shortcut versions of that also. And under their winter weather tab, on the options panel on the left, you can select the experimental winter storm outlook or the winter storm severity index. I think the WSSI might actually be linked at the top of their homepage. And then for the winter storm outlook, that's the experimental product for which they can give a lot of input. For more information on the winter outlook itself, I would recommend going to the Climate Prediction Center homepage. And they'll have a link to the latest press release from NOAA that was put together, and that whole forecast put together by my former colleagues at the Climate Prediction Center. And you can read more about that there.
Awesome. Well, thank you, Stephen. And thank you guys for watching us tonight. If you're a big winter weather lover, hopefully you'll be able to use these products. I know last year was kind of a bust for much of the Carolinas winter weather wise. So maybe this year we'll be able to use these products, and definitely recommend that you give some feedback.
Full disclosure, right? In a La Nina winter, it doesn't look good.
It doesn't. You're right.
It only takes one. And these are all probabilistic forecasts, so you can get lucky, and you can pull a rabbit out of a hat here and get some winter. So I'll certainly be rooting for it. But La Nina winters are not typically our winters here in the eastern part of the U.S., especially the southeastern part of the U.S. Unfortunately, but
that's it.
But so, you never know.
You never know. It's like we talk about the hurricane season. It only takes one. So hopefully, if we do get that one storm, you'll be able to use these products and definitely provide some feedback. I personally think it's a great product, and hopefully it'll get out of the experimental stage and into operational stage. So Stephen, thank you again for watching. Thank you all for watching tonight. We'll see you real soon. Hello, everyone. everyone. Welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. We're happy to have you this evening. Tonight we have a very special guest with us. Former FEMA Administrator Craig Fugate is joining us. And Craig, we welcome you to the show. We're happy to have you this evening. Appreciate you wanting to spend some time with us to talk all things weather. You've experienced a lot from your journey in Florida to all the way up into Washington, D.C., being the FEMA Administrator. So we look forward to hearing your conversations tonight. For those who are watching, feel free to follow along with us on social media. Tell us what you think about the show. Let us know if you have any comments. So Craig, welcome to the show. Our first question to our guests who've never been on is, what is your weather journey? Do you have a weather story? But I'm just going to ask you, what is your journey? I know you started off in Florida where a lot of weather affects you, but did you have a little bit of a weather bug growing up, or was it all in emergency management?
No, I can remember as a kid, you used to get the hurricane tracking maps at the grocery store, and there'd be storms out there, and you'd turn on the NOAA weather radio and wait for the tropical forecast to come through, and you'd listen and get the coordinates and chart the map where the storm was, well before the internet and a lot of other tools that we just take for granted.
With that, a young age, living in Florida, always keeping your eyes on the tropics. Tell us about your journey through emergency management. I know
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. The Carolina Weather Group, and here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
Started in a county and then kind of worked your way up. So tell us a little bit about that journey.
Well, my first experience with a hurricane, I was actually a paramedic here in my home county, Alachua County, Gainesville, Florida, where the University of Florida is at, when Hurricane Elena come buzzing through the Gulf of Mexico, and I was on duty for that shift. And we dealt with a storm that couldn't make up its mind and set off the coast for several days before it left. But I started out in 1987, moving from fire rescue to emergency management. Did that. Gainesville, sitting in the north part of the state, we get everything from severe thunderstorm is when we tend to see our most damaging storms. And so we would get every couple of springs, tornadoes moving through, straight line winds, stuff like that. Went to the state of Florida, dealt with a lot of weather-related events, but most notably the 04 hurricane seasons. And then I went to FEMA. And again, a lot of what FEMA responds to is weather-related disasters. A lot of flooding, tornadoes, Tuscaloosa, Joplin, hurricanes, most notably was Superstorm Sandy. So pretty much throughout my career in emergency management, probably more than anything else, has been weather-related hazards.
Tell us a little bit about emergency management and FEMA and how they work together to mitigate after serious storms and other types of disasters.
Well, the first thing I think people need to understand that the reason we have emergency management in the first place is the org chart of government's not built for disasters. And that's true at the local, state, and federal level. So what's happened in the late 70s was the National Government Association began to realize that every one of these big events was almost reinventing wheels. It was never clear who the federal agencies were, what the roles were. It constantly changed. And that really drove the formation of FEMA under a reorganization order that President Carter issued. But the relationship is the way states are set up is they're the primary response to all disasters. Depending upon how that state's organized, generally our first line is local governments, mutual aid, state mutual aid with the federal government in case of FEMA, supporting governors. So every time I hear somebody saying, well, FEMA ought to be in charge, I remind folks, our government's actually a federal government where states have the primary role in domestic emergencies with the federal government supporting them. And I like to point out that if FEMA was in charge of everything, it would have been hard to imagine an agency that could have responded to all the disasters that we saw during my term there without the leadership role of the governors, because FEMA just couldn't have handled all that. It really is this idea that all disasters are local. It doesn't mean we're abandoning everybody, but there are key roles and responsibilities. But like I like to tell people, when the disaster hits, we all work as one team.
And so, Craig, how hands-on were you with some of these departments, like the Storm Prediction Center, the National Hurricane Center?
Well, I'll give you an example. Both at the state of Florida and at FEMA, our practice was when we had storm threats, we would have the National Hurricane Center Storm Prediction Center. Sometimes, once we saw the rainfall forecast, Weather Prediction Center, relevant river forecast, and the affected National Weather Service offices all on those briefings. And I think, one of the things that I found when I got to FEMA was they were only talking to the Hurricane Center. And I'm like, you guys do realize there are other hazards, that there are forecast centers that deal with that. And the Weather Service in general, I think, really appreciated the fact that they finally had somebody that understood that the Hurricane Center isn't the only products that are being issued during these storm threats, and that, if we were seeing a significant flood risk from heavy rainfall, having the Weather Prediction Center now talking about that and amplifying that message.
What do you envision a response might look like to a hurricane in the age of coronavirus?
If you listen to what Mike said, and you go back several years ago and listen to him talking about hurricanes, he said the same thing. We've always recommended that people evacuate their friends and families, hotels and motels, and shelters as a last resort. So I think I'm less concerned about that messaging as the messaging we've been hearing, that people have been told to stay home, socially isolate, the risk of COVID, and not understand that if you're in an evacuation zone, you still need to evacuate. I think it gives more emphasis to the fact that we've always said friends and families are a much better option than shelters, that you don't have to go hundreds of miles. You just need to get inland, away from the storm surge areas. And the other message, which is kind of a tricky one, is particularly in Florida, we've seen a lot of evacuations that aren't in evacuation zones. Essentially, people are trying to run away from the storm itself versus the storm surge. And Florida's trying to do some messaging around that, of know your zone, know your home. That if you're not in an evacuation zone and your home's relatively in good shape, built to current codes, to consider staying home and putting up your shelters and riding the storm out, again, reducing the number of people evacuate. But the biggest thing I'm telling people about this hurricane season is, if you're in an evacuation zone, your plan is to evacuate, COVID or no COVID. And about the only real additions you need to make is add masks, hand sanitizer, disinfectants, and wipes to your go kits.
If you could find the disinfecting wipes. If anybody finds them, let me know. I will trade you toilet paper. I've got plenty of it.
What is your idea of what the plan is going to be for the rollout from emergency management perspective on shelters?
Well, the Red Cross and FEMA and the national organizations, volunteer organizations acting in disasters, have a website. It's the National Mass Care Strategy website, where they've been updating information on mass feeding, congregate and non-congregate care shelter. Well, I'm an emergency manager. Congregate and non-congregate, what does that mean? Congregate care is your traditional mass care shelters, where they're looking at how to screen, maintain social distancing, and minimize the spread of COVID in those shelters. But the other thing is looking at more utilization of hotels and motels, dorms, other spaces that usually weren't going to be picked for shelters. And I think there's an opportunity here. Everybody keeps telling me how hard it's going to be. And I'm like going, well, last time I checked, most hotels and motels are not really doing well. And FEMA will reimburse if you put people in hotels and motels. And I hear how hard it is to plan, but the reality is we have a lot of capacity, particularly in my home state of Florida, to put people up in hotels and motels. And FEMA will reimburse for that under protective measures. So we're still going to need mass care shelters. There's good information out there. It's updated fairly frequently as we learn more about COVID, and now that we're seeing cases increase. But the alternatives are, do you really want people not to evacuate because they're so fearful they have nowhere to go? Or do you prepare the shelters and understand that you're going to have to manage that with COVID and take the steps to minimize the spread?
Craig, the current administrator to FEMA, testified earlier today before Congress. We're taping this, but today, earlier on the 22nd of July, you had an opportunity as well to provide some feedback to members of Congress. What did you tell them about what you're seeing in the state of the ongoing coronavirus response?
Well, I think, again, my emphasis was on evacuations. We need to be clear about that and not mix messages with talking about how dangerous and confusing and everything else it's going to be and really focusing on when you're in the storm surge area, that's the primary threat we need to evacuate. And we need to acknowledge COVID, but we shouldn't use COVID as a reason not to evacuate. So we need to clear that communication up. But secondly, we know that moving people is a vector. And everybody talks about evacuations. I said, well, the other problem is going to be on the response. We're still going to need to move utility crews. We're still going to need to move search and rescue crews. But if you think about a lot of these disasters, we see a lot of volunteers moving. And that may not be our best tool. And everybody says, well, what are you going to do? I says, well, I don't know about you, but we got pretty high unemployment rates right now in Florida. So my question is, and having done this for a long time, there's not that much that requires people to have extensive training to be able to help in a disaster. And again, it's reimbursable. Why don't we hire people and put them to work locally? We've already seen this with COVID in states where local governments had actually hired restaurants to cook and prepare meals under contracts to feed people that were shut in or isolated or couldn't get to stuff. And again, I don't ever want to say we don't use volunteers, but I also think with the unemployment rates we have, particularly in the hospitality industry, I think there's opportunities to employ those folks during disasters to minimize the amount of people we have to bring in from outside of a community, but more importantly, start putting money back into the economy.
So let me ask you this one, Craig, because in your experience in not only preparing or helping communities prepare for disasters, but helping them afterwards too, I'm curious where your expertise and your opinion lies on the whole question of schools. Do you have an opinion or thought on whether kids should be going back to the classroom at this point?
This is going to be a hard one because I always like to talk about big numbers. Everybody saying, well, there's a little risk, kids don't generally get that sick. We need to get the economy going. We need to get kids back in school. It's important for development. And I'm like, nobody's really answering this question. If the rate at which kids get sick and potentially the rate at which kids have serious complications or deaths are even like small percentages, like less than 0.1%. When you're talking about thousands of children going back to school, those are real people and those are real numbers. And I don't think we have a good answer for that. I also think that there is opportunities to look at how we go back to the classroom setting. Everything from a lot of schools don't have enough room to do social distancing. So what if we split the day in half and we split the school up where half the school goes in the morning, half the classes go in the afternoon? What if we started doing more classrooms, weather permitting, outside? And again, because we're learning more about this is airborne and why masks are so critical in minimizing spread. How is that going to all happen? And I'm not sure we have enough answers because in Florida, some of the schools will open up, in the middle of August. So I think it would be prudent to think this through, get some consensus on ways to do this. And again, I just don't think saying you're going to open schools is the answer. But I also don't think that keeping schools closed indefinitely is going to work either.
Shifting gears a little bit, you're passionate about the resilience divide. I see this here in Charleston a lot where we have, sunny day flooding, and it often affects places that are less affluent than places that are more affluent. A lot of the more affluent places are getting, they're getting some of the things like check valves. They're getting a seawall at the battery. But meanwhile, at the corner of Haggard and Fishburne, where there's low-income housing, you see at 6.8 feet tides, you start to see the creek overflow and start flowing across the road there. Several, we had 80-something coastal flood events last year. So let's talk a little bit about that resilience divide and how we can maybe bridge that.
Well, the resilience divide is really how I'm trying to talk about the current process of using cost-benefit analysis to make decisions about investing in mitigation and building projects, particularly for future climate impacts, as well as the existing impacts we're already seeing. And so much emphasis is on how many tax dollars we save. You probably heard this, that for every dollar we invest, we save anywhere from $4 to $9. And so if you're looking at dollars, you'll actually save more money the more valuable the homes are that you're trying to protect. And lower income homes, working class communities don't score as well. So the bias, I don't think, was intended to short the most vulnerable communities, but by only looking at the cost benefit analysis of dollars saved versus dollar invested, we're going to see that divide go towards the more affluent communities, particularly those that can afford the cost share match of, in many cases, a minimum of 25% against the federal dollars. And I think we need to broaden the definition of cost benefit analysis to actually talk about the functional impacts to families and communities, not just to dollars saved on property.
Jared, I want to take what you just said and talk about Charleston and the resilience divide and just roll that into talking about climate change and climate change adaptation. Craig, what does that look like from a FEMA standpoint?
Climate's already changed. I think one of the problems we have is we keep talking about climate change as something that's going to occur in the future. And quite honestly, that's the way we talked about it in the majority of the Obama administration, was something that we were going to deal with in the future. But when Sandy hit, President Obama, and we'd already seen a lot of tornado and flooding activity and a pace that we'd not seen before. And we kept getting these record-setting events, which I remind people, if it's record-setting, we've never measured it before. And these weren't just isolated incidents. It was like a drumbeat. And the president said something that really, I think, shaped where we were going to go at FEMA. He says, the discussion about climate change is over. We need to start talking about climate adaptation. And the problem is our infrastructure was built for the past century of weather-related events. And climate is changing faster than our ability to keep up with infrastructure, to keep up with the improvements needed. And this is why I think it's so important that as we talk about federal investments, big infrastructure, federal highway bill, HUD dollars, the alphabet soup of funding, including the FEMA disaster dollars, we have got to move away from building to our last 100 years worth of weather data and start building the future risk. And I think there are more and more people that get that we can't keep building the way we've been building if we're going to survive. But I think there's some urgency that as much as people talk about reducing greenhouse gases, on our end of the spectrum, I think the change has already happened and we're not going back anytime soon. So adapting to what's happened, particularly our coastal communities, areas subject to flooding. We know that the extreme rainfall events is one of the clearest signal we've seen in the last decade from climate impacts. And we are way behind on both identifying, mapping, and explaining that risk, and then making the investments to start bending that curve.
And I want to kind of back up a step in keeping that same direction. We talked about Horry County. We talked about some of these areas that have been hit very hard by the watershed events from the hurricanes that have hit. Over time, things have built up, Matthew, and so on and so forth. Things have just gotten worse and worse over time. So these property values are down. And we get back to the resiliency divide and demographics. And so what is being done to help those that are less fortunate in the lower income or the lower value homes per se, that can't get back the dollars that they put into their home, ones that that's their total investment. And then others are getting funded for their properties, whereas these folks over here are not. Where is this going to be bridged at some point in the future? What's the plan for that?
It hasn't, and that's one of the reasons I think we need to draw attention to it. The Miami Herald ran an article a couple months ago that looked at the National Flood Insurance Program, their buyout program, where they go in and buy homes out that are repetitive loss. And they found that there was a definite bias that a lot of that money went to the wealthier counties, not necessarily the most vulnerable communities. And I think that's why we need to talk about the resiliency divide. We need to get Congress to get behind this and really look at funding an adequate buyout program and focusing on the vulnerable populations, not just the property values or the cost savings that we may see in more affluent properties.
How in tune is Washington to how weather affects people? We live here in the Carolinas, the Charlotte metropolitan area, Winston-Salem, Greensboro. Over 2 million people live in that general area, and there's no adequate radar coverage to detect tornadoes, flash flooding. We hear these stories of folks who are continuing to have homes flooded, and they're not really getting the attention we need. Is this something that the Washington culture, the senators, the House representatives, they kind of push the weather and what it does off to the side? I know everything should be focused on, but do you think sometimes weather and their issues kind of get pushed to the side a little bit?
A little bit. The only time they get serious about weather is when there's a catastrophic failure in their district. I mean, think about it. The Weather Service couldn't even get a supercomputer to run better models until after Hurricane Sandy or Superstorm Sandy showed how inadequate their computational powers were. So unfortunately, everything from getting WSR 88s, which was the result of several airplane crashes due to microshear, to the latest funding for the Weather Service in this Superstorm Sandy stimulus package, Washington tends to be reactive, and so until a member gets hit in their district, then it becomes a big issue. But overall, most people treat the weather, and again, it was always amazing to me, members of Congress that thought you could defund the Weather Service because you had other private meteorologists issuing forecasts, and the Weather Service shouldn't be competing with them. And they actually were promoting defunding the Weather Service and letting other organizations do it.
Craig, do you think we have a radar crisis on the horizon?
I think if we're serious about being able to rapidly detect fast-moving tornadoes, particularly now the warning systems have caught up with the forecasting. Just having better resolution on forecast, but we can't tell people more precisely, I don't think would have been a good match. But if you think about it now, we're moving away from county-wide warnings to polygons. We now have, with the weather, the wireless emergency alerts, the better ability to geocode cell phones, and now moving past the original 120 characters to start including links in that, we can actually now issue across cell phones more detailed warnings from the Weather Service than their current technology can really do. And they've been migrating that way. So now they can do polygon warnings, yet they're still basing it upon radar technology that will miss part of that. There's still gaps in that coverage. And everybody forgets, unless you're in severe storm mode, those things are scanning. Everything you're seeing is delayed. It's not what's actually happening. So, we've seen this before where the tornadoes will actually drop, hit, and pop back up before the radar completes its circle and it gets the updated forecast information. So by the time you see a hook echo, it's already done its business and dropped back in the sky.
Well, Craig, I want to transition us away from this last topic. And as we're kind of running short on time here, talk about something that is near and dear to all of our hearts here at the Carolina Weather Group, the Waffle House Index. That's something that we've talked about before. We had the PR director, Pat Warner from Waffle House, on last year in 2019 to discuss what exactly it is from the Waffle House perspective. But I'd like to hear about it from the FEMA perspective and how the Waffle House Index works its way all the way up to the president.
Well, FEMA will tell you that the Waffle House Index really isn't their index, and that was just me trying to be folksy. But it actually started in Hurricane Charlie. I'd been out on several disasters, and the thing I could just it was just accepted was if there was anything open, it was going to be a Waffle House. But in Charlie, we had gone down to Charlotte County, and I ended up staying down there for about 2 weeks. So we'd get up around 4:30, 5 o'clock in the morning, try to find something to eat, and we'd spend the rest of the day working. And, we're doing 18-hour days, so if you didn't get breakfast, you may not eat. The first morning we get up, and we were down near Fort Myers. We had to get on the interstate and head south because there was nothing open where we were at. And the first thing we get to is Waffle House. We go in, sit down, and this lady comes out with a mimeograph menu. You're so used to the big plastic menus. I already knew what I was going to order. But she says, the only thing we have is on this. And that was like, well, okay. And so we ordered, but, we got coffee, we got our eggs, we got a good breakfast. But it wasn't everything you would normally expect there. Next morning we get up, and the actual interchange we're at now, Waffle House was now open. Went in there, same deal, mimeograph menu. So the folks I was with, Ben Nelson, who was our state meteorologist in 2004, he's now with the Jacksonville Weather Service office as a forecaster there. And at that time, Major Tad Warfel, now Colonel Warfel with the Florida National Guard with me. And they basically, we were color coding the counties after Charlie, red, yellow, and green using a stoplight to show indicators, EOC activation, search and rescue, schools, stuff like that. And they put into the slide deck the Waffle House Index. And that's where it came from. Green was open with a full menu, yellow was open with a limited menu, and red was closed. And I guess it would have stopped there, except we had changed how we operate in Florida. We weren't waiting for the counties to do assessments to say they needed help after these hurricanes, because I kept asking, well, why don't we just respond like it's bad? We'll get there faster, and if they don't need us, we'll go home quicker. Well, the question was, if you're responding out on the Panhandle, like with Hurricane Ivan, and you're driving out I-10, and literally we were going right as soon as the hurricane force winds passed, I told guys, we're going to be safe, but we ain't going to stay dry. We're not waiting for blue skies. So we were going right as the storm was moving out. And the question was, where do you stop? And that was kind of how the Waffle House Index got used. If you got there and the Waffle House was open, it ain't bad. Keep going. If you get there and the Waffle House is open, but they got a mimeograph menu, well, we're dealing with power outages. We probably got a lot of mass care issues. But for the search and rescue teams, don't stop. Keep going. And if you get there and the Waffle House is closed, that's going to be pretty bad. Go to work. And it just kind of became the shorthand. In Florida, it seemed like all these hurricanes going across the interstate, the Waffle House was a pretty good indicator of what was happening. And the other thing, because we never really talked to the Waffle House, about them getting open and all the stuff they do to stay open. It was just our shorthand for where do we stop and go to work when we're driving in the areas, because you'll start seeing.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. To the Carolina Weather Group, and here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina WeatherNet.
With a hurricane, but that's not where the impacts are the worst. And so it just became a shorthand for us of where do you go to work in a hurricane?
So I gotta ask, Craig, what's your go-to meal at Waffle House? I mean,
New York strip steaks. I like the steak and eggs, scrambled eggs, hash browns, scattered and smothered, black coffee.
And if you're on the limited menu, what do you go with?
Scrambled eggs, omelets, whatever they got. I'm not picky if they got a limited menu, but generally they'd have eggs and bacon, stuff like that. The funniest thing was when I was in Joplin. We got out there. I was actually on the West Coast, had to fly back into Joplin, got there late at night. We did a whole bunch of interviews the next day. I've been running on about 3 hours sleep in about 48 hours. It's now about 6 p.m. We're heading back to our hotel for the first time. And there's a Starbucks, and all these cars are parked around the Starbucks. I'm like, hey, guys, just pull in. I need a coffee. And we pull into the Starbucks. It was closed. We couldn't figure out why all the cars were there. Then we realized they didn't turn their Wi-Fi off. So folks in Joplin they were just trying to get connections were circled around there. So we went back to our hotel. There was a Waffle House right there. I'm like, we're going in there. I know they got coffee. And sure enough, you go into the Waffle House, they got coffee because they're pouring bottled water into the coffee makers. Because all of Joplin was under boiled water orders. But Starbucks was closed, Wi-Fi was on. Waffle House, they're just pouring bottled water in those coffee makers making coffee. So I got my coffee.
So switching gears, Craig, I wanted to ask you, are there any memorable moments that stick out in your mind while you worked at FEMA? For example, the 2011 tornado outbreak in Alabama or Superstorm Sandy, anything like that?
Yeah, it was the Tuscaloosa tornado outbreaks was pretty impressive. And again, we came into Birmingham, picked up a Black Hawk, and I was flying up to the northern part of the state. And I don't think people realize how bad the northern tier of the Alabama counties got hammered. TVA had major transmission lines ripped out. We went to one town. They were basically lost everything. They had brought a command post from the southern counties. They used to go the other way during hurricanes. They'd all go south. But that thing, everybody from the south was going north. And they literally had 911 in this mobile command post, and they were dispatching, and everything, all their equipment was lined up on the side of the road because the station was just gone. And I remember, the president was coming in. He gets on, how bad it is. I'm trying to describe it, but it really was. It was hard to describe. He got there, he saw it, and that kind of came shorthand. So Joplin happens, and I'm on the ground in Joplin. I get the same call. He's going to come in a couple of days. He was always very respectful that he didn't want to get there when it would have interfered with the response because he knew what happens when he comes in as far as security and stuff like that. But he didn't want to wait too late. So it was always, the governor, working with the governor, working with local officials, and essentially, my recommendation. So he's calling me about Joplin, and he's going, how is it? And I says, it's worse than Tuscaloosa. And he's like, worse? And I have to say, Joplin, as far as total devastation, is the first time I've seen total devastation. When you were down where that hospital was, I mean, think about a tornado that's powerful enough to rotate a steel frame building and actually turn it. Literally the area a mile wide, close to 10 miles long, varying in width. Anything in there was totally destroyed. Anything outside of it pretty quickly got to the point where you didn't even know a tornado had hit. And I just remember that, describing it to him, and he's going, how bad is it? I says, worse than Tuscaloosa. And he was just taken aback because the impacts in Tuscaloosa were pretty dramatic. And I'm like, yeah, it's worse here in Joplin.
Well, Craig, one last question, kind of a fun question. You kind of, a little bit discussed it just a few seconds ago. You and President Obama, Vice President Cheney, you're sitting around. Did y'all ever talk about weather? Weather's a thing that a lot of people talk about. Did you guys just ever, talk about the weather, what's going on?
No, but, between I went out on a couple of disasters with Vice President Biden, and I remember going up into Scranton, Pennsylvania. And it was really funny because he's like, Craig, these are my people. And I knew he was from the area, but I didn't realize that, people on the street knew Joe and called him that. I'm like, Mr. Vice President. They're going, hey, Joe, how's your, I haven't seen you. And Joe would be going, how's your grandfather, your dad, cousin, uncle? He knew people. So that was the thing that really struck me about Vice President Biden was, in a lot of these communities we go into, he had a very personal connection, and particularly in that part of the country, they knew he was from there. They knew the families. They knew each other. President Obama, I remember two things. One, I was meeting him down in New Orleans. It was the anniversary of Katrina, and he's asking me how it's going. I said, well, we got hurricanes in the Pacific, hurricanes in the Atlantic, and fires in between. And he just looks at me and says, you're a smart ass. I'm like, hey, I'm just reporting what's happening. But the other cool thing about the president was, I was told early on that they wanted me to wear my logo when I was at the White House during disasters. So during Matthew, I'm giving a briefing to the president in the Oval Office, wearing khakis and my FEMA logo shirt and my FEMA windbreaker, and everybody else is in suits. And there's this great picture of the president. I'm sitting next to the president wearing my blazer and my logo wear. Everybody else in suits for the briefing, and people said, how do you get away from that? Everybody else dressed up to go in there says, they basically told me to look like I was doing what I was supposed to be doing. So I wore what I wore when I was at FEMA headquarters when I went to the White House to brief. In fact, if I was wearing a suit, they'd always look at me kind of excused. I said, hey, this is camouflage. When I'm wearing a suit, I just blend in with everybody else running around with a White House badge.
We certainly enjoyed having you. If you have a website, social media that account or anything like that our listeners and people who are viewing this can follow, how can they do that?
Well, I tweet a little bit. I guess that's, you should be aware of that. So
that's how we met. Yes.
No, I'll tweet it, Facebook it, and LinkedIn it. Again, I've seen you guys out there. I've just, thrilled to be invited.
Hey, we're
now I feel like I've made it. I've been on the weather group,
Well, we appreciate your time, and again,
I just send Marshall Shepard an email says, I've been on your podcast, but it wasn't half as much fun as the
Craig, thank you for being with us tonight. Interesting conversation, and folks, again, it's very important to know the risk as we enter the COVID season or the hurricane season mixed in with the COVID, and hopefully you'll take Craig's advice as you prepare. So until next time, we hope you have a great week, and we'll see you back here on the Carolina Weather Crew. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Carolina Weather Group, show number 304. We all hope you've had a great start to the new year. Tonight, we have on with us Aubrey Urbanowitz. She is the chief meteorologist at WHSV in Harrisonburg, Virginia. And so you may know Aubrey if you listen to a lot of weather podcasts. Aubrey is a panelist on the Weather Brains, and we're going to definitely dig into that. But tonight, we're just going to get to know Aubrey and what got her hooked. She's got an interesting story about joining the meteorology field. So we appreciate you watching tonight. If you have any comments, just send them to us on our Twitter page at Carolina WX Group, or you can comment on the stream that's going on right now. So Aubrey, welcome to the show.
Thanks so much for having me, guys. I appreciate it. It's nice to, kind of cross podcast.
That's right. That's right. Normally we do that on National Weather Podcast Month, but we're doing it a couple months early. So Aubrey, we was kind of a little bit talking about your foray into meteorology. You didn't start off your college path didn't really take you into broadcast meteorology. You actually started with a restaurant chain. So tell us about that little interesting story that kind of got you into weather.
So I had zero aspiration to be on television. I was, when I kind of went through high school and started college, I really wasn't sure what I wanted to do. So I had a great job at Chili's restaurant. I kind of worked my way up and I started to become a corporate trainer. So as a corporate trainer, if you're not familiar, you would basically become part of a team. You would travel around and do new store openings as a corporate trainer, train new employees. And you kind of got to see a lot of the country. In fact, I got to do several international openings. And, I just kind of got to meet a lot of people. And it was on a lot of these new openings where I kind of discovered my passion for weather. So I started doing openings in 2003. In 2004 and 2005, Chili's had this goal of opening 100 plus restaurants. And if you think back meteorologically, in 2004, 2005, what happened? Hurricane season. 2004, that's when Florida was almost wiped off the map by all 4 hurricanes. I was in 2 of those, 2 of the 4. Hurricane Katrina was kind of a turning point for me, really. I was sent back to Louisiana to help rebuild some stores after I had been there and evacuated. For Katrina, I was there during Rita, and I ended up being there for 3 months. I was in Louisiana so long, they ended up starting to take state taxes out of my checks. So after that, I went back I was living in Johnson City, Tennessee at the time, and I went and saw Mark Reynolds at WJHL, who responded to an email that I had sent and brought me into the TV studio, and I asked him questions, and I wanted to be behind the scenes. I thought maybe, producing, I can make graphics, I was good with computers, and he said, there's no jobs in that, you need to be in front of the camera. And I said, oh, that's not me, that's not what I want to do. And he said, you can do it. I think you can do this. And he said, I want you to take a look at this program. And he pointed me in the direction of Mississippi State. And somehow blindly, I agreed to it and kind of followed his advice. And within maybe a couple weeks, I was enrolled or accepted into the Mississippi State distance program. And I was able to not only take classes and finish my degree, but also I was still able to travel with Chili's for at least 2 years and still able to do corporate openings. And so I got an internship and yada, yada, yada. I got my first job at WHSV in Harrisonburg, Virginia, and fell in love with this place. Absolutely never intended to be here past my 2-year contract, and re-signed, got promoted. Here's the thing. I got promoted to a Monday through Friday position from weekends after I think 7 or 8 months. After working in a restaurant for 12 years, meaning weekends and nights for 12 years, I thought, wow, I have weekends off. The rest is history. And I could not have asked for a more amazing place, a beautiful area. And now my brother moved here 4 years ago. My parents just moved here in May. So now I've got family here, which a lot of meteorologists, unless you move to your home market, you can't say that. So I just feel very blessed and kind of lucky.
Now, Aubrey, you mentioned that you had no interest in going on TV. So
none.
From one industry into a completely different industry, where did you gain your experience on how to get yourself ready to go on camera and do live weather forecasting. Is that something you learned along the way? I know there's probably some folks that'll be watching that might be interested in seeing how you transitioned into that to get your confidence level up to be able to forecast on camera.
So it was all the leadership in Chili's. It was the training role that I had. Working for Chili's for so long, I knew every item. I was quality control. I knew exactly what little details went on every single menu item. I could recite that menu backwards and forwards. I could teach. And so when I started training and teaching these menu items the Chili's way and how to serve and how to bartend, I was confident in that because I knew that material. So when I learned how to present and train, I was confident in that material. So when I finally was able to teach that, that's what gave me the confidence as I became a leader in that material. And so it was actually kind of that transition that I learned to be able to present myself on camera. Once I was comfortable and kind of was able to, I guess, get used to the fact that I was on camera, learn some breathing exercises and not think about the fact that I was on camera, it just kind of transitioned because I just envisioned myself talking to people like I'm talking to a group, like I'm training people, giving them the information that I know, like I'm teaching them the menu items, I'm teaching them the forecast. And so it was kind of that. You think it's two completely different worlds, but it's actually kind of very similar. So that's how I transitioned because I had absolutely no desire to be on camera. I was never a theater major. I was never a singer. I was never a performer. I was a dancer, but that was when I was a kid. So, I never ever would have imagined I would have been on television, and now I can't see myself doing anything else.
I love that history. I love how you put yourself on the fast track through that whole process. I can see. So going through the program, getting your meteorology degree, getting a job, it's something you became passionate about very quickly. So I'm assuming you probably have some favorite areas of study, maybe some research or favorite topics of meteorology. Would you like to share some of those with us?
Yeah, so I've really developed a love for weather history. And I think a lot of that has stemmed from me learning this area and really kind of diving into Shenandoah Valley weather history. I'm not in a severe weather market. We get kind of a mix of every kind of weather. We do get 4 seasons. We don't get super big storms often. When we do, we can get big storms. It's just not maybe as frequent as some other markets, but we do have a good storm history. And so I think when I was diving into that is when I kind of developed my passion for weather history and really showcasing. And I did kind of a keynote address at the Mississippi State Severe Storm Symposium last year on learning the weather history in your market. When you go to a new TV station, you'll make that bond with your viewers when you do learn that weather history. And it'll also make you become a better forecaster when you learn a lot of that weather history in your market. And I think it was kind of during that process that I really developed that. And now, hurricanes are how I got into meteorology. So that I always have a soft spot for that, but I haven't really had much of an opportunity to forecast them. So I think I'm turning more into a severe weather nerd. And I'm really loving the structure of thunderstorms more and more. So I'm hoping to storm chase this spring. That's my goal. As I've become chief, you're stuck in the studio more and more. So you don't get an opportunity to see the sky as much, even though we all love to watch the sky. So I think I'm going to try and do that, but also try to, watch the sky more and more. So yeah, thunderstorms are definitely the sweet spot.
Well, you sure get your fair share in the Shenandoah Valley area. The Mid-Atlantic's a pretty volatile area of the country where fronts sweep through and crisscross and meander and cause all kinds of interesting weather up that way. What is cold air damming and how does it occur and how long does it last?
So the cold air damming is kind of a special feature that happens in between the mountains. You can get kind of a stronger event, which can go all the way down from the mid-Atlantic, all the way down the mountains into Georgia and the Carolinas. You can get kind of a weaker event that maybe will affect part of part of Virginia, part of northern Virginia, and then you kind of end up with a really big temperature gradient in between a couple of areas. And a lot of that comes from high pressure. Some of that comes from coastal storms. So you have high pressure that moves over New England. Sometimes it moves over Pennsylvania. And due to that position of the high, when you have that clockwise flow, that brings in not only the cooler air from the north, but also the cooler maritime air, that cooler moist air from the Atlantic. And that cooler air is more dense, so it sinks in between the mountains. It can be intensified when you have an area of low pressure that moves along the coast. When you have that counterclockwise circulation, especially moving up the Carolinas, sometimes you can get some of your big icing events that way. You can also get some of your big snow events that way, depending on how deep that cold air is. So sometimes when you have maybe a weaker event, you can get a pretty decent temperature gradient. In fact, the February tornado event a couple years ago in Virginia, that was a cold air damming situation, or what we call a wedge event, where the Roanoke Valley was in the 70s. That wedge started to lift northward. Stanton, Virginia, which is in my viewing area, it's the southern part of my viewing area, started to erode out of that wedge, and temperatures started to get into the upper 60s, where Harrisonburg, just 30 miles away, was stuck at 46 degrees. You can have, let's see, even just last week, we had a wedging event where temperatures were, I think, a 30-degree spread within about an hour drive. So, you know, you can have a partly cloudy wedge, you can have a sunny wedge. Most times you have low clouds, stratiform clouds, a lot of drizzle. And then, of course, in the wintertime, you have to watch for your precipitation because you can get a lot of icing events. But temperatures are very interesting when you're forecasting the wedge. You know, I've learned that whatever you forecast, you know, drop it another 10, 15 degrees.
Hey, Aubrey,
Yeah.
I was wondering, Ben, your newest meteorologist back there, have you prepared him for the wedge? I mean, does he know what he's getting himself into?
I have not prepared Ben for the wedge fully yet, although the good news is they're asking if I've prepared you for the wedge yet. The good news is Ben is from Richmond, and Ben also went to Virginia Tech. So Ben is also familiar with the wedge. So.
He's good then. He's good.
Yeah, so he definitely knows. But, you know, kind of the key to the wedge is to follow the dew point. You know, you'll do a lot better if you can follow the dew point at least. And whatever the models think and you doubt, just drop it another 5 degrees.
That's always a safe bet. So Aubrey, I want to reverse one of Shay's questions from earlier and ask, so the Shenandoah Valley has unique, you know, interesting weather, but also some difficult systems that are just hard to forecast. What are some of the hardest systems to forecast in the Shenandoah Valley?
Well, even something like today, you know, we had a shortwave trough kind of rotating through behind yesterday's storm. And a lot of times when we have that happen, or we have a trough coming through after a cold front, we get this wonderful blast of upslope snow showers or the orographic lift across the Allegheny Mountains. So where I am in the Shenandoah Valley, we average about 20 to 25 inches of snow a year. Within a 2-hour drive, the Alleghenies average 100 to 110 inches of snow a year. So you equate the difference with they get lake effect snow all the time. So when you have these shortwave troughs moving through, or you have the orographic lift, especially when you have strong wind and just enough of that maybe vorticity or upper level energy rotating through, you can get these snow squalls, these snow bands. So you have to watch out for those. And what happened this morning was I expected some of those snow bands. One, it was more intense. And two, they dropped a lot farther south, about 45 miles further south than I expected. So I'm always cautious of those. And so it's kind of just more about communication, because a lot of times the models don't fully pick up on those. You have to kind of watch for the hints. And so it's kind of one of those things where, okay, I'm looking for some snow squalls. Maybe I'll kind of generalize it. Instead of specifically saying, okay, I'm expecting some of these mainly in the Northern Valley, maybe I'll say, you know, this is what's possible tomorrow. this is what snow squalls are capable of. And, if you get in a snow squall, it can drop a dusting to an inch in some areas. But if you don't get one, you're going to have sunshine. So I think the snow squalls are definitely a little bit challenging. The other thing is precipitation, because a lot of surface fronts don't give us anything. If there's not that upper level oomph, if we don't get, shortwave energy, if we don't get a jet streak, if we don't get any sort of vorticity or any sort of upper level support, the front just fizzles and we just don't get any precipitation. So because of downsloping can really kill a lot of our precipitation. So that's always challenging unless you have a derecho coming through like in 2012. So that's always a challenge, is precipitation. The one great thing here is that we're usually we are not as humid as east of the Blue Ridge. The Blue Ridge Mountains are not that tall, but what they do is they block a lot of that Atlantic moisture. So we don't get as severe storms. If you ever watch the radar in the summertime, we'll get some storms, but watch them light up like a Christmas tree as they move east of the Blue Ridge. If you watch the heat advisories come out in the summertime, 99% of the time, they're all east of the Blue Ridge because of that humidity. We get a dew point of 66. That is a bad day here. So that's always kind of interesting.
Well, that's interesting because I'm from Asheville originally. So a lot of the things that you're mentioning right now are exactly what we deal with. The downsloping, making Asheville the dry.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Best of the Carolina Weather Group, here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
As well as we call it, our northwest flow snow showers and the snow squalls. So that's interesting how it connects to Virginia weather and North Carolina weather.
Mm-hmm.
They're so similar the characteristics.
Aubrey, we were talking earlier about you being on the panelist of Weather Brains. How did you get incorporated with James Spann and the crew down there?
So what's really funny is apparently one of my viewers is a listener of Weather Brains, and several years ago he wrote in, somehow heard my story and said, hey, this girl has an interesting story of how she got into weather. You guys might want to talk to her. So Bill emailed me, and I was so intimidated. I was like, oh my God, I don't have anything to offer. You guys are amazing. Like, what? I don't have anything. So he had to kind of convince me to go on. And so I went on, and James was a little bit impressed of how I actually, I guess, spoke. And I guess a few weeks after that, Kevin had a little bit of a tizzy and kind of quit the show temporarily, which he's done in the past.
Imagine that.
The accelerant. And Bill kind of had me on again, and then he asked me if I'd be interested in being a panelist. And I was like, wow. Okay, and it kind of fit into my schedule. I was doing the 5 and 10 o'clock show. I was doing the 5. Was I doing the 5 and 10? I think I was doing the 5 and 10. It ended up working with my schedule, and I agreed to it. And I'm so thankful I did, because the amount of people that I've met is just, it's just great, and it's just the weather community. And of course, you guys know Weather Twitter is amazing. And the amount of things that I've learned, and with my schedule now, I don't always get the opportunity to complete the show. So I have to kind of go back later, but it's just the coolest. And
that's pretty cool. That's a cool story. That's something. I have a Kevin Seeley story for you. You'll enjoy this. This was back in the Google Hangout days. Google Hangout has since went away, but we always copy and paste in an email, send it to our guests, say, hey, here's the link to join in. Well, evidently Kevin didn't get that part, and he actually tweeted out, hey, here's the link to watch me tonight. So we had all these people bombarding our Google Hangout, and we actually had to shut it down and redo a new link and everything. And so that's our Kevin Seeley stories. We were talking, and all of a sudden these people just started popping in. We're like, who's that? And it was hilarious. But I think we can all echo it's pretty cool doing a weather podcast, and you get to meet so many people in the weather industry that you follow on Twitter, and you may have a brief conversation on Twitter, but you actually get to sit down and have a conversation with them.
And we get to geek out over these people too, and normal people don't get it. And it's just the weather enterprise is just so amazing, and you're geeking out over these rock stars, and we get to geek out too. So
yeah, you mentioned earlier that you get to meet a lot of people, and even here in the Carolina Weather Group, Everyone has their own sort of opinions about, hey, my favorite guests. What are some of your most memorable guests that you've been a part of the panel for?
Oh man. The Greg Carbon shows are always a treat. Those are always good. Mike Bettis came on and talked to us about his chase situation that happened in was that 2013?
I think it was either 13 or 14. Yeah.
Yeah. When they rolled over. Yeah, it was El Reno. And that was a pretty powerful show. That was, hearing his story. That was always a powerful one. Let's see.
You don't have to go into details. You don't say anything. Were you on show 404?
Yes.
That was interesting.
That was an interesting, and you know what? I don't know that I even spoke during that show. But I do have the shirt from Helicity Weather that's plus minus F3. And I think I'm the only one that actually has that because I just think it's hilarious.
We internally will just joke around. We'll just show at 404, and we automatically know. That's just that was an interesting show for sure. We have a couple more minutes with Aubrey. I know she has to get ready for the news tonight. Talking about weather brains and shows and guests you had. A lot of us have mentors in the weather world. Do you have any weather mentors? I would assume maybe James Spann might be one. I mean, any others that
my biggest mentor is Mark Reynolds. I would not be where I am without him. Not only did he kind of blow my mind, he answered my email. I mean, I was just asking to come in and view a studio to see if this was even a field that I might even want to pursue. And he brought me in as someone who is curious, told me after only meeting me for 20 minutes, told me he thought I had the voice for this and I could do this, and talked me into the Mississippi State program. I mean, that's the kind of person he is, and then fought to get me an internship and worked with me, and then still let me come in the studio when I needed to practice on the green wall, on the chroma key. I would not be where I am without Mark Reynolds, and I still keep in touch with him. And he's given me advice over the years, and I absolutely would not be where I am without him. I wish I had a lot of other weather mentors. I've had to do a lot of learning on my own, which is not ideal, but someone who's determined, who really wants to succeed at this industry, sometimes you do what you have to do. So, but I would not be where I am without Mark Reynolds from WJHL, and he's amazing. And I know a lot of other people at NWA this year, Tom Watts, who used to work with Mark and who was on air when I was living in Johnson City before I got into meteorology. I actually got to meet him. And then Ken Weathers, who also used to work with Mark, I think was one of his interns also. We were all there at NWA. And so we were kind of Mark's little proteges. And it was just cool to kind of be a part of that group. So Mark is it.
That's very, very cool. I love that stories and all those people too. I do want to change topics a little bit, but feed off of your comment about, learning things as you go. The last 10 years, we've really had to learn how social media works and how it plays into our field. Yes, I know it's kind of a necessary evil, but it also turns out, very helpful for, our online shows and things like that. So talk a little bit about how important social media is to you as a meteorologist and with Weather Brains as well.
Yeah, so it is very important. As much as sometimes we do hate it, it is very important. I utilize it to the best that I can. And there's a lot so the bad thing with being a female is you get a lot of comments. You get a lot of nasty comments. You get a lot of rude comments. You get a lot of crazy comments. And I know a lot of females that will turn off a lot of their messages and private messages, which is really sad that you have to do that. I do not do that. And I'm thankful that I don't have to, but I have actually met so many amazing people and have become friends with a lot of great people because of that. And I've become friends with some great viewers because of private messaging and things like that. And I'm very thankful for that. So it's really sad that some other female counterparts don't have that opportunity. Maybe just because I'm in a smaller market, I kind of have a little bit of that opportunity, and I've maybe been a little trusting with some people, but I have been lucky enough to make some of those really great relationships with people. So building those relationships with your viewers are obviously very, very important, especially with, when you're getting that information with storm reports, snow reports, rainfall reports, storm chasers, those photos, or just relying on, even just everyday photos when it's quiet outside, just to sometimes fill your time, relying on a photographer. So those are always great, relying on information and having that communication back and forth. But social media, it's the future. It's where we are. But you can do a lot with social media. You can get changing. I mean, we all know weather changes sometimes very quickly. So you can get important information out really quickly with social media.
Yeah, I know that. That's the internet is where I live, just doing what I do. And I'll tell you what, it's just completely changed the game as far as getting storm reports, as far as getting, situational awareness on the ground. You suddenly have so many more cameras to tap into, and it really just, I don't know how y'all did it before that, but I know that it's completely changed the game here. For sure. And, here in Charleston, we have a really good and engaged community. So I'm curious, before we get into something even more fun, what is your weather community like up in your neck of the woods?
They're amazing. I would not be here still on TV where I am without this community. And I constantly say that this community is why I stay here. This is why not only I stay here, but why I've brought my family here, because this community is still amazing. Some of the things that I see and hear in the female group on Facebook is sometimes horrifying. And I don't know if I could do this job if I heard stuff like that on a daily or weekly basis. We all get criticism. We all get stuff like that. We all get pushback, but I don't get a lot of it. And I'm very grateful that the community responds well to me. So I'm very grateful for the community and how wonderful people are here. So they're amazing, and they've welcomed my family. Urbanowitz, you can't slide into a community in Virginia with a name like Urbanowitz and hide under the radar. They know exactly who my brother is. They know exactly who my parents are. And everyone, my parents all the time, people talk, once they hear their last name, people talk to them, and they get such, they get feedback, but people are just so nice to them. So the community here is incredible, and it's one of the reasons I've stayed.
That's wonderful. That's wonderful.
Well, Aubrey, we've certainly enjoyed getting to know you tonight, and we appreciate you donating some time to us. If our folks want to watch social media we were just talking about, if they want to follow you on social media, how can they do that?
So on Twitter, I'm very active on Twitter. So it's at WHSV OBS, AUBS. OBS is kind of my little nickname. And then on Facebook, just search for meteorologist Aubrey. I tell people you don't have to spell the last name if you just search for meteorologist Aubrey. And then on Instagram, let me get my Instagram out, because I think, yes, WXAUBS, WXAUBS on Instagram, or as I call it, the gram.
The gram. Evan runs our gram. That's his title. So yeah,
I should be better at it.
It's a lot of pictures of my dog.
Well, Aubrey, thank you so much, and we hope that, I know you guys haven't had a lot of winter either, so we hope you get some winter up your way sometimes in the coming weeks. But we appreciate you spending some time with us, and tell everybody at the Weather Brains, that we said hello, and we look forward to hopefully working with you guys during the National Weather Podcast Month later on this year.
Of course. Thanks for having me on, guys. Appreciate it. Always good to see you.
Thanks, Aubrey. And thank you guys for watching the Carolina Weather Group. As always, you can follow us at Carolina WX on Twitter or Carolina Weather Group on Facebook. If you have any suggestions or guests that you'd like for us, just reach out to us. We'd love to see those suggestions and work our best to get those guests or topics on the show. Until next week, we hope you have a great week, and we'll see you later here on the Carolina Weather Group. Welcome, everyone, to the Carolina Weather Group. We continue part 2 with the Weather Channel's Jim Cantore.
So I think to talk to you, Jim, and not bring up the famous commercial of you going to the beach and playing beach volleyball and going to different places, and the crowds run away from you, and you're like, "What? I'm just here to go to the beach," which is an amazing commercial. I think it's a fun kind of
that was pretty
pastime
brilliant
for all of us. So kind of in the sense of that commercial and kind of how we know you, how are the actual kind of emotions and reactions of communities when you do show up and they do see you? Is there sometimes some mixed emotions, or is it usually kind of just people are excited to be meeting you and in an area that is going to be on TV, or is it more of a thing where people are kind of sometimes a little bummed?
No, to me, it's both, to be honest with you, Dan. And it's really both because, obviously during hurricane season, when I show up, it's not going to be good. The good news with Sally, I'm like, don't worry, I'm not going to be here. I'm going to be moving after my shots. We've been moving every day, so this is no different. Till we finally wound up in Pensacola. But, some people are still excited to come out. Their town's getting some attention. I've been doing this a while now, so people have kind of grown up, just kind of getting used to, if there's going to be a big weather story, Jim's more than likely going to come to town. So if it like I've always said, if it creates the awareness and it has people react in a way that they protect themselves and their family, then great, mission accomplished. So I still kind of get both ends of the spectrum. I told you one time, I can't remember which storm it was, but I think I was going to North Carolina. This lady literally, she saw me on the plane. She hollered at me. She told me it was my fault in front of everybody on the plane. I was just like, okay. But yeah, so you run the gamut. That was probably the most extreme right there.
And there's whole, I'm sure you've probably seen them or ran across them, but there's Facebook groups devoted to Where's Jim Cantore? I don't know if you've seen that, but there's a
Facebook page, right?
That's right. And they post pictures of what they think is you, what certain like storm chaser cars or weather channel cars. And they'll say, he's now been spotted at Sunset Beach. And then, it's got hundreds and thousands of members.
So for the record, guys, do you know how many bald, short Italian men exist in this world? A lot. And I'm just one of them. Okay, so yeah, I get spotted a lot in places. I'm like, and I sometimes I read those in my Twitter, and I'm just like, I'm sitting right here at my house looking at this, and who is playing me, or who do they think is me? So it's cool. In a way, it's kind of cool because I never in my wildest dreams thought that a guy that just wanted to get the forecast right would be, somebody who they developed a Facebook page for. So, it's kind of fun when I can play along, I will. But, like I said, at the end of the day, if it helps people get ready and creates an awareness, then mission accomplished.
All the memes that come out of that. I'll read you one. I sent.
Oh, dude, the memes. Oh my God.
Oh man. So one that I thought was kind of funny. I sent this directly to you because it was right in the middle, right when the COVID was just, the fear was so high at one point. And I said, if Southerners don't seem too worried about this coronavirus still, it's because we have been conditioned to believe that we likely don't need to be concerned unless or until this man shows up. And it has a picture of you. So,
yeah, they seem to get better every year. So it's like I said, it's very humbling. It's nice to be a meme.
I like your attitude. I like your attitude on it a lot. The idea is if you can bring attention in a positive light to the storm, then you're doing a good thing no matter what, and that's great.
It's really weird. Bobby Labonte is a friend of mine, and I remember when he was telling me a story about the ESPYs, where he was in the back room with Tiger Woods, and he was, they were both just kind of like, "Are you here for this?" "Yeah, we're here for this." I mean, when you don't really want to be in the limelight. Sometimes when you're in the limelight, you don't really want to be in the limelight. It's not what you strive for. It's not. You don't wake up in the morning and say, "Oh gosh, what can I do to make myself more in the limelight today?" I mean, that's just really not. I mean, Bobby is a fantastic race car driver. He won a championship. That's all he wanted to do. Tiger is a phenomenal golfer. All he wants to do is play excellent golf. And now, as you saw from this weekend, his son can play pretty good as well. It's just, I think that the true professionals, the notoriety that comes along with them is just kind of an after effect. But I do think you also have to embrace it. You can't ignore it. You have to embrace it, because I'll never forget the time as a kid I got a chance to meet Reggie Jackson. As you guys know, I'm a huge Yankees fan. And I got a chance to get an autograph from him. I stood in line just like everybody else. They used to have this big thing in Atlanta called the Super Show, which was everything and anything to do with sports. And I was like, "Oh my gosh, Reggie's signing for Upper Deck. I got to go get Reggie." So I had my baseball and I stood in line just like everybody else. So when I finally got up there, which was, probably 45 minutes, I was like, "Oh my gosh, I handed my baseball. I said, "Mr. Jackson, what a pleasure to meet you. I mean, you've been my, you've just been my hero. You took the Yankees to a world championship." And he turns around and looks at his publicist or whatever. He goes, "Hey, how much time we got left here?" 15 minutes. "All right, here you go." And he handed the ball to me. It was just kind of, I don't know. It just kind of left a sour taste in my mouth. I just never forgot it. And I'm not Reggie Jackson, but the people that want to meet you and want to come out and talk to you, I think you owe them a little bit of your time, because you've been given this gift and it's there to share. And that's really how I feel about it. But I'll never forget that experience, and I always go back to it. And look at, I can't say that Reggie didn't have another thing to do. I can't blame him for that, but I just never forgot that reaction, how disappointed I was. Now, if I'm out to dinner with my girlfriend, or if I'm with my kids and we're talking and having a good time, and if you want to come up and talk about climate change or what we should do about NextRad, I'm like, "Hey, can we save this for another time?" Pick your times of when you approach people. That would be my best advice to other folks out there. But I'm happy to talk to you. I am a true weather geek. I love talking about it. I'll give you my opinion. Sometimes it's going to be good. Sometimes it's going to be bad. Sometimes it's going to be right. Sometimes it's going to be wrong. But that's me in a nutshell.
Speaking of NextRad, could you talk to those folks in Washington and get us a radar in Charlotte?
Yeah, I mean, I look at, if we wait around for phased array, we're going to have more tornadoes missed. We're going to have more gaps. They told us not to really talk about this, but now that I'm on with you guys, yeah, let's fill the holes. Let's fill the gaps. It's long overdue. I mean, we got a nice system down now, and I know this data needs a lot of maintenance and it's very, very expensive. And if that's the case, then come up with a great, new phased array, and let's roll that out. Let's just roll out phased array. But until we get there, let's fix the stuff that we got. Maybe add a few mobile radars here and there to fill in the gaps, especially when you're talking about large metropolitan areas and cities. I mean, at this point, the NWS radar, the guys that are operating the radar and monitoring the radar, they know where the gaps are. They've been doing it for years. I mean, it's not like they're just coming out with this out of nowhere. So, yeah, I'm pro filling the gaps all the way. Do it. It's long overdue, guys. It's long overdue.
So I have just one follow-up question here about how you deliver your message and the best way you can kind of connect with your viewers and stuff. So really, in a perfect world of your day-to-day, big storm comes around or whatnot, would you rather spend more time actually kind of doing on-camera storm action coverage where you're in the heart of the storm, or would you rather spend more time kind of, in some instances, being from a safe location where you can spend better time broadcasting, have clearer messages, and work more on the communication side?
So studio versus non-studio, I think that's what you're asking me, right? I mean, I like a mix. I've got to have a blend because I still need, like when I was told I was going to go out to the snow the other day, I was like elated because A, it wasn't a hurricane, and B, it was just, I just love getting out in it. Because here you are, you spend all this time looking at model data and this, that, and the other thing, and reading this and reading that, but you to go out and experience it, and then to kind of bring it home to the viewers, that's the win, that's the home run. I don't want to live in the field, and I don't want to live in the studio. I got to have a blend of both, and hopefully, I'll be able to carry that to the end of the career. But it is getting exhausting out there. I won't lie. When you go through an eye wall, guys, and then you got to get up the next morning and do, kind of tell everybody what happened. It's tiring. I mean, the adrenaline takes you through the event, and then after that, the tiredness and the lack of adrenaline. I mean, you got to find it from somewhere else. But you still got to put together 2 words in a sentence. So that's how that's going. What's going on, Pete?
Hey, what's going on, Jim? How you doing?
Good, man.
So to kind of piggyback off of that question, take us through your workday at the Weather Channel, from when you wake up to when you leave the Weather Channel for the day.
So AMHQ is the show I'm on, 7 to 10 in the morning. Get up about 4:15, come down to this very computer.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Carolina Weather Group, here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
See what's going on. Like I said, Twitter's nice not only for us to communicate with each other in the enterprise, but also it kind of helps me centrally get my thoughts together. What do I really want to say about this? What do I think about it? And I can put it down right there and go from there, because more than likely I'm going to be talking about one or more of those things when I get to the Weather Channel. So, I'll get in about an hour before my show. I'll slap a little powder on, put my mic on, go meet with my weather producer, talk about any interviews that are coming up with my show producer, and boom, here we go for 3 hours. Strap in and enjoy the ride, and be ready for whatever Stephanie has to throw at you, because it's usually something you didn't expect. But it's great. She makes it fun. She really does. She makes the whole 3 hours go by. I mean, when her, Jen, and I aren't there together, it's definitely different. And that's not to say other people aren't talented, because Felicia and Tevin and Jordan and Chris, those guys are all incredibly talented. But it's just we've been working together so long now. We kind of got this little routine. We kind of know each other's quirks and things like that. So it's very fun. After the show, we have a meeting at 10:30. A call in, kind of talk about the evening show, Mike's show, Bettis' show, and then what's going to happen the next morning, who we may have as guests and things like that. And that is my day.
And tell us, behind the scenes, who's in the studio during the show, and how many people are working on the show every day.
So in the studio, it's either 2 or 3 talent. Sometimes they'll have somebody from home. Like if Steph or Jen are on the road and they just get back, they will have them home for a couple of days. Again, this is all about a part of the COVID thing. It's been weird. I've actually been lucky, because when I've come back from the field, it's been a Friday. So I just go into my weekend and I just come back into the studio. I think I'm the only guy who doesn't have a home studio. I said, look, I will come in. I have no problem in coming in. They have me in this area where nobody's around. I have my own desk. It's literally yards and yards away from anybody else. So I'm nowhere near anybody. And it's literally as soon as you walk in the door. There's a couple floor directors, 2 weather producers in the studio, but we're all spread apart. I mean, that studio that we have downstairs that we're doing the immersive reality on is huge. It's kind of like a half a gym, if that gives you an idea of the size. So the ceiling wise and width wise. So we just have everybody spaced out perfectly. And, a lot of the cameras are run from inside the production booth, so they can run those from upstairs with the joystick. So we don't need people down there moving cameras, even though sometimes you have to move some of the cameras. It's really the jib operator who's got to move this big jib and this big teleprompter so that we're out on the new augmented reality set. That's got to be there for you. But let me tell you something, guys, as you get older, that prompter doesn't change size. It's still the same old TV, 15-inch TV. So, you're trying to like, why is that thing way far away? Why can't I see that? It doesn't get any easier to read is my point. So that's really been the biggest change. A lot more reading versus just ad lib, especially with video and stuff like that. And you're kind of bridging different things together. That's what it looks like in the studio. It's cool. It's really cool. I enjoy it. I really do. Guys, it's still a thrill to get up in the morning and go to work every day. It is. And I don't even consider it a job. It's still fun. It's still fun to look at the weather and get it right. It really is.
That immersive reality technology that you were talking about, I know we discussed it last year, but 12 months later, I'm still fascinated by it, as many others are. Tell us about some of the challenges of working with a piece of technology that's maybe new.
Well, so remember, I just said this is like the size of a small basketball court, or half a basketball court. So with prompters way over here and monitors way over there that can't get close to you, some of the data on the graphics is really hard to read. So when we walk along and we see those little candlesticks there with the high and the low and the precip, one of them looks like a little crystal ball. So I can't see those numbers unless I'm looking at a monitor. And sometimes that monitor is just far enough away where I can't quite read that number. So if I don't preview those graphics first, it's definitely an beep moment out there and sometimes I'll turn the wrong way because you're so far away, you forget which side it's actually on in the real world. So it still takes some getting used to, and I'm absolutely not as comfortable as I am with a telestrator and a monitor in front of me or right next to me where I can touch it. So I'm out in no man's land, really.
Well, another one of the neat things you've been a part of at the Weather Channel is the local on the 8s. Your voice is on there. Tell us a little bit about that process and how cool it is to be that person.
So local on the 8s. Oh my gosh, when did I do that now? Maybe 10 years ago, but it took about 18 hours to record all. I mean, you have to record each number. There's different phrases that are coded. And so they put those codes together based on the forecast, right? And so partly cloudy will come up with winds increasing to 25 miles per hour. Those are two different things that I would record. I don't record all that in one thing. But so I thought, oh my gosh, so I get a chance to do this now. I'm going to be fancy with it. I'm going to like, if it's 108 degrees, I'm going to like really, it's 108 degrees, heat index 108, wind chill minus 55. So I went through and I did all that. And, that was about 3 hours worth of recording. And so then they got back to me and said, Jim, you can't really do that. You need to be kind of monotone here because we're going to marry all these different phrases and words and numbers together based on code. And you can't like be way up here and then but winds will be calm. Winds are 0 to 10 miles an hour. So it just won't sound right. So you need to be so I had to go and record all that again. But so much for trying to be different, right? So that's the story behind your local forecast. Well, and it's crazy, dude, because when I here I am with my mask going through an airport and somebody will look at me and they'll be like, I know who you are. I recognize that voice and I know it's from the local forecast. So not even being able to see my face, just from the local forecast, I get recognized now. It's great.
Well, it sure sounds a lot better than it used to before that.
Yeah. Well, it's HD. It's got a little bit more resonance to it, reverb to it. And yeah, it's not the National Weather Service radio, that's for sure.
Well, Jim, I had a question about what it's like to do your road trips. You've already talked about this a good bit, and we know that no two road trips are alike for sure, especially when some are go to severe weather events, some go to hurricanes, some go to winter storms. Right. But what is a typical road trip like for you? What's the advanced planning like? What's it like to actually cover it?
Yeah, the hardest thing for me is that I want the ball when the game's on the line. Okay. So what that means is in the morning before I travel, I don't like if we have a pending hurricane, I don't want to not be on the air. I want to be able to go in there and talk about it. But that becomes a very long day. Okay. Because you're up early, you're in doing your thing, and then you got to go home. You either have to pack if you hadn't the night before, and then, you know, travel to the airport and go through that whole rigmarole, and then get to your location. And like I told you guys earlier about the logistics, you got to make sure all those logistics line up. I mean, if that's going to be your spot that you're going to broadcast from, is your cameraman going to be dry? You know, are you going to be able to be out in the worst of it without drowning yourself and your vehicles and things like that? All those things come into play. And so now here we are at 6 o'clock at night after starting at 4:15 in the morning without stopping. And it just becomes an incredibly long day. So when it's just a travel day, which is rare, it's like getting ready for the game. You know, you got to pack, you got to have the equipment, you got to execute when you get out there. So you just kind of gradually ramp up and get to your location. And there is kind of a, between all of our teams out there, like, okay, who's going to get the best location? Who's going to be able to get the best shot? And so there's a little bit of that sportsmanship going on out there between us meteorologists. And I mean, we all want the best shot. We all want, the best TV for people. We don't want to have something happen to anybody or to happen to us. That's not what I'm saying. But we want to have the best looking shot out there. But you just don't show up and that happens. There's a lot of logistics that go involved in that. You got to talk to the hotel managers. You got to make sure that you can actually broadcast here. Can we open this door during the storm? Can we get this AC power plugged in? Those kind of things. Can we get this room on this side of the hotel? Blah, blah. All those kind of things come into play. And if you've worked the morning and it's like, let's say it's a Thursday and you've been doing this all week, you're pretty tired by the time you roll into Friday, and you're going to work the weekend because that's when, the storm's coming in. So let's see what, I think I pulled 14 days was the longest stretch, 14 or 15 days this year. It was a long stretch.
And how much downtime do you need to rest after something like that?
Well, that depends on who's out and who's not. I mean, we're pretty much running a lean, mean fighting machine right now. And if somebody's they do a great job of honoring PTO and vacation time here. And if somebody's off, sometimes I got to come back the next day, and it's tough. That sometimes winds up being the toughest day of all, is the day you got to come back in studio. The adrenaline's gone. You still have memories of what just happened and the hardship out there that was produced by a hurricane or a tornado. And you gotta find a way, man. You got to find a way to ramp it up, because as Al Roker always tells everybody, he goes, the worst thing in TV you could ever do is be boring. That's the worst thing you can ever do on TV, is be boring.
Absolutely. Your passion has to come out no matter what.
Yep.
So, Jim, you started at the Weather Channel right out of school. So tell us how you got the job and talk about the demo tape you sent in.
Well, I never even sent it in.
Oh.
So that's I never applied to the Weather Channel. The guy who was in charge at the time, his name's Ray Bann. A friend of his apparently was doing a research project. They were researching where broadcast meteorologists were coming from. So there was a whole bunch of schools with this big reel of all these different broadcast meteorologists. So Linden and Penn State and Florida State and Mississippi State. And I was on that reel for whatever reason. And so Ray was I guess he was watching that tape, or he got a hold of that tape, and he said, oh, this guy looks interesting, and they contacted me. They got a hold of me that way. And I was up, like I said, it was July. I was painting the building. I was up on the scaffolding, and my brother hollers up. He goes, hey, the Weather Channel wants to interview you. You got to go home and call them. I'm like, oh, wow. That's cool. Because we had just gotten them on cable in White River Junction, Vermont, back in '86. So I remember seeing Gay Dawson and Bill Schubert and Bill Keneally and Mark Mancuso and John Hope and Will Annan and all those guys, and Bruce Edwards. So it was interesting because I went down there for an interview, and a couple of them were there. I got to meet a couple of them, and I was a little bit starstruck, frankly, because I have been watching these guys on TV, and they're doing what I want to do. So I had a great interview with Ray, and I had no idea what was going to happen. Got back, and a couple of days later he called and he says, "You got the job. You got the job. When can you start? Can you be down here in a week?" And I said, "Yeah." I drive into Vermont to Atlanta, no air conditioning. It was a little Mercury Capri with a T-top, and like an idiot, I go down there during the worst heat wave in North Carolina that year. It's 106 degrees. I'm just like ready to faint. I couldn't drink enough Gatorade. I mean, it was absolutely ridiculous. Instead of driving at night like I should have done, right? Hello. Anyway, so I got my first experience with Southern heat, and I couldn't for the first 4 years down there, I was like, I got to get out of here. I can't stand this heat and humidity. I was sweating when I got out of the shower. I mean, it was awful. It was awful. So finally, I got acclimated. About 7 years in, playing softball, just the honeysuckle, the southern nights, the humidity. So I really started falling in love with it. Now at 56, I'm too cold. It's too cold outside for me in Georgia right now. So I'm ready for Florida, South Florida.
Speaking of that, what's left? Well, I mean, what's left for you to do or you want to do before you retire? I mean, it's been a great weather career at the Weather Channel, but anything left on the bucket list that you've not been able to get to yet?
Yes, there is. I've never done a blizzard in North Dakota. I've got to do one. That's the only state I haven't been in for something for the Weather Channel. So I've got to do a blizzard in North Dakota. I would love to do a Westpac typhoon. Okay, I really would. I would love to do one. Maybe do what was a hurricane in the Atlantic ramming into the UK or Ireland or something like that. I mean, that would be just to kind of experience weather in different parts of the world. Antarctica, this iceberg that's supposed to crash into that island down there. How cool would that be to broadcast live on that iceberg? Right? It's the size of Puerto Rico and it's shaped like Jamaica or something. I mean, it's crazy. Just those kind of things. I mean, I like voicing over storm stories, but I liked doing Cantore stories better. I mean, this is really I've been blessed, man. I got to see a lot of the world. I got to work with NBC Sports during the Olympics. I mean, I got to work out with Al Michaels, who also always called me Dr. Doom. I mean, it was just really cool. I've just had some really cool experiences, but honestly, I'd like my goal, God willing, is I can get 40 years in broadcasting, and that's okay. Maybe I'll be done after that. So that date would be July 15th, 2026.
So approaching that, we're almost 5 years. We had a colleague of yours on, Tom Nizzle. He has a mountain. Yeah, he has a cabin up here on Rome Mountain. So we talked to Tom a lot. So what does retirement look like for you? You going to move into the mountains? You said South Florida just a little bit ago. What's it look like after TV life?
Yeah, I mean, I love the lake. I love the mountains. It's really an extension of the area I grew up. Think about, right? It's Southern Appalachia versus Northern Appalachia. So I certainly see myself, and I'm a small town kid, guys. I'm not a big city kid by any stretch of the imagination, but maybe split where I live between Florida and North Georgia. I don't know, maybe open a nursery, maybe open some kind of small business. I love doing landscaping. I really do. I enjoy yard work. Maybe I won't in 5, 6, 10 years from now, but who knows? Honestly, I really don't know where it's going to take me, but I'm going to be getting up at the hours I get up and doing that 5 days a week. And sometimes, going through the weekends and working 13, 14 straight, it takes its toll on you. It really does. I'm blessed with a lot of days off as a broadcaster, more than I would think a local market has. So I'm blessed with that, but it still takes its toll on you, man. It really does. So we'll see. Nothing's in pen right now.
Well, as we near the end of this podcast episode, we always kind of want to ask a few little silly questions to finish things up and to keep it light. before we call it a night. So first and foremost, we'll try some information out of you. I know that you guys probably have some fancy weather models and weather model providers at the Weather Channel, but do you have a favorite mainstream weather model site to use?
Oh gosh. I mean, first of all, Maui's a genius, sometimes to his own detriment. I mean, but I love the two websites he's designed. Levi does a fantastic job with Tropical Tidbits. I don't know the guys that are in charge of Pivotal Weather, but I think they've done a great job. Weather Nerds, there's just so many. I mean, Weather Tap, I still go back to Weather Tap, look at the radar, especially now that they changed the radar site. But anyway, I mean, it's still, WSI Energy Cast is still one that we can access too. So dude, it's endless. I have literally 60 tabs open. 60 tabs. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous.
I totally get that. I think, I think I have probably somewhere around there, 60 to 80 bookmarks. Just
So I'm not alone here. Good. Oh, thank God.
No, and you're not alone by any means, and especially when you have hurricane updates. When we all know the madness of how often those models update, so which site you're going to is really important. So yeah, they're lined up across the top. They're just lined up, endless. I guess I'll take the second one here. And favorite weather apps. Do you have any favorites? I mean, I know all of us use Radar Scope.
Yeah, I mean that's it.
But is that your favorite one?
That's my go-to. Yeah. I mean, when everything's on the line, or if you want to see a storm that's gone tornado warned for yourself and make your own opinion on it, it's definitely Radar Scope. I actually wish I bought that company back when it was for sale, because oh my gosh, they're just doing great things. It's just consistent. It's always there for you. They're always upgrading it, always doing tweaks to it. There's different levels that you can obviously purchase, different subscriptions and things like that. So that is my absolute go-to. I love Storm. That's a good one. Anything that puts down the center point of the cone with the cities on it, I'm in favor of, because then I get to see, where, if I'm out in the field and I'm not sitting by a computer, I can get a quick look at, okay, well, where they move, how do they move the cone with with the 11 o'clock or the 5 o'clock advisory, whatever. And I can get an idea of where I may need to position myself down the road in the eye wall.
What about weather movies? The good, the bad, the ugly in the weather movie industry. And there's probably more bad and ugly than good, but what are your favorites and least favorites?
For weather movie, my favorite tornado is still the Wizard of Oz. I won't lie. To be able to create that, as hokey as it was back in the 1930s, and have it look, like a roping out tornado in the plains, it was just amazing to me.
I feel the same way about that. I mean, it seemed like you look back and you're talking 1930s, film industry, and you're like, man, they actually did a pretty good job on that.
Right.
I mean, if they did one thing really that kind of, gave you some goosebumps, right? When you were a kid watching that, I mean, that was pretty intense.
I remember I met Bill Paxton when he did the first Twister, because they premiered it in Atlanta. And I remember seeing him again at a Kentucky Derby that I was doing for NBC Sports. And he was telling me that they were talking about a Twister 2. Now, granted, he's not around to do it, which is incredibly sad. And he was he was the movie, in my opinion, but that's just me. Would I like to see another Twister out there? Sure. Because when you think of how many young people it influenced to get into our enterprise and maybe have a better understanding for what we do or look into what we do, I don't think you can lose from that. So I'd love to see another Twister.
I agree. I don't think Sharknado cuts that.
No, I didn't bring that up. I'm always a glass half full kind of guy. I didn't want to bash anybody, but that was a little ridiculous.
Well, this last question, and promise it's not loaded. Do you listen to podcasts?
I'm not gonna put my career in jeopardy on this answer. Right.
Exactly.
Good.
Do you listen to podcasts? And if you do you have a weather podcast that you enjoy listening to?
Marshall does some good stuff with our Weather Geeks podcast, and occasionally I'll listen to his stuff. Of course, you guys, come on, you're killing it right now. Jennifer Watson, and occasionally she'll jump into a weather podcast as well. Weather Brains has always been great, and I know it's nice when you know the people that you're talking to a little bit, so you kind of know what to expect. Guys, honestly, anytime that we can educate people that are either interested in meteorology or even our own people that people probably didn't know the Reggie Jackson story before I brought it up tonight, and whether that furthers your weather education or not, no, but it's just something, if you've been watching me for a good chunk of my years, you know what is behind me when people come up to me in the field, kind of how I react now. So yeah, I mean, and I think it's good for the enterprise. It's just all good. It's good to talk about things. And you know what? Sometimes subjects aren't great. The radar thing's is a touchy subject, right? I mean, but we got to talk about it because radar save lives. Early warning save lives. We know that. So
it is. It's definitely another fun topic, just because I think I can only speak to Evan and Peter, at least on our panel right here. We are avid TikTok followers, and I've seen you appear in a few TikToks with Stephanie Avery.
That's all Stephanie. That's all Stephanie. Trust me. That's it's funny. She goes, Cantore, just do this with me. Come on, just do it. And Steph just has a way to kind of beg you to do what she asks you to do, what she wants you to do. So you did, and I'm like, you know what? Why not? I mean, it's like, what the hell? I don't want to be a total bore. So I'll jump in and usually make a fool out of myself. But you know what? I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Best of the Carolina Weather Group, and here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
Good.
All right. Well, my last question for you, and let's take weather out of it because I know you've made many trips to North and South Carolina.
Yeah.
Top 5 destinations to visit in the Carolinas. I mean, I know you've been in the Carolinas covering winter weather, tropical weather, but if you're just coming on vacation to North and South Carolina, what'd be your top 5 spots to visit?
Oh man. Well, I love, first of all, Greenville. Greenville is my number one. I mean,
it's a hidden gem. Nobody knows about it.
If I had to retire in Greenville, I would do it.
Yes.
Okay. Greenville, South Carolina. Love it. Absolutely love everything about that city. I got a lot of good friends up there too. So their Euphoria Festival they do every year is second to none. But behind that is Charleston. I love Charleston. It's the charm of that city, just being down in there, being in the thick of it, the history, the weather history. I mean, everything. It's just absolutely beautiful. Wilmington. I've seen them get the crap kicked out of them and come back and be this wonderful, wonderful town. I love Asheville. The Grove Park Inn. I've been there for the gingerbread contest. I mean, that is just unbelievable. It's just a beautiful historic place. The Biltmore, obviously up there. I mean, holy cow. Gosh, where else have I been in the Carolina? I think it was Winston-Salem. Maybe, or was it Hickory? I can't remember. I got a friend that I went. They had just like refurbished the downtown. I can't remember which one it was in, which one I was in, but I thought that was a pretty cool place.
I live close to Hickory, and it's recently been redone.
So there it was Hickory.
Yeah.
I was about to say,
you're kind of like, what? Where did
Winston-Salem.
this come from? Where did this come from? All right, who did I offend on this answer?
No,
you didn't offend anybody. You get your martial arts training here in Charleston. We all know that.
Yeah, you did great. I'm in agreement with you on Charleston. It's my favorite place to go.
Oh, it's beautiful.
And
Kay loves it too, right?
Greenville's number 1. Charleston's number 2. It really is that, just like that.
I tell people, I say downtown Greenville is the most underrated place to visit. It's a beautiful spot. Not a lot of people go. I mean, you can go out on a nice Friday or Saturday night and go eat dinner, welcome the river. It's a beautiful spot.
Like I said, if somebody said, all right, Jim, you have to leave Atlanta, you have to go somewhere else, where would it be? It would be Greenville, South Carolina.
I know our buddy Wes Grimes, who actually submitted a question earlier. He loved when you visited Boone a couple of years ago during the big snowstorm. And
Oh my God, that was awesome.
I know Boone loves you, so if you ever make it back up there, I know you'll have a lot of folks and friends up in the Boone area. So.
By the way, the Boone stick is still around. Apparently, it's in my producer's Steve Pederak's office. And I'm like, dude, you got to bring the Boone stick back out. I've never pushed so many cars out of the snow in my entire life than in Boone, North Carolina.
Well, I will tell you this from a guy, Evan and myself living in Western North Carolina, we definitely hope we can copy that sometime soon because we're in our snow drought. That was the last time we had measurable snow here outside of the mountains was that storm a couple of years ago.
It's going to be tough with La Nina, but we'll see, especially strong. If we get a strong La Nina. But it's an active pattern, dude. And we got the negative NAO. So you may get a little bonus out of that. We'll see.
I'm afraid more ice than anything. That's my concern this year.
Yeah, that's
the models keep head faking though. They keep wanting to bringing the AO back positive again, but it keeps not happening. And again,
well, we all know how those forecasts go sometimes.
Right.
we've all been disappointed a few times. Look at that NAO. It's going to go so negative. Anyway, we'll see. We'll see what happens.
Well, Jim, we certainly appreciate your time. We want to wish you a very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. And for those who are listening to the podcast, I'm sure they're probably following you on Twitter, on social media, but if they can't, or if they're not, how can they do that?
So at Jim Cantore is my Twitter. I don't do Facebook, but my tweets go to Facebook. At Instagram, at Jim Cantore on Instagram. That's more of my personal life than sometimes I'll throw some weather on there. I have been lately, but that's personal's Instagram and weather is mostly Twitter. And that's me, man.
We appreciate your time and thank you guys for watching tonight. Yeah. We hope you have a great evening and we'll see you back soon here on the Carolina Weather Group.
Merry Christmas, guys. Thanks for having me.
Everyone, welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. We're happy to have you this evening, and we want to bring in Alex Forbes, meteorologist student at Mississippi State University. And Alex has got a really cool project that he's been working on and was able to present over the last few months. And we're happy to have him on tonight. We're going to be talking about the SPC and the different risk levels. Sometimes you hear us talk about marginal, slight, moderate, all that good stuff. Well, Alex was able to interview you all with some assistance from some meteorologists and kind of get a better understanding of when we mention these things, what do you actually learn from it? So tonight we're going to be talking about that and some of his findings. We'll let Alex promote his social media towards the end of the show. So if you do have any questions that you'd like to tweet towards him, you can send them his way and he can maybe help you out a little bit more with some of his research. So Evan, I know you and I, we're excited to talk about this. We saw this project a couple of weeks ago presented, and we're ecstatic to have Alex on with us tonight. So Alex, before we kind of get into the meat of the subject, first time guest with us. So we want to thank you for that. And we always ask the first time guest question. How did you decide this is what you want to do? How did you catch the weather bug?
So for me, it was first grade. It was March. There was a line of severe storms that came through Metro Atlanta, and I still don't know to this day whether or not it was a tornado or straight line winds. We were never surveyed, so I don't know. But a tree fell on the corner of my house, right over there, and it fell on the house and it fell on the ground. Woke me up at 4 a.m, and that was what planted the seed. But I didn't really start to get into weather and meteorology until about 4th or 5th grade. And it just evolved over time. It started off with, or it continued with me doing the weather for the elementary news. And then, in middle school and high school and so forth, it just kept building and building and building. And lo and behold, I'm a senior now at Mississippi State. So something worked out.
So in Georgia, I know Georgia has the meteorology program. What made you decide to go to Mississippi State?
Yeah, so I want to do TV. Georgia has a fantastic geography program of which meteorology is a part of. They just recently added the meteorology degree, but Mississippi State is known for broadcasting, and that makes a difference. Plus, it's not exactly far from me. Mississippi State's or Starkville is about 4.5 hours. It's close enough, and their scholarships they offer for out-of-state students is fantastic. So it really became a no-brainer.
As a Florida Gator fan, I'd much rather cheer for Mississippi State than the Georgia Bulldogs. I know James won't be happy about that. But...
Well, it's a matter of fact. So
that's right. That's right. Well, let's before we get in trouble, let's talk about what you've done some research on. The Storm Prediction Center, Alex. We see these outlooks posted, especially in the spring and summertime, thunderstorm outlooks with severe weather. So you decided to kind of dig into it and kind of ask the public what they think of these words that we tossed out. But before we kind of get into your research, let's briefly go into each category. I know you had to do some research about those categories and basically kind of what kind of weather we see with those. Can you talk to us a little bit about those categories and what they mean, and maybe then we can lead into some of your research?
Yeah, so the Storm Prediction Center issues convective outlooks. You might know them as the avocado maps. Typically, it's a green region with a yellow region inside of that, with an orange region inside of that. Sometimes you get the moderate, which is the red, and the high, which is the pinkish purple color. So what I did was a belief that has existed among broadcast meteorologists for a long time is that the names don't work. So marginal is you might see a storm. If you do, it could be severe. There's a certain percentage assigned to each of these that's arbitrary, and it doesn't mean a lot to the public. So I'm not even going to get into them because they're meant for meteorologists. Slight is a step up from marginal. You'll probably see storms. A couple of them might be severe. Enhanced is, okay, there's going to be storms. Probably half of them, give or take, might be severe. Moderate's like, okay, this is serious. There's going to be storms. They're probably going to be severe. And high is, there's storms. They're going to be severe. There's going to be, in most cases, tornadoes. Loss of life is a concern, so forth. But the other thing I would point out about them is that when these categories were updated in 2015, they're not equally weighted. Right? So the marginal was the old C text. It wasn't a category before this. It's not like an old slight is now marginal. It's new category. Slight was split into two. They kept slight for the lower end of the threat, and they added enhanced for the upper end. And then moderate is still moderate, and high is still high. So if you jump from a slight to enhanced, that's not the same from jumping from an enhanced to a moderate. And that's part of what confuses a lot of people is that, meteorologists understand that an enhanced to a moderate is a much bigger jump from a slight to enhanced. People see, the lower category to the next category, and they say, okay, just another notch higher. So that's pretty much it in a nutshell. The other thing I will add is in recent years, the Storm Prediction Center has begun to acknowledge a number system in association with the words. You'll see that on a few of their graphics, but it's not widespread use yet.
So you reached out to the public to kind of do a survey and see how people were handling the threats and interpreting all of the different lingo that's associated with them. What led you to choosing the Southeast as your kind of study group area?
Yeah, so there's been studies in the past that show the Southeast United States is emerging as the new tornado hotspot within the United States. A lot of severe weather studies are based out of the traditional tornado alley, Oklahoma, Kansas, Nebraska, Arkansas. Also, I live in the Southeast. I want to know what people around me think. I want to work in the Southeast. I want to know what my potential viewers one day think right now. I think there's a tremendous value added about knowing that the data is from a specific region. So such that I am not conflating people's understanding of the outlook terminology in Georgia versus New York, because we get convective outlooks almost every day. in the spring and summer. In New York, they get them 5-10 times a year, maybe. That's, an estimate. I don't know for sure. So I think there's tremendous value added in having a specific area and understanding that and what those people think in that spot.
So what'd you find? I know that's kind of a big question with a big answer, but tell us about it.
4,000 responses culminated into this. And the headline is that what meteorologists, the hierarchy of the words that the Storm Prediction Center uses, that the meteorologists understand, is not understood by the public. Now, I will throw this caveat in there in that the convective outlooks technically are not designed for the public. They never were, they still aren't. They are designed for meteorologists to take and then interpret and relate to the public. But that does not negate the fact that they are used on TV channels, social media, everything that the public sees almost in terms of weather on a regular basis. So what the biggest thing is that the current hierarchy, the marginal, slight, enhanced, moderate, high, is what the SPC uses, and what the public perceives as the hierarchy of those words with no context is slight as the first level, marginal, which is the second, moderate, the third, enhanced, which is the fourth, and the fifth being high. So the high is the only category that translates from one to the other. So it's a problem. The results even surprised me to an extent. I expected the moderate and enhanced flip, but I did not expect the slight and marginal flip. It's something that needs to be taken into account, because whether we like it or not, the public has become the primary consumers of the convective outlooks. And if there's a disparity in what people believe, especially when it's conveying life-threatening information, perhaps days in advance, it matters. So that's the SPC part in a nutshell. There were some other pieces of the puzzle that was good news. Over 95% of people correctly identified alerts like a tornado watch, tornado warning, severe thunderstorm watch, severe thunderstorm warning. 82% either agreed or strongly agreed that a severe thunderstorm, the term severe thunderstorm, means that the storm is capable of causing as much damage as a tornado. So, something's getting through to these people with those terms. So that just brings up another conclusion that I had, that people should use the term severe thunderstorm, warning watch, as opposed to thunderstorm warning or watch, which I see on occasion. It's not widespread use, but I just thought I'd throw that in there. And how people receive alerts was also measured in this. Close to 70% of people received an alert through their mobile weather app. So, that is more than 2/3 of the respondents to this survey, who, keep in mind, are weather savvy because they most likely found this on a social media channel through a meteorologist. But still, we are at 70% of people now. Now, I will include that I did not specify the wireless emergency alerts as a different option, because I don't think people know the difference. But still, 70% of people are dependent on their phones for an alert, and that's where they receive it first. And when an alert is issued, 61.8% of people say they turn to local television, which is a meaningful number. So if somebody's getting a tornado warning on their phone, they're turning on the TV to whatever meteorologist they follow and trust for information.
That's an interesting point, because social media, especially weather Twitter, we're all involved in weather Twitter. We get our weather information from Twitter a lot of the times. Yeah. But the vast majority of the general people out there in the Southeast aren't on weather Twitter. They're not like us. They aren't going to see your tornado warning post or, whatever post you're doing. So it's interesting that, TV really still is the primary mode for those people to get those warnings.
Yeah, and the other interesting thing about TV is that even among 18 to 24-year-olds, 51% of the respondents of that age group said they still turn to local television, which is huge. Wow. Because, I honestly expected that number to be low, but not for the same reason I think that a lot of other people think. It's that, people have this mantra of people our age aren't going to watch TV. And I don't know that to be the case, because I think even now with millennials, it's not that we are never going to watch TV. It's that we aren't going to watch local news until it matters to us. And in most cases, that's not until you're in a established routine with a family, living in the suburbs, something along those lines. And I think the groundwork is there for local TV to prosper, actually, within, as our age group becomes older, if 51% of people now are already turning to local television whenever they receive an alert like this.
And off of that, Alex, with local television, most of the time they are breaking in, but they're also simulcasting per se on a Facebook Live or on a Periscope or something like that. So, I mean, if you got to put the TVs in that aspect of the social media together, that's a pretty big percentage.
Yes, absolutely.
I found it interesting. I've got some of your stats up, and 12.3% of folks receive their warning first by NOAA Weather Radio. That's something that I guess I'm a little shocked by that, because I wouldn't think 12% of the people would even have a NOAA Weather Radio.
Yeah, so keep in mind the people who took the survey are weather savvy, because they probably found it through a meteorologist on social media. I would point out, though, is I don't remember exactly who did the study, what year it was. I just remember it was 10 plus years ago that the NOAA Weather Radio number was at like 60%, and it's down to 12. And I do not see a path forward for NOAA Weather Radio being the predominant way of people receiving information, simply because it's a cost barrier. Why am I going to go buy a $29 weather radio when this thing right here is going to give me the same information? So I think we're asking the wrong questions when it comes to NOAA Weather Radio. Not why aren't people buying NOAA Weather radios, but rather why is the Federal Communications Commission not just sending you alerts and you can't turn them off like they do on TV? If you are in a tornado warning and you are watching a broadcast channel, you are going to get an EAS alert. You can't turn them off. So there's precedent to do it. And I seriously think, close to 70% of people are already relying on these. Why not just make it mandatory? And have that be the de facto NOAA Weather Radio. Now, I don't think they're ever going to go away. I think there's still a use for them. What happens when your phone dies? What happens when there's a hurricane and you run out of power, your generator's out of gas, and you can crank a weather radio? That's the most extreme case, but I don't think they're going to be the main. In fact, they're already not the mainstream way of receiving alerts, and I don't think they're ever going to be again.
I know you're doing some of these questions also about when they hear these warnings issued, about taking shelter or alerting friends and stuff. Can you kind of go in some of those details, what you found out?
Yeah. So I asked about 4 alert types in particular: the severe thunderstorm watch, the tornado watch, severe thunderstorm warning, and tornado warning. And I asked when a blank is issued, I blank. So the other part of the blank is take shelter, alert friends and neighbors, monitor weather conditions, check social media, watch local television, and watch national television. Of those 4 questions, there's nothing I really found surprising. For each one, social media was between 80 and 90% with combined degree. For the troubling, I guess a troubling aspect is for a severe thunderstorm watch. 22% of people said that they take shelter. But, keep in mind, these are the same people who accurately picked out a severe thunderstorm watch definition. 97.2% of these respondents correctly identified a severe thunderstorm watch. So, it comes down to people's interpretation of what take shelter means. Does that mean you just stay inside all day? Does it mean you go to the lowest level, most interior room? I don't know. But I mean, there wasn't anything that, is a red flag in the results specifically for those 4 questions.
You were talking about wanting to go broadcast TV. in the Southeast. So keeping that in mind, there's a lot of different styles of severe weather coverage. I think you have some folks who just kind of say, present the radar. And then you have folks like James Spann who really gets down into the specifics, like it's going to affect the Dollar General in town X or town Y. I know you may have not surveyed the folks on that, but what is your opinion on that? What do you think is most useful for those folks who are turned into TV watching this coverage?
Yeah, no, absolutely. The most precise you can be, the better. One of the reasons why James Spann has the following he does is because people see him as one of them. The fact that he knows where the Dollar Tree is in Gordo, Alabama, which I happen to know where it is too, because I drive past there to get to Mississippi State, and he uses that example all the time. So I feel good about it. It matters because, like I said, people feel like he's one of them, but also he knows the area. It adds validity to his call to action of, okay, I know where this is and I know where it's going. And if he can tell somebody, I know where it's going and I'm telling you now in, Coleman, Alabama, if you are on Main Street, people trust him. And that's what it comes down to, is who do you trust? And one of the reasons why people trust him is because they know he knows what he's doing. And the more information you can provide, the better it is.
What does the future look like? Is this something that you're going to be able to advise the SPC on, and they're going to look at your findings? They're going to be able to maybe make some adjustments, hopefully, in the future?
Yeah. So an interesting thing about my findings is that there is a similar study that is working on being completed now. I don't think it's published just yet. They're working on it out of University of Oklahoma, Sean Ernst. He found the exact same hierarchy issue with respondents out there. So the Storm Prediction Center knows about it. They can't just flip a switch and change it, nor would I say...
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina WeatherNet.
I'm calling on them to do that because at the end of the day, even though we all use the convective outlook, we have to remind ourselves that it is not designed for the public. You know, it is distributed to the public because it has to be under federal law because they're a federal agency. But at the end of the day, my main goal in publishing this was providing the groundwork to broadcasters and using a 1 through 5 scale to describe those terms because a number scale is a universally identified language. You know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 means the same thing in English as it does in Spanish, as in French, as in German. And it's already used for things like the Saffir-Simpson scale, the enhanced Fujita scale. People understand that the higher the number is, the worse the threat is. And, you know, just eliminating the words off the screen provides much more clarity for the general public. And, you know, I would encourage that to this day.
Some folks are trying to go down the color line and trying to make colors represent the different severity. What's your thoughts on that?
So I might get in trouble for this. A lot of meteorologists don't like the color scale, and I do. I think the green, yellow, orange, red, pink works. So within that, you have the built-in green, yellow, red, you know, good, moderate, bad. And people are smart enough to derive that, okay, the orange between the yellow and the red is the intermediary. And if there's something after the red, it means it's probably worse. It doesn't matter what color it is, it's probably going to be that. And 2 other things I will add is no matter what colors you use, I still think people are going to translate the color to a number. You know, if you show them 2 areas and you have, you know, if you show them a green and a yellow area and the yellow area is inside and you've got a legend up top and there's the 5 colors, they're going to translate with that. Okay, so it's the first 2 colors and the yellow is the second worst. So, you know, and there's the whole principle of a region within a region, right? You're not going to get a moderate area that is surrounded by a marginal area directly. You're always going to have a leveled marginal, slight, enhanced, moderate, high as it stands now with that area. And I think people are smart enough to be able to derive that if there's a region within another region, the higher threat is in that smaller region that is entirely contained. And I'm not sure if y'all have had Castle Williams on in the past. He's from University of Georgia. He did his dissertation on something similar to this, but he focused on some of the colors and the overall communication of it. And the recommendations that ended up coming out of his project is that meteorologists should always use the same region, and so you're not adjusting the SPC map, and the same colors as the SPC. You can change the wording, you can make it your own, you can give it a different feel, but as long as you keep that consistency, people are going to understand it. So, I mean, that's my 2 cents on it. I'm a senior meteorology student at Mississippi State. I am in no position to be making that type of decision whether or not to change something, but I think it works. And I think a lot of the confusion comes from the words and not the colors.
So Alex, was there anything in the research that we kind of haven't covered or that surprised you that you still want to go over before we kind of start to wind the show down?
Yeah, so there's an interesting idea that was or everybody's gut reaction to my findings was, okay, we need to change the word order. And I don't think you can do that because there is already an existing order. And if you change it, you're just going to confuse more people. Because what happens when, Sally down the road doesn't know that it changed and all of a sudden a moderate is now at level 3 and she's freaking out because it used to be a level 4 and that's a noticeable difference. The other piece of data I would put to back that up is that, sure, even though 50.4% of people, a majority of people saw slight as number 1, 49.6% of people did not. The biggest disparity was that was the biggest disparity. That 61.9% of people saw moderate as a level 3. 38.1% of people did not see moderate as a level 3. So even if you reconfigure the words, you're still going to have a problem. And I think those numbers would go up because you would just cause more confusion with the change. So that's why I advocate for an entirely number-based scale. I think it works. Just dump the words completely. You will confuse far less people.
I think it's a very interesting topic because, as you were saying, I think it's hard to change the names. But I love the idea of the numbers, and I hope, I know SPC is looking at some stuff. And hopefully, with your research and the research that's going on out of Oklahoma, hopefully we can start to incorporate these number scales because I do believe people relate well or maybe even more better with numbers than compared to these words because, in my mind, enhanced and moderate automatically should be switched. That doesn't make sense to me. But I really do hope we can latch onto the number aspect because I do think it conveys a more simple message. And when you're talking to people who are not weather savvy, they just want to know the information. Mm-hmm. And I think that helps get them the information they need to know.
Yeah, and it helps them understand the threats better. Mm-hmm. You probably noticed in the beginning, I had a little trouble describing the words. And I think everybody does because the definition of them is percentage based. It's not based off of a certain type of storm that is expected or a certain setup or something along those lines. It's entirely arbitrary that people aren't going to understand. I mean, think about this. People don't understand chance of rain. All they do is formulate 50% is the halfway mark, and if it's below 50%, it's not going to rain. If it's above 50%, it's going to rain. That's literally what they do. I have asked people who are not meteorologists this question, and I have gotten that answer more often than not. So, that's part of the issue in that the groundwork for this is percentage based. But I would just circle back to one other thing is that, while the SPC cannot change their outlook with the flip of a switch, a chief meteorologist at a station can, as long as their news director is on board. I will use Atlanta as an example. Even though I was an intern at Fox 5, what they do is they show the numbers and the words, which is most common for now. We're working on that. Channel 2 WSB here in Atlanta has dropped words completely. All they do is show the colors. They use a slightly different color scale. Not going to get into that, But on the screen, they literally type out level 3 risk, and then they list the threats. At NBC, the NBC station here, they do the same thing. They show the words and the numbers. And the CBS station has dropped the words. They show the colors with the 1 through 5, and they bookend it with low and high, which could also work. But you know, it just goes to show that there should be a consistent message. I think the consistent message should be the colors, and I think everybody's on, or the numbers, not the colors. Well, I mean, yes, the colors, but for my perspective, the numbers. I think everybody's on board with it. They were just afraid to drop the names. And I am saying drop the names.
Well, Alex, we definitely appreciate your time and this research that you've put in. I know it's getting some attention, and we're happy to have you on the show tonight. We want to wish you well there at Mississippi State. And for those who may want to learn more about this project or just kind of follow you throughout your career, how can they follow you?
Yeah, so on Twitter, it's at @AForbesWX. On Facebook, if you just search my name, Alex Forbes, my page will pop up. And on Instagram, same as Twitter, at @AForbesWX. I have a drone. I love to fly drones. Half of my tweets and Instagram videos are drone videos. So yeah, go follow me.
Yeah. And you also help out with the severe weather conference that you guys do at Mississippi State every year as well.
Yes, except for this year.
That's right. That's right. Yeah.
Yes, it's a lot of fun. We've had some fantastic people. We had the National Weather Service director come out to Starkville last year. We were going to have the National Hurricane Center director this year, but our conference was scheduled for March 22nd and 23rd, I think, or 21st and 22nd, one of the two. So obviously that got whacked. And we did not have it because it was in that awkward period of time where nobody really knew what was going on. And we didn't have the time to move it online. So we just, skipped it this year. It will be back next year, Corona, as long as that's gone. Fingers crossed for that. But, it's a lot of fun. If you can make it to Starkville, I certainly encourage everybody to come, especially, Mississippi State's alumni network is huge, and it's the perfect opportunity to get somebody else to pay for you to come back to Starkville.
That's right. We'll leave it there. Alex, again, thank you so much for being with us, and thank you for watching the Carolina Weather Group. We'll see you next time. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. We're happy to have you this evening. We're going to be talking space with our good friend Tony Rice, NASA ambassador, also a contributor for WRAL in Raleigh. So Tony is our resident person that we go to, and we have space questions. There's some really cool things going on with this Mars launch. We also have some loon balloons. You may have seen some pictures floating around on social media over the last couple of days or weeks, and we're going to talk a little bit about that as well throughout the program. But Tony, we have this mission. I think originally this Mars mission was scheduled to go off June 20th, right around that date. It's since then been pushed back a few days. So can you tell us a bit about the mission itself? Well, what are we trying to accomplish as we head off to Mars?
So this is was originally called the Mars 2020 rover, and it's a follow-on to the Mars rover you would know as Curiosity. So it's about the size of a minivan, a little bit smaller than that. And its purpose is to go out there and find basically what happened to Mars. It's going to work in concert with obviously Curiosity and all the other assets that are out there at Mars, the orbiters that are studying the atmosphere, that are taking those fantastic pictures that we see of Mars. But it's a very similar rover to Curiosity. It's using the same spacecraft bus. And that's the body of the spacecraft, the wheels, the mobility system, all the computers, all the communication systems. But the real exciting thing about these spacecraft and about these missions are the instruments. So I think of this as like Curiosity 2.0. It has a lot of some of the same instruments that Curiosity did, but they've been upgraded. They've got a little more capability to them. We've learned a lot as we've had Curiosity on the surface of Mars for so many years. We've also added a couple of new ones. I'm sure we'll get into some of the more exciting ones there, but the ones I know that the one instrument, my favorite one, that I know is going to be your favorite as well, is called MEDA, and it stands for Mars Environmental Dynamics Analyzer. And I'm really looking forward to MEDA getting on the surface of Mars. It's about a 12-pound instrument. It's chewing up a whole 17 watts of power. You have to really budget your power up there. Curiosity and this new 2020 rover are going to both be both powered by a nuclear power source. We don't have to worry about any of the solar panels getting covered in all that Martian dust and causing us problems there. But the deal with MEDA is it's going to be capturing information about air temperature, ground temperature, radiation. We've got a dust sensor that's on there as well, so we can help study those dust storms. If you saw The Martian with Matt Damon, did a pretty good job of showing what dust storms can be like there. The beginning of the movie was a little fantastic, and we don't quite get wind speeds like that, or at least we don't have enough volume in the atmosphere to produce some of the things they're talking about there. We're going to put relative humidity. We're going to be able to measure that as well. There's a thermal infrared sensor on there, and there's wind sensors as well. And the wind sensors are kind of interesting. There is wind on Mars. We're getting information about winds from another mission that is on the surface of Mars right now called InSight. It is not a rover. It is a lander, so it stays stationary. It can measure whatever atmosphere comes to it and the column of air above it. So we are seeing winds there that are a little bit higher speed than we expected. You wouldn't be able to feel them though, because the volume of air there is so little.
So Tony, there's this new device that's coming with Perseverance that I literally just found about in the last 5 minutes. So it's going to be some type of helicopter drone deployment. Tell us about that and how that works in an atmosphere that's a lot thinner than ours.
Yeah, that's going to be the really interesting thing, is how you get lift in such a thin atmosphere. The Mars atmosphere is about 1/100th that of Earth's. So it's very, very, very thin. Sorry, not 100th, 1,000th that of Earth's. Very, very thin. But the drone itself, the helicopter itself, has pretty wide blades, and it's going to be spinning really, really, really fast. So don't think drone like the drones that we know here on Earth. It's not going to be sitting up there and hovering for a good amount of time. It's going to take hops. And its purpose, number one, is a technology demonstrator. It'll be the first time we've ever flown on another planet. That's pretty exciting unto itself. But it's not just a technology demonstrator. It's going to be providing valuable information to the team that is driving this rover. And yes, there are rover drivers. They sit in California. They're sitting at home right now because they're able to VPN in and talk to the rover that way. But their technical term, or their technical title, is rover planners. They're doing exactly that. They're planning what drives need to occur during that day to put the rover in a position to do the science. So this helicopter is going to help out with that a little bit. It's mounted on the underside of the rover. So after the rover lands and everything's checked out, the rover will deploy the helicopter, we'll drive off of it, and then we'll be able to take the helicopter off and move it about. It's going to serve as a form of scout for the geologists. It's going to help us move ahead and make some good decisions about where to move the rover to in order to do some good science.
Now, Tony, I have a question as far as, like, I've always wondered the signal, right? So these are being operated remote control a lot of the times. I know there's some automated processes on site that the rovers would do to correct maybe a rock in the way or something. But how long does the signal take to get to the rover as you're steering it? Now, the radio waves travel at the same speed of light, or I mean, what's the difference in
right at light speed?
How much time? Mm-hmm.
So it varies throughout our year and the Mars year. Mars year is roughly about 18 months. So it's anywhere from about 10 minutes to more than 30 minutes. So when I mentioned somebody that's driving the rover, you might have this picture in your head of a steering wheel and a gas and a brake. Absolutely not that. It's sending commands for the rover to act on at a later date.
Another function of this robot is that it's going to be collecting samples on the surface and to be later taken back to Earth and studied here. How will that work? How is it going to get back to Earth?
To be determined. So there is going to be a caching capability where samples that are first studied by Curiosity are going to be packaged in a way that they can be picked up at a later date and brought back to Earth. We're not quite ready to put boots on Mars yet. That's a goal, but it's a goal that's pretty far into the future. As a step between now and putting boots on Mars, a robotic mission that could pick up those cache samples and bring them back. Why not just go and pick up random samples and bring them back? Why bring these that have been studied by the Perseverance rover, by the 2020 rover? To be able to do additional study on something that's already been studied by a robot is just going to give us a ton of information that we can apply to other studies that have been going on there for years and years. I mean, on back into the Viking days, back in the 70s. So that's why it's being done that way. How it's actually going to happen, there's a lot of different ideas about that. One of the biggest challenges there is how you have enough energy to launch from Mars and get back to Earth. How do you do that? And there's different theories on how that might happen. Do you bring enough fuel with you to be able to get back? Do you use the Martian soil as a source for energy and construct fuel that way? Lots of different ideas. It's being worked on, but step one is to gather those samples and leave them behind so that they can be returned.
In our relentless pursuit for life on other planets, we look at water and potential for water. We've seen pictures of icing on the poles, a type of icing, not as we would know it, but what is the evidence for water on Mars and maybe some of the past evidence that shows you there could have been water flowing? Has there been anything presented in some of the latest information?
Yeah, that's a great question. And the icing that you're seeing on the poles happens every Martian winter. And you can actually see it with a backyard telescope if you look at the right time. We see it on both the North and the South Pole. What you're seeing there is actually CO2 ice. It's actually carbon dioxide. And the poles get, those ice caps on the poles, they get larger and they get smaller according to the season. And we can see that in Curiosity's air pressure sensors. As that carbon dioxide transfers from a solid phase into a gas phase, it adds to the atmosphere. And we'll see atmospheric pressure go up during the summer months. And then it precipitates down, actually snows, dry ice on the poles during the winter months when it gets colder. Mars has seasons because it has an axial tilt, just as Earth has an axial tilt. It's very, very similar. But as far as evidence for water is concerned, it's really in the geology. The geology is, it tells us the story of what happened in the past on Mars. Where we landed Curiosity was an area that was formerly the bottom of a large river system. It was at the bottom of an alluvial fan, and that's kind of a funnel-shaped pattern. If you've ever seen satellite photos, color satellite photos of the Mississippi River Delta as it dumps out into the Gulf of Mexico, you see that triangle. That's all that sediment that's been collected up along the Mississippi River. Well, that's the Martian version of, or we landed on the Martian version of that. It's all dry there now. We're not seeing evidence of liquid water, but we're seeing the geologic evidence of it. So one of the very first photos that came back from Curiosity after it landed was of these rounded pebbles. Well, those don't form round. Those are rounded as a part of a water process that's picking up and moving them along and rounding them off. And we found lots and lots of that. So through study of the geology and the chemistry of those rocks as well, that's what told us that it was fresh water, determined that the the area that Curiosity landed in was probably about knee deep in water a couple million years ago. The idea that Mars was once a very different place and a lot wetter and perhaps a lot greener, that is one of the things that Curiosity found pretty quickly after its landing time.
Tony, looking at some of the points here for the mission, two of them kind of really piqued my interest. It says this is the first leg of a round trip to Mars, and then after that it's also talking about how this could actually pave the way for future human missions to the moon and to Mars. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Well, every time we put something on another planet, we learn a lot about it. And the road to putting boots on Mars, it's a long one. But even what we're planning on doing around the moon, coming up with the Artemis mission, is going to teach us a lot about that. Being able to live potentially off some of the resources on the moon will teach us a lot about that. We got to really understand the chemistry and the makeup of the Martian surface to be able to have people live there.
I think that's really interesting. You know, we've always heard about people going to Mars, but this actually could be some small steps for that. And also seeing there's going to be like 19 cameras on this that we're going to be able to kind of follow along with the mission.
Yeah, there's a bunch of HD cameras on Curiosity. We got even more on Perseverance. And I've mentioned the name a couple of times. I need to tell you the story about Perseverance. So for the longest time, it was called the Mars 2020 rover. NASA's really terrible at naming things. You give NASA engineers and scientists the opportunity to name something, and they're going to give it an acronym. They're going to give it something boring. You know, maybe it'll be a backronym that actually spells something that you can pronounce. But the cool names, those always come from the kids. So Curiosity was named by a little girl in Iowa, who by the time it launched, she was a lot older than that. She actually went on to be, I believe, an environmental scientist. So she got a lot.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
Perseverance was named by a young man up in Northern Virginia, and I was on the team that helped review a lot of the submissions that came in. They had to come up with a name, and they had to come up with a couple of paragraphs about why they chose that. And I can't recall if I read so many of them. I can't recall if Perseverance was among that, but some of the ones I read were pretty out there. I'm glad they picked Perseverance. We tend to call it Percy, so if you hear talking about the Percy rover, that's what we're talking about.
Speaking of Mars, I know you run a Mars weather page on Twitter. I know you kind of keep up with some of the stuff, so we thought it'd be kind of cool to tie in Mars weather, your Twitter page. What all you monitor, how you get that information, how do you provide a Mars weather forecast and observations?
So we don't forecast yet. We're hoping to have enough data here one day that we can start having a forecasting product. We'll certainly need something like that once we get those boots on Mars. But right now it focuses on the InSight mission. It's pulling data down close to daily. There's a lot of data that has to come down, and unfortunately the weather data sometimes gets pushed to the back if there's images or things like that that the science team needs right away, especially when we were working with InSight trying to get a temperature probe to finally be pushed into the Martian soil there. I think everybody that's ever put a spade into the ground in the Carolinas knows what that clay's like. So it was dealing with some of that same problem up on Mars. Those images that were helping them understand that problem, those took precedent. But anyway, we do see data come down from InSight, and that is delivered through the same mechanism that all those pictures are delivered through. It's called the Deep Space Network. Generally, most of these, both the rovers and this InSight mission, have the ability to communicate straight back to Earth, but they don't tend to do that. They tend to upload the images and other data every time an orbiter goes over. And that orbiter acts like a router and store and forward that information once it sees Earth again. It's a little faster that way, and there's a little more bandwidth. But we see that data come down. I know she just popped that up. So we see temperature data, We see air pressure. I find air pressure to be some of the most interesting there. And then we see wind data as well. So the last one that came up was from Sol 566, and a Sol is a day on Mars, and that equates back to the 29th of June. It's the last time we saw something from it. As you can see there, the low was 25, which is, I'm sorry, the high was 25, the low was 126 below zero, and these are both Fahrenheit. And each day on this Mars weather Twitter, it goes and randomly picks a city somewhere, and Clayton just happened to be picked up there last time it was doing a comparison. So you can see the comparison there. But again, the most interesting comparison in my mind is the pressure. So, we were seeing about 1,012 hectopascals, which I think equates to millibars. You guys keep me honest there. That's what y'all speak in. Yes. And that on Mars is about 7.7 hectopascals. That's one of our biggest challenges on Mars, is the lack of atmosphere. It's just really, really, really thin there, and it continues to be stripped away by the solar winds. And that's not something that we're going to be able to correct anytime soon, perhaps ever.
So I guess there's really no wind chill there. I mean, I'm looking 25 degrees with 37 mile per hour wind gusts. That's not really a wind chill there then.
Yeah, not too bad. We do see temperatures go above freezing there. It does happen.
Yeah. So Tony, I mean, obviously you're not using tri-cup anemometers or RM Youngs. I mean, how is this? How is wind speed capture? Is it using like Venturi effect, or you're consolidating the air into a point, or how is that measured exactly?
So the thing to look up is an instrument called a hot dice. It is a couple of basically electrodes that are exposed out there and are measuring differentials. They are without moving parts. That's really, really important when you've got a robot out there that you can't go service. There is no Home Depot on Mars to go get spare parts.
Well, you said one last thing. You kind of mentioned that it does get above freezing on Mars. I wonder if you could just real briefly speak to the general temperature range. How cold does it get in winter? How warm does it get in summer?
Yeah, we're talking around negative 200 Fahrenheit with the lows. And during the summer, most of the time we're talking in the average temperature there is hovering around negative 80, negative 100.
I just think it's cool. I just think it's cool you have a mesonet on Mars.
We do. We got two of them now, about to put a third.
I've heard that there's a team already being picked to possibly go to Mars by as late as 2028 or 2030. Is that correct?
I will make no comments on when we're going to Mars. You're not going to trick me into that.
I had to try.
There's a lot that needs to be done, and each one of these missions, be they robotic or be they human up to the International Space Station, or once we get Artemis off the ground and have a gateway to the moon, each one of those, it may not seem like it's getting us closer to Mars, but we learn something from each one of them that can be applicable. And when that actually happens, I hope it happens soon, but it's a long road.
Tony, shifting gears, one of the things that I spotted on Flight Tracker this week, and I think several of the people here in the Carolinas have, were alongside all of the little cute icons for airplanes, these circular balloon icons for the Loon Balloon Project. Tell us about it. I understand you're familiar with it, and I think it caught a lot of us flight trackers off guard maybe a little bit, but also people screaming UFOs in the sky as these things were passing overhead.
Yeah, there was a little bit of that, wasn't there? Yeah, it's something that I got to learn a little bit about the other night. So in addition to talking with you fine folks, I've got about 350 meteorologists around the country that I'm in contact with on a regular basis. I try to give them information about the what's visible in the sky, usually planets, usually comets, meteor showers, things like that. But I am perfectly happy to get a what's this thing in the sky question when it's something in our atmosphere. And that's what happened. I forget what day was it. Was it Tuesday night?
Yeah, that sounds... Maybe Monday. I mean, depending on where you were, right? These things went right over Greensboro, down towards Fayetteville, then out towards Charleston. So it was kind of a simple day.
I first got looking at these things. It was Tim Buckley at WFMY in Greensboro. I get a text from him and it says, "There's this white dot in the sky. what do you know about it? What? And I looked at it and immediately thought it was a balloon. An unmoving white dot in the sky, especially that high up, is going to tend to be a balloon. It's so high up, it doesn't appear to be moving at all. And these balloons are operating with between 50,000 and 60,000 feet. So as you mentioned, as part of Project Loon, we came to understand, which is a project that is, I want to make sure I get the relationship correct here. Google and Loon are subsidiaries of the same parent company, which is called Alphabet.
Okay.
It's all business spin-off nonsense, but anyway, they're looking to provide, as I understand it, internet connectivity in areas that don't get it, which I think is great. I think they're pushing to have like 1 megabit capability. There's an antenna that you have to have outside, and it's going to be a network of balloons, not unlike SpaceX's Starlink project, that talk to each other and serve as an uplink downlink network. But as I understand it, they're in a testing phase. I think their launch site is up in northern Arizona somewhere. I'm sorry, northern Nevada. And these particular balloons that floated over the Carolinas, there was 4 that were visible here around the Triangle area, and up in the Triad around Greensboro, they were visible there as well. If you think about 50,000 feet, and you think about that circle that you draw around something like that, it's visible for a good amount of space. So we dug into it. It's funny that you saw it on flight radar first, because everybody else saw it in the sky first. We go outside from time to time.
We didn't get the direct overhead pass here in Charlotte.
Yeah, you did have one float a little bit near you. There was one that went on out over Asheville, out over Cherokee, and ended up in Alabama the last time I saw it. But the ones that we saw around Greensboro, as I understand them, they floated out directly south off the coast of Charleston and ultimately Jacksonville. But I went and looked just out of curiosity. Once I found out that they were trackable through flight radar, wrote a little script that went up to use one of the APIs of one of those radar tracking sites, or those flight tracking sites. I found 32 of them around the world.
Wow.
I found actually 33 over Australia, the Congo, Kenya, Zambia, Peru. I'm looking at my list here right now. There's a bunch out east of Madagascar, and one off Peru. And then we had the couple here that had floated down from Canada, down across Ohio, West Virginia, and into the Carolinas.
They could be pretty scary if you don't know what they are. I had one other question, and then it sounds like Shay has one too. I'm curious, Tony, in your reading, besides the application of using them to provide internet to rural places that maybe aren't tethered on the ground, have you seen any discussion of an application to use them in storm response when a network might be wiped out due to a natural disaster?
I believe they actually used them for that purpose after, I want to say it was in 2017, with that pair of storms that went over Puerto Rico. They did some releases from Puerto Rico. If you go on one of the flight tracking websites, I think it might have been Flight Radar 24, don't quote me on that, but there's a blog post on there about them tracking many of these things during some of those storm responses. And providing that kind of connectivity to folks that they may not have power, but they probably have a way to charge phones. To figure out how to do that, it takes a little while to get that infrastructure back up for cellular service. So being able to do that with a balloon is pretty incredible.
Yeah, I would agree with that, Tony. I know that some of our Mets with WeatherFlow, we met and talked about it several years ago when Google was partnering with them. Now they're partnered with HAPS Mobile, and they provide LTE connectivity to these countries, these third world countries, or other countries that lose connectivity during natural disasters. Peru, 2019 was a prime example of where Project Loon was utilized to get LTE connectivity for authorities to get their internet settings back up, and for folks to get some LTE receptions on their phones and whatnot. So it's pretty interesting. I didn't know that there were that many balloons, but I know that they started this off back in 2013, where they did their first test flight around the world. So things have kind of progressed over time. Do you see this as being a permanent solution?
I don't know. Not my area of expertise, but I think it's great that we're able to provide that kind of functionality there. One concern I've got, though, is that these things are helium-based. And helium is something that is in short supply right now. I mean, if you were to go to one of the party stores and try to get helium balloons, you probably couldn't do it. Helium is a very important gas in the space industry. It's used for cleanly purging cylinders and spheres and things like that. So we need it for lots of different things. I hope they can find another lifting gas other than helium, because it is a neat and useful project. But I hope they don't use up too much helium doing it. One other thought on it too is, while we're up there hanging around for days and days at a time at 50, 60,000 feet, sure would be nice to get some weather instruments up there too, some atmospheric instruments, and be able to send some of that data down from that close to the stratosphere.
Sure, I know Boeing's doing that with the unmanned craft that flies for weeks and months at a time on solar energy. And I think when I read on Loon's website that they have their partnership with HAPS Mobile, they have test flight. They've done all their they've rolled out their new unmanned craft that goes out. So that may be the solution to what they're looking for. Instead of having balloons anymore, they're going to have unmanned planes going up that just circle around.
We've lost a lot of data from the grounding of commercial airliners too during the COVID situation. It's amazing how much data we were getting from those. That's closer to 30,000 feet, but it really filled in a lot of those gaps the radio songs were providing.
In the past, we've talked about the radio songs that you just mentioned. Could you maybe compare and contrast these Loon balloons with a typical weather balloon, because they have very different lifetimes, obviously, and different purposes?
Different lifetimes, quite a bit larger, and if you find the images of the Loon launch site, I was looking at that the other day. They got some permanent structures out there, and they're building some larger ones as well, just to be able to handle launching these things, because they are so significantly large. And they do get much bigger as they go up into the atmosphere and the air pressure goes down. So most folks that I saw report them or share pictures of them describe them as looking like big jellyfish. It's a kind of a silvery looking material, very, very large. It's not as spherical as a weather balloon looks. Those are, you guys are the experts here. I think they're made of some sort of a latex material, but it's very opaque. Where these are almost like translucent appearance. They're much, much larger, and the volume of lifting gases that they put in there is very, very different too.
So these balloons don't explode at 70,000, or they aren't even meant necessarily to go up to 100,000 feet like a typical weather balloon.
They aren't. They hang out between 50,000 to 60,000 feet. I think a lot of what the research is doing right now is to understand how the steering winds up there work, how viable this is to provide, how wide a coverage that they can provide, how the jet stream changes in the jet stream and other things like that are going to affect their coverage. It'll be interesting to see what comes out of it. And as you mentioned, we can go on these flight tracking websites and look at them. If you go in and you enter HBAL and a 3-digit number, you might just find one.
Well, Tony, we certainly appreciate you being with us tonight to talk about the Mars mission and the Loon balloons, and we definitely appreciate your time. If folks want to follow you again on Twitter, how can they do that?
So my personal account is RTP Hokie, Hokie. And if you are interested in Mars weather, the Mars WX report.
You can also find you on WRAL as a contributor and the Weather Brains, right? You're still doing the recorded version?
Still doing the recorded version. It's every Monday night we're putting that out, and I try to put something different out every week that's usually space related. Every once in a while we'll add in some other weathery stuff in there too.
Well, Tony, we certainly appreciate your time. And if you're watching tonight and you want to know more about the Mars launch, we'll probably be airing those towards the end of the month as we get into with our friends at NASA TV. I'm sure we'll be doing some more events surrounded by that mission and that launch. So stay tuned with that. And we appreciate you watching the Carolina Weather Group. Until next time, we hope you have a great evening. And we'll see you on the next Carolina Weather Group episode. So we just finished up with James Spann and his count of April 27, 2011. And if you did, maybe you didn't know, but our own panelist, Dan Whitaker, was out in the field. I think this is before any of us knew you, Dan, but he was actually out chasing this big event. So I guess, first of all, let's kind of talk about what you were doing. How did you know to target this area? What was the game plan maybe a couple of days leading into this high impact event?
Right. So we had been looking at this storm system quite a ways out. It was showing up on long range data, I think a couple of weeks prior, and then it just kept on slowly, seemingly everything was coming together the closer we got to that April 27th date. So I was prepared pretty far in advance to get out there to Alabama was where I was loosely targeting. And a couple days ahead of time, I packed up the car and I left town the night before and stayed in the Eastern Tennessee mountains. It's Western for us if we're in that way, but Eastern Tennessee mountains over in Chattanooga, and was prepared for whatever could happen. I've been out to Alabama a bunch of times to go follow and photograph storms, and nothing's come of it. So I didn't know what was going to happen this day.
So during the day, walk us through what it was like from the time you woke up to the time that you finally found yourself on a storm.
Right. So, I had some kind of omens, if you want to believe in that, at least. At the very least, the atmosphere was showing off for me right away. I woke up at my friend's house. He had to go to work, and it was I forget what day of the week it was, but it was a work day. And so he went to work, and I woke up at his house. He said, when you're heading out, just lock the door and behind you and be on your way. And so it was around 8 a.m. or so. I'm getting ready to leave. And there's some early morning storms happening out near Chattanooga. And one of them really started building up. I was watching on radar, and I was like, it's 8 something in the morning. I can't really look too much into this. I'm trying to head to Alabama. And I shut the door behind me. I lock the door. I get in my car and I pull up at that time I had a full RAM mount, like a computer system in my car. I power on the laptop. It's actually this laptop that I have right here, which is now an outdated laptop system, but still has some data on it. And power on my laptop, and I open it up, and right when I get my laptop open, tornado warning, storms heading directly over my location in a matter of minutes. And there was a strong kind of velocity couplet there when I looked at the velocity data. So I was like, there's some real reason to believe that this could be a threatening storm with a tornado. And so I actually went to try and get back in my friend's house I've 5 minutes, right? So let's get back in the house. No, the door's locked. Of course, I can't get back in. And I look around, I'm in a crowded neighborhood with lots of trees everywhere. I can't even see the sky. So I think to myself, okay, well, what do I do now? Right. I don't want a tree to follow me. Right. And so I get in my car and I just start driving away from the storm through these residential roads in Chattanooga. It's hilly. I'm trying to just get out of there. I make it to a 4-road intersection, and I kind of park my car there. I'm like, this is as good as I'm going to do. At least I'm not under the trees. And I park my car there. as some really intense winds started whipping across, horizontal rain, windblown rain, I would just guess at like 60, 70 miles an hour. And I was right there in the velocity couplet, and it turns out there was wind damage and a tornado, but I just must have been very close. But I don't believe I was in the tornado. It was mostly, the winds changed directions eventually, but I believe it was all rear flank downdraft base kind of wind. So I drive back to my friend's house at that point after I'm like kind of in that wind and rain, and it passes by me, so I know I'm safe. I just kind of drive back there because I don't know what to do with myself at this point. And there, the road that I came down just a minute prior, there had been someone driving down that road and a tree fell and actually crushed their car with them in it. I got there before the emergency response did, and I just at about the same time. So I pull up, and so do they. And I kind of get out of my car, and I'm like, what's going on? The emergency response person, fortunately, they started trying to do what they needed to do. And I was like, they've got it figured out. They told me to, leave them alone. So I just kept on heading on my way. I was like, I guess I'll go to Alabama now. And that's how I started my morning. So, pretty intense.
Dan, wow. I have a question for you. Sorry, Evan, I didn't mean to step on you. Recollection, this was 10 years ago. So I don't think radar scope was a thing.
That's right.
How did you get this weather data while you're out in the field? It's 2011. Technology has surely come a long ways in the last 10 years, but what was it like back in 2011 getting?
You mean, what was it like using a flip phone when I was storm chasing? Yeah. So that's what I was doing. I had a GZ1 waterproof flip phone, and for data, fortunately, things were fairly advanced for the laptop systems, as long as you had a laptop system and internet and a few other things. So I had a GPS puck that logged my GPS data into the system I was using. At that time, it was I can't even remember the name of the system actually, but it was like definitely an older PC radar system that integrated with Delorme Maps was what I used to log my GPS data, and it integrated the data in. It was the only thing. At that time, it was the only program comparable to GR Level 2, which is still, a top program for PCs. But yeah, no radar scope. No.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
Via phone. Like I said in the story, I had to power up the laptop to even see what was really going on. So had that hooked up to a internet puck at that time. There was no hotspots via cell phone, so you had to have a dedicated internet puck. Also to power the computer at that time, there weren't cars built in with power inverters for things like computers, like there are now. Like the 4Runner that I own now, it just comes with power outlets, right? But at that time, there wasn't anything like that. So I actually had to have custom fuses and custom switches and custom wiring for power inverters to run my laptop system. And so it was a lot of electric based stuff and the best technology at that time just to even get online and see what was going on.
Later in the day, Dan, with all of this equipment that you had, you managed to get yourself on the Coleman, Alabama storm. The storm was severe. It produced an EF4 tornado. Can you tell us a little bit about the experience you had chasing that in the afternoon?
Right. So I made it to Alabama after my intense morning, and I'm kind of trying to figure out where to target for storms. They start kind of popping off immediately early in the afternoon. I think around 1 or 2 was the first supercell that I got on, and these storms were classic supercells popping up in every square foot of Alabama that you could put your eyes on radar. So it's just these storms are popping up all over the place, and a lot of little kind of storms, but among the mix, a lot of major strong supercells were developing that were immediately severe warned, putting down things like hail, and a lot of them were starting to go tornado warned even early on in the day. So I chased 3, I think it was 4 different supercells, which I believe all 4 of them or 3 of them were tornado warned before I even made it to Coleman. So I had this long, for those of you who aren't as familiar with how a storm chase would work, you see a storm kind of growing either visually or on radar. You know, the ingredients are there for that storm. Then once it grows to become a significant storm. And so you start targeting, you want to target the storm early and get to it before it basically becomes maybe, outdated, so to speak, where it's just overtaken by rain, the visuals are gone, maybe the tornado is gone too. So you want to, if you can be there at the birth of a storm and follow it through, that's ideal. Granted, these storms this day in Alabama were averaging speeds of 40 to 60 miles an hour. So it's kind of hard to stay with them, but that's why you hop around a little bit. So you would start at a storm. Here's the birth of a storm. Great. Let's see what it's going to do. It either outruns you or starts dissipating, and then you pop to the next one. So like I said, I was on, about 4 or 5 of these before I made it to Coleman. And that was a couple hours worth of chasing and driving. I'm starting to kind of almost wear down a little bit, because after you've seen 1 storm, 2 storm, 3 storm, you're like, are any of these going to produce visible tornadoes, or am I just driving under, low hanging clouds and rain and hail? And, so I'm driving towards, I guess this is where the story really starts, right? So, I'm driving towards Coleman and, into town, because I saw a really nice hooked supercell that was heading towards Coleman, and it looked great on radar. It was starting to form a really nice hook, really nice velocity couplet. By nice, I mean strong, and visually, from a radar standpoint, a strong and kind of pronounced feature that tends to, mean that the storm's going to at least go tornado warned, if not produce a tornado. And like I said, the ingredients were there. This was a day that had been forecasted for a while. We knew that this was a significant day. It was a high risk by the Storm Prediction Center. They were predicting a tornado outbreak. And so we knew it was going to happen, or at least that's what we thought was going to happen. And anyways, the storm, as it's heading towards Coleman, I drive closer, and it's the weirdest thing, because typically when I'm chasing storms, I kind of get in a position where I'm looking at the rotation part of the storm and the part of the wall cloud that is rotating and maybe going to put down a tornado. So I'm trying to be in that area, stay with that area. In this particular storm, I kind of just, as I'm driving into Coleman, I knew what storm I was going for, but I kind of look off to the side, and there in the far distance over a field, is a tornado, and it's pretty far out. But I noticed it right away, and I'm like, all right, well, there you go. After 4 storms or so, and here it is. And it's there. I did it, I'm seeing a tornado right now, and this is what all my effort's been funneled to get here. And it wasn't just seeing a tornado. I need to kind of preface this. I'm a trained storm spotter at this time. I've got a couple years, 3 years of experience under my belt. I was very involved in wanting to try and collect data for historic reasons. I had 2 anemometers on my car. I was connected in to try and report, relay data back to the National Weather Service. And I was tracking all my movements. I was documenting everything with multiple cameras. So the idea was put myself in the close proximity of these storms, get as much data as possible, and then see how I can use that and funnel that in for any sort of storm damage or research purposes. And as well as relay storm reports to help with the public, which is it's a cutesy thing to say. A lot of storm chasers say it, whatever. But in reality, for a day like April 27, 2011, it turns out that was absolutely necessary. Not only was that something that sounds good on paper, but the people like me who are out there relaying this information and broadcasting it live actually did save lives. It was that significant footage of these storms coming and hitting towns is what actually made people get into their storm shelters and go to safe places. So anyways, I'm driving into town. I see the tornado out above a field. I had been live streaming for a little bit at that point, but I had a live stream setup going on with a HD webcam streaming to the site at that time called Chaser TV, which was in the 2010 to 2014 period. It was the hottest thing out there. The public knew to tune to Chaser TV, and the Storm Chaser show was hot, and people were thinking about storms and thinking about storm chasing. And so it had thousands and thousands of viewers that you could get access to if you streamed. And And the cool thing about Chaser TV at the time too is they would pay per viewer, pay for pronounced amount of time and stuff like that. So you could actually, come out with a little bit of a paycheck at the end of it too. I start streaming this storm, and immediately I start getting over 1,000 viewers on Chaser TV. My location is in reference to the radar that everyone's looking at. Everyone sees, wow, he's right in this hook of the Coleman storm. And they start clicking on my stream. And sure enough, they're seeing a tornado. And so they start sharing it. It starts getting shared across social media, screenshotted. And immediately that tornado in real time is getting shared around, the fingers of the internet in 2011. And getting rebroadcasted and put in places where people could actually see this storm. So I was live streaming it. I was filming it with another camera. We'll play kind of the video of what that ended up looking like with my other camera. And then I was taking DSLR pictures, as well as running 2 anemometers and trying to stay in good proximity and location to this storm. So I was by myself, and so I was trying to do all this stuff, and as well as listen to the scanner radio. I mean, anyways, I see this tornado come through, and it's coming closer and closer. It's coming towards me. I'm trying to figure out, is this storm going to do something where it actually, hits my location? Or so at one point, and you may see this in the video, where the tornado seems to get close enough to me where all of a sudden you can't really see the gray funnel anymore. Instead, you see just like a massive dirt. And that's when I think I'm starting to get a little close there. And so I actually back up across the road that was behind me into a gas station. And in my head at that moment, I think to myself, if I drive 30 feet backwards, I can maybe avoid getting hit by this thing and still film it. So that was my thinking. And I don't think I was that close, but I was in stone's throw. I mean, I was very close. And then it kind of continues going at an angle in front and away from me. And that's when it touches down fully. You can see it, the funnel reach the ground, and the tornado becomes very pronounced, very kind of like a very defined elephant trunk. And it's kind of, not this big, wide, massive, weird wedge that we would think about when we think about EF4s and very strong, violent tornadoes. But however, and I know this from the comments on my YouTube channel, where some people are saying this isn't a true EF4. Look how skinny it is. But in reality, it's that tight, strong wind whipping around at the bottom that's causing all the damage. And it was, you can tell in the video that it's a very strong tornado, and it was a very strong and destructive tornado. It went through downtown Coleman, destroyed a number of the commercial buildings there, destroyed some houses, and ended up with multiple fatalities, including a newborn or a young child. And, it devastated the city. So as this is happening, here I am, Mr. North Carolina, out of my city in town by myself, in my storm chasing vehicle. Fortunately, I'm prepared for living multiple days out of my car if I needed to, right? That was part of my preparation. So, but I'm thinking to myself, like, what's next? What do we do now? So I tried to follow the storm, and as I keep following it, the tornado gets wider and wider, eventually wedges out into this big kind of gray wedge tornado as it goes off in the distance. The road that I try and travel down is completely covered in trees, and there's there's hundreds of, I will share a picture of it. There's just hundreds of trees down, and you could have had a whole team of people with chainsaws and you would never have gotten through that road. So at that point, I know that my access to continue following this tornado is gone. The tornado is going 60 miles an hour anyways. So it's a lost cause at that point. So I drive back towards town. And here's where it really gets interesting, because this is where things started to really take a turn as far as the reality of the storm. All I could smell was trees and fresh wood. And as I look around through the woods as I'm driving back towards Coleman, the trees are stripped of their bark. They're just bare. It's just bare wood, forests of bare wood, and twisted trees and just devastation. And I'm driving back towards Coleman to try and figure out what's my next move. And I look at the radar on my computer, and there's another storm that's tornado warned and heading right towards Coleman. that is going to be there in 20 minutes, right? But what has just happened is a tornado just devastated Coleman, and at the same time, tornadoes were devastating Tuscaloosa and other. That's a well-known one, but there are, I think, 5 or 6 tornadoes on the ground at this very moment, and Alabama was in a mess. So Coleman was in a mess, and everybody got in their cars and drove out to the middle of the roads to try and get to their family members. Cell service was completely down at this point. I don't know if it's because cell towers were hit or if everyone was trying to use their cell phones at the same time, but there was zero cell service. You could not use it for anything. The only thing left was internet through my internet puck. So I was able to access radar data and message through some sort of messenger app I was using at that time. And I think email is what it is called. I was emailing people. So I drive back into town. The roads are crowded with people. People are kind of walking around confused. Everyone has their cell phone in their hand. Like, what is this? It's not doing anything. And they see that I'm a storm chaser. I have stormsquad.net on the side of my vehicle and stuff. They start coming up to my car and they're saying, what happened? We're trying to get in touch with our family members. We can't do it. We heard the town was hit. And I was able to actually give as many people as I could the information that I had, which was, there was a tornado. It hit part of town. There's another storm coming. You're going to want to find a place to take refuge. And I had a CB radio in my car at that time with a speaker. I got on my CB radio and started driving around and saying there's another tornado warning coming, because nobody knew. And I drove around the town and yelled at people to find safe shelter. And that was really harrowing. Like, I don't know if that's the right word. There's no words to describe. I mean, it was very sobering. I mean, just like, I was focused. I was trying to, at that point, just go into like storm recovery mode. I'm now part of this Coleman community, right? So how do I help them? And yeah, that was not my last storm of the day. So I actually left Coleman and went and got on another supercell at that point, because there's nothing else I could do in Coleman that, short of, I warned everyone I could. The storm didn't hit there, so I left. I went out to go get to another storm, and chased 2 more tornado warned supercells. Nothing really produced from those. And then the sun started going down, and still no cell service. But I have my radio police scanner and fire EMS scanner, and I'm hearing that reports that there are no gas stations and no gas available to the first responders. And I look at my gas tank at that moment. The sun was just starting to set. I look at my gas tank and I'm on less than a quarter of a tank. Hadn't anticipated on there not being any gas in the state of Alabama. Right. And so with very little gas and a lot more storms, all tornado warned, heading my direction, and now it's dark out, I had to do what I now refer to as a kind of a intense game of avoid the tornado for the next few hours. I did it on zero gas. So what I had to do is I would drive out to somewhere where I thought was in between 2 supercells heading my way, because it was just groups of supercells just over and over and over again, all tornado warned. So I'd drive where I thought I was going to be in between the 2. No cell phone service and limited radar at this point, because internet was dicey out where I was. And then I'd turn off my car and I'd just sit there in the pitch black and just watch the lightning, both the storms pass on either side of me. I'd turn back on the car, get the laptop back up, see the next radar run, and figure out my next spot to go to try and be safe. And I did that for a few hours until eventually it seemed clear enough for me to actually get to a city on my zero gas. So I found a city. I don't even remember what the name of the city was, but it's probably 100 miles, 50 to 100 miles from Coleman at that point in Alabama, central Alabama. And I get to the hotel and they say, we don't have power, but you're going to have to pay full price. Sorry. And and nobody has power, nobody has gas. And I said, do you know where the nearest gas station is that has gas? And they said, we're hearing reports that there isn't any gas except for far eastern Alabama on the eastern Georgia, Alabama line. Other than that, nowhere else, even west of here, north of here, south of here, no one has gas. And I said, okay, well, I guess I'm staying here for the night. And so I had just filmed all this video. So I went ahead and I had no power, no gas, but I did have an external battery that I brought with me to power an emergency battery pack to power things like laptops and stuff. So went ahead and plugged in my laptop, fired it up, got my video uploaded to YouTube. It was my second video I'd ever uploaded to YouTube. The first one was a tornado 2 weeks prior in Alabama, coincidentally, and close by. And this was my second video. And I get it up there. I shut down everything because the battery's going to die. Done for the night. I go to sleep. I wake up the next morning, and the video's got like 80,000 views on it. And my inbox is just full of people saying, can we use the video? Can we use the video? Can we use the video? Just my email's blown up. And I'm like, wow, I guess that's, and this was in 2011 before viral videos was really a thing. YouTube's kind of new at this point. And I created at that time, a newsy viral video, and I didn't even know what to think of it. I'd never really seen viral videos at that time. So I was like, well, that's interesting, and whatever. I mean, it's a historic day. So I knew that, my footage was, I'm glad people are seeing it, please share it, and ended up driving to a gas station that was about an hour and a half away from my hotel. And I didn't think I was going to make it. But that was the closest gas station. I, called around. I did everything I could to source a gas station. That was it. It was on the border. So I just drove that direction on no gas. I was on fumes the whole time. And I got to the gas station, and I'm literally you can hear the gas running out and the car sputtering and stuff. So I cut the car off in the line. There was a humongous line going out around the road, circling all around. Fire trucks are coming in, skirting in front of the public to get all the gas. EMS, they're coming in. It's the only gas station that had gas. And so I sit in the back of the line. There's maybe 50 cars in front of me. And I turn off my car, and I literally kept it in neutral and pushed the car most of the way to get to the gas tank, / rolled it part of the direction, and rolled it just down the hill with gravity. And I made it to a gas tank after about, I think it was about 2 hours of sitting there in line, and made it to a gas station. I made it to the pump and was able to get enough gas in the car, and drove back to North Carolina that morning. So I kind of just went through the story there. I mean, I don't know. There's of course more to be said, but that's kind of my experience being there right in central Alabama. I mean, the in and the out, at least the basic summary. So
Dan, I'm curious. I've been storm chasing once, and the adrenaline rush you get as you see a tornado obviously peaks up, and then you kind of go into recovery mode, hoping that everyone's okay. Did you experience that adrenaline rush when you were witnessing this?
Yeah. Definitely. During the Coleman tornado, it was when I first saw it. And for those first few minutes, especially, I couldn't believe what I was seeing. And that adrenaline really kicked in. Here I am. It's real. I'm on a tornado. This is a high risk day. These storms are explosive. And I knew that something bad could really happen. And so yeah, the adrenaline popped in at that moment. But it's the weirdest thing. One of the comments on my YouTube video is, why is there no screaming? Where's all the screaming? Where's all the yelling? This is like the calmest tornado video I've ever seen, besides Pico's Hank. And and it was just my adrenaline turned into straight focus. So after I kind of had an initial I was just 100% zoned in on my task. I mean, you could call it focused. You could also call it busy. I mean, navigating the anemometers, the laptop, the cameras, the live stream, and driving and parking and whatever running, in my raw video of the tornado, there's me like zooming back and forth in front of the dash cam because I'm like, who knows what I'm doing? I'm probably setting a GoPro here and turning this thing that way. And I was very busy and very focused. So it just all turned into that. And then eventually right near the end of the day, a lot of adrenaline and focus kind of wears down to just like, now I'm playing dodge the tornadoes at night. And that part was a little, I wish I could have been back in North Carolina at that point.
Dan, real quick before we wrap, can you talk a little bit about the gravitas of watching the storm, the tornado as it came through Coleman, and afterwards understanding that while you were watching it, it killed 6 people?
So, I've been at some devastating tornadoes before, but I think the thing that made this more real, and I've been at some killer tornadoes before. I think the thing that made this so real in this particular one is because a lot of people died this day in Alabama, and it was the total destruction of the state. Seeing the Coleman tornado, unless I had actually seen it hit the specific buildings and stuff, it was hard to make a direct connection to who died or how they died or where they died. I did end up seeing the commercial destruction downtown, and that was intense. Seeing that, because you're seeing people wandering around, picking up bricks and trying to figure out what to do. It's like walking into a house that was just completely destroyed by like a group of toddlers, and I say that as a owner of a toddler. I have a 3-year-old, and sometimes you just walk into a room and you say, what happened? And you just pull your hair and you scratch your head and you say, I can't even figure out where to start. Everything's destroyed. And it was the same way watching these people trying to figure out what to do in downtown Coleman, just walking around devastated. And that was really sobering. But the thing that really affected me the most, honestly, was seeing people looking for their loved ones and not having a way to find out where their loved ones were. No cell phone reception, no communication, and being stuck in traffic, and another tornado warning that's coming. So these people are in a bad predicament, and only I knew what was going on. So I was in this really weird place of, nobody knows, and they're all unsafe, and they're all just trying to help their loved ones out. So that was probably the hardest part to be a part of, but the part that I'm most grateful that I was a part of, because I could help, but also because that's the reality of these big storm events is that's what's happening in these communities. And sometimes you don't see that on the news, or you don't know about that, but there's moments there where we're all just trying.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Carolina Weather Group, here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now, here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina WeatherNet.
And those are the hardest moments.
Well, Dan, we certainly appreciate your time and reflecting back on this very somber event that took place on April 27, 2011. So we thank you and James Spann for sharing their stories of this tragic day, and our thoughts and prayers are still with those folks who are reliving this 10 years later in the state of Alabama. For everyone here at the Carolina Weather Group, we hope you have a great evening, and we'll see you back here real soon. Welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. We're happy to have you this evening. An exciting show to talk about emergency management and weather and how the two kind of atmospheres come together, pardon my pun there, but how they work together, the weather community and the emergency management community work together to make sure you all, either if you live in a big city or a small city, are prepared for severe weather, winter weather, whatever the case may be. Joining us tonight is a familiar face if you've been a longtime Carolina Weather Group fan, Miss Ashley Morris, Emergency Management Planner for Baltimore County in Baltimore, Maryland. So last we had Ashley on, she was in Texas, so she's moved closer to us. So that way, if we ever travel, we don't have to go out to Texas. We can just go up to Maryland. So Ashley, welcome back to the show. And we also have with us Felix Nance, who is the Emergency Manager for the city of Hominy, Oklahoma, just outside of Tulsa. So Felix and Ashley, welcome to the show. We're going to kind of give you a Ashley, I know you've probably already answered this question a long time ago, but we'll give you the opportunity to answer again. It's a question we always start off our shows with. How did you get hooked up into this weather community, emergency management community? What kind of hooked you into wanting to choose this profession? So Ashley, I'll let you start, and then we'll let Felix follow up.
Sure. So I grew up being infatuated with weather, and really I got stuck in a thunderstorm when I was 6 or 7 years old and really scared. And my dad's friend who was with me, because we were outside, actually taught me how to count the seconds between the lightning and the thunder to kind of try to calm me down, because I was just sitting there crying. And so after that, I remember just doing that during every single New Mexico thunderstorm that came around. And I would buy storm books, and I was just fascinated by weather. And so originally I wanted to do meteorology and do National Weather Service forecasting. And I went to Texas Tech University with that intent. So I got a bachelor's in geophysics and atmospheric science, and then got up into grad school. Have always been very passionate about kind of the warning systems and the watches and warnings part of weather. And so I kind of stumbled upon emergency management and found out that emergency management is really the field that we're able to make evacuation decisions and do a lot of that public safety stuff, which is what really fueled a lot of my passion with weather safety earlier. And so very much an emergency manager, but very much a weather enthusiast, but also have that background too, to where I can actually do weather forecasting for my office and provide a little bit of SME on the weather side.
I got into it, years ago when I worked for the Red Cross, first job at a high school, and I was an emergency services specialist. Of course, one of the things Red Cross is known for is responding to disasters, and that's how I got interested in the weather back in the days of the weather wire, back when weather information came in on a teletype at something like 40 words a minute. So that was back very old school stuff, and it's just stuck. I've stayed with it, been a Skywarn spotter. It's just a natural progression, actually, from that point on.
Questions for both of you here. I want to ask exactly what your role is like and your day-to-day life. What is the typical day in the life of an emergency manager?
So it kind of depends on your location, your position, and what you're kind of designated to do. So as emergency managers, we're in the art of doing disaster preparedness, response, recovery, and mitigation for either a city, county, state, or the federal through FEMA. So from a local emergency management perspective, I've done 4 years in city and county emergency management. And so ours is very localized and hyper-focused on neighborhoods, communities, and things like that. And so a part of my role has been a majority of my career participating in writing emergency response plans, creating a lot of partnerships with like public safety, police, fire, EMS, dispatch, public works, and all of the other agencies in our government who would help us respond to disaster. Getting everyone in a room to do disaster scenarios, exercises, things like that. And then doing a lot of community engagement, outreach, messaging, trying to get people to be aware of what our risks are and what we kind of expect of them during disaster. And then a very small amount of our time is usually doing response. Obviously, if we had severe weather coming into the area, if we had a big impactful storm, or like the past entire year where we've been responding to a pandemic or some other kind of thing, that's kind of what that looks like. So we kind of have a blue sky day and a gray sky day where we're either doing a lot of planning and just preparations, or we're actually responding, working with partners, making decisions, and providing resources to the public during the incident.
That's very well put. It depends on the size of your community and your staff. In my case, I'm a one-man shop, so I'm doing a little bit of all of it. I'm kind of a generalist, and so it tends to keep one very busy. And as Ashley said, we've been dealt with the pandemic situation since March the 6th of last year in my shop on a daily basis, as well as all the other the disasters within the disaster. It's been nonstop, and tends to keep one busy. Unfortunately, that does tend to limit some of your planning time. So you have to limit your planning to a lot of the special events that go on. And in a small community like ours, a special event may be something as simple, if you will, as a Christmas parade or a festival at the lake, or it may be something much more involved. But ours are generally pretty small, but they also involve a lot of our community, so it does keep us busy.
Kind of staying on the topic of, I guess at this point, the differences between, being in a more rural area versus being in a bigger city. So you explained you kind of wear a lot of different hats there, Felix, and you're kind of generalist. When a disaster response or emergency response actually happens, can you kind of tell us a little bit more about how that works in those scenarios, who you turn to and the process there?
When you're a small community like ours, and let me give you a little quick lay of the land. Osage County is the largest county in the state of Oklahoma, larger than the state of Delaware, 2,400 square miles. We have the County Emergency Management Office. It has a staff of 2. We have the Osage Nation, an Indian tribe, which has a staff of 2, and myself. So basically there's 5 of us in the county. And we kind of work together to make things happen because we can't be everywhere all the time. So it's not terribly uncommon for me to go to another city to assist or to assist the county because of the lay of the land and the lack of personnel. You're dealing with mutual aid situations on a regular basis where you have multiple, the county has 57 volunteer fire departments. So you start, you get out on a wildfire, you're making notes of not necessarily just how many trucks, but where they're from. It's a conglomerate affair, and it works pretty well because everybody works together, and that's the key. So you're drilling, you're practicing. The blue sky days are the days you make the big progress because that's when you make the connections.
Ashley, can you talk to us a little bit about how that works out kind of in a bigger city scenario? When an actual disaster or emergency happens, how is that delegated? And what's the response like?
Yeah, so I'm lucky I have the background of both. So I came out of a tiny place out in Texas, and then I came over and did 9 months with Fairfax County before I just took this position. And so one of the biggest differences in kind of that would be your resources. So it was exactly what Felix was saying. Resources. Big cities, we have usually a bigger tax base. We usually have better funding, better things like that. And so when you have that, your capacity to respond is a lot bigger. You don't have as many mutual aid needs or community needs. We can usually throw money or resources or whatever we need at it. And so something interesting about Fairfax was that we would have severe weather setups where in Texas, I would be a little concerned. I'd probably kind of do like a light EOC activation, or maybe I would just sit in the EOC just in case we got severe weather. And in Fairfax, you would think you would do that because you have a huge population, but because your police, your fire, and a lot of your public safety is so massive and they have so many resources, it takes a lot for them to get tapped out. So we would have those squall lines with the trees down and stuff, but it wasn't a problem for Fairfax because we have massive amounts of department resources. And so that was something that I had to learn that was a lot different. Just having those resources and those needs to actually be able to respond.
Ashley, kind of piggybacking on that, Maryland's it's a pretty extensive urban area. Does your like territory go out to like Catonsville and Ellicott City where we see that major flooding over there, or do you handle that as well?
We do from a first response perspective. So we do have like regional teams doing like swift water rescue, things like that. And so like our fire departments, even in the state, are very well linked to where they can deploy and do that mutual aid like they need to. From OEM and from Baltimore County, so I'm kind of back in one of those smaller roles being with the county. We're just establishing our program. So it's me as a planner and then a couple of fire personnel. And so depending on what the threat is and depending on what the threat would be to my county, we would probably sit back and make sure that Baltimore County would be okay. And then if they needed OEM support, we definitely would offer that. Luckily, we have a great state emergency management agency that keeps us all connected. We have EMAC, which is the emergency management agency compact where they send out a mutual aid and things like that. And so we have an ability in the state to help each other when we need to.
Now enter the COVID-19, right? So we're getting the next topic here. Obviously, we're going to have to, ask about, the challenges, right? So 2020, you had a whole nother set of challenges every EMS entity across the country had to deal with. Now you've got social distancing and all kinds of things that you have to deal with. So I'll let you go first, Ashley, on what your efforts are, what in Baltimore, how you handle COVID-19, how you handle disasters with that layer of complexity.
Yeah, so I'll speak again kind of on Fairfax County. So we're a bigger jurisdiction. We have a pretty big public health, and it is a county public health agency where that's a lot different from other counties in Virginia because they actually have a state program. So we have state public health and a county. So we were able to have more county resources to throw at it. Because it is a disease or an epidemic or a pandemic, that's all going to be related to public health. So they're going to be the lead agency. As OEM, we're just offering our support. So, we run logistics, maybe ordering PPE, maybe doing any other kind of needs. They needed a lot of testing site materials like tents, tables, and that stuff. So OEM played a really big role in setting up logistics for the EOC and actually ordering and deploying the stuff based on their needs. We would help them with planning efforts. Obviously, they are the subject matter experts, though, so they would lead a lot of what the plan would look like, but we would help kind of support that and offer them staff, offer them really whatever they needed. It was very interesting with Fairfax because, like I said, we were very big. Even our OEM was 20 people. And so we had a huge capability and a huge amount of people to where we could spread people out. We had a ton of different NGOs or nonprofits that would actually plug in and help us with food donations, mask donations, and doing a lot of the other needs that we might have for our residents. And so it really has been an all community effort from everybody responding to this. And it's really important, too, because Fairfax is 1.2 million people. And so it's a massive county.
Well, it's pretty much the same as Ashley, but some of the interesting things, we had a lot of PPE come in for the schools. We've got 12 school districts in those separate school districts in Osage County. We had a 6-county area that got together at a pod, picked up all the stuff for the local, our Osage County, brought it back to Hominy and sorted it here, and then distribute it to the schools. So there's an awful lot of work that goes on behind the scenes that people don't see and things like that. Then one of the most interesting things, we've been working with our senior citizen center here. They cannot have in-person meals or in-person feeding in the senior citizen center. And they've had trouble getting disposable trays and other supplies that they need. They turn to emergency management, and we pull rabbits out of hats and get them the things they need to help feed our senior citizens. So there's a lot of unusual things that small towns do that the big cities may or may not do, or the people may or may not see, or they may or may not be unusual for them. I mean, picking up the phone and ordering a specific item in a big town is not unusual. In a small town, it may take some doing to get certain items.
Well, it certainly is not always the best scenario in every single severe weather setup or whatever weather setup you guys may be anticipating. Sometimes the worst happens. Between Oklahoma and Maryland, you guys certainly see the full gamut of every type of severe weather and threat you need to be prepared for, short of perhaps volcanoes as a kind of geologic threat. When you guys have to make the hard decisions, which I'm sure you certainly do, what goes into that emotionally, and when you just have to make that decision, how do you do that? Ashley, I guess we'll start with you.
If we're making response decisions, it's always going to be priority based, and typically we put lives as number one always. And so any kind of action that we're taking, whether or not it's even in preparedness, but even in response, we're going to try to do what we can to save as many people that we can, and then also stabilize. So it goes lives, and then property, and then economic recovery and economic stabilization. So it is really challenging. I think that there are some situations where, you might be faced with a really tough decision. Like, for instance, a dam. You might have a dam that could break. And if it breaks, it might flood 2,000 homes, or you might have to do the emergency release and it might flood a neighborhood. That's a really hard decision to make. But I think that we tend to kind of err on trying to protect as many people as possible. And usually we can kind of have that support from our community in advance. But yes, we are faced with very difficult decisions in a lot of our incident management.
Felix, I'm sure that you know just about everyone in Hominy, and everyone knows you. With a 2,000 person town, it's a lot more personal than perhaps it may be with the 1.2 million, I believe it was, in Baltimore. Does that sometimes weigh on you when you see disasters unfolding in your area?
It absolutely does, because the chances are, if you don't know the people personally, your kids knew them or went to school with them. So yeah, they're not strangers by any stretch of the imagination. They're your friends and neighbors. But that's also part of the strength of the community, because they are friends and neighbors, and the community bands together. A lot of what we do is, in a situation with a storm, is the pre-storm warnings and get the information out. In the response phase, we leave that to fire and EMS for the rescue part and law enforcement, but we're also out there with them. And not just the day of the event, we're out there with them for a long period of time afterwards. We had a flood in May of 2019 that affected 71 homes and 9 businesses in our county. And I told the city manager, I said, you've signed on for the long haul. We're going to be at this as well. We're still working. We're just now starting into the mitigation phase of that. But part of it is you were working individually with each family. And as we were doing debris removal, I told the guys, I said, now, break this stuff out with the backhoe out into the street, scoop it up and put it in the truck. I said, I want you to remember, that's someone's life you're taking away in the truck. It's not debris, it's not junk, it's not trash until you get around the corner. It's their life. And they all looked at me like, never thought of it that way. I said, yes, that's everything those people own in some cases. And it's right there in a pile in the front yard, and you're taking it away. They're starting over from zip. So it changes your perspective. And the perspective of your people. So it's important to remember that, one, when the debris's gone and the rebuilding's done, now you've got to go back to those community areas of the community and visit with those people and ascertain long-term needs, make sure that their needs are met both physically and psychologically. So it's a huge, huge job. And it doesn't end. You'll see them in church months later, and they're still the same people. You're still the same people, and it still tends to evoke the same emotions.
In January of every year, in January 2021, we just had NOAA release the $1 billion disaster map that they come out with every year. This year, I believe there was $23 billion, or 2020 had $23 billion disasters. Felix, I'm going to direct this question to you. And Ashley, living in Texas, you've experienced this as well. A lot of those $1 billion disasters were severe weather events. And Felix, it's known you're in Oklahoma, prime severe weather territory, tornado season. So my question to you, and Ashley, feel free to jump in with your experience in Texas. When you're setting in your office or the EOC or the situation room or whatever the case may be, and that moderate or enhanced or high SPC outlook has been issued for your area, and you're waiting for the storms to develop, and then they do develop, and then they're producing the severe weather. What's it like? Take people into like the situation room. What are those high intense weather days like? And it could be flooding, or Felix, there's fires that occur out in Oklahoma a lot. You have your wildfire season. So what are those days like? Take the public into what it's like to be in your office on those intense days.
It starts off with a very relaxed atmosphere. They give me a hard time because they'll see me come in and my arms will be behind my head and my feet will be propped up, and I'll be watching radars and chat and different social media sites. And as the storms develop and approach what we call the I-35 corridor, which if you've been to Oklahoma, you're familiar with that. That means they're coming towards us. We're watching the WFO in Norman, which is our adjacent counties to the west, but that's only 20 miles. So I'm picking their burn by reading chat to see what they're seeing in the storms, plus the weather forecast office in Wichita, which borders their county's border, it's on the north, plus what my WFO in Tulsa is saying. So we're stirring all that together. The intensity level just starts to ramp up. The closer the storms get, the more information you get, the worse they get. The intensity kind of tends to ramp up to a point. Right now, all the fluorescent lighting's on and everything. As the situation gets worse, the radios kind of get turned down. The lights actually get turned down. We have a different lighting setup that we use when that happens to not have bright fluorescent lights. They're toned down on a dimmer, and the noise level goes down. Inversely, as the intensity level goes up, the light level goes down. It's kind of a marked change, and it's like hard to describe, but the quieter it gets, the higher the intensity level, and it kind of just peaks at that point. And it's one of those things where you're sitting there watching and waiting, expecting the absolute worst and praying that, this is one forecast you could bust, and I wouldn't mind. But you mentioned the high levels. That's kind of one of the keys. You're watching the SPC forecast days out to see what they're thinking. You're watching the local WFO stuff and their decision support page. It's a team effort. No one's sitting there making a decision on their own without a lot of base knowledge coming into them.
Yeah, and I kind of agree with that too. So doing a ton of different severe weather events in Texas, but also a couple of hurricanes, Hurricane Harvey activation, though we got lucky with it. And then had some activation up here for one of the storms from last year. And so really it all kind of starts with a lot of briefings and a lot of meetings and a lot of conference calls. We're really trying to talk to our partners, our first responders, and the entire county, getting people prepared and ready, trying to get us all on the same page. So in the event that we actually do have to spring forward on a decision, we're all there on the same page. We will open up the EOC. The Emergency Operations Center is basically a giant conference room. We've got screens all over the walls. We put weather radar up on the screens. We put all the different news agencies, local news, national news, all kinds of things for situational awareness. And then it's really just a waiting game, just like he said. So kind of staying in touch with National Weather Service through chat, looking at the latest SPC products, also watches that come out, making sure that we're pushing that to the public because we're trying to get the public to take action on their own before the storms come in. And then also using social media to do a lot of that communication as well. And then once the storm comes, there's kind of that, it's like a